Subscribe for more videos.
Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Yeah, danger is my assignment. I get sent to a lot of places I can't even pronounce. They all spell the same thing, though, trouble. But when I walk into the commissioner's office, I don't realize this assignment's going to end up with me smashing a spy ring because a trained SEAL gets a bad case of the blues. Morning, Commissioner. Ruth said you wanted to see me.
I do, Steve. You're leaving for Istanbul, Turkey on the next plane.
Turkey? Oh, great. Last time I was there, as I remember, I got stabbed at, shot at, and beaten up in that order.
Well, maybe you'll be lucky enough to change the order of events around a little this time.
Oh, swell.
You'll probably need to take a large rubber ball and a dead fish with you.
Let's have that again.
You're to contact a character named Lefty over there.
So, what's a rubber ball and a dead fish got to do with it?
Lefty is a trained SEAL.
You know, for a minute I thought you said a trained SEAL.
That's just what I did say. More particularly, you're to talk to his owner, a vaudeville entertainer named Sam.
Oh, just a minute, Commissioner. I'm a pretty patient guy. You send me to a lot of strange places to do a lot of strange things. But if you think I'm going to fly clear to Turkey to audition a trained SEAL act, you'd...
Why, Steve, I thought you always fancied yourself as a sort of talent scout.
Well, in certain fields, maybe, but trained SEALs yet.
All kidding aside, Steve, we're up against a tough proposition.
You mean the SEAL wants more dough for his act?
I mean, there's been a very clever spy ring operating throughout the Middle East. Its entire operation seems to depend on one person. Quite a bit of confidential information from this country seems to have been transmitted by this ring. That's why it's vital to us that it be smashed, that the ringleader be caught.
Well, what's all this got to do with a SEAL? Don't tell me you think that
I'm
he's
coming
the
to
one...
that. Steve, as you probably heard, Yusuf Tokat, head of Turkish intelligence, was murdered the night before last. There was a bomb rigged in his car. When he stepped on the starter, he was blown up.
I see. You think Tokat was on the trail of the head of this man, this spy ring fellow?
Definitely.
But where do the trained SEAL and his owner figure in the deal?
That's for you to find out. All we know is that they're apparently involved in some way.
Well, that's a nice handful of nothing to go on.
You'll work with Lieutenant Balik of the Istanbul police, Steve. Now get over there. Talk to Balik. Talk to the SEAL's owner. Talk to the SEAL if you have to. But find out who that spy ringleader is and grab him. Well, that's it. You've got your assignment. Good luck.
NBC is presenting Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy in the role of Steve Mitchell, colorful, two-fisted government agent. At all those places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another Dangerous Assignment.
Sure, I've got my assignment. Just talk to a trained SEAL named Lefty and find out who's heading a spy ring in the Middle East. Yeah, a real cinch. Well, it's Thursday when I get to Istanbul, and I head for Lieutenant Balik's office.
It is a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Mitchell. I hope you will be able to help us get to the bottom of this mystifying affair.
Well, I'll give it the old school try, Lieutenant.
First, I would like you to meet Dalmud.
I am honored, Mr. Mitchell.
Dalmud?
Dalmud is Tokat's assistant. I arranged for him to be here to give you such information as he possesses.
I see. Now, as I understand it, Dalmud, your boss, Yusuf Tokat, was head of intelligence here and was on the trail of the leader of this spy ring that's been operating throughout the Middle East?
That is correct. It is our theory, of course, that he was getting close to this person and was blown up in his automobile for that reason.
Yeah. Did he give you any indication as to who he thought he was after?
Not much. Tokat was a very brilliant agent, but very close-mouthed. He preferred to operate alone. He did mention to me that he was not sure whether this person was a man or woman, but that is all he said.
Which, unfortunately, does not give us much to go on.
No, it sure doesn't, Lieutenant Balik. Look, Delmud, how about Tokat's files? Did you find anything there that might give us a lead?
Unfortunately, no. In his confidential files is a folder pertaining to the investigation he was undertaking at the time of his murder. But it is just general information. One sheet of paper had been torn out, however.
Probably the sheet that pegs the killer. Well, looks like we're getting nowhere fast. Incidentally, can either of you tell me how this guy Sam and his trained SEAL figure in this deal?
We know only that Tokat's car was parked 3 blocks from the theater where the trained SEAL performs, and that Tokat is supposed to have attended the performance the night of his murder.
So what? That isn't much of a tie-in.
But since the murder, Mitchell, there have been several attempts on the life of this Sam, the SEAL's trainer.
Oh, well, maybe that throws a new light on things. Where do I find this guy Sam?
He has an apartment not far from here. Simply show this pass to the guard, and he will admit you.
Okay, thanks. I'll check with you later, gentlemen. Outside Sam's apartment house, there's a rugged-looking guard who lets me by after looking at my pass. I knock on Sam's door, and after a long pause, it's opened by a little withered-up-looking gent with a towel on one arm.
So, what's the deal, Jack?
You Sam?
Sam it is. What's yours, Jack?
Steve Mitchell from the States. Here's my credentials.
Oh, yeah, they told me you were coming. Come on in, Jack.
Steve,
Sure, Jack.
go ahead. Finish washing up. We can talk later.
Washing up?
Yeah, your arms, they're all wet.
I'm giving Lefty a bath, Jack.
Steve, oh, you mean that SEAL?
Sure. Come on, we can talk while I'm finishing up.
Okay.
Here's Lefty. Ain't he a beaut?
Brother, in the bathtub yet.
Where else, Jack?
Steve, you really take good care of him, don't you?
He's my bread and butter, Steve.
Jack, I mean... Oh, skip it.
This is Steve, Lefty.
Not impressed.
Don't worry about that. Lefty's always suspicious of strangers at first.
Well, maybe I should show him my credentials.
You know, Jack, I'm worried about Lefty.
What do you mean?
Well, he hasn't been himself the last few days. Acts real depressed. I wonder if he could have eaten something that didn't agree with him. Oh, now, easy, Lefty, easy. I gotta get the little flipper whippers clean.
Look. Now, right now, I'm more interested in what you know about Tokat's murder than I am in Lefty's diet.
Oh, sure. You know, it's a funny thing about that. Nah, come to think of it, it ain't funny. I'm scared. At first, I don't think there's any connection. But about the time of the second attempt...
Wait a minute. Let's start at the beginning, huh?
Okay. You see, Jack, I'm playing at the theater just down the street. They got an English language movie there, a newsreel, then a couple of vaudeville acts, 2 baggy pants comics, a dancer, and Lefty and me.
And according to your story, Yosef Tokat was in the theater the night that he was murdered?
Oh, he sure was.
How do you know?
Because that night, Lefty got depressed. And when he gets depressed, I got to cut his act short. So I fill in the time by going down into the audience and giving them a few magic tricks. You know, pulling pigeons out of their hats, picking their pockets, stuff like that.
Go on.
Well, so I pick out this one guy in the audience, and it turns out to be this Yosef Tokat who gets himself killed a few minutes later.
You sure it was Tokat?
Well, sure, I'm sure. I got to look at his name on his wallet. And if that ain't enough, the next night I spot him in the newsreel. Then I hear the guy got himself knocked off. And then, Jack, then things start happening to yours truly.
What sort of things?
Well, first it's a sandbag falling on me backstage. Then some joker throws a shot at me from an alley.
Wait a minute. You say you pulled Tokat's wallet out of his pocket. Could you have taken anything else with it?
I don't get you,
A
Jack.
piece of paper, maybe. Or could Tokat have slipped you the paper without your knowing about it?
Well, I don't see how. Hey, what are you getting at?
There's a very important piece of paper missing from Tokat's confidential files and could contain information about his killer. And if you had it without knowing about it, it could explain why the killer might be after you.
Nah, it don't boil, Jack. I empty my pockets every night. There was nothing in them after the performance the night Tokat was there.
Incidentally, does Lefty here stay on the stage while you're doing your act?
You see how he knows his name?
Sensational.
Oh, he's a doll. Nah, he follows me through the audience. The people get a charge out of petting him.
I see. Well, I guess all of this leaves me just about where I was before.
Oh, I'm sorry I can't be any more help, Jack. But I hope you'll get this guy off my neck, whoever he is.
Yeah. Well, see you later, Jack.
Sam.
I go back outside and nod to the guard who's standing over in the shadows and get into my car. So far, what I've got is a big hunk of nothing. About a block away from Sam's apartment house, it starts raining, so I reach into the back seat for my trench coat. But what my hand hits isn't a trench coat. It's a body. I jam my foot on the brakes. Turn my flashlight into the back seat. It's the body of the guard who was on duty when I went into the apartment. Then it hits me. I didn't get a good look at the guy in the shadows when I came out. Now I know he wasn't the guard at all. He's the killer. I head back to the apartment in a hurry. The door's unlocked. Lefty's honking frantically, and Sam's on the floor with a cloth tapped over his face. As I bend over him, I get a strong whiff of a sick, sweet smell. Chloroform. Sam. Sam! Come out of it, Sam. Come on, Sam.
Oh, hiya, Jack.
Yeah, Jack. What happened?
You tell me. Right after you left, I hear a knock on the door. I think maybe you've forgotten something. So I open the door and I get belted right between the eyes.
You didn't see who hit you?
Oh, I was too busy gazing at all those stars. Oh, brother, it was sure convenient you came back when you did.
Yeah, it sure was, Sam.
Look, Jack, would you mind taking me and Lefty to the theater? My act is on in about an hour.
You sure you feel like going on?
Yeah, I'm still a little groggy, but I'll be okay.
You're pretty quick on the recovery, aren't you, Sam?
Sure, that's me, Jack. Snap right back into shape.
Okay. I'll call Lieutenant Bollock and tell him what happened, and then I'll take you over to the theater. Bollock meets us at the theater, and he and I stay to watch the show. In case there's another attempt on Sam's life, we sit through the feature, and then comes the newsreel Sam told us about. It's a shot of some Turkish army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmud, General Abura.
That's how Sam knew Tokat was in here the night of his murder, Bollock. He saw his name on his wallet, and then he spotted him in this newsreel shot the next night.
Yes, see, there's Tokat standing by the tank.
After the newsreel comes the stage show. We watch Sam and Lefty go through their act. Lefty's still depressed, so Sam has to fill in by pulling pigeons out of people's pockets. Bollock and I are on the edge of the seats waiting for something to happen, but nothing does. Sam finishes his act, and the feature starts. Bollock and I head backstage for Sam's dressing room.
Yes?
Oh. Well, looks like we got the wrong dressing room. I'm looking for Sam.
This is his dressing room. Come on in.
Thanks.
Sam's in the next room trying to get Lefty to take a nap or something.
I don't think I've had the pleasure.
Doris.
Steve Mitchell, Doris, and this is Lieutenant Bollock.
I am honored.
Hi, Lieutenant.
You're a friend of Sam's?
I've been working for him the last few days.
Oh.
Sort of helping him run his act. Taking care of Lefty, stuff like that.
You say you've only been with him a few days?
Yeah, I'm a dancer out of a job. Got to make a living some way, you know.
A dancer, ballet perhaps.
Not exactly. On the late show the other night, I threw my sacroiliac out of joint. Maybe that'll give you a clue.
I see.
Oh, hiya, fellas.
Good evening. We would like a few words with you.
Sure thing, Jack.
Balik.
It won't do you any good, Bollock. Skip it.
Let's go out in the hall to talk, though. I finally got Lefty to sleep. Hey, stay with Lefty, huh, Doris?
Sure.
Well, nothing happened during the act tonight.
So we noticed.
Oh, I'm glad you guys were there. I was really jumpy.
You saw no one in the audience looking at you in such a way as to arouse your suspicions, Sam?
Well, a couple of them aroused my suspicions, but they might be critics. You can't please everybody, I guess.
Just one thing more. This girl, Doris.
Oh, not bad, huh?
No, not bad. Well, how long have you known her?
Oh, I seen her knocking around in this neck of the woods for quite a while.
But she only came to work for you a few nights ago, is that right?
Mm-hmm. She lost her job.
So she told us. One bump too many.
Well, so I knew she was down and out, and I put her to work for me. Let's see, it was the night before Tokat was bumped off, I think it was.
Okay, that's all, Sam. I'll pick you up after the late show and take you back to your apartment.
Hey, some service, huh? A personal bodyguard yet. See you later, Jax.
Brother, this deal is making less sense by the moment.
I'm afraid you are right.
Why would Tokat's killer be trying to knock off Sam unless Sam had something incriminating in his possession?
You are thinking of the missing piece of paper from Tokat's confidential file.
Yeah. That's the only way it makes sense, Lieutenant, but Sam swears up and down he doesn't have anything like that.
Mitchell, you seem quite interested in this girl, Doris. Not that I blame you, but I don't see...
Remember when I first arrived here in Istanbul, we were talking in your office with Dalmat? Tokat's assistant?
Of course. Dalmud told us that Tokat had mentioned he was not sure whether this person he was after was a man or a woman.
That's right.
You think perhaps that...
It's just a thought, Lieutenant, and right now it's about the only one I have. In fact, I'm running out of leads. How about you?
I have only one left, and Dalmud is investigating it right now.
What do you mean?
He is searching Tokat's house in the hope that he might find that piece of paper somewhere.
Well, sounds like a pretty slim chance, but any chance is welcome right now. Come on, let's go on over.
Tell me, have you been able to find anything, Dalmud?
Oh, not a thing, Lieutenant. I have turned this house upside down. I have slit every cushion, pulled up every rug, tapped all woodwork. That piece of paper is not here.
Great. That just about does it.
Without it, what can we do?
Well, right now, I'm afraid I don't have an answer to that question, Dalmud. I'm beat. I go back to the theater, pick up Sam and Lefty, and take them to Sam's apartment. Sam fixes up a bed for me on the couch, and we all turn in. Try letting a depressed seal with indigestion sing you to sleep sometime. Oh, it's great. But I finally manage to doze off, and then...
Mitchell! Quick! Mitchell!
Sam's shout brings me out of it fast. I jump off the couch and pull open his bedroom door. The lights are off, but I spot a glint of metal near the window. A gun. I take a dive just in time. But on my way down, my head crashes into the corner of the dresser. And that puts me to sleep fast.
Mitchell. Steve. Hey, Jack.
Oh.
Atta boy, Jack. Atta boy.
Sam.
Yeah. Oh, brother, you really collected yourself a lump on the head.
Yeah, right now I'm not sure which is my head and which is the lump. Hey, what happened?
Well, I'm just dozing off when I hear someone easing my window open. So I sit up. There's a guy crawling in with a gun. I give a yell. He whirls and starts out the window just as you come charging in. So he throws a shot at you and beats it.
Did you get any kind of a good look at him, Sam?
Yeah. It was pretty dark, but there was enough moonlight coming in the window so I could spot his face.
So you'd recognize him if you ever saw him again?
Jack, I've already seen that guy before.
What?
Look, remember this Yosef Tokat?
Sure, the guy who got murdered. Why?
Guess again, Jack.
What do you mean?
The guy who came in the window. That was Yosef Tokat.
Mitchell, I tell you this cannot be. Yusuf Tokat is dead.
Look, all I'm telling you is what Sam told me a few minutes ago in his apartment, Lieutenant.
But it is impossible. Tokat's car was completely demolished by that bomb. Apparently, when he stepped on the starter.
Well, how about the body in the car? You positive it was Tokat?
We have no reason to believe otherwise. The signet ring on one finger was identified as that of Tokat. Also the wristwatch. Of course, the clothes and the papers were burned when the car exploded.
And there wasn't enough left of the body to make a complete and positive identification, right?
Well,
That's what I thought.
But, Mitchell, this whole thing is preposterous. If Tokat is alive, whose body was in the car?
There you've got me.
And above all, if Tokat is alive, why is he in hiding?
Dalmud told us that Tokat liked to operate alone and undercover. Maybe he figured he'd have a better chance to nab the leader of the spy ring that way. Look, let's suppose for a moment that Tokat is alive and try to reconstruct what might have happened that night.
The night he was supposedly murdered.
Yeah, let's say that for some unknown reason, Tokat wanted to make it look like he was dead. He plants the body in his car with a time bomb, then slips into a darkened theater to get out of sight for the time being. But he's trapped by the stage show. He can't get up and walk out with all the lights on. Then Sam comes down into the audience and lifts his wallet, and then...
Then what?
Oh, I don't know. It doesn't seem to track quite right.
Indeed, it does not. It leaves too many questions unanswered. Whose body was in that car? And why is Tokat trying to kill Sam?
Wait a minute. There's one possible answer. I'll admit it's fantastic, but this whole deal is fantastic.
Well, what is the answer?
Look, we know Tokat was trying to get the leader of a spy ring. Now, why would he be going after Sam?
Mitchell, that means that...
That means that I'm going back and have a little talk with our friend Sam right now.
Oh, Mitchell. Come on in. Oh, I'm glad you're back, Jack. I was getting a little jittery.
Were you?
Well, sure. You think I like this routine of nearly getting killed 3 times?
Yeah. Nearly getting killed is right. But it never seems quite to happen, does it, Sam?
Hey, what's the pitch? What are you getting at?
You've been in vaudeville quite a while, haven't you?
Longer than I can keep track of anymore.
You've probably done a little acting in your time, too.
Well, sure. Until I met Lefty.
Yeah. But maybe you've been doing some pretty convincing acting in this deal, Sam.
Acting?
Acting scared. Acting like somebody's been trying to kill you.
Acting like somebody's trying to kill me, he says. Jack, have you blown your cork?
You told me somebody tried to bean you with a sandbag backstage the other night. Anybody see it happen?
Nobody else was around.
And you said somebody threw a shot at you from an alley. Anybody else witnessed that?
Well, I don't think so. Now, look,
And
Jack...
tonight you said Joseph Tokat crawled into your bedroom window trying to kill you. But you were the only one that saw him.
He took a shot at you, remember?
Somebody took a shot at me. I'm beginning to wonder if it was you.
Me? Look, Jack, I'll tell you what. You've been working pretty hard lately. Now, why don't you just sit down on that couch and take it easy? And I'll show you a new trick I worked on for my act.
You could have killed Tokat with a time bomb.
Oh, sure. He didn't like my act, so I killed him. Look, Jack, I don't know what kind of a kick you're on with this thing, but if I've killed this character, Tokat, would I be pretending he's alive and after me? I wouldn't want to be linked to him at all, would I?
I was afraid that point would pop up sooner or later, Sam. Now, I guess it doesn't add up that way.
You just been thinking too hard. Come on, Jack, let me show you my new trick. It'll take your mind off things. You see, I got a little red ball and a little white ball.
Look, I'm in no mood for tricks, Sam.
But it only takes a second, and it's a good one. Since Lefty's been depressed, I got to keep coming up with new tricks to fill out the act. So I want to try this one on you.
Wait a minute.
What now?
Sam, if you are in the clear, that means you still must have some piece of incriminating evidence.
Oh, no. Now we're back on that piece of paper routine.
Yeah.
For the last time, Jack, I don't have it.
I don't mean you. I mean your seal.
Lefty?
You say he follows you through the audience. You also told me that he's been acting like he ate something and didn't agree with him. Where is he?
Well, he's asleep in the next... Oh, no.
Now, look. Somebody could have slipped that paper to him.
Well, you look. I'm a member in good stand of the Anti-Vivisection League. You go cutting into Lefty's dead body, and it's going to be over mine of the same name.
Yeah, but there's a chance that if maybe...
Oh, are you kidding? If somebody did feed that paper to Lefty, it happened 4 days ago.
Yeah. You're right. All of which leaves me just where I was before. Nowhere. Brother, what a headache. And things used to be so peaceful in the Navy.
All right, now, you ready?
Ready?
The trick.
Huh? Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Now, what color ball am I holding in my left hand?
Red.
And in my right hand?
White.
A red ball and a white ball, right? Now, I mix them around a little, then I take one of them in my fingers. Which one is it?
Red.
I put it under this hat. There.
Some trick.
Wait till you see the snapper. Now, which ball does that leave me here in my fist?
White.
So I slip this one into your pocket. There. Now, where's the red ball?
Under the hat.
And the white one?
In my pocket.
Lift up the hat.
Okay. The white ball.
Now pull the other one out of your pocket.
Red.
It's pretty neat, eh? The red ball travels from the hat to your pocket, and the white ball vice versa.
Yeah, pretty neat. Well, I guess I'll be getting along.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I haven't told you how to do it.
Okay, so how do you do it?
Well, you thought you were looking at the red ball when I slipped it under the hat, but you weren't. That was just a little cellophane shield that made it look red. Actually, it was the white ball. I palmed the red cellophane when I slipped the ball under the hat. Then, when I put the other ball in your pocket, you didn't even look at it. You were sure it was white because you thought you seen me put the red one under the hat.
Okay, so now I know how to do it. I'll be a while with it back in the States. Well, I'll see you later, Sam. And give my very best to Lefty. Hey.
Well, what's the matter?
Just a minute. Let's go over that trick again.
I knew it. It grows on you,
It sure does. Now, as I get it, you look at the white ball and think it's red, but it's really only a piece of red cellophane over it.
That's right.
Then you don't pay any attention to the real red ball because you're convinced you've already seen it.
Hey, you got it down perfect.
Sam, you just showed me something.
Well, sure, my new trick.
You showed me a lot more than that, a lot more than you realize. Come on.
Wait, where to?
Get a babysitter for Lefty. You and I are going to theater. I get the manager out of bed and make him open up the theater for us. Then I have him run the newsreel. I plunk Sam down in the seat to watch it. Pretty soon comes the shot of the Army maneuvers.
The importance of these maneuvers is borne out by the presence of the officials who are witnessing them. Government Agent Yusuf Tokat, his assistant Dalmood, General Abura.
That's it. Stop the projector.
Military.
Now, that's the shot in which you picked out Tokat the night after you lifted his wallet here in the theater, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, take a good look at that picture and point out Tokat to me.
Hey, that's him right there.
Where?
The guy sitting in the Jeep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on.
Well, say, what is this anyway? A cook's tool?
Yeah,
Well, where are we going now?
down to police headquarters. Come on, get in.
Oh, look, Jack, if you're still trying to involve me in this setup,
Don't worry about that, Sam. They may pin a medal on you.
A medal?
Sure. You just solved the case with that red ball, white ball trick of yours.
I still don't get it.
That doesn't matter. I get it. And I'm sure Lieutenant Balik will get it, too, when I tell him.
You will never tell him, Mitchell.
What?
Mitchell, a guy in the back seat with a gun. Hey, it's Tokat.
Oh, not Tokat, Sam. It's Dalmud, Tokat's assistant.
Keep driving straight ahead, Mitchell. Remember, this gun is pointed at the back of your head.
Okay, Dalmud. Where to?
Out of the city. You can guess the rest.
But I tell you, this is the guy who tried to kill me earlier tonight.
That's right.
And he's the guy I saw in the newsreel after he's been in the theater.
Sure, that's the point, Sam. Dalmud killed Tokat, planted his body in the car with a time bomb, and then took his wallet and slipped into the theater to get out of sight. He figured that in that wallet might be the slip of paper which put the finger on him as the head of the spy ring. Right, Dalmud?
It's a pity you did not solve the case until too late, is it not?
So when you pulled Tokat's wallet out of Dalmud's pocket, you naturally figured Dalmud was Tokat. Then, the next night, in the newsreel, you spot the guy who was in the theater sitting in a Jeep, and again, you naturally figure it's Tokat, but instead it was Dalmud here.
Jack, you figured that out from the trick I showed you?
Sure. Tokat's wallet was just like the red cellophane that makes the white ball look red. It made you think Dalmud was Tokat.
But let me assure you that your sleight of hand will do you no good now.
Well, sleight of hand's a funny thing, Dalmud. Sometimes the hand's quicker than the eye, and sometimes even quicker than the hand is the foot. Off balance, huh? You can't aim when you're draped over the front seat.
Let go, they got...
Sure, right now.
What? Oh, Jack, that's what you call a clip.
Well, I guess it'll keep him on ice until we get him to police headquarters.
You know, this all goes to show you how smart Lefty is.
You mean that seal of yours?
Well, sure. He's the guy who pulled off this whole deal.
Oh, really? Well, just how do you figure that?
Well, if Lefty hadn't gotten depressed, I wouldn't have thought up that new trick.
Huh?
And if I hadn't thought up that new trick, you wouldn't have tumbled into the deal. You see how easy it figures?
Okay. So I suppose Lefty and I should trade jobs.
Oh, now, Jack, that would never work.
Oh, well, thanks for giving me a little credit.
No. What I mean is, you could never learn to balance a rubber ball on your nose.
The NBC chimes will be ringing soon for the return of the irrepressible Bob Hope. Hope returns Tuesday, October 3rd, with more laughs and timely satire in his inimitable manner. Wednesday evening chime listening includes that master of the ad-lib and clever quip with rapid talk and that international walk, Groucho Marx. Groucho begins his hilarious quiz game, You Bet Your Life, on Wednesday, October 4th, 2 weeks from tonight. Remember, Bob Hope, October 3rd, Groucho Marx, October 4th. Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell, is written by Bob Reif and Adrian Jandot, with music composed and conducted by Basil Adlam, and is produced and directed by Bill Karn. Be with us again next week at this time when Brian Donlevy, starring as Steve Mitchell, will embark on another Dangerous Assignment. Three chimes mean good times on NBC.
The Cavalcade of America. Just as traditions of American character have grown up with our people, so the DuPont Company has grown with the nation to occupy an increasingly useful place in our economic life. And DuPont presents the Cavalcade of America in the belief that the stories of faith and courage you will hear on these programs represent a heritage too precious to be forgotten. These are true episodes, brought to light by the careful search of distinguished educators and historians prominent in the American Historical Association. Today, as ever, America carries its traditions forward, driving through to new accomplishments, so well exemplified by the research of DuPont chemists in creating better things for better living through chemistry. In every walk of life, this spirit of get ahead, this desire for constant improvement, has always inspired and will continue to inspire the Cavalcade of America. We set our stage tonight for the year 1889 with some melodies that were popular in the gay 90s, played by the Cavalcade Orchestra.
What trait is more American than the spirit of healthy competition? Friendly rivalry has done much to advance our nation's progress. In every walk of life, we find the urge to succeed, to advance, to conquer difficulties and opposition, often spurs us to win where praise softens and brings self-satisfaction. Our nation's history has many examples of contests out of which came advancement and improvement. But tonight, we are concerned with but two. It is the year 1889. The paths of empire are leading westward. New territories are opening. Broader horizons are stretching before an eager nation. In her sister's home, Mrs. Molly Nesbitt is reading a recent copy of a St. Louis paper.
Anna, Charles, look here.
What is it?
Somebody dead? The president. President Harrison.
Dead?
No, why, of course not. He issued a proclamation.
Oh, is that all? From the way you acted, I thought heaven...
Indian territories to be opened up at last. Made part of the, what do you call it, the public domain.
I saw something about that a few weeks ago in the paper. Now, to speak of it...
And you never told me.
Well, Congress ratifies so many bills.
2 million acres of land to be given away.
Well, why anybody'd want to take up land in the wilderness like that?
Why? For a home, of course. For a living. A fresh start.
Oh, I suppose there are folks, but...
Thousands of them. Land-hungry folks who've been waiting years for the chance. John always said it would come, that it was bound to come. If only he could have lived to see it. But at last it happened. The government's bought the land from the Indians. It's to be open for settlement. 160 acres to a person. I know the very spot I'll claim.
You'll claim?
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm going to join the run and stake a homestead.
Why,
Listen, Molly.
I've been waiting for this day for years. The day when I could get land of my own, for myself and my children.
You've got a home here with Anna and me as long as you live, Molly. You know that.
I know, and I don't want you to think I'm ungrateful. But a home of my own is what I want. And here's a chance to get it.
Well, now, Molly, we'll see. We'll just think it over a while.
There's no time to lose in thinking it over. The president's proclamation was issued 3 days ago. The land will be opened in less than a month. Hundreds of folks are on the road already, most likely.
On the road?
Heading for the line.
You mean you have to go there?
Of course. What'd you suppose?
Oh, I thought you sent in an application or something.
You don't ask for a section of land. You go and stake it out.
If you can get it.
If you can get it, yes.
2 million acres. And 50,000 folks maybe after it.
Well, more likely 100,000.
Then what chance have you got?
Everybody's got an even chance. They aren't letting anyone across the line beforehand. Not a day, nor an hour, not even a minute.
A lot of them will slip in ahead of time just the same.
Well, they'll be disqualified if they do. See, it says so right here in the paper. Well, will everybody line up at the border and wait for the hour? Yes. The signal to start. It'll be a race, every man for himself.
Molly Nesbitt, you don't really mean you're going to join that rush?
What chance would you have against a bunch of hard-riding land grabbers?
The best in the world. Because I know just the place John always hoped to stake out for us someday. You follow an old freighter's trail. There's a grove of cottonwoods and a little creek and some rolling hills. Oh, I could head right for it.
On foot, I suppose.
Or on horseback. Or in a wagon. I'll find some way.
Country they came. 100,000 people in trains, in wagons, in buggies, on horseback and on muleback, in ox carts and in prairie schooners, on foot even. A crazy, heterogeneous procession, pushing, scrambling, cursing, laughing, eager to get to the line. Once there, they waited, for days, some of them, under a burning sun, amid choking red dust. No place to rest, nothing much to eat, even less to drink. Waiting for the hour when the land would be open. In the midst of this mad milling crowd was Molly Nesbitt.
Back! Keep back, everybody! Well,
Ginger, whoa, quiet, boy, quiet.
You making the run, ma'am, or just watching?
I'm going in.
With your husband?
No, alone.
You got nerve.
I got a good horse.
You're right. You can't beat an Indian pony for endurance and over rough ground. Now, that fellow over yonder with the black mare, he won't be in it with you and me.
No?
That's a racetrack horse he's got.
Oh.
Trained for short spurts.
watermelons! Ripe watermelons!
Well,
Watermelons.
a farmer with a whole cartload of them, by gosh. Yeah, and they're going fast. Come on, let's try and get one.
Oh, I don't dare to leave. I fought all night to keep this place right in front.
Well, you stay here and I'll go there.
Watermelons! Ripe watermelons!
Get up. Oh, get in there, Jerry. Well, what the blazes
You can't push your team in here. This is my place.
Yeah, your place is back home, lady, tending to your knitting.
Well, this run's open to all comers, isn't it? I've got just as much right here as anybody.
Well, I hope you're a good rider.
I am.
Because if you ain't, there's no telling. Let that pony of yours stumble in a coyote hole, and the rest of this thunder and herd will ride right over you. Trample on you. You ever seen a cattle stampede?
Yes.
Well, it's going to be 10 times worse. Because they're not running blind. They're all after something.
Well, they're human beings, though.
Does this noise sound human to you? They're a herd of wild animals, I tell you, penned up, raring to go. And just cause you're a woman,
I'm not asking any favors or giving any. This is my place here in the line.
Half past 11, folks. Got one. I got one.
I got a piece of watermelon anyway.
Oh.
Paid $1 for it at that.
Yeah?
Kind of warm, I'm afraid, but it's juicy. Here, take some.
I couldn't.
Go on.
Oh, no, there's only enough for one. You eat it.
Say, what do you take me for anyway? Think I'm going to guzzle watermelon while you stand there with your tongue hanging out and your lips all cracked and dry? Here, take half.
Oh, thank you.
Hits the spot, don't it?
You know, I could bury my whole face in it. My eyes and...
Yeah, my eyes smart, too, like fury. It's all that brush smoke where they've burned the prairie ahead of us.
Yeah, they did it to clear the way for us, I suppose.
Yeah, and to smoke out the Sooners.
What?
The Sooners. The fellows who thought they'd sneak in sooner, ahead of time, and hide in the scrub.
Oh.
The Thad Summers managed to get in. Got their claims all staked out by now, most likely.
Oh, but there's a penalty.
Sure. Oh, there'll be plenty of arguments and shooting and lawsuits. Hey, say, you see that fellow yonder in the spring wagon?
Yeah?
He's a lawyer. That's getting in on the ground floor.
Oh, then they're not all going in for land.
No. Some are making for the town site. Merchants, builders, saloon keepers. A jackrabbit just run out across the line. Yeah, calling him a sooner. A good thing, something to make him laugh and relieve the strain.
Yeah.
Back, everybody. Keep back. Only a few minutes now.
Hey, you better mount your pony, ma'am. Be ready.
All right.
The militia's all got their watches out and their guns, ready to give the signal.
Well, how can we ever hear over all this noise? What? Why, there isn't any noise. Have I gone deaf all of a sudden?
They're listening for the signal. It's almost noon.
Yes.
Oh, boy. Oh. Oh, boy.
Competition and civilization, rivalry and progress. This spirit has always been strong in the heart of the American people. It changed the country from a wilderness to a land of hope. Even before the Oklahoma land rights, the roots of American love of competition led back to an incident which caused excitement throughout the civilized world. Our Cavalcade Orchestra takes up the Mississippi and the days of 1870 with an excerpt from Ferry Grossay's Mississippi Suite. It is the year 1870. Down the brown waters of the Mississippi steams the Robert E. Lee, loaded with cotton for New Orleans. Captain John W. Cannon, owner and commander of the mighty packet, stands on the hurricane deck talking with one of his passengers.
Here in Baton Rouge, are we? Be there in about 20 minutes now. Making good time this trip, Captain. And the Robert E. Lee makes good time every trip. Isn't a boat on the river can beat us. Yeah, you talk just like Captain Leathers of the Natchez. Leathers? That windbag. The loud-mouthed brass thing. Here now, Captain, what you say, Captain? Tom Leathers happens to be a good friend of mine. Travel on his boat then, why don't you? Well, I did come up on the Natchez. You happen to be a good friend of mine, too. So I reckon I'd travel back on the Lee. Well, what do you think of the Natchez? A beautiful boat. Prettiest lines I think I ever saw. Handsome is as handsome does. Well, the Natchez can do plenty. Leathers claims she's the fastest boat on the Mississippi. And I don't know, but... He's a liar. The Robert E. Lee's got 'em all. I'm dead. Here comes the Natchez now. How do you know it's her? Think I don't recognize that whistle? She was still in Vicksburg loading when we pulled out. You must have done some mighty fast traveling to overtake us. Well, we've made a lot of stops this trip. Here she comes round the bend. You're right. It is the Natchez. Pretty, isn't she? Coming along there. As quiet and graceful as a bride. Bride? Hey, Sam. Sam, go below and tell Charlie to speed up a bit.
You're not going to do any racing.
Don't worry, ma'am.
I'm scared to death of these boats.
We're not going to do any racing, ma'am. Well, you see, we just wanted to get out of the way of the Natchez. She's gaining on us, Captain. Blasted, why don't Charlie pile on the wood and speed her up?
She's pulling up on us, Captain. Go past us, Captain.
No, you mustn't let her pass us.
Well, I thought you was the one who just said that.
Yes, I know, but well, it's all right with me if you speed up a little. I can't bear to see that other boat get ahead of us.
Fine, please, don't, Charlie. Charlie says we're making all the speed we can, sir, with the fuel we got. Carnation. Well, we're taking our more at Baton Rouge, sir. Baton Rouge? I want it now. Oh, sorry, sir, but we're doing the best. All right. Last old livers. Well, you can't hardly blame him for wanting to show off with a brand new, beautiful boat. Well, he's done it with every boat he ever had. Way back in '55, when he had the first Natchez, and I had the old Lee. Oh, no, it's a favorite trick of his. Sneaking up and then swooping back.
She's gaining on us fast now, Captain. Up almost abreast of our stern.
Past it.
Listen to those folks on the Natchez. You see them and they're laughing.
Don't let him beat us, Captain. Don't let him. She's pulling right up alongside now. Look at the way she cuts the water.
Don't let her beat us, Captain.
Well, we're going as fast as we can, ma'am. Look at him as he goes past, Captain. Waving at you. Oh, the old fool. I'll show him. I'll show the mealy-mouthed old rascal who's got the best boat. Well, why don't you challenge him to a race and prove who's got the best boat? I'll challenge old Leathers to a race. A race? What is a race? All the way up the river from New Orleans to St. Louis. 1,200 miles. And then we'll see which is the fastest boat on the Mississippi. The Natchez or the Robert E. Lee.
From this challenge came the race which attracted nationwide, worldwide interest. The race between the Natchez and the Robert E. Lee. Enormous sums were wagered, not only in the river cities, but in large cities all over the United States, Canada, Mexico, Great Britain, and Europe. Late afternoon, June 30th, 1870. The levee at New Orleans is thronged with people eagerly awaiting the start.
Well, I went down to New Orleans by my wife's sewing machine. The Lord broke action, so I'm an Ashbonese because storm is so. Well, I'm a Eastman. How do you know?
I'm betting on the lead. $500 that the Natchez will beat her. Don't. Bravo, mon ami. That's the boat that bears the honor name of our general. That's the boat with the best machinery, say I. Yes, the Lee is only 4 years old. And she's bigger. She looks bigger because she's wider and rises higher out of the water. But actually, she's not as big. Her name's always been bigger than he was. You Southerners are always loyal.
They're about to start. Look. The Lee is backing out.
Oh, what would I give to be aboard her?
Oh, not for love or money could you or anybody else get passage on us. Captain Tanner refused positively to take any passengers or cargo.
Naturally. He needs the room for fuel.
What's he burning, wood or coke?
Both understand. He's got a big supply of things on hand for extra speed. Rosin, pitch, tallow, candles. But she's a beauty.
The Lee has dignity.
The Lee looks as if a cyclone had struck her. Even her wheelhouse is removed.
Captain Cannon has made thorough preparation.
As Captain Livers had made practically none. He's even carrying a cargo and passengers. And still he wins. Another 500 on the Robert E. Lee. Take him.
Steve, round it to the... Now!
They're off! Johnny Hawkins' famous saloon on the corner of Common Street and Varieties Alley, New Orleans. Hundreds waited all night for news.
The Lee was leading at 24-mile point, ahead by 4 minutes and 40 seconds.
He won't hold the lead long once old Livers begins to let the matches out.
Telegram for bad news. The Robert E. Lee passed there at 1:28 a.m. And that's it. Left at 1:38, just 10 minutes later. Next bulletin will be from the town of Natchez.
The following morning, July 1st, in a Creole home.
Which one you betting on, Miss Lucy?
The Natchez, Amanda.
Why, Miss Lucy.
I know. But the Natchez was the boat Mr. John and I took our honeymoon trip on.
Lordy, so she was, Miss Lucy.
And you're betting on the Robert E. Lee, Amanda?
How you guess that?
Well, Moses a roustabout on the Lee, isn't he?
He sure is, ma'am. And that good-for-nothing dog, it tells me...
Miss Lucy.
Yes, Sam, what is it?
They just put a bulletin up down at the square. The Robert E. Lee breaks all records to the town of Natchez in 17 hours and 11 minutes.
Glory be!
In the New York Stock Exchange House on the morning of July 2nd. What's the latest on the board, Frank?
Well, Consolidated is selling
Oh, deuce takes a Consolidated. Who's ahead in the race?
The Robert E. Lee, sir. He passed Memphis, sir, at 10 minutes past 11. All business has been suspended for the day.
I told you the Lee would win.
Don't be too sure. The race isn't half over yet.
The Lee's gaining all the time, though. If you win by an hour.
He's got an unfair advantage, having attended a fueler in midstream.
He's got a smart captain.
Well, $1,000 that the Natchez will reach St. Louis first.
Take it. In an exclusive London club, July 3rd. What's the latest cable report, Briggs?
They passed Cairo, sir.
Cairo?
Not Cairo on the Nile, sir. Cairo on the Mississippi.
Oh, quite.
Extraordinary, isn't it, sir? A race that runs for days on end.
Most extraordinary, Briggs.
Just why are they doing it, sir?
Well, Americans are always racing and competing.
But why, sir?
Why, dash it all, Briggs, I don't know, but I do know I've got 10 pounds wagered on the Natchez.
Yes, sir. And I have 10 shillings on the Robert E. Lee.
St. Louis, shortly before noon, July 4th, 1870. For miles, both banks of the river are crowded with people. The hills are swarming with them, waiting to welcome the winner, whichever it may be.
There she comes. I can see her.
It's the Natchez.
Natchez, your granny, why, it's the Lee. You can tell by the way she rides.
I don't see how you can tell anything with all those excursion boats in the way.
Oh, I've seen the Lee too many times. Unless you can't fool me.
All right, sure, it's the Lee. The Natchez is way behind.
But he was passing up the last we heard.
There's $25 of my money says it's the Lee. Taken, stranger.
Oh, I can't wait.
No, 3 days is a long time for a race. Yes, sir. Hey, that's her whistle.
Yes, sir.
Only one on the river like it.
The Natchez?
No, the Lee. Come on, Captain Cannon. We're waiting for you.
It's the Lee, all right.
It is. It's Sandy.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, miss, but I'd know the Lee's whistle anywhere.
Yep, it's the Lee. I can read her name now.
I saw General Robert E. Lee himself once.
Now, trouble with that 25, friend.
Where's the nurses? What happened to her?
Well, 3 cheers for Robert E. Lee. The most of day history. The champion of champions. The Robert E. Lee.
From New Orleans to St. Louis in 3 days, 18 hours, and 14 minutes. That was the record of the Robert E. Lee. Racing became more than a mere contest between rival captains. Racing was responsible for the improvement of the Mississippi steamboat. Racing, rivalry, the spirit of competition brought better travel conditions, faster transportation of merchandise, progress, and advancement, just as the Oklahoma land race was instrumental in conquering a wilderness. Let us be thankful that this inherent quality remains an essential element in our country's lifeblood. For the spirit of progress helps make America a nation.
The other night, I found out again that the American determination to strive and succeed is very much alive today. I wish that all of you could have sat with me at a dinner table where I met a number of men whose daily work consists of the hardest sort of competition, competing with nature, using their brains and ingenuity to go nature one better. They were all research chemists. As they swapped experiences across the table, I was amazed to learn how far into the future their thinking extended, and also how close they were to discovering new secrets of nature that will change and improve our lives tomorrow or next week or a year from now. One of those men told me the story of the part salt plays in chemistry. Well, you know, I hadn't the slightest notion of the number of useful things that DuPont makes for us out of salt. Common salt. I thought salt was just something you put on French fried potatoes and something that makes it easy to swim in the ocean. But these chemists told me they take salt as a basic raw material and make things as far apart as insecticides for farmers and cosmetics for beautiful women. Every time I pick up a salt shaker now, I remember that DuPont uses that same material to make products used in ethyl fluid for gasoline, and Duprene, the marvelous synthetic rubber that beats nature's own rubber in many ways, even adhesives, cleaning fluids, and ingredients for dentifrices, all out of the stuff I throw over my left shoulder for luck. And salt is lucky after all. We're lucky to have it around, and we're lucky to have chemists who know what to do with it, how to turn it into many useful products. Another time, I'll tell you more of these fascinating adventures in the chemist's constant effort to provide better things for better living through chemistry. Next Wednesday evening at this same time, Frank Craven, well-known playwright, director, and popular star of stage and screen, will be our guest star when DuPont presents The Cavalcade of America. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Countdown for blast-off. X minus 5, 4, 3, 2, X minus 1, fire.
From the far horizons of the unknown come tales of new dimensions in time and space. These are stories of the future, adventures in which you'll live in 1,000,000 could-be years on 1,000 maybe worlds. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine, presents
X minus 1.
Tonight, Hostess by Isaac Asimov.
I was so happy about it when I came home, almost triumphant. I dashed in the front door, peeled off my gloves, threw my hat on the side table, and tossed my coat over the back of a chair.
Well, you missed supper.
Drake, we're going to have him here.
Who here? What are you talking
The
about?
doctor from Hawkins Planet. Didn't you realize that was what today's conference was about?
When you say the doctor from Hawkins Planet, do you mean the Hawkins site you've got at the Institute?
Well, of course. Who else could I possibly mean?
May I ask what the devil you mean by saying we'll have him here?
Darling, the Hawkins site would like to stay at a private house somewhere where he won't be bothered with official ceremony, where he'll be able to proceed more according to his own likes and dislikes. I find it quite understandable.
Whenever you start using formal sentences, I know you're hiding extreme irritation.
Well, you don't seem to be trying to hide it at all. Now, what's the matter?
Look, I don't see where we've got room for extraterrestrial visitors.
Are you serious? He can stay in the spare room. Honestly, Drake, all we have to do is show a certain amount of adaptability.
Sure, just a little adaptability. The Hawkins site breathes cyanide. We'll just adapt ourselves to that, I suppose.
He carries cyanide in a little cylinder. You won't even notice it.
And what else is there about them I won't notice?
Nothing else. They're perfectly harmless. They're even vegetarians.
Well, what about us? Do we eat meat ourselves, or will that make us look like cannibals to him? I won't live on salads to suit him, I warn you.
Drake, it means very much to me.
Well, why?
Because if he stays here for any length of time, I can study him real closely. Very little work has been done on the biology and psychology of the individual Hawkins site or of any of the extraterrestrial intelligences. Surely you must see the opportunity. He stays here. We speak to him, watch him, observe his habits.
Look, I've spoken to men who are in charge of security groups watching various Hawkins site missions on Earth. The missions stay in the rooms assigned to them, and they don't leave for anything but the most important official business. They have nothing to do with Earthmen. It's quite obvious that they're as revolted by us as I personally am by them.
Drake, he's a doctor. He's coming here for medical research, and I'll grant you that he probably doesn't enjoy staying with human beings and will probably find us perfectly horrible. But he must stay just the same.
All right. Have it your own way. You sure you don't want any coffee?
No. Drake, you're not angry about this, are you?
No, I'm not angry.
Most of my friends had been surprised when I married Drake because they couldn't understand my marrying a policeman. I explained he wasn't simply a policeman. He was a member of the World Security Board, but most of the staff at the Institute thought it rather odd that I hadn't married a biologist or at least an anthropologist, even a chemist, but certainly not a policeman. I was waiting for Drake with some apprehension that evening as I sat in the living room. Hark Tolan, the Hawkins site, was standing quietly in the middle of the room. He was not sitting since he was not anatomically constructed to sit. He stood on two sets of limbs placed close together, while a third pair, entirely different in their construction, were suspended from a region that would have been the upper chest in the human being. His skin was hard, glistening, and ridged, and his face wore a distant resemblance to something alienly bovine.
Mrs. Smollett, you must forgive my English. The construction of my mouth, combined with the absence of incisors and canine teeth, is an obstacle to clear speech.
I think you speak very well.
Thank you.
My husband will be home soon, and then we'll eat.
Your husband?
Well,
Husband?
Yes, you know. Mr. Smollett.
A male, of course. You must forgive me, Mrs. Smollett. Perhaps the greatest source of confusion among the 5 known races of the galaxy lies in the differences among them in regard to their sex life and the social institutions that grow around it.
I understand that.
Concept of husband and wife, for instance, exists only on Earth. I can achieve a sort of intellectual understanding of what that means, never an emotional one.
Dr. Tolan, I've consulted the Institute in preparing a menu, and I trust you'll find nothing in it that will upset you. Drake? Drake, is that you?
Yeah.
I'm in the living room, dear.
I suppose he's all delivered, complete.
Drake, this is Dr. Hark Tolan of Hawkins Planet. Dr. Tolan, my husband.
Well, good evening, Dr. Tolan.
Mr. Smollett?
Would you care for a drink?
I'm not particularly thirsty.
On Earth, there is a custom of drinking liquids which have been fortified with ethyl alcohol. We find it stimulating.
Oh, yes. I'm afraid, then, that I must decline. Ethyl alcohol would interfere most unpleasantly with my metabolism.
Well, so it does to Earthmen, too. But I understand, Dr. Tolan. Would you object to my drinking?
Of course not.
Good. I need one. A stiff one.
He stood at the table. I tried not to look at him as he ate. His wide, lipless mouth split his face alarmingly as he ingested food, and in chewing, his large jaws moved from side to side. There was evidence of his ungulate ancestry. I found myself wondering whether he would chew his cud later, and then I was afraid that Drake would get the same idea and leave the table in disgust, but he was taking everything quite calmly.
I imagine, Dr. Tolan, that the cylinder at your side holds cyanide, hmm?
Quite so.
Pure cyanide?
I hope you are not considering possible danger. I know the gas is highly poisonous to you, and I do not need a great deal. None of it emerges, except when I actually suck at the tube, which is fixed at the corner of my mouth.
I see. And you really must have the gas to live?
Are you not a biologist, Mr. Smollett?
No, Dr. Tolan. It's merely a minor government official. My wife's friends call me a policeman. Tell me, what happens if you don't breathe cyanide? Do you, just go like that?
Oh, not quite. The absence of it would be equivalent to slow strangulation.
Mm-hmm.
Results are very painful, difficult to treat. I've done some research on the problem.
I find it difficult to keep thinking of you as a doctor.
I understand what you mean. I find it difficult to think of you as a policeman.
I gather that you're not here on a pleasure trip. Huh?
No. I intend to study this queer planet you call Earth.
Queer? In what way?
It is always amazing to me to find how little you Earthmen understand your own characteristics. There are 5 intelligent races in the galaxy. Over and over, it is you Earthmen, more than any of the others, who are unique. Your people are the only ones which find hydrogen cyanide poisonous. Yours is the only form of intelligent life which is carnivorous. Yours is the only form of life which has not developed from the grazing animal. And most interesting of all, yours is the only form of intelligent life known which stops growing upon reaching maturity.
Well, you don't look very large, Dr. Tolan. I should say that you're an inch taller than I, which would make you 6'2". Are you young, or are you just small on Hawkins Planet?
Neither. We grow at a diminishing rate with the years, so that at my age it would take 15 years to grow an additional inch. But we never entirely stop. And, of course, as a consequence, we never entirely die.
Did you hear that, Rose?
I never knew that before.
You mean people on Hawkins Planet are immortal?
No people are truly immortal. Few of us live more than several centuries of your time. Still, it is unpleasant to think that death may come involuntarily. It is something which to us is extremely horrible.
Oh, we're quite used to it.
You Earthmen live with the thought. We do not. This is why we are disturbed to find that the incidence of inhibition death has been increasing in recent years.
What is this inhibition death?
A pathological cessation of growth. It's a wasting disease, a tragic one, and absolutely incurable. It is fatal within a year.
What causes it?
Mr. Smollett, we know nothing about the cause of the disease.
Well, then why did you come to Earth to study it?
Because, again, Earthmen are unique. They are the only intelligent beings who are immune. The inhibition death affects all other races, while Earthmen are immune. Somewhere in the biochemistry of the Earthite, there is the secret of that immunity. How interesting it would be to find it.
Well, now, look here. You can't say that Earthmen are immune. From where I sit, it looks as if the incidence is 100%. All Earthmen stop growing, and all Earthmen die. We've all got the inhibition death.
Earthmen live up to 70 years after the cessation of growth. That is not death as we know it. Your equivalent disease is rather one of unrestrained growth. Cancer, you call it.
Drake was being pleasant to Dr. Tolan. I wasn't sure whether it was for my sake or for his own. Drake has never gone out of his way to please me. Sometimes when I'm gloomy, I look at him across the table and ask myself, why did he marry me? Then suddenly, after dinner in the living room, Dr. Tolan asked a question which surprised me.
You are a policeman, Mr. Smollett?
Yes.
I wonder, could you show me through one of the police departments on your planet?
Well, I don't belong to a police department in exactly the way you imagine. However, I have some contacts in the New York City Department.
Would I be able to visit the Missing Persons Bureau?
Why are you interested in Missing Persons Bureau?
Because there again, you are unique. There's no such thing as a missing person on our planet. We're always aware of each other's exact location, no matter where on the planet we might be.
Can you feel such awareness even now on Earth?
You mean across space? No, I'm afraid not. But you see the importance of the matter. All the uniqueness of Earth should be linked. If the lack of this sense can be explained, perhaps the immunity to inhibition death can be also. Tell me truthfully, Mr. Smollett, if Mrs. Smollett were to leave this room and enter another without your having seen her do so, would you really not be aware of her location?
I really would not.
Amazing. Please do not be offended by the fact that I find it revolting as well.
Drake? Drake,
Yes, I'm awake.
why were you talking about the inhibition death to Dr. Tolan?
I'm taking an interest in your work, Rose. You've always wanted me to take an interest.
I'd rather you weren't sarcastic.
Rose, I'm tired. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
No, right now.
I want no questions from you and no interference. You do your job and I'll do
The
mine.
nature of my job is open and known.
The nature of my job isn't, by definition, but I'll tell you this. Our six-legged friend is here in this house for some definite reason. You weren't picked as biologist in charge for any random reason. 2 days ago, he'd been inquiring about me at the commission. But that's my job, and I won't discuss it with you any further. Do you understand?
No. But I won't question you if you don't want me to.
All right, then go to sleep.
I lay stiffly on my back, and the minutes passed and the quarter hours. I was trying to fit the pieces together. One picture remained clear in my mind. It hovered over me mockingly. At the end of the evening, the Hawkinsite had turned to me just before he left the room.
Good night, Mrs. Smollett. You're a most charming hostess.
I wanted to giggle then. How could he call me a charming hostess? To him, I must have been a horror, a monstrosity with too few limbs and too narrow a face. But then I saw Drake. He turned white. For one instant, his eyes had burned with something that looked like terror. I'd never before known Drake to show fear of anything. And the picture of that instant of pure panic remained with me until all my thoughts finally sagged into the oblivion of sleep. I remember one question that nagged at me through the haze. Why did he marry me?
I found your Missing Persons Bureau interesting in that the large majority of missing persons are males.
Oh, well, that's not mysterious, Dr. Tolan. You simply didn't realize the economic setup we have on Earth.
My wife is an example of the minority of women who are capable of making their own way in the world.
Would you call the Missing Persons Bureau of New York a fair sampling of such cases in the planet at large?
Yes, I should think so.
Is there then an economic explanation for the fact that since interstellar travel has been developed, the percentage of young males among the missing is more pronounced than ever?
Well, that's even less of a mystery than the other. Nowadays, a runaway can hop the nearest space freighter. They're always looking for crewmen. No questions asked.
It's almost always young men, their first year of marriage.
Well, that's just the time a man's troubles seem the greatest. If he survives the first year, there's usually no need to disappear at all.
Would it offend you if I disconnected for a period of time?
Disconnected?
It's like sleep.
Oh.
I hope you haven't had too exhausting a day.
It's just that I've been absorbing so many new and unusual concepts that I feel a desire for a little disconnection.
Drake, we've been sitting here for 10 minutes. Aren't you going to speak to me?
About what?
Last night you said you'd speak to me tomorrow. Well, I'm ready now.
I thought it was agreed that you wouldn't question me about my business in this matter.
I think it's too late for that. I know too much about your business by now.
What? What do you mean?
Drake, let go of my arm.
What are you talking about?
Dr. Tolan thinks that Earth is spreading the inhibition death purposely. That's it, isn't it?
Where did you get that idea?
It's true, isn't it?
I want to know exactly why you say that. Don't play games with me, Rose. This is for keeps.
Why don't you ask Dr. Tolan? He's an outstanding worker in the field. I looked over his papers this afternoon.
And what are his theories about the origin of the disease? Try to remember, Rose.
I think he blames Earth, but I think he admits they know nothing about how the disease is spread.
Well, I'll find out about this right now.
Drake, what are you going to do? What's that?
It's my gun. I'm going to ask him a few questions.
He ran out of the bedroom, down the corridor towards Dr. Tolan's room. I ran after him, caught him just as he entered the door. The Hawkinsite was standing there, motionless, his eyes unfocused, his 4 standing limbs sprawled out in 4 directions as far as they would go.
Now keep quiet. He'll gradually become aware of me. Get out of here.
No, Drake. What are you doing?
Quiet. There, you see? The skin on his face is beginning to quiver. Well, that's about all, Dr. Tolan. Don't throw in connection with any of the limbs. Your sense organs and the voice box will be quite enough.
Why do you invade my disconnection chamber? And why are you armed? What do you want?
The answer to certain questions.
With a gun in your hand? I'm sorry, Mr. Smollett, that the duties toward a guest are so badly understood on Earth.
You're no guest of mine, Dr. Tolan. You entered my home under false pretenses.
You had better shoot. It will save time.
You are convinced that you'll answer no questions? Now, that in itself is suspicious. It seems that you consider certain answers to be more important than your life.
I consider the principle of courtesy to be very important. You, as an Earthman, may not understand.
Perhaps not. But I can understand one thing. Your cyanide cylinder. Suppose I pull it out of your mouth. Rose, hold your breath until I close the valve. There. All right, Tolan. You realize what will happen to you if you don't answer the questions I'm going to ask you. Cyanide lack. It would be a most uncomfortable death. I'm only an Earthman. I can't appreciate its true horrors, but you can, can't you?
Drake, give him the cylinder. Give it back to him.
You have about 1 hour, I think, until the effects are irreversible. Talk quickly, Dr. Tolan. And you'll have your cyanide cylinder back.
What are your questions?
What are your theories concerning the inhibition death? Why did you really come to Earth? What is your interest in the Missing Persons Bureau?
For years, I have been investigating the cell structure of my patients suffering from inhibition death. I've been forced to use the utmost secrecy, since the methods I used were frowned on by my people. Your society would have similar feelings against human vivisection, for instance. For this reason, I could not present the results I obtained to my fellow physicians until I had verified my theories here on Earth.
And what are they?
The inhibition death is entirely a disease of the mind.
You mean it's psychosomatic?
No, Mrs. Smollett, it is not psychosomatic. It is a true disease of the mind, a mental infection. My patients had double minds. Beyond and beneath the one that obviously belonged to them, there was evidence of another one, an alien mind. In short, there are not only 5 intelligences in the galaxy, but 6. And the 6th is parasitic.
This is impossible. You must be mistaken, Dr.
No, I'm not mistaken. One can imagine such a parasite through the course of millions of years, perhaps losing all portions of its physical being. It'll become nothing but pure mind, living in some mental fashion we cannot conceive of on the minds of others, particularly on the minds of Earthmen.
Why particularly Earthmen?
Have you not surmised that the 6th intelligence is a native of Earth? Mankind from the beginning has lived with it, has adapted to it, is unconscious of it. It is why the higher species of terrestrial animals, including man, do not grow after maturity and eventually die. And it is what is called natural death. It is the result of this universal parasitic infestation. Where Earthmen could survive the infection for decades with little harm, we others die a quick death within a year. Give me back my cylinder. You have your answer.
What about the Missing Persons Bureau?
Drake, look at his eyes. Give it back to him.
As we are not well adapted to the intelligence that infests man, neither is it well adapted to us. It can live on us, but it cannot reproduce, with ourselves alone as the source of its life. The inhibition death is therefore not directly contagious among our people.
What are you implying, Dr. Tolan?
The Earthman remains the prime host for the parasite, and an Earthman may infect one of us if he remains among us. But the parasite, once it is located in an intelligence of the outer worlds, must somehow return to an Earthman if it expects to reproduce. We are infected and reinfected as the parasites return to Earth and come back to us via the mind of Earthmen who travel through space.
And the missing persons?
Are the intermediate hosts. The masculine terrestrial mind seems better suited for their purpose. But once reproduction has been taken care of, the infested male leaves by spaceship for the outer worlds. He disappears.
But this is impossible. What you say implies that the parasite mind can control the actions of its host. That can't be, or we would have noticed their presence here on Earth.
The control may be very subtle, and may moreover be exerted only during the period of active reproduction. I simply point to your Missing Persons Bureau. Why do the young men disappear? I'm quite ill now, cyanide lack, and I cannot speak much longer.
And you alone of all your people have any knowledge of this theory of yours?
I alone. You will give me back my cyanide cylinder now. I've become quite weak.
Sure. Sure, Dr. Tolan. Rose.
No!
Rose, come out of here. Come on now. Come on.
He's dead. He's dead. You shot
Outside.
him.
Out. Quiet, Rose, quiet. I told you to have nothing to do with this.
Let me go. I want to go. I want to go.
Why? Because of something it was my job to do? You heard what that creature was saying. You suppose I could allow him to return to his world and spread those lies? They'd believe him. What do you think would happen then? They would have to kill us all to stop that disease.
What he said wasn't a lie. It was true.
Oh, come on now. You're hysterical. You need sleep.
I know what he said was true because the Security Commission knows all about the same theory and knows it's true.
Why do you say a thing like that?
Because you let it slip yourself.
Now sit down. Sit down. Well, so I gave myself away, did I? When?
You turned white when Hark Tolan referred to me as a charming hostess. Hostess has a double meaning, Drake. A host is one who harbors a parasite.
Well, I had no idea I was so transparent. Look, Rose, I've done my best to keep you out of this.
The truth can't be held down forever. Somebody else will find out. You can't kill them all.
We know that, too. We have no choice.
Why? Why can't we combine with the other intelligences and wipe out the parasite?
No, you don't understand. Hark Tolan was right. Man and his prehistoric ancestors have been living with this parasitic intelligence for uncounted ages. We've not only become adapted to it, we've become dependent on it. It is no longer a case of parasitism. It's a case of mutual cooperation. You biologists have a name for it.
What are you talking about? Symbiosis?
Yes, exactly. We have a disease of our own, remember? It is the reverse disease, one of unrestrained growth. We've mentioned it already as a contrast to inhibition death. It's all very well to say that if we could remove the parasite, we would have eternal growth in life. But it's impossible for us. If for any reason the parasitic intelligence, as Hark Tolan calls it, does leave the human body, or if its relationship to the human mind is in any way impaired, growth does take place, but not in an orderly fashion. We call the growth cancer, and there you have it. There's no way of getting rid of the parasite. We're together for all eternity. To get rid of their inhibition death, extraterrestrials must first wipe out all vertebrate life on Earth. There is no other solution for them. So we must keep knowledge of it from them. Now do you understand?
He got the body out of the apartment. I sat there numbly. He lied to me. Cancer could not be a disease that was an expression of lost ability for normal growth. Cancer attacked children while they were still growing. It could even attack embryonic tissue. Cancer had nothing to do with the presence or absence of normal growth. Its absence would not cause cancer. Drake lied, but no one would believe me. The young men who disappeared were usually in the first year of their marriage. Whatever the process of reproduction of the parasite intelligence was, it must involve close association with another parasite. The type of close and continuous association, as in the case of newly married couples. The parasite could control actions. I'd report them both, Drake Smollett and Hark Tolan, to the Missing Persons Bureau. But they'd never find them, for they'd be out in space. I wanted to weep, but I couldn't. I was dry-eyed, and it was painful. I'd looked for the answers to so many questions, and I'd found them all. I even found the answer to the question I thought had no bearing on the subject. I finally learned why Drake had married me.
You have just heard X-1, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with Galaxy Science Fiction Magazine. Your announcer, Fred Collins. X-1 was an NBC Radio Network production.
Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, the bite-sized cereals in the red and white checkerboard packages, present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz is trying to rescue Happy from a cavern on Neptune. As he hurries toward the cadet, a strange sound echoes in the cavern. Hap, what's that?
Just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corey, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But what? You'll never reach him.
Commander, look out! The gate's closing!
Happy!
It's no use, Commander. You're both my prisoners.
We'll be back in a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Cavern of Fear.
Cadet Happy!
Yeah?
Who's there? Oh, Smoking Rockets, it's a walking, talking totem pole.
Nope, no totem pole. Me wearing all three of my Man from Mars totem heads, stacked one on top of the other.
Space Patroller with all these totem heads, you look about 8 feet tall.
I could see you and you couldn't see me. That's magic forward vision. And every totem head has it. A special secret vision place that lets you see out, but nobody see in.
Say, gang, have you got any of these king totem heads yet? They're more than 12 inches high from head to shoulders. Your identity is a complete secret. And those neat colors, red and yellow, green and black. A weird face in front with fang teeth, flop ears, and a beak-like nose. Got a fantastic face in back, too. Put it on and you're coming and going at the same time. Remember, with your totem head, you can see out, but nobody else can see in.
That's magic forward vision.
Man, oh man, it's terrific. Get a lot of totem heads, and you can be a walking, talking totem pole. Like my pal here. It's easy to get him, too. And send for yours today.
For every Man from Mars totem head you want, send a Rice Chex or Wheat Chex box top, together with your name and address, and 25 cents in coin to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Now today's Space Patrol adventure, The Cavern of Fear. Exactly 7 minutes after the report of the robbery, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy were in Division A of the Express Office of the Terrace Police Force. That anyone could successfully carry off a robbery in Division A was incredible. For 15 years, Sam Grady had observed the formal security regulations as chief agent of Division A. Observed them faithfully, but without the slightest suspicion that anyone would dare to violate them. Yet here is Sam Grady, his head still throbbing from an aching blow, face to face with the Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol, trying to explain a robbery that just couldn't happen.
All right, Grady, let's go over it once more. Everything was all right at your check-in time at $2,200. You came in here and opened the safe.
That's right, Commander. I took the package of Zyklon pistols out of the safe.
All right. You had the package. You closed the safe. You checked the code book.
I started out of this room to give the package to Lieutenant Briggs. As I got to the door, I heard this voice.
A voice here in the room?
Yes, it was a big booming voice.
What did the voice say? Do you recall?
Well, this doesn't make sense, but I thought it said, "Have you forgotten something?" It was a thought that might have been in my own mind at the time. I'm very conscious of security regulations, you know, so I turned back.
Did you see anyone?
He's not then. But as I walked back toward the safe, I was suddenly aware of a movement behind me. It seemed like there were 2 men in the room, and as I turned, one of them slugged me. That's all I remembered until I heard the officer in charge standing over me, shaking me.
And by then, these men had disappeared with the Zyklon crystals.
Yes.
Well, Commander, this voice booming, it sure sounds like Polidor to me.
Polidor?
He's behind several major robberies. By some means, he's able to project his voice to direct members of his gang. Whatever this device is, it enables Polidor to see and hear as well as project his voice. Unless we grant Polidor magic powers, this device has to be planted at the scene of crimes by human agents.
I don't see how any device could be hidden in here, in Division A. And yet that voice, it was so full and powerful.
I'll check behind these files, Commander. Maybe there's
just been unhappy. Come here.
Yes, sir?
Set on your shoulder, that white powder.
Smoking rockets, and I just had this uniform cleaned.
Don't brush it off. Whatever it is must have dropped in your Phoenix since you came in this room. Grady, I want you to come along with us to headquarters for a brainograph test.
Why, sure, Commander. I'll do anything I can to cooperate.
We'll get to the lab, have him have that powder in the uniform analyzed. Maybe it's a clue to pull it on, maybe not. We won't know until he grabs it, I beg.
See?
I'll tell you about it later. Come on, let's get to headquarters.
Far out in space, a private cruiser races away from the man-made planet Terra. Turning from the controls, the pilot tunes a space patrol into a rarely used frequency, adjusts the scrambler circuit, and beams a signal into space.
Vortex aboard cruiser S-713 calling Polidor. Vortex to Polidor. Vortex calling Polidor.
Polidor here, go ahead.
Zyklon crystals are aboard. Blanchard is still on Terra as you directed.
Good. Express clerk for anti-budget biography. I was tuned in when he was being questioned by Inspector Corey.
Oh, then Grady recovered all right?
Yes. Corey is going to give him a brainograph test. But don't worry.
What about the detectoscope button?
it's destroyed, reduced to powder.
That'll leave Corey with another mystery on his hands.
Yes. Wojciech, you will proceed to Neptune as directed.
Sure, Polidor.
Hold the Zyklon crystals at the cavern until I contact you. Polidor out.
In Commander Torrey's central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Buzz and Happy are examining the results of the brainograph test on Sam Grady, express agent of Division A.
Well, one thing's sure. Grady wasn't in on the job.
No, everything he told us was the truth. He wasn't even guilty of terrorism.
Polidor's men had everything figured down to the last detail. Say, Commander, what about that powder on my jacket?
The lab's still working on it, but I have a preliminary report. Powder is composed of several different elements, materials that might be used in electronics equipment.
Then Polidor must have had some gadget fastened to the ceiling. The gadget he projects his voice from.
Mm-hmm. Also, it apparently acts as a viewscope and sound detector as well as a reproducer.
It sure must be a compact device. Judging from the amount of powder, the whole thing couldn't have been much larger than a coin.
Or some of the material may have been completely vaporized. What fell in the jacket was just gas.
Yeah, but how was it destroyed?
Possibly by vibration. And Polidor heard me tell you to search the room. He may have transmitted a frequency that facilitated the device.
I'd sure like to know who planted it then. Say, back in Division A, you mentioned something about a trap for Polidor. How are you going to work it?
Already in operation, Pat. A group of businessmen are holding an important meeting in the green room at the Terra Hotel. Discussing a financial matter I'm sure Polidor will be very interested in. The shipment of 1 million credits to the Saturn Trust Company.
The green room? But that's supposed to be spy-proof.
Exactly. Behind the walls, floor, and ceiling is an electronic jamming device that would garble any recording or secret paper.
Even this gadget of Polidor's?
I know. If Polidor succeeded in planting his gadget in the green room, it would be working. Had the jamming device disconnected, Polidor will hear everything that goes on in that room.
How can we be sure that he heard about the meeting?
The range were some carefully planted leads. If Polidor's spy set up, he should have picked up our planted information.
Million credit bait. That ought to lead Polidor into a trap, all right.
It's nearly 1,400 hours after. The meeting in the green room ought to be breaking up soon. If everyone leaves, we'll search the conference room.
On the top floor of the luxurious Terra Hotel, Buzz and Happy wait unobtrusively at the end of the corridor as 10 important business leaders file out of the green room. As the group steps into an elevator, Buzz touches Happy's arm.
It's clear, Hap. Come on.
Commander, I think that last man saw us. I'm pretty sure he recognized you.
I know he did, Hap. That was Nelson Kettering, chairman of the meeting. He's the only man in that group who knows we're setting a trap for Polidor. Go on in, Hap.
Hey, this is some room. And look at the size of that conference table.
Check this switch, and we'll search the room.
Switch?
Detective system was turned off during the meeting. Give Polidor an earful. Then when Kettering left, he turned it on.
Oh, I get it. So Polidor couldn't hear us or see us while we're searching the room.
We'll start a systematic search. We'll check every square inch of the walls and ceiling.
It'd be pretty hard to conceal anything in this room. The walls are smooth and plain.
Hap, look up at the ceiling. You see anything up there?
No, sir.
Look close, right in the center, directly over the table.
I still don't see. Oh, yeah. A small round thing. I can barely make it out.
You put one of these chairs on the table, have you? You can get a closer look.
Sure, sir.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Something like a large button. You want me to see if I can pry it loose?
Here, Hap, take this metal box. It's electronically shielded like the conference room. You get that button down, drop it in the box.
Yes, sir.
Now hold the box right under it so the gadget will remain in a strong shielding field.
It's coming loose, Commander. I got it.
Hand me the box, Hap.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's get back to headquarters and have the lab analyze this thing. We get to headquarters, we'll have a check made on everybody here at the hotel who has access to the conference room.
Yeah. Might give us a lead on who planted that gadget.
Help! Help! Gentlemen, can you help me?
What's the trouble?
It's my partner. I was sent up here to help him clean one of the rooms. There he was, lying on the floor of the janitor's supply room. I'll pull.
Come on, Hap.
Must have dropped a bottle of cleaning solvent. The fumes got him. Here, right in here. See, there he is.
Oh, no wonder he passed out. That stuff burns my lungs.
I hope we're not too late.
You hold the door open. Hap, let's drag him out in the corridor where he can get some fresh air.
Yes, sir. I'll take his feet, Commander.
I ask you to hold that door open.
Get your hands up, both of you.
Uh-oh, Commander.
Isn't a ray gun rather odd equipment for a janitor to carry?
I cut the chatter. Hand over what you took out of the conference room.
What makes you think we took anything out of the room?
I watched you go in and I watched you come out. Now hand over that box. Come on, or you'll get what that guy got.
All right. Here you are.
Just being smart, Cole. Now don't try anything. I'm watching. Take a look in this box. Well, you found it, huh? Thanks, Cole. Just saved me a lot of trouble. I just put this detectoscope button in my pocket.
Wait, Blanchard. Hold the button up.
Polidor.
Well, pouring into cadet.
They found a button in the conference room, Polidor.
Where are you now?
In the janitor's supply room of the Terra Hotel. I took care of the real janitor with the ray gun and borrowed a spare uniform from his locker.
Blanchard.
Yes, Polidor.
You're on the top floor of the Terra Hotel?
Yeah.
Good. I know there's a window in the rear of the room. Use the ray gun and throw in the cadet. Then shove them out the window. A 30-story drop, Commander. And you'll be out of my life for good.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. A spook from outer space. Or an Indian from a reservation on Mars. Or a mystery man from another solar system. Yes, sir, Space Patroller. You could be any one of those weird characters when you're wearing a Man from Mars totem head with Magic Forehead Vision. That's the special secret vision plate every totem head comes equipped with. So you can see out, but nobody else can see in or know who's wearing the Man from Mars totem head. And to make sure your identity is a complete secret, it's more than 12 inches high. Colors that are out of this world. Red and yellow, green and black. Remember, you see out. Nobody sees in with Magic Forehead Vision. Fantastic fun. You can have it with a Man from Mars totem head. Get one. Get as many as you like and wear them all. Stacked one on top of the other. For every totem head you want, send a rice check or a wheat check boxcar, together with your name and address and 25 cents in coins to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Offered only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. Now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Cavern of Fear. Buzz and Happy have been lured into a janitor's supply room on the top floor of the Terra Hotel by Blanchard, one of Polidor's confederates. Holding the Space Patrollers at gunpoint, Blanchard removed the detectoscope button from a shielded box, enabling Polidor, in some remote and unknown place of security, to see and hear everything in the room. Polidor has ordered Blanchard to use the ray gun on Buzz and Happy, and then thrust their unconscious forms through the window 30 floors above the street.
All right, Corey. You heard what Polidor said. I think I'll take care of you first.
You're making a mistake, Blanchard. Why should you run all the risks? Do Polidor's dirty work.
Go on, Blanchard. He's just calling.
Let him have it. Okay, Polidor. What's that?
It's just the intercom on the wall. Blanchard, look out!
I'll take that gun, Blanchard. Hey, that was a beauty, Commander.
Where's Blanchard's ray gun? Where's that detectoscope?
Well, Blanchard had it in his left hand. It's probably clenched in his fist.
I'll get it. It's too late.
Nothing but fine powder.
Polidor set off a disintegrator impulse when he saw his boy was in a jam. Hap, I'll answer the intercom. You check on the real janitor. I think he's starting to come around. We'll take Blanchard to headquarters.
By the time Blanchard is brought into Commander Corey's office at headquarters, he has expressed himself as being willing to cooperate. He sits rubbing his bruised jaw as Buzz questions him.
Okay, Blanchard. Have you ever seen this Polidor?
No. I don't know of anybody who has.
Can you give me the names of any of Polidor's agents? You might as well tell me now, Blanchard. We can put you under the brainograph, you know.
All right, I'll tell you. I only know one of them, Pete Vorchek. I worked with him once.
Where's Vorchek now?
I don't know. He split up after a job at the express office.
Oh, the Zyklon theft.
Yeah. Vorchek had his special orders. I had mine. But wait. Vorchek and I got pretty chummy. He told me a couple of things I wasn't supposed to know about the cavern.
What cavern?
It's a place on Neptune, Sector 17K. Vorchek was supposed to go to the cavern with the Viking.
And meet Polidor there, maybe?
Yeah, I doubt it. Nobody ever meets Polidor, except probably one or two of the higher-ups.
This cavern on Neptune, how many men are there?
Probably just Vorchek now. Polidor doesn't like the boys to get together and compare notes. Unless what? Unless he's got somebody in the Cavern of Fear.
Cavern of Fear?
Yeah, maybe Vorchek is pulling my leg. The Cavern of Fear is supposed to be a place Polidor uses to throw a scare into wise guys that get out of line. Part of the cavern is cold and damp and pitch dark. The icy water drips from the walls. Polidor had these detector scopes hidden around, and hour after hour these horrible noises boom around in the cavern. Vorchek said he's seen some pretty brave guys that are nearly out of their minds.
Vorchek is there. He'll be contacted by Polidor. Blanchard, can you tell me exactly where this cavern is?
If I could see a map of Neptune, I think I could. Vorchek mentioned a couple of landmarks.
If we're too close, Vorchek would see the ship and warn Polidor.
Well, Commander, if one man were to be dropped off a couple miles away in a spacesuit, he might find out quite a bit.
Maybe we're discovered.
Well, I think I could do a little scouting without being caught, sir. Please, sir. And I could keep in contact with you in the ship on a secret frequency.
All right. But remember, you're volunteering as a scout, and not as a one-man assault force. Turn Blanchard over to the guard. We'll blast off for Neptune.
In a remote, mountainous region of the planet Neptune, Pete Vorchek advances the heat regulator in a sealed-off section of a system of caverns. Then goes to a spaceophone transmitter and adjusts the controls.
Pete Vorchek at Neptune Station calling Polidor. Vorchek to Polidor.
Polidor here. I was about to call you, Vorchek.
I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about me. When do I get away from here?
I've had my hands full with Commander Corey. He captured one of my men, Blanchard.
Blanchard?
Yes, but there is no need to worry. Blanchard knows nothing that can lead Corey to me or to you. Isn't it right?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Corey, however, is getting to be a problem. He discovered one of my detectoscopes. Had his hands on it for a few minutes before I was able to destroy it. We shall have to be more careful in hiding them after this. You will remain where you are until I eliminate Corey.
But Polidor...
It won't be very long. Let me tell you, Corey doesn't know it, but right.
Far to the east, the Terra 5 circles over the mountains of Neptune. Alone in the ship, Commander Corey sets the spaceophone receiver to a secret space patrol frequency. Anxiously, Buzz waits. And then...
That Happy calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5.
Corey here. Go ahead, Hap.
Blanchard's tip is on the level, sir. I've located the entrance to Polidor's cavern.
Any sign of life?
Not yet, except for the airlock at the cavern opening. It looks like any other mountain in this part of Neptune.
Don't take any chance of being seen.
I'm a good mile from the cavern, sir, hiding behind some rocks. But with these binoculars, the airlock looks only about 20 feet away.
Where you stand, how close can I land the ship without tipping off Vorchek if he's in the cavern?
Well, there's a ridge to the north, about 2 miles from here. If you could set down behind that, you'd be okay.
All right, Hap, I'll join you. Give me your exact location.
As Happy crouches behind the rocks, watching the cavern entrance, he's unaware of the tread of heavy space boots behind him. As Happy looks northward for a glimpse of the Terra 5, a man in a spacesuit steps up behind him with blast gun in hand.
Get your hands up, cadet, and away from the spaceophone control.
Where did you come from?
The cavern over there. You were watching the wrong entrance.
You're Vorchek, then?
That's right. You're waiting for Commander Corey.
Suppose you picked up our secret frequency.
Oh, no. Simpler than that. One of Polidor's men managed to plant a detectoscope in the Terra 5. Polidor heard the commander talking to you and tipped me off. Begin moving.
Now, look, the commander will be landing in a few minutes, and if you know what's good
I'll
for you...
take care of him later. Polidor wants me to make you comfortable in the cavern of fear. Now start walking.
Entering the airlock, Happy is forced to walk for hundreds of yards through the winding passage of the cavern. Vorchek has opened the facepiece of Happy's spacesuit, and the cadet can smell the cold, dank air of the cavern. The rocky walls glisten with a greasy wetness in the beams of Vorchek's atomo light. Suddenly, Happy finds himself in total darkness. and is aware that he is alone.
Hey, Vorchek, where are you? Vorchek, what happened to the light? Hey! Smoking rockets. A wild animal. And me in the dark without a gun. Coming closer.
Are you frightened, Cadet?
All of them. Well, that's a relief.
A relief?
Well, sure. Now I know there's no wild animal in the cavern. That roar was just a sound effect projected here the way your voice is by your detectoscopes.
Quite logical. However, you can be quite sure, can you?
What do you mean?
I am far away on another planet, but you can be certain just what might be in this cavern. Listen. Some animal may be creeping closer, its claws scraping the rough rocks.
Sure. Let's hear some more of your sound effects, Polidor. Put on a show for me.
You are brave now, but wait a few hours. The darkness will have its effect on your reason. Your senses will play tricks on you. Your imagination will get out of control. And for the first time in your life, you will know pure terror.
Landing the Terra 5 and not finding Happy, Commander Corey has made his way to the cavern searching for the cadet. Cautiously, he makes his way through the winding passage with the aid of an atomoite. Occasionally, from the blackness ahead come strange sounds.
Oh, shut up! Happy, where are you? Come in, I see your light. I'm back here.
I'm coming, Hap. Oh, what's that?
Oh, just one of Polidor's tricks. He's trying to scare us with sound.
Corey, you're only a few yards from the cadet, and I am on another planet. But watch, you'll never reach him.
Commander, look out! The gate's closing!
Happy! It's no use, Commander. The cadet is locked behind the gate, and Vorchek will see that you don't escape.
Look, Polidor, there'll be a squadron of Space Patrol ships here looking for us.
Let them come. Vorchek will be gone when the Zyklons are sold. And, of course, I am here in voice only.
This whole section of Neptune is being watched right now. Your man Vorchek can't get through that patrol.
Thank you, Commander. He can't escape in his ship, but he can in yours.
Not unless I'm in it. The controls are locked, and only Happy and I can operate them.
Oh, well, I don't mind losing Vorchek and the Zyklon if I can do away with you and the cadet. Vorchek can risk being shot down by your patrol ships if he likes.
Right behind you with the blaster, Corey, so get him up.
Well, Vorchek, you've been getting an earful, huh?
Yes. You're going to get me out of here, Corey.
Vorchek, don't be a fool. It's a trick.
Maybe, Polidor. But I know where I stand with you now. Come on, Corey, let's go.
Just a minute. Open the gate and let the cadet out.
Let him stay in here. I can't watch both of you.
You mean you leave him here alone in this cavern?
Maybe Polidor will talk to him during his final hours. Come on, Corey, let's get out of here. You go first.
All right. That's the way you want it. Had enough? On your feet.
Sure.
Now open that gate, Vorchek.
Take it easy. I was only kidding. Here's the control back of this shelf of rock.
Commander!
You okay, Hap?
Oh, yeah. Oh, great. Hey, you've got Vorchek.
He's riding back with us. Too bad we can't include Polidor. He give you a rough time?
Oh, he sure did. I didn't mind the bats and the leopard, but one sound really had me scared. I figured I was really off my rocker.
What was it?
Well, it was so real I could almost feel it rubbing up against me, even through my spacesuit.
Rattlesnake?
No, it was... Hey, I thought I heard it again. Just now.
Look down at your feet.
It's smoking rockets. A kitten. And it's real.
Hap, don't tell me you're afraid of cats.
Oh, no, sir. Not when they're real. But these imaginary cats that aren't there, I can't stand the sight of them.
In just a moment, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure, which will be brought to you by Nestle's Quick, for the greatest tasting chocolate milk and those famous Nestle's chocolate bars.
Who is the man from Mars? Who's in that weird, spooky totem head with a face in front and another in back?
Fellas and girls, it can be you. Yes, you can have this sensational totem head with magic forehead vision. Imagine, when you wear your totem head, you can see out, but nobody can see in. That's right. Magic forehead vision works only for you. When you're in that totem head, you can fool your best friend. Even your mom won't know it's you. It's easy to get your totem head because you drink that super wonderful, extra delicious Nestle's Quick, don't you? Sure. You know Quick makes the best chocolate milk in the universe. Well, just send the lid from the can of Nestle's Quick or a tracing of the front of the label, together with your name and address and 25 cents to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. That address again, Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. You'll get your totem head soon, so you can be the Man from Mars. Now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the Terra 5, preparing to fight off an attacking robot ship.
Fire stern torpedo 1. Fire 1.
Surely you don't think I'm aboard this robot ship, Commander?
In a few seconds, Polidor, there won't be any ship. Hey, Commander, the torpedo exploded short of the target.
The ship is protected by a force field. Our torpedoes explode when they hit the field.
That's right. You can't stop this robot ship.
It's gaining on us, sir.
If you don't act quickly, it'll ram us and blow us to bits.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Race Against Time. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson. Executive producer, Mike Jeffrey. Other players were Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Bela Kovac. George Barclay speaking. Don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday for exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Space Patrol was brought to you today by Rice Chex and Sweet Chex.
Thank you for joining us for another thrilling episode of Space Patrol. We're excited to have you as part of our audience. We invite you to return tomorrow for an all-new set of episodes that will take you on even more unforgettable adventures. Get ready for a journey to the outer reaches of imagination as we dive into Inner Sanctum, our next featured program. Get ready for chilling suspense as you delve into a tale of psychological intrigue and spine-tingling horror that keeps you on the edge of your seat.
We're always eager to hear from our fantastic audience. Your feedback fuels our passion for delivering the best in vintage entertainment.
Good evening, friends. This is your host to welcome you through the creaking door into the inner sanctum. Come on in. Say, getting worry wrinkles over inflation, anybody? A pale face here at my elbow just asked me to point out that where he comes from, nothing inflates, everything deflates. As a matter of fact, living down under is one way of trimming your clothing budget down to bare essentials. All you need for the longest while is one wooden shoe.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum mystery, Mark My Grave, was written by John Robert and stars Lawson Zerbe in the role of Colby, with Santos Ortega as Gabby.
Tonight we intend to prove that when a live wire meets a dead head, not a spark of sanity remains. We're in Christenberry, an ancient American village founded during the reign of Queen Anne. We're witnessing a climax in the dark and bloody story of the Brenda clan. A story that has long terrified the timid and baffled men of logical mind. The story of the Brenda ghost. In a close, airless room of the Brenda home, A man is strapped down on an iron bed. His face is youthful, but his hair is white, as if bleached by shock. He stares blindly at an older man hovering anxiously over him.
Gabby. Yeah? It's me. I've got everything under control.
Untie me, Gabby. I can't breathe.
No, I can't untie you, kid. Not the way you are. You just hurt yourself. I've sent for a doctor. Able to talk about it a little?
Talk about it? Sure.
Only if you're able to.
Ghosts. Ghosts were a big joke to us. The assignment was going to be a gag. A picture stunt to give the newspaper comic relief. That day you called me.
Hey, Colby.
Yeah?
Hey, the wire coming in.
8-state search for missing hitchhiker couple. And what about it? Just 2 more missing Americans. There's 1 million of them.
Pamela and Alfred Parker have been missing for 14 days. They were last seen entering the village of Christenberry. They were seen entering, but nobody saw them leave. Christenberry is the village famous for the Brenda ghost.
You want to buy a bed sheet, boss?
No. I do want to buy a circulation booster.
Well, you're not assigning me to interview the Brenda ghost.
And all the other Brendas with pictures. Trot yourself over to Christenberry with a flash gun and photograph everything that moves.
What if the ghost is, camera shy? Christenberry was a village a man starts talking to himself in. A handful of bearded old-timers who stared at newcomers, then scurried away like frightened jackrabbits. The population on the ground was less than 100. The population underground was an easy 20,000. Now, before tackling the Brendas, I did some reconnoitering.
If you're a man of caution, Mr. Colby, you'll not go poking your nose.
How did Luther Brenda die?
He was found keeled over in his study one black night, murdered. Somebody took an axe to him.
Just somebody, huh? The, hatchet man was never caught?
No.
Did the police ever figure out a motive for the murder?
Robbery, they said. But it was hate that killed old Luther, if you ask me.
Well, driving into town, I saw posters tacked onto telephone poles advertising a public auction of the Brenda house and grounds tomorrow at 10 a.m. What's it mean?
County supervisor's orders. Ain't a penny in taxes been paid since old Luther Brenda died. Good riddance to Luther's brood, I say. If you're set to go into the devil's roost, you'll be wanting a powerful charm on your person. Wear this around your neck and you'll come to no harm.
The old lady was peddling a bag containing a few strands of human hair, a strip of dried snake skin, and a cube of live lodestone. A luck charm to ward off demons. Hey, you really sold yourself on the Brenda ghost story, huh?
I've seen old Luther Brenda. Seen him with my own eyes.
Where?
Right where you're standing. Look. He called the devil and he's come.
Come? What do you mean, come?
Look to the window.
I followed her pointing finger. There, staring at us through her window, was a face.
It's old Luther Brenda.
It glowed like a mask coated with phosphorus. In a moment, the face was gone. Vanished. I left and drove on to the Brenda place, trying to throw off the spell. It was a perfect setting for a ghost. Inky black. You couldn't see your hand in front of you. A dimly lit gabled house high up on a hill. And barking dogs somewhere. I was picking my way slowly with my camera slung over my shoulder, working my flashlight, when I got the first proof that I really needed a charm bag around my... Oh! The rifle shot. Somebody had shot the flashlight out of my hand.
Are you shot?
Nah, you just ruined a new flashlight. Who are you?
David Brenda. You?
Colby, a reporter. You always welcome guests with a blast of rifle fire?
I mistook you for old Luther. Old Luther's on the prowl tonight.
Ah, shooting at your father's ghost, huh? But what makes you think the old fellow's on the prowl tonight?
He ain't in his casket.
You checked to see, huh?
I did.
You dug him up and pried open his coffin and checked?
Nope. Wasn't no need to do that. We ain't never buried old Luther. We put him in the family crypt like he wanted to be put.
And you say he's not there now?
Yep.
Well, any objections to showing me?
Nope. Come along.
I followed David Brenda into a small fieldstone house set on the edge of a weed-choked meadow, less than 50 feet from the big gabled house. Sort of a primitively built mausoleum. In the center of it was a heavy oak coffin tooled with steel fittings. Raising the lid was a job for Hercules. I watched David Brenda's face purple with the effort.
I'm showing you. Now, look for yourself.
I looked. The casket was empty.
I said old Luther was on the prowl.
A man who's been dead 10 years just got up to take a walk.
Got up to keep his promise.
What promise?
To take the Brendas back to his keeping. First Walter, then Polly, then me, he said. Walter's first because he's the oldest.
And you last because you're the youngest?
Yep.
And you believe it?
Listen. Hear that?
Organ music. Some cheerful Joe's playing an organ over at your house.
It's the piece old Luther always played. Only Luther can play the organ.
I still say, show me. Come on. I started for the main house to the accompaniment of a ghostly funeral march that seemed to hang in the night air like a weight. Halfway across the lawn, the organ stopped. A dead man was ready to take his eldest son back to his keeping.
It's Walter.
Upstairs in a little room, Walter was on the floor beside the organ, sitting rigidly with his hands clasped on his knees, like a child at his father's feet.
First Walter because he was the oldest.
And then me. I'm next.
You're Polly Brenda?
I'm Polly Brenda. Didn't Father play beautifully, David?
Polly fit her name to a T, a face like a parrot. Standing behind Polly, writing furiously into a palm-sized notebook, was another quail-looking duck. The kind of guy you imagine running through the fields with a butterfly net. Oh, who's the note-taker, David?
Mr. Lautrick. Yeah, he's a lord.
Sir Oliver Lautrick. And your name is what?
Are we, rival reporters?
Indeed not.
Well, then what's all that note-taking about?
My on-the-spot investigation into supernatural phenomena. The Brendas were kind enough to extend an invitation to me.
For $500 for his keep.
And a silk dress for me.
What research society do you represent, Sir Oliver?
My own. My independent research will become a book. A really revolutionary book, I would say.
You've seen the Brenda ghost.
I have. My findings here have been truly remarkable.
You gotta show me. Bodies disappear, sure, but not under their own steam. Now, old Luther was missing from his casket. Sure, but where is he? Do you know where he is, Polly?
Why, back in the coffin. He always goes back to rest. After he plays the organ.
We hiked back to the mausoleum, all of us. I watched David Brenda make like Hercules again, raising the heavy oak lid.
I'm showing you.
I looked. Old Luther Brenda was back in his casket. And it was the same face I'd seen pressed against the window of old Lady Hawkins' house. The mind's a funny thing, Gabby. You're a hard-headed cynic who says, show me, but suddenly you can't trust your eyes. Suddenly your mind's developed a small crack, and your sanity begins to push out like sawdust coming out of a rag doll. A dead man who gets up out of his casket, plays an organ solo, commits a murder, then gets back into the casket. You don't dare believe it, because if you do, you'll never stop screaming. I didn't try to figure it out too much. I photographed everything in sight, talked a while with the overstuffed researcher, Sir Oliver, then holed up in a ground floor bedroom David Brenda assigned me to.
It won't be comfortable, but it's a bed.
I hadn't even closed one eye when the dogs outside set up a holler that raised goose pimples all over me. It was the kind of holler you hear from bloodhounds when they reach the end of the chase. I went to the window. Something was pulling me. Something. Like a premonition. There were the dogs on the lawn, under the moon. Brute mastiffs, 4 of them, and snapping something in their jaws, then tossing it into the air. I concentrated on whatever the gadgets were, peering through the window glass until my eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. After a while, I made the gadgets out. They were articles of clothing. A shoe, a man's hat, a lady's handbag. I found the place the dogs had come from. It wasn't hard. I just followed the dog tracks to a ravine behind the meadow. I found them side by side, deader than just dead. Pamela and Alfred Parker, your missing hitchhiker couple.
Oh, Luther killed him.
Great, having a ghost around that walks. Huh, David? You can make him the explanation for everything.
Oh, Luther killed him. Listen.
The organ's going again.
It's old Luther's favorite piece. He's fixing to kill Polly. Walter was the first, now it's Polly's turn.
Busy night for a dead man. The idea is that Luther Brenda's up there at the organ, huh?
Yep.
Up there playing a prelude to murder. Out of his casket and up there in the watchtower?
Yep.
I'm going back for a double take at that casket. I played Hercules with the lid myself this time. I did a double take 20 times over. The casket was empty. I sprinted for the main house with David Brenda puffing at my heels and a funeral march pacing me. Sprinting got me within a foot of the front door when the music stopped.
Polly was next, after Walter. Oh, Luther's keeping his promise.
Shut up, shut up! It was Polly, same place. On the floor in the watchtower at the foot of the organ. Same kind of death. Like Walter, sitting rigidly with her hands clasped on her knees, like a child at her father's feet.
First Walter, then Polly, he said. I'm the youngest. I'm last.
When my feet felt steady enough, I went to see if Luther Brenda had settled back in his casket. I went to see just as a matter of routine. I'd find him there, I was sure of it. I'd find him there because there wasn't an organ going. That's how I'd begun to think. I wasn't your boy anymore, Gabby. I was practically a Brenda. I never reached the mausoleum. Because out there in the dark, I saw Luther Brenda. I stood knee-deep in the weeds and watched Luther Brenda walk past me and head straight as an arrow for the mausoleum.
A dead man was returning to his casket. I took his picture, a rear profile view. My hands worked the camera automatically from habit. I didn't start screaming until the mausoleum door closed behind him. And then I couldn't stop screaming.
Feel better for the sleep, kid?
Yeah. I feel okay. What time?
10 a.m. The doc gave you something to quiet you down. Able to get up?
Sure. Did I make any sense to you early this morning?
So. But we're not talking about it, Colby. Sergeant Conley's around the premises now figuring things out. That public auction starting in a minute. They're going ahead with the sale of this place. If you want to climb any of the duds, we can watch it.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. The sale is about to commence. By authority vested in me by the Board of Supervisors of the Incorporated Township of Christenbury, I now offer you tax warrants, file number 126015, at public sale.
Great public sale. Not a soul came.
Nobody wants the place. Luther Brenda goes with it.
That boy over there. See Sir Oliver?
Uh-huh. And that's David Brenda.
What keeps him out of a padded cell?
The tax warrants amount to $3,000, gentlemen. The minimum bid I am empowered to accept is $3,000. Bid lively, gentlemen.
Looks like no takers, Colby.
Mr. Auctioneer.
Yes?
In the absence of bids, I bid exactly $3,000.
Sold. Sold to your name, please.
Lautrec. Sir Oliver Lautrec.
Come on, Colby. That's all I wanted to hear. Sir Oliver.
Yes?
What's here that's worth $3,000 to you?
Must I answer that question?
You'd better, and pronto. And don't tell me you've gotten attached to a walking dead man.
My work prompted me to make that bid. The $3,000 enables me to pursue my research. I'd been advised that the county planned to raise the house to the ground if no bid was forthcoming. That would be a pity. An irreparable loss to the study of supernatural phenomena.
But more of a loss to you, eh? A loss of, say, $100,000?
You're making no sense at all to me.
I'm not, eh? There's a cop here who'll tell it to you in basic English. You tell him, Sergeant.
$100,000 in jewels stolen by an escaped convict who came through here and murdered old Luther Brenda 10 years ago. The killer left the jewels behind him for safekeeping. Because he was wanted in 12 states, he was hotter than a firecracker. He knew we'd never crash through roadblocks set up to trap him. My theory is that the jewels are bricked in somewhere as a part of the Brenda dwelling.
Isn't that why you bought the house, Sir Oliver? To be free to take a wall down at your leisure and pocket a bag full of jewels?
It's a preposterous theory. In my opinion, gentlemen, your surroundings here have affected your minds. You're all stark mad.
Ah, that gimmick. Give him the rest of it, Sergeant.
The corpse that gets up and plays the organ, that's you, Lautrec. Now, don't waste your breath denying it. Among other items of proof, we've got photographic evidence.
That wraps up the ghost story, Colby. Sir Oliver was caught in that roadblock 10 years ago. Served his time, then came right back to Christenberry and his jewel cache.
Photographic evidence, Connolly said. What do they mean?
That picture you took of Luther Brenda walking back into the mausoleum. We developed it and blew it up. It was Sir Oliver wearing a plastic mask. It was a close copy of Luther Brenda's features. We found the mask in his luggage.
But the casket was actually empty. Twice.
Another Lautrec operation. Bet on it. Stop picking your brains. It's all ABC, open and shut. Everything fits logically. Everything adds up.
But they were sitting on the floor with their hands clasped around their knees. Walter and Polly, like children listening to music.
Colby, I'm begging you. Get that malarkey out of your head. Dead men don't sit down and play the organ.
Don't they, Gabby? Listen.
Oh, at a time like this, some jerk decides to play the organ.
It's old Luther Brenda up there in the watchtower playing his favorite piece. He's out of his casket and at the organ. And David's on the floor like a child, listening to his father play.
Colby, quit it.
It's David's turn now. After Walter came Polly. David's last because he's the youngest. It's his turn now to go back to his father's keeping. Soon the music will stop and David will scream. Listen, Gabby. See, Gabby? David sits like the others on the floor, dead.
Is he dead, Sergeant?
Yeah. Can't pin this one on Lautrec.
Then what killed David Brenda?
Old Luther Brenda killed him, Gabby. David was last to go because he was the youngest.
Oh, shut up, Colby. You were saying, Sergeant?
No visible injury. Offhand, I'd say he was frightened to death. Brought a seizure on himself.
Sure. That makes sense. He frightened himself to death.
Does it make sense, Gabby? David Brenda played an organ solo for David Brenda. He sat at the organ pumping the pedals and sat on the floor at the same time.
Sure, it makes sense. It's got to make sense.
He played a funeral march and died listening to it. One man in two places at the same time. Does it really make sense, Gabby? Does it? Does it?
So the Brendas are back together again. Now, there's one gang that believes in the family ties that bind. Did some cynic whisper, straitjacket? That's Oliver. Nice guy to rent your attic to. I'm told he's using himself as a basis for research now.
He's bringing his notebook and pencil into the hot seat with him. Expects to record impressions that will electrify nobody but himself. And say, if you ever run into a walking corpse, Mr. Blow the whistle on yourself. You're on a dead-end street.
Inner Sanctum is heard each week in the United States over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System, and has been rebroadcast for servicemen and women overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are trapped in a dark, empty house. A girl lying dead at your feet. And surrounding you, closing in on you, are a band of killers, deadly enemies of your country and yourself. And they are intent on murdering you.
Today, with Barry Kroger starred as David, we escape to England and the story of a man whose life depended upon the outcome of his mission, as Graham Greene told it in his fascinating story, Confidential Agent.
It was getting dark as the ship threaded its way through the tugs into Dover Harbor. The thick fog gave way reluctantly to the ship. It swirled over the deck. There was a cold bite to it, chilling me inside and out. Yet in a way, this cold English fog was more comforting than the atmosphere I had left. For in my country, there was war. Already Austria had fallen before the goose-stepping armies of a madman, and now my country was fighting with its back to the wall. In order to continue the fight, we needed industrial diamonds to shape the tools of war. That's why I was now landing in England. There were others in my country, a group headed by a man known only as the Baron, who wanted to turn our country over to the invader, who would do anything to stop us from getting the diamonds we needed. So you see, my mission was a secret one. Not even our own embassy knew of it. So far, the trip had been uneventful, except for meeting the girl. Her name was Rose Cullen. At first, she seemed too curious, asking questions about my trip, my visit, my friends, and I wondered if she were working with the Baron. But as time wore on, I decided I'd been mistaken, and I accepted her offer to drive me to London. 20 minutes after we had docked, we were through the customs and walking towards the car park. Rose suddenly asked me to excuse her for a moment. Almost before I could answer her, she had vanished in the fog.
Good evening, David.
Baron.
I've been expecting you.
We have nothing to talk about, Baron.
I think we could find a subject. Diamonds, for example. Or perhaps I could interest you in accepting, let us say, £2,000 for our point of view, say £2,000.
I still say we have nothing to talk about.
An honest man. It's a very dangerous hobby, David.
Honesty?
You may remember an old saying in our country. The honest man and the thief both pay the same price, to death. Goodbye, David.
He raised his hand in an open-palmed salute and walked away, the fog quickly swelling up to hide him. There was a shot, aimed at me. I jumped back against the wall. There was nothing to see but fog. Gray wisps of fog blanketing out everything. There was no way of telling from where death had tried to strike, or from where it might strike again. Then I heard her returning. Had she left me to give them their chance? Or had it been her finger, manicured and perfumed, that had curled around the trigger?
Sorry to be so long, David. Are you ready?
Yes. I was talking to your friend, the Baron.
The Baron? Oh, you must be mistaken. I don't know a Baron. Come along. Did he say he knew me?
No. Perhaps I am mistaken.
Of course, it might be someone I met at Father's. He loves to surround himself with titles.
Oh, who is your father?
Ah, here we are. Will you drive? I'm simply exhausted.
All right.
My father? Oh, he's Lord Bendage. Didn't you know?
Lord Bendage? But I thought your name is Cullen?
Well, of course. My father's name was Edward Cullen. After his first £1 million, he became Edward, Lord Bendage. It's really quite simple.
I came here to do business with Lord Bendage. Isn't that coincidence?
Everybody I meet has business with him.
I see.
I can't think of anything more dull than father's business. What are you thinking?
How, in my country, I would go along a country road like this very slowly, ready to jump into a ditch if I heard a plane. I'm not sure the war has not followed me here.
Oh, don't be silly. The only war here is between the Prime Minister who talks about peace in our time and Mr. Churchill, who talks just as long about the glory that was Britain's. And nobody believes in anything.
You're very cynical for such a pretty girl.
What is there for me to believe in? My father's diamonds. Hardly something to get passionate about.
You have no young man?
Oh, plenty. If I want to know who scored 60 runs in the Lancing-Brighton cricket match, or the odds at Epsom Downs. But there's no excitement.
If it's excitement you want, perhaps we still will get it. One of my countrymen tried to kill me just before you joined me.
Oh, really?
It's true. He or his men will certainly try again before I reach your father.
Oh, don't be so melodramatic. Things like that don't happen except in thrillers. Unless, of course, you're a spy. Are you?
No. No, I'm more of a confidential agent.
What's the matter?
What's that ahead of us?
Oh, it's just a lorry.
Why is he blocking the road?
He stalled, probably.
I'm sorry you're mixed up in this road.
But it's only someone out of
Hold
petrol.
on, we're going on.
There's a bullet in the window shield. Oh, someone is trying to kill you.
Yes.
Oh, we must go to the police.
With what? We saw no one we could identify.
Oh, but we struck one of them. I felt the car hit him. Couldn't they be traced by him?
All it would prove is that I ran him down. In fact, they might use that to have me arrested.
Oh, no.
If the Baron fails to kill me, and I think I can see to that, then it would serve him almost as much to have me arrested for murder. It was late at night when we reached London. Rose wanted to drive me to my destination, but I refused. It wasn't entirely distrust, but a fear that she might lead them to me without realizing it. So she dropped me off in the West End. When she'd driven on, I stopped the taxi, gave the driver the address. He brought me to an old two-story house, its dirty gray front bearing witness to the poverty of the neighborhood.
Here you are, Governor.
This is number 10 Malone End?
That's right, Governor. Just over there. You up across the road and you'll be at the door.
How can you be so sure, driver? It's so foggy here, I can't see the number.
I counted them. Counted the houses from the corner of High Street.
I see.
That's number 10, all right.
All right.
That'll be 3 and 6, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
Oh, thanks very much, Governor.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. I stepped closer, and peered through the fog that blanketed the buildings, with only here and there a feeble gleam of light trickling through. I stood there for a moment, looking at it. There was no light visible in any of the windows, and I wondered, fear pressing in with the fog, if something had happened to our agent. I kept my hand near my gun as I pressed the button beside the door. If something had happened to our agent, this might be a trap. The door opened a few inches, and a pinched, elfin face, neither old nor young, looked out at me.
What do you want this time of night?
I'm sorry, but I'm David.
David?
D, as in diamonds.
Oh, come in. Just a minute. I'll turn on the lights.
All right, thank you.
You're much younger than I thought you'd be.
We are using them younger these days.
I was just making a spot of tea. Perhaps you'd like some.
Oh, yes, I would. Very much, thank you.
You see, I've been very careful with lights since I saw someone watching the house 2 days ago.
One of the Baron's men, you think?
I don't know. I just thought it better not to take chances.
Oh, that's good girl. The Baron came over on the same boat with me.
Oh? Did he see you?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
It's all right.
We even had a short talk at the customs.
You... What did he say?
He offered me money for a vacation.
How much?
£2,000.
You refused?
Of course.
£2,000.
Oh, this tea's good. After being out in the fog, it's warm.
It's more money than I've ever seen in my life. How do I know you refused?
I suppose that's a question I would ask too, were I in your place.
You know, I wonder if that isn't the Baron's biggest crime against us. That he's made us eternally suspicious of each other.
Yes, What is your name?
Elsie.
Elsie. Well, Elsie, you don't know that I didn't take the £2,000. But I'm going to see Lord Benditch tomorrow, and maybe that will prove it.
And then you'll be going back?
Monday, yes.
Oh, I see.
Now, what do you have for me?
Oh, not very much. You see, I know that the Baron has friends everywhere, even in the English government. But Lord Benditch will deal with you first if you are there on time and can prove you represent your government.
If I did not show up, then he'd be free to deal with the Baron.
Yes, that's it exactly. Now look, if you're seeing Benditch and his syndicate tomorrow,
yes,
then I must warn you again that...
The shot came through the window. I leaped to the wall, turned off the light. I knelt, found her wrist. There was no pulse. Elsie was dead. Kneeling there, I cursed myself. The minute she told me that someone had been watching the house, I should have known that both of us had to get out. I should have known there was no time for tea and talk. Suddenly, I heard a sound. The door. The killer or killers were in the house. To stay there in that dark, small room, try to shoot it out with them, could have only one ending. They were blocking off the front door. I couldn't leave through a window. I'd be a perfect target that way. I began to edge toward the other door in the back. It was slow work. Then I was in what seemed to be a kitchen. A gloomy patch of light guided me to the door. I pressed my face to the glass, strained to see outside. A man was standing, only a few feet from the back door. There was only one other way to go, up. I slipped out of the kitchen into the hall. After what seemed hours, I found the stairway and carefully stepped on the first step. It creaked, and I leaped higher and up to one side, just in time. Another step, and I fired again. There was only one thing to do. I raced up the stairs. I flung myself to the floor. Downstairs, I heard the front door open again. More of them had entered the house. They were taking no chances. I lay there on the floor at the head of the stairs, scarcely daring to breathe. I knew I could get anyone coming up that stairs with my gun, but was there another stairway to the second floor? I knew so many of these houses had them. Perhaps this one did too. And somewhere outside, I heard something thump against the side of the house. One of them was trying to get in. One of them was coming in through some window on the second floor. From every side, death was closing in on me.
just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, that happy but hectic couple, Ozzie and Harriet, come home to CBS tomorrow at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. So get your whole family together to welcome them home next Sunday night, when they'll be heard on most of these same CBS stations just before the Jack Benny Show. And now, with our star, Barry Kroger as David, we return to the second act of Escape and Confidential Agent.
I was on the second floor of the old house on Malin End, and the Baron's men were downstairs, slowly working their way up to me, searching me out. It was a quick decision. The open rooftop presented a chance of escape, and lying here in the dark was tempting discovery. A moment later, I was through a skylight and in the night air. 5 houses away, I found fire escape and had reached the ground. And 2 blocks farther, on Blean Street, I found a cheap hotel and registered under another name. The next morning, I took a taxi to the house of Lord Benditch. The butler, with the empty face of the typical British servant, took my coat and then showed me into the room where Lord Benditch and 4 other men waited. These men were the Diamond Syndicate.
You're the man we're expecting?
Yes, I think you know the object of my visit.
We had a letter a fortnight ago. Strange the purchase wasn't handled through your embassy or consulate. This is Mr. Forbes.
How do you do? How do you do, Mr.
Lord
Forbes?
Petting.
Oh, my lord.
Mr. Brigstock.
How do you do, sir?
Mr. O'Grady. You'll forgive us if we get to business right away?
I should like that. Now, I'm prepared to pay the highest market price, for which I have here a side draft and a bonus of 25% after the diamonds reach my country.
You will take the diamonds yourself?
Oh, yes.
Then the bonus should be paid now.
Benditch is right, old boy. You might never go back, and then where should we be?
Perhaps, Lord Benditch, we could accept the offer as it is if we are given notes covering the bonus.
Oh, yes, I'm quite prepared to do that.
Very well. You understand we could do better than this, but we like to do business with established governments. We must, however, be certain that you have the right to speak for your government. You have your credentials, of course.
Certainly, I have them.
Something wrong?
It's extraordinary. I had them in my breast pocket with my passport here.
Perhaps you left them at your hotel. Morning after a tacky evening, all that?
I had them right here when I entered this house.
If you're implying...
I did have my papers. They have been stolen.
I dare say. Well, it's obvious we can't do business with an unaccredited agent.
Lord Benditch, they've been stolen.
Rough go, old boy. But it looks like you've had it.
We are sorry, but Lord Benditch is right. We can't...
I walked slowly out of the room. I must admit they were fair. The butler must have taken the papers when he helped me off with my coat. But I had no proof. I went out into the hall, took my coat from the rack. I was about to leave when I heard my name.
David!
It was Rose Cullen.
David, did you get the diamonds from Father?
No, my papers have been stolen, and your father won't deal with me since I could not prove I represent my government. Rose, do you know, is your father's butler new?
Well, I think so, although I didn't really notice. I don't live here. I have my own apartment. You mean you think he took...
I'm sure of it. I had my papers when I came up the steps. They were gone when I went to show them to your father.
Then that means... Come along, David. We'll find out.
No, Rose, that would do no good. I'm sure that the Baron will have covered all loopholes. The papers are far away by now. No, I must think of some other way to convince your father.
Well, isn't there someone at your embassy?
I don't think so. We don't trust them. Except perhaps the second secretary. But even he may have been reached.
But we've got to do something. We can't just...
Why do you suddenly want to help me? Only last night you were laughing at me, Rose.
Maybe I was. Last night.
Well, then, why?
Oh, David, can't you guess why I want to help you? To be with you.
Rose, look.
Oh, all you think of is your stupid war. Last night I laughed at you because you were a stuffy little man from another country, filled with ideas of his own importance and briefs and papers. Now, after I've had a chance to think things over, I know this isn't true.
Rose, a man in my position has to give up many things. He has no time to...
Fall in love. Why not, David? Why not?
Rose.
Oh, all right. I won't embarrass you. Now tell me something. Forbes and Brigstock were with Father when you met?
Yes, they were.
All right, then. Brigstock is an ass, but they'll both help your country if they're sure it's all right. I'll get them, and the four of us will go to your embassy. We'll make them prove who you are.
She was right. They both did seem anxious to help, and were quite willing to go to the embassy with us. At the embassy, we waited for the second secretary. Then a man appeared, a countryman of mine, although I had never seen him before.
May I help you, gentlemen?
Yes. My name is Forbes. This is Mr. Brigstock.
How do you do?
We are associated with Lord Benditch. This is his daughter. We are considering doing business with this other gentleman who claims to represent your government.
I know of no official representative being sent here. What is your name, sir?
Here is my passport.
Let's see. This is very strange. Mr. Forbes, the man whose name is on this passport is no longer alive.
Are you sure?
He was shot by the rebels.
Oh, you're lying. You didn't even look at the passport. You had your story ready before we even got here.
As a matter of fact, yes. We were warned that someone was posing as this man. We've had the Scotland Yard man here hoping he'd show up. Inspector!
Scotland Yard, eh? They'll get to the bottom of this.
I have no doubt.
Is this the man?
Yes. And here is his passport, Inspector.
I see. Well, sir, we're going to have to hold you.
On what charges, Inspector?
Well, there are several, miss. Using a forged passport, illegal entry into the country, trying to obtain a contract under false pretenses, inquiry into a hit-and-run death on the Dover Road last night, and inquiry into the death of a young woman on Malin End.
What if I refuse to accompany you, Inspector?
Well, in that case, sir, I'm afraid I'll have to force you.
If you need it, Inspector, I have a gun here.
He doesn't need it, but I... Oh, no! Now, stand back!
David!
Don't try to follow me through the door!
Wait, David, I'm coming with you.
The two of us backed out of the room and ran downstairs. I knew it would be only a matter of minutes before there'd be an alarm out and Scotland Yard would be looking for me, as well as the Baron's men. I was sure that I could beat the murder charges. But by that time, it would be too late to get the industrial diamonds to my country, even if I could buy them. Rose took me to her apartment. Then, without telling me what she was going to do, she left. An hour later, she was back.
David! It worked.
What worked?
I went to find Forbes and Brigstock. I convinced them that you don't dare stay and face the charges, and they're going to sell you the diamonds you need in spite of Father. Isn't it wonderful?
You are. I don't know how I can ever repay you.
By taking me back with you.
Rose, darling, I told you before.
I'm not asking you to marry me. I'm only asking to go back with you, to take part in something that's decent and honest. After that, well, we'll take what comes.
You don't know what you're asking, Rose. It is not so simple as just going back.
What do you mean?
After today, Scotland Yard will be watching every ship leaving England. I can't book passage. I'll have to find some way to slip out of the country.
Forbes can arrange that too, after you get the diamonds.
Forbes and Brigstock brought the diamonds, a small package that meant life for at least a while longer to my country. They both seemed only embarrassed when I tried to thank them, and when they left, Rose went with them. They'd not been gone long when there was a knock on the door. I hesitated to answer to it.
It's Brigstock, old boy. I say, let me in.
Well, Mr. Brigstock, is something wrong?
Oh, not a thing, old boy. You know, it occurred to me that you're in a bit of a spot about getting out of the country. Now that you have the diamonds, an idea happily struck me, so I just nipped back.
You know how I can get away?
Quite. The perfect solution, old boy, is this.
A gun?
Astute of you to recognize it. No, don't move. I assure you I'm an expert shot. Bullseye and all that sort of thing.
You're one of them.
In a manner of speaking, yes. You see, I'm one of the fortunate few who recognize that democracies are decadent. Too weak, you know. Nothing for me to do but work with other Johnnies who agree.
An Aryan world for all you Aryan supermen. Is that it?
You know, Rose has exquisite taste in rugs. It's a pity you'll have to bleed all over it.
You're quite insane, Brigstock.
Not at all. You see, people like you never have the brains to understand the glorious world that we are going to build. A world dedicated to joyful strength. Forbes. I say, Most unfair. Olber.
They can never resist making speeches. I thought there was something suspicious about Brigstock leaving us so suddenly, so I followed him. But there's no time to talk. You have to get out of here quickly.
Where shall I go?
I own a resort hotel near South Crawl. I'll make a reservation for you, and tonight one of my men will pick you up there, put you on a freighter bound for your country.
And Brigstock?
Brigstock is our problem. I'll give them a full report of it when I turn myself in, as I must do. Perhaps my trial will help my country as much as your escape will help yours.
I reached the hotel just as it was getting dark. The lobby was filled with men and women in shorts and jackets, all of them talking of sports. Surely no place was safer. I went over to buy a newspaper.
I say, don't I know you? Your face is familiar.
I don't believe so.
Foreigner, aren't you? Why, have it. Saw a photograph of you in the stock press edition of the Express.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake.
Can't get away from Scotland Yard. Best police force in the world.
No, I remember. It was murder. Don't try to get away now. I shall take measures, you know.
I thought of making a run for it, but there was no use. The lobby was filled with people. I couldn't hold up all of them. My captor sent someone to call the police. We sat down and waited.
You foreigners aren't civilized, you know.
Fellow told me when he was in Prague, he saw a chap shoot down the bobby right on the street. Can't do that sort of thing, you know.
Anyone in here by the name of...
Here we are. Are you the detective?
Detective? Why, yes.
Then here's your man.
Oh, I see. I have a warrant for your arrest, charging you...
I know the charge, officer. Don't bother with it.
Well, then, come along.
No handcuffs?
No, I don't think that will be necessary. I have a car right out here. Well, that was a close one.
Close one?
Yes. It's a good thing you played along, or I wouldn't have been sure what the charges were.
You mean you're not a detective?
Heavens, no. Mr. Forbes didn't tell me the Yard was in this.
Oh, they weren't before. It was in the last edition of the paper. One man recognized me and called the police.
Yeah, it's lucky I came when I did, then.
Very.
Well, we'll be at the coast before they get a search underway.
We reached the coast in half an hour, and I was hoisted over the side of a small freighter, like a piece of cargo. I stayed below until we were well underway, and then went above. The deck was uncovered, and the wind whipped the sharp spray across my face. I could feel the pressure of the package of diamonds in my pocket. My mission was over, and I was on my way home. Yet I felt neither relief nor happiness. I'd thought there was no room in my life for both war and love. But now that there was only war ahead, I felt empty. I stared off at the lights, glimmering somewhere far astern.
That would be Plymouth Hoe.
Rose.
Oh, David.
Rose, no.
David.
Rose, darling. This is not the time for tears.
When I was a little girl, someone told me that most men don't know what they want, so they make gestures. And Forbes said the same thing this afternoon. And so I decided not to waste time. And I made the decision for both of us.
Between Mr. Forbes and yourself, my darling, it seems everything has been taken care of.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed Confidential Agent by Graham Greene, adapted for radio by Ken Crossan, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as David was Barry Kroger. Featured in the cast were Edgar Barrier, Constance Cavendish, Herb Butterfield, Parley Bear, Olive Deering, Ben Wright, Wilms Herbert, and Alec Harford. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week.
You are standing alone in a lonely canyon in the shadows of Superstition Mountain. While facing you, tempers ragged, guns drawn, are 3 men who, at your first move toward hidden treasure, will shoot you dead.
Next week, we escape with Ralph Bates' unusual story, When the Man Comes, Follow Him. Be sure to tune in at the same time next week when once again we offer you Escape. Tomorrow night on CBS is really something to talk about and listen to. Academy Award winner Jane Wyman on the CBS Family Hour of Stars. Ozzie and Harriet, Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Sam Spade, and Lum and Abner. These are only a few of the great stars and shows which will come to you tomorrow night on most of these same CBS network stations. Jack Benny, of course, will be heard on the entire CBS network. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news to be followed by the Let's Pretend program over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, Monday, November 2nd. The Lux Radio Theater presents Gary Cooper in The Virginian with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Lux presents Hollywood. Our stars, Gary Cooper, Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. Our guests, Sidney Skolsky, noted Hollywood columnist, and Richard Klein, physical trainer of picture stars. Our producer, Cecil B. DeMille. Our conductor, Louis Silvers. We wish you could all be with us tonight in our theater on Hollywood Boulevard, not only to meet our stars, but also the many other screen celebrities whom I see just beyond the footlights, awaiting the curtain of another great show. But wherever this hour finds you, a hearty welcome from Lux. This program comes to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the soap preferred by 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars, and is yet so inexpensive that every girl can use it every day. Our message is to use all the cosmetics you wish, but remove them thoroughly, the Hollywood way, with Lux Toilet Soap, whose active lather cleanses the pores and keeps your skin soft, smooth, always lovely. Our show opens with word from our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Here in the hometown of movies, we're so used to stars who grit their teeth, clench their fists, and crash their way into the limelight that a man as shy and human as Gary Cooper is a complete novelty. On a Hollywood soundstage, he's as refreshing as a breeze off the prairie. Last month, the Cheyenne Indians up in Lame Deer, Montana, tried to give him a name. They called Gary Comaced. He was mighty pleased to become a member of the tribe until he discovered that his new name means Tall, Handsome One. Gary was an unknown actor in westerns when he was called in by the Paramount Studios for a screen test. Entering the room, he faced an office filled with producers and executives. The long young man from Montana looked at the expressionless faces, swallowed hard, smiled feebly, and bolted for the door. But his personality clicked. They gave him an important role in Wings, and Gary's been soaring steadily upward ever since. I welcome him tonight as a fine actor, a sincere co-worker, a fearless man, and a close friend. Charles Bickford is also a most welcome addition to our cast. Charlie left the stage to work for me in Dynamite, my first talking film, and has appeared in 4 of my pictures since, including The Plainsman. Charlie's no mean antagonist as a villain. In fact, it took an African lion to put him in the hospital. He will be heard tonight in the role of Krampus. Our leading lady is Helen Mack, who has been on stage and screen since childhood, and is one of the most unspoiled young actresses in Hollywood. She is heard as Molly Wood. The role of Steve is played by John Howard, co-star of the film Valiant is the Word for Carrie. And now, up with the curtain, as the Lux Radio Theater presents The Virginian, written by Owen Wister, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. in the early 1900s. The dusty little town of Medicine Bow is humming with activity. And though it's only 10 o'clock in the morning, the Maverick Cafe is filled with a noisy, rowdy gang of cowhands, whooping it up on their one day off. From the street comes a tall, quiet-spoken young cowboy, known to his friends as the Virginian. As he steps up to the bar, he gets a loud welcome from an old pal, Steve.
Hey, you gall-dang mangy soup-fed buzzard, who are you passing by?
Steve.
Nobody else but.
Well, Steve, you ornery, low-down cousin to a bald beaver. What in blazes you doing here?
Oh, nothing special. Blew into town about a week ago.
Well, I'm sure glad to see you, Steve. Say, it must have been 4 years since we was riding together.
4 years or more. Yes, sir. Say, I heard about you being made foreman over at the Box X Ranch. It kept me laughing for a week.
Yeah? Well, what have you been doing?
Oh, the same as usual. Working some and playing some. Mostly playing.
Sure. You no good, Weasel. You're just the same as always. Ain't no account to nobody nowheres. Ain't you ever going to settle down?
Who, me? Say, what for?
Buenos dias, senor.
Oh, hello, Nina. How are you?
Muy bien.
Hey, let me introduce you to an old pal of mine.
Oh, hello.
Morning, ma'am.
He's very handsome, no?
Yeah, just a minute.
Sure, he's a real lady killer, Nina.
Gee.
Hey, you better watch out for this hombre, ma'am. He's a low-down, double-barreled liar. Don't you believe a word he says?
Oh, yeah?
Hello. What's the argument, boys?
Oh, hello, Trampers. Step right up and join in.
I don't know what it's all about, Nina, but whatever it is, I can settle it fair and square.
No.
In my favor.
When'd you get in, Trampers?
Just blowed in to beat your time with this lady. Come on, Nina, I'll buy you a drink.
But, senor, I am with this gentleman.
You mean you were with him? Come on.
No, stop. I want to stay here.
Hey, I ain't arguing with you, sweetheart. I'm telling you.
No, let me go.
Wait. There ain't no argument, Trampus. We're getting along just fine. Not that it's any of your business.
Who's talking to you?
I'm just telling you.
Yeah? Well, when I want to know anything from you, I'll let you know, you long-legged son of a...
Wait a minute. If you want to call me that, smile.
You're getting mighty touchy, ain't you?
About some things. You better be leaving, Trampus.
Sure. Come on, boys. I'll trim the hide off you in a game of stud.
Say, I wouldn't mix a dun with Trampus if I was you.
Trampus and me just don't mix at all.
Hey, where's the Virginian?
Somebody want me? Hey, Nebraska. Here.
Oh, hello, boss. Say, the Wyoming Special can't get through to the station on account of them cattle blocking the right of way.
All right, I'll tend to him. Come along, Steve.
Sure. I'll help you clean them up.
Get up there. Get on.
Hey, head them this way.
All right, Nebraska, show 'em along.
Oh, get along there, you. Get along, you. Well, I guess that fixes it.
Thanks, Steve. Well, look at who's here.
Where?
That girl over there. Just got off the train, I reckon.
Hey, she sure is a fine-looking female. Yeah, I'd kind of like to make her acquaintance.
I seen her first, Steve.
Hey, what's the matter with her?
Yeah, she's backing up like a scared calf. Hey, look at her. She's scared of that milk cow down there.
Hey, ma'am, that cow won't hurt you none.
Wait, Steve. I'll go and rescue the fair lady.
Rescue her? From what, a moo cow?
Don't stop me now.
Oh, get away. Get away, please. Oh, get away, I said.
Ho, ho. Get out of here. Get out of here, you ornery devil. Go on. Go on, get out of here. Well, the critter's gone, ma'am. I reckon you're safe now.
Oh, thank you so much.
It's a mighty lucky thing I happened along. A wild steer is an awful ornery critter.
Oh, it did frighten me, just for a moment.
If that steer had seen you face to face, just like I'm doing now, ma'am, he couldn't have been so mean.
Oh, thank you.
I reckon you're the new waitress at the Lone Star Hotel.
Oh, no, I'm a teacher.
Oh, the new school, ma'am?
That's right. I've come all the way from Vermont.
Well, that sure is fine.
Well, thank you again for rescuing me.
Oh, that's all right. Any time at all.
Mister.
What's the matter, little girl?
Did you see my bossy?
Bossy? What? Why, no.
She's my milking cow. I was leading her home and she ran away. And I can't find... Oh, there she is. Bossy, here, girl, here, bossy.
Oh.
So that's your wild steer. A milking cow.
Well, you see, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cowboy. It was so brave of you to rescue me from Borsig.
Well, look, ma'am, it was like this.
Don't you think you'd better go and rescue that little girl? I'm sure she'd be quite impressed. But if you tried to make a fool of her, she'd probably slap your face. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm sure sorry it wasn't a real steer. My Lulu gal's a daisy. She wears a big white hat. And I'll bet your life when I'm in town.
Easy, boy. Who's that, the Virginian?
That's right, Judge.
I thought I recognized you. The dark I wasn't sure. On your way to that welcoming party they gave him for the new schoolma'am, I suppose.
That's where I'm heading, Jed.
Yeah, me, too. They say she's a mighty pretty girl.
Yeah, she sure is.
Say, the Valley Ranchers had another meeting this afternoon.
About rustlers?
Yeah. The patience is plumb give out. I tell you, the country's going to the dogs when it pays a man better to steal than to work.
It ain't everybody that's stealing cattle, Judge.
Some is, and it's up to us to find 'em out.
You know, Judge, I got an idea that ain't going to be so awful hard once we set our minds to it.
What do you mean? You got any suspicions?
Maybe.
Who?
Well, it's only a suspicion, Judge. Cattle rustling's a nasty thing to pin on a man unless you got proof.
Tell me who it is. I'll get the proof.
No, I reckon I'll wait a while. And if I was you, Judge, I wouldn't say nothing about it at the welcoming party. No use spoiling the schoolma'am's first social gathering.
Well, I guess this is where we wash up, Trampas.
Yeah.
Sure sounds like a good time in there.
Sure does. Say, Steve.
Yeah?
About what I was saying before. You ought to get smart. Cow punching ain't no way for a fellow like you to make a living.
I know it, Trampas. A cowhand's dumber than a locoed steer. Freeze all winter and bake all summer. And for what? $30 a month in keep.
Sure. But making money's easy if you know how. And if you're smart.
Well, what's on your mind, Trampas?
Nothing I want to talk about now.
All right, when?
See me tomorrow. I think you'll be interested.
Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello.
Why, I thought you was going to wait for me tonight.
Oh, you was late and Trampas dangled by, so I sort of come along with him.
Well, you ain't very choosy about your company.
Maybe you'll explain what you mean by that.
Nothing, Trampas, nothing. But maybe I ought to compliment you, Trampas. You got so many calves this year. I reckon it keeps you all wore out branding them.
You're liable to talk yourself into a heap of trouble, my friend.
Since when was I your friend, Trampas?
All right. That suits me. See you later, Steve.
Yeah.
Well, Steve, how about circulate around the dance?
Sure. Come on, let's go in. Hey, there's your new schoolma'am over there.
Yeah.
Hey, she looks mighty pretty in her Vermont dress, don't she?
Say, she'd look good in an Indian squaw blanket. Well, here goes, Steve.
You gonna ask her for a dance?
And I'm going to get it. Evening, ma'am.
Oh, good evening.
Would you care to try a turn at dancing? Huh? I said, would you care
Yes,
to...
I hear you. You're from Virginia, aren't you?
Yes, ma'am. That is, I was born there.
I always thought that Southerners had such good manners.
That's correct, ma'am. Leastways, they should have.
Well, in New England, where I came from, a man always asked to be introduced to a lady before he asked her to dance.
I ask your pardon, ma'am. Will you excuse me for a minute?
Certainly.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Shorty.
Yeah?
Come here.
Yeah, what do you want?
You know the new school, ma'am?
Know her? Sure, I know her.
Well, I want you to introduce me. Formal-like.
Sure. Yeah, come on over.
Thanks, Shorty.
Oh, Miss Wood.
Yes?
Miss Wood, I'd like to present an old friend of mine to you. We calls him the Virginian.
Very pleased to meet you, ma'am.
Oh, yes. You're the gallant young man who rescued me from the tame cow.
What's that? Tame cow?
It's all right, Shorty. I'll see you tomorrow.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, so long, boys.
Well,
Well?
would you like to dance, ma'am, or should we sit down?
Thank you. I am a little tired.
I'd rather talk than dance. Can't talk and dance at the same time anyway. Should we go outside?
Very well.
This way, ma'am. Nice and quiet out here.
Yes, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Miss Wood, There's something I'd like to say to you.
Do you mind if I say something first?
No, ma'am.
I suppose you feel very proud of yourself for what you did the other day.
Yes. No, ma'am.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you can say?
Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Well, I don't think you're a bit funny.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop it.
Well, that's better. Now we're going to get along fine.
You said you had something to say to me.
Well, I reckon you said it already. I was just going to apologize to you on account of acting up like I did about that cow.
Oh, I see.
Now that's all over, and we've been formally introduced and all. I'd like very much to go riding with you someday.
Oh, would you?
Yes, ma'am. You ain't afraid of me, are you?
Oh, why should I be?
No reason at all. I'm as gentle as a plow horse. And I'm powerful, interested in education.
Oh, then I do hope you come to some of my classes. I have several little boys just your age.
I'd sure be proud. Yes. Only I don't reckon I could get away from work to go to school right now.
Oh, but you could get off to go riding.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll be calling for you up at the schoolhouse. Well, how do you like the new horse?
Oh, she's marvelous. What's her name? Oh, what are you laughing at?
Well, her name is Sir Henry, but I call him Hank for short.
Well, he's a nice horse.
You want to get off here for a while?
All right.
Easy now. There you are.
Oh, thanks. Oh, it was wonderful to ride out here. I love it more every day we come.
I reckon I do, too. Never noticed the country much before, but coming out this way with you all the time, I like it fine.
You haven't told me about that book I lent you last week. Did you finish it?
That Romeo and Juliet? Yes, ma'am, I finished it.
Don't tell me you didn't like it.
Well, I ain't read any poetry before, but as soon as I get the hang of it, it'll be as easy as reading the patent medicine catalog.
Didn't you like the story?
Well, they raised a mighty strange breed of men in them days, but in some respects, this Romeo was a pretty good hombre.
Oh, indeed. Just a pretty good hombre.
Yes'm. He had his enemies and he killed them. Shows he wasn't no coward and proves he was quick on the draw.
Why, you approve of killing your enemies? An
No.
eye for an eye?
No. Not if there's an honorable way out, no, ma'am. But them enemies was particular ornery. They had it coming to 'em.
Well, what else? What didn't you like about Romeo?
I didn't like him in that balcony scene.
The balcony scene? Why, that's the most famous scene in the play.
Maybe so, but not for me. What's his idea in traipsing up and down a rope ladder, anyhow? Why didn't he go in through the front door?
Don't you understand? Their families were enemies.
But traipsing up a ladder, that ain't my idea of a real man.
Well, what would you do? Go in and kill her father? That would be nice.
No, I wouldn't have killed him, but I'd have had a showdown with him, man to man, and if he was too stubborn to call off that fool feud, I'd have grabbed Juliet right off that balcony and married her.
That was just what he was planning to do.
Yeah, I know, but he couldn't stop playing actor on that balcony. Wasted so much valuable time, he got 'em both killed.
What would you have done?
Well, I ain't no Romeo, but if I loved a gal and wanted her, I wouldn't fritter away the time on no rope ladder making up poetry.
Well, what would you do?
I'll show you. I'll just take her like this.
Let me go. Stop it. Stop. Oh,
There, that's what I'd do.
you're just as sure of yourself as ever, aren't you?
Molly, don't play act with me. We don't fool each other. We ain't on no balcony. Molly, don't you think the spring is the prettiest time of the year to be married?
I don't want to be married.
Oh, Molly,
Well, not yet, anyhow. I've got my school, and I'm just getting started, and
teaching school, that ain't no woman's job in life.
it's mine. Oh, I like you, and I admire you, but I'm not sure of myself yet. This country's so new and strange. I feel like an alien, an outsider. Oh, I don't know how to explain it, but I just feel that I'm, well, different.
Women are funny, Molly. I don't understand them.
Well, I'm glad you think you don't. What was that?
Sounds like a calf bawling. I better find out what the trouble is.
I'll go with you.
No, you better stay here. I'll be right back. Come on, boy. Hello, Steve.
Oh, hello. I didn't know you was coming up this end of the range.
Oh, I'm just kind of drifting around.
I just been putting a monogram in a couple of strays.
Yes, so I noticed. Steve, there's no use talking around things. You've been putting Trampus's brand on somebody else's calf.
Well, what about it?
That's rustling, Steve.
Oh, what's a few calves more or less to a man that's got thousands? I'm sick of nurse-maiding somebody else's cows around for no more than enough to keep you on smoking tobacco.
Don't talk that away, Steve. You and I done a lot of loco things together. But there's some things that ain't only loco, they're plumb wrong.
Oh, you take life too seriously.
This whole country's taking things more seriously. I ain't trying to lecture you or play Sunday school on what's right or wrong, but the ranchers around here are plumb sick of having their herds trimmed out, and there'll soon be posses out with ropes on their saddles.
Well, I'm carrying a nice limber one to make it easy for them, if they catch me.
You blamed hard-headed fool.
What are you going to do? Turn me in?
Nobody's talking about that. I reckon I couldn't be sore at you no matter what you did. But listen, Steve. You and I have been friends too long to find ourselves lined up on opposite sides in anything like this.
Oh, shucks. How do I know what I'm going to do? This country's getting too civilized, too solemn. Yeah, I got a notion I'll be moseying out to the gold fields or someplace.
No need you leaving, Steve. You know, you can stay on here as long as you want, just so you don't do nothing crazy.
And if I do?
We ain't going to talk about that. Not till the time comes. Only I'm just hoping the time never does come.
Gary Cooper will be back in just a few moments to continue the story of the Virginian. But now, let's go to the airport in Burbank, out beyond the huge Warner Brothers studio. And as the 5:30 plane takes off for New York, in the crowd are two girls. Let's listen.
That must be a pretty important letter, all right, that we should drive way out from Hollywood just to send it off in the 5:30 plane. Is it important?
It's an airmail special delivery to Bill Butler.
Oh.
Anyway, I think it's fun to see planes off. A lot of other people do, too. Look at the crowd.
What? Well, they're not looking at the plane.
No?
Look at those mics and lights over there.
Oh.
They must be shooting a picture.
Yes. Isn't that Ann Southern?
Yes, it is Ann Southern. Oh, doesn't she look like a million?
Some snappy suit she's wearing.
Some snappy complexion, too. I wish I had one like it.
Ann Southern's complexion does look lovely. It will continue to look soft and smooth and clear because this youthful star protects it. She knows that enemy to good looks, cosmetic skin, comes when you're careless. Here's what this charming star says. Of course I use cosmetics, but I don't risk unattractive cosmetic skin. I use Lux toilet soap because then I know I'm safe. That's good advice for you. Lux toilet soap's lather is active. It removes every trace of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke the pores. It's when the pores are choked that tiny blemishes, a dull, lifeless look, enlarged pores tell you you're getting cosmetic skin. Remember, put Lux toilet soap on your shopping list. Buy for your complexion the same care 9 out of 10 screen stars use. Once again, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with The Virginian, starring Gary Cooper, with Charles Bickford as Trampus, Helen Mack as Molly Wood, and John Howard as Steve. Several weeks have passed since the Virginian warned Steve against rustling cattle, but the warning went unheeded. We find Steve now with Trampus and 2 other men engaged in running a herd. It's late at night, and they've made camp in a rugged hideaway deep in the hill country. Trampus, squatting beside the fire, gloats over their victory.
Not so bad, eh, boys? 300 head of cattle worth more than 75 apiece. Better than herding for a living, ain't it, Steve?
Say, I'm still herding them cows. We've been running them hard all day long. This ain't no picnic at all.
You'll have your picnic, Steve, when we cash in on them. Hey, Pedro.
Yeah?
Put another stick on the fire.
Yeah, wait a minute, Trampus. I'd let that fire be. It's big enough now. If anyone's following us, they'll see it sure as shooting.
What's eating you, Jim? Getting scared?
Well, ain't no use asking for trouble. Let the fire alone.
Hey, listen. When I want a fire, I'm going to have it. there's anybody following us, there's 40 miles back, cooling their heels.
Yeah, hunting for cow tracks underwater.
Well, I'm going to dangle down the ravine, see how Greasy's getting along. Night herding them critters. Right back, Steve.
All right.
Listen, what's that?
Ain't you never heard cattle before, Jim?
It sounded like they was being disturbed or something.
Calm down, boy. You're all on edge.
Sure, everything is all right.
Yeah? Maybe. But I'll be glad when we get rid of them cows, I'll tell you that.
What if they do catch us? You can only die once.
Yeah, what's life anyway? A few winters waiting for spring, a few summers wishing they'd last, and then your little 6x3, 6 feet under the ground, that's all. Might as well be now as later.
Well, that ain't the way I feel about it. I ain't itching to die just yet.
Ah, come on, let's think of something cheerful.
Sure, we sing something to cheer you up.
Now, boy, Pedro, make it low and sweet.
Cuando sale de la baña, valga mi Dios.
Whoa, boy, whoa.
What's up, boss?
Look down there. That fire.
It's them. It's the rustlers.
Easy now. The cattle must be down in that ravine. Nebraska, take 3 men and round them up.
Sure.
Shorty, you skid around to the north and come up on the campfire from there. Take Honey and Baldy with you, but leave your horses here.
All set, boss.
Judge, you stick with me.
Okay.
When I whistle, Shorty, you and your men close in.
Yeah. Won't they be surprised down there?
All right now? Spread out, everybody. And come in easy. We want to make sure we get them all on the...
Mi amor, ay, que vente conmigo, Chanita, a donde vivo yo.
Atta boy, Pedro. I always liked that song.
What was that? I told you they'd catch up with us. I told you they would.
Get their guns, boys.
We got 'em, boss.
All right, now stay right where you are.
¿Cómo estamos? Where are you calling cards, boys?
Thanks for the ditty, Pedro. It was real entertaining. Hello, Steve.
Hello.
I was afraid I'd find you here.
Yeah?
I warned you, Steve.
Sure, it's all right.
Well, where's Trampas?
Trampas? Oh, well, he ain't here. Me and Pedro and Jim were hunting by ourselves this trip.
With 5 cups over there on the rock, you must have been drinking with a cup in each hand.
Hey, boss. Boss.
Oh, here. Hey, we got the cattle all right, but whoever was a night herding them ducked.
We'll get them later.
What do we do now, boss?
I say string 'em up.
That goes for me, too.
Now, wait a minute. You got anything to say, Steve?
Well, I guess not.
You're sure of that?
Yeah.
All right, boys. You know what to do.
Sure we do. Let's have your rope, Shorty. Now, there's a good tree right over there.
No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die, I tell you. But I tell you, I don't want to die.
Shut up, Jim. You got to take your medicine graceful. Well, come on, boys. I guess we're all set.
Ain't you riding in with us, boss?
No. I'm staying here, Shorty. I got things to do and things to think about.
I know how you feel. About Steve, I mean.
He was my friend, Shorty.
I know. He sure went game, though. Not a whimper out of him.
He never even looked at me. Not once. He never said a word.
I reckon he wanted to, boss. You see, when he was getting things ready, Steve gave me his gun. He said to give it to you, boss.
To me?
Yeah. There's a note that goes with it. He wrote it while he was waiting.
Give it to me.
Here it is.
I can't see so good. Would you read it to me, Shorty?
Sure. It says, "So long. I couldn't have spoke to you without playing the baby. Steve."
Steve.
Well, will you be riding in now, boss?
No, you go along. I'm heading over to Lost Valley.
What?
I got things to do. I got a hunch that Trampas went that way. I'm going after him.
Keep your head down, Greasy. Be sun up soon. I ain't taking no chances of being spotted.
We gotta get away from here. They hung Pedro and Steve and Jim. We gotta get away, Trumpus.
We'll make it all right. We gotta watch our step. Now, take it easy. We'll stay here till dark, then we'll head south. After that...
Trumpus.
What's the matter?
Trumpus, look down there. Someone is coming.
Keep low. Ha-ha. Well, if it ain't the Virginian.
See, the Virginian. He's alone.
Yeah. Hand me that rifle.
Here.
Out all by himself, eh? Looking for me. Well, he's looking for the last time.
You hit him. He's down.
Come on, Greasy. I reckon we can start moving now.
Whoa! Hello, Nebraska. How's the Virginian?
Well, he's still unconscious, but the doc says he's out of danger. Did you bring the medicine?
Yeah, here it is. Say, you know the Virginian ought to be in a hospital. A schoolmarm's house ain't no place for him. Well, what'd they fetch him here for, anyway?
Well, they didn't fetch him. His horse brung him. Right over there to that door.
His horse? Funny, ain't it?
No, 'tain't funny. Say, he's been hanging around here so much the horse thought it was home.
Shorty, did you bring the medicine?
I got it right here, ma'am.
Oh, thank you.
No, you ought to get some shut-eye, ma'am. You look all wore out.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm not a bit tired. Anyway, there's too much to do.
You're sure taking good care of him, ma'am.
As long as he gets well. That's all that counts.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Nebraska, I meant to ask you. Have you seen Steve around?
Steve? Why, ma'am, Steve...
No, ma'am. We ain't seen Steve lately. You see, he don't work for the Box H no more.
Oh, I thought it was funny he hadn't come around. Well, if you see him, tell him his gun is here. The Virginian had it with him that night.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I sure will tell him. That is, if I runs across him.
Thank you. Excuse me, boys.
Say, don't she know Steve was...
Shh. I meant to warn you about that. She don't know a thing. Thought it might be better if we didn't say nothing.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, she ain't used to things like that yet.
She knew Steve pretty well. She'd be pretty upset if she knew the Virginian had a hand in on it.
Well, how's the patient today?
Oh, I've been up and around, Judge, feeling fine.
Good boy. What's the doc say about you?
All fixed. He says I can get out now any time. Only Miss Molly, she's been taking such good care of me, I kind of hate to leave.
I can't say I blame you none. You know, there's been some talk lately down around the town as to how we all might be doing a little celebrating sometime this spring.
Celebrating what?
Oh, a wedding.
You mean me and Miss Molly?
How about it?
Well, I wouldn't go putting no bets up if I were you, Judge.
What's that?
Not if I was you.
You ain't getting married?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You said don't put up no bets.
Sure. You know, it don't look so good for a judge to go around gambling on a pretty sure thing.
I reckon it don't, son. Oh, morning, Miss Wood.
Good morning.
Just talking about you.
Will you?
Yeah, just this minute.
Judge Henry, I wonder if you'd mind leaving us for a while.
Why, no, ma'am. Certainly not. Just getting ready to leave anyhow.
Thank you.
Well, so long.
So long, Judge. See you soon.
Sure hope so. Morning, Miss Wood.
Well, Molly.
Why didn't you tell me?
What's that?
Why didn't you tell me? You knew I'd find out sooner or later.
I reckon you're talking about Steve.
I am.
Well, I thought you knew, Molly.
I didn't know. Not until this morning. Oh, it's horrible. Horrible.
It had to be, Molly.
You were there. Why didn't you stop it? You could have stopped it.
No, you see, I was leading the posse.
You?
Yes.
But Steve was your friend.
It didn't make much difference then.
Your friend. And you murdered him.
Murder?
What else can you call it?
Molly, don't talk like that. It was hard enough. Don't make it any worse. Somebody had to do it, and I was in charge. That's our kind of law.
Does your kind of law tell you to kill your friends?
It ain't a question of friends or enemies. It's a question of right or wrong. I did what I thought was right, Molly. It was right.
Do you think I'll teach my children to believe that? Do you think I'll help raise a new generation to approve of murder?
Where you come from, they have policemen and courts and jails. We ain't got that. So when we have to, we do things our own way.
I see it now. It's this life. It destroys every human feeling a person's got. It's destroyed you. It's made you cruel and ruthless and cold-blooded. Well, it won't destroy me. I won't let it. I'm leaving here just as soon as I can.
Leaving, Molly? You don't mean that.
I do mean it.
Then you're leaving me, too.
Yes, I'm leaving you, too. I'm leaving everything that's base and mean and ugly. Now, please get out and let me alone. Let me alone.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's the pride of California that it produces bigger things than any state in the Union. Hence, it was with consternation that California learned some 30 years ago that a baby had been born in Maine, weighing 16.5 pounds. His precocious muscles rivaled those of the mythical stone crusher, Paul Bunyan. There's a legend back in Maine that when his mother took the heavyweight infant for his first ride in a perambulator, the baby leaped from the carriage and, bowing gracefully, said, "Come on, Ma, you get in and let me push." That may be a tall story, but I can vouch for the fact that he was a United States Marine when only 14 years old, and 3 years later was a strong man in vaudeville. Today, California at last claims him, not only as physical director of Paramount Studios and a radio physical trainer, but as a singer and little theater actor as well. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Klein.
Well, thank you, Mr. DeMille. What would you like me to do? Sing, act, or give you a workout?
I've heard you sing, I've seen you act, and I've thrown myself on your mercies in the gymnasium. Tonight is my turn.
All right. I hope I can take it as well as you.
Dick, Gary Cooper tells me that you're responsible for that educated fist he swings in The Plainsman.
Gary's really one of the best boxers in Hollywood, along with George Raft, Sir Guy Standing, Jack Oakey, and, strangely enough, Ida Lupino. But I'm proudest of Gary. He's a real example of what regular exercise can do.
Now, many people still believe that the life of a picture star is a round of parties, anything but a round of boxing. One of the reasons I asked you here is to correct that impression.
Well, outside of farmers, none live a more regular, healthy life than film stars. It's a matter of necessity. If they didn't, they'd never be able to stand the strain. A well-balanced diet, plenty of sleep, and the proper exercises are absolutely necessary so they may give their best.
You might be a little more explicit.
Well, their taste in exercise varies. Carole Lombard and Claudette Colbert prefer tennis. Cary Grant and Randolph Scott go in for punching the bag. Bing Crosby and, incidentally, Mr. DeMille like the rowing machine. Gladys Swartout and Adolphe Monjou do lots of riding. And Marlene Dietrich and Mae West keep their famous figures by pedaling a stationary bicycle. I've been doing my darndest to get W.C. Fields inside of the gym, but he insists he gets all the exercise he needs juggling a half-dozen grapefruit every morning. My gymnasium, by the way, is one of the most historic buildings in Hollywood. It started out as a barn. Then in 1914, Mr. DeMille turned it into a studio. It was there that he made the first feature-length picture, The Squaw Man. Keeping fit has become so important in Hollywood that in the near future, every new player at Paramount will undergo a complete physical examination when signed. All of our executives will also be expected to report regularly. Take a tip from these famous people, ladies and gentlemen, and find time to exercise. I guarantee you'll be amazed at how much more work you'll be able to accomplish, how much better you'll feel. Do your exercising where you can step into a shower immediately after. And if you want to get the ultimate good from both exercise and shower, my advice is to use Lux Toilet Soap. I believe in physical culture of the skin as well as the rest of the body. It's part of my business to know what's best for a healthy skin. Lux never leaves the skin dry, as many soaps do. It has a pleasant aroma, and its cleansing qualities are distinctly superior. You can be pretty certain that when the stars go for something the way they do for Lux soap, it must be good. And thank you, Mr. DeMille, and so long.
Good night, Prodigy. And now, Back to the Virginian, starring Gary Cooper with Charles Bickford, Helen Mack, and John Howard. It's several days later. In the corral at the Box H Ranch, we find the Virginian saddling his horse. Strolling up to the gate comes Molly Wood. She stands for a moment watching him, then speaks timidly.
Good morning.
Molly. Good morning, ma'am.
May I come in?
It'll be a pleasure to have you, ma'am.
Thank you. You see, I didn't leave after all.
Yes, ma'am.
I changed my mind. I'm going to stay.
Are you?
Well, aren't you glad?
That all depends. You see, folks has to be made for this country. It's rough, and it's wild, and it takes a strong stomach to stand for some of the things that go on out here. If you can't stand it, it's best not to stay at all.
You think I'm a weakling, don't you?
No, ma'am. I just don't think you understand our side of it.
Perhaps not, but I've decided to try. I've been doing a lot of thinking since the other day. I've looked around me at people like Judge Henry and Shorty and Nebraska and their wives. People like that can't all be wrong. They're kind and good.
Yes, ma'am, they are. But they don't ever let themselves forget the reason they're here. They're building a new country, ma'am. It's a big job.
I know, and that's why I'm staying. I want to help.
We sure need it, ma'am. Any help at all, and yours will be right welcome.
Thank you. And now will you forgive me for what I said to you?
Forgive you? Well, that's easy.
And will everything be just as it was between you and me?
That's up to you, Molly.
I want it to be.
I've been wanting it, too.
Oh, darling.
Hey, Joe. Joe.
Oh, hello, Trampus. Ain't seen you around here for months.
Yeah, I've been traveling. Set up around, Joe.
Sure.
Hey, Greasy, come and get it.
Hey.
Say, Joe, town's getting mangy with cowhands. What's up? Payday?
No, a wedding. The Virginian's getting hitched to the new schoolma'am.
The Virginian, huh?
You'd think he would marry her. I heard she saved his life.
Yeah, I do seem to recollect something about him being shot a while ago. Injuns, wasn't it?
Yeah. Somebody plugged him in the back.
You don't say. Too bad it didn't finish him for good. Come on, Greasy, drink up.
Yes, how's
Oh, boys.
Hey, when's the wedding, Miss Molly?
Yeah, when's the big event? Speak up, boss.
It ain't going to be till tomorrow, so you can stop pestering right now, you bunch of mangy mavericks.
Say, Miss Molly, do you mind if we borrow him for a spell?
Well, can I trust you?
Oh, we'll all be very good.
Pretty good.
Not too good.
Which is the honest man?
Not one of them.
Well, all right. I'll trust all of you. You can borrow him, but not for too long.
That's fine. Go on ahead, boys. I'll meet you in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, see you over at Joe's place, boys. Right.
You don't mind me going with him, do you, honey?
Well, of course not. The boys have their rights to you just as much as I have.
I won't be long, anyhow. We'll have plenty of time alone where we're going. We'll travel west till we find just the place we want to make our home.
I hope you'll never be sorry.
I hope I'll always be able to make you happy. And to keep you happy. That's going to be my main aim in life.
Oh, I love you. Well, you better run along now. The boys are waiting for you.
One more round.
Yeah, come on. Take it easy, boys. I got to get married tomorrow. Set him up, Joe.
Sure. Say, there's a friend of yours in town.
Yeah?
Yeah. Fella named Trampus.
Trampus? Did he mention he was a friend of mine?
He said plenty about you. All lit up and talking big. Said he'd drop in again in case there's any interest to you.
Well, it ain't.
I think he's looking for trouble myself.
Wouldn't it be just too bad if he found it?
Say, boss, we'll take this thing off your hands if you want.
Yes, and save you the trouble. Just say the word.
Any or all of us.
No, thanks, boys. This is a matter between us two. I'm only hoping he don't drift around.
Yeah, but a fella don't get married every day.
That's just it.
You've got to think of her.
Who else am I thinking of?
Come on, boys. Step right up and name it.
There he is, boss, coming in the door.
Well, look who's here. Joe, your place getting sort of crummy, ain't it? Never used to letting mangy foreman hang around.
Shut up, Trampus.
Easy, Shorty. It's all right.
Set him up, Joe. You know, Gracie, it seems to me I heard of a fellow around here who got shot in the back. Well, so far as I know, the only way that can happen to a fella is when he's running away.
Gee, running away.
Let me handle this, will you, boss?
No. I don't want no trouble, Nebraska.
I'm sick of this palavering around. Listen here, you.
You speaking to me, Trampus?
Yes, you. You've been spreading a lot of talk around about my dealing in cattle. I'm having a showdown with you here and now.
Trampus, I'm trying not to have any trouble with you just now.
Yeah, you've been dodging it for 5 years. You've been talking plenty trouble to keep out of my way. But I got you corralled now, and I'm calling you hand.
All right, what have you got?
I've got the belief you're a lying, white-livered skunk. This country ain't big enough to hold the two of us. And I'm giving you till sundown to get out of town.
It's too bad you had to say that, Trampus.
Get out. Get out by sundown, or I'll shoot you on sight. Come on, Greasy, let's get out of here.
Boys, I'd like you to oblige me in this by not interfering.
Sure, we understand.
Sundown. That's less than a half an hour now.
You're going to tell Miss Molly?
Not till it's over. She wouldn't understand about this. She's raised different.
Well, we won't say nothing, boss.
I got Steve's gun over at the hotel. I reckon that'd be the one to use. I'll go over now and fetch it. Come in.
Oh, here you are.
Sure, Molly.
Oh, it's been so terrible waiting for you.
You heard about Trampus being in town?
Everyone's talking about it. They say you've got to leave by sundown. I wanted to run out and find you, but I didn't. I waited quietly in my room.
I'm sorry you had to be worried, Molly.
What doesn't matter? Nothing matters except that you're here. Let's don't think about it. What shall we do now?
Now? Nothing now. It ain't quite sundown yet.
What?
I know it's a heap worse for you. I wish you didn't have to wait alone. But it won't be for long.
Why, what do you mean?
I did my best. I let him say things to me no man ever said before. If I hadn't been thinking hard of you, I reckon I'd have killed him then. I gave him a chance to quit, but he'd gone too far. It'll have to go on now.
What are you going to do?
I'm not going to let him shoot me.
But we can go away. It's not too late. You can go away and leave him here.
I've got to stay.
Oh, no, there must be something else. There must be. Why, think what it means, killing in cold blood.
You don't think I want to do this?
Oh, I tried to forgive the other killing, those cattle thieves and Steve. I forced myself to think of it as you did, law and order. But this isn't the same. You don't have to do this.
If folks came to think me a coward, I couldn't look 'em in the eye ever again, or you either.
Well, that's just pride.
I don't know what you call it, but it's something in the feelings of a man deep down inside. Something a man can't go back on. If anybody happened to say I was a thief, I couldn't let 'em go on saying it. It wouldn't matter what other people thought, but I'd have to know inside of me that I thought enough of my own honesty to fight for it.
Then it's to be like this always. When will it ever end?
There'll always be killing to do until this country ain't a meeting place for men like Trampus.
Then think of us. Our life together.
That's what I am thinking of.
Your life has always been your own.
I
But
can't-
now it isn't. You've given it to me. Don't take it away.
I can't think of that now.
If you do this, there'll be no tomorrow for you and me.
I'm sorry, Molly. It's got to be done.
Oh, no, don't go. Come back. Please come back. You can't leave me like this. You can't leave me.
Hello, boss.
Hello, Shorty.
And it's sundown.
Yeah?
I just seen Trampus. He's in Joe's place.
Yeah? I guess I'll take a walk down that way.
Listen, boss. Stay on the sidewalk. You don't want to be stepping in one of them mud holes when you're taking aim.
I'll be all right.
I'll walk with you a piece. That is, if you don't mind.
Of course not. Come on.
Watch out for the loose boards, boss. This walk is full of them.
I'll watch it.
You feel all right?
It's fine.
We're all with you, boss.
I know it.
There he is. Just coming out the door. He sees you, boss.
Yeah. I'll go on from here alone, Shorty.
Sure, boss, and lots of luck.
Thanks.
It's sundown, Virginian.
I know it, Trampus.
I warned you.
Well, I'm waiting.
You won't have long.
Bossy, all right?
You never touched me, Shorty.
Oh, you got him, boss. He's deader than a cold mackerel.
Yeah, I reckon he is.
Where is he? Where is he? Oh, let me through. Please let me through.
It's Miss Molly.
Molly.
Oh, you're safe. Oh, thank God it wasn't you. Thank God.
It's all right, Molly. No need to cry.
Don't ever leave me. Ever again.
But what you said before about there not being any tomorrow, don't that count?
Nothing counts except that I love you. Promise me you'll never leave me. Promise.
Sure, I promise. But I still don't understand women, Molly.
We take our leave of the Virginian, but not of Gary Cooper and Helen Mack, who come back to the microphone a little later. Activities of the motion picture world draw more newspaper men to Hollywood than national affairs draw to Washington. Outstanding among them is Sidney Skolsky, whose column Hollywood appears daily in the New York News and in many other papers here and abroad. Formerly author of the column Tintype in the New York Sun and Behind the News in the Daily News, Sid has also been press agent for such dispensers of beauty as Sam Harris, Earl Carroll, and George White. He would probably be offended if I said he is the best-liked film reporter. Sid is a member of that resolute minority who believe in hewing to the line of news and letting the quips fall where they may. Ladies and gentlemen, Sidney Skolsky.
When you call me that, partner, smile.
Well, how are you, Skolsky?
I've got myself exactly where you want me.
You'll never get there, Skolsky.
I mean, I'm as nervous here as I make you when I visit your movie set.
Well, you look like one of my pictures. 4 frightened people. All 4 of them.
I sound like a straight man, and when a columnist goes straight, that's something.
That'll be enough, Skolsky. Get on with your Hollywood wash.
Pretty subtle. Nobody'd ever think you were talking about Lux.
Can you do better?
Well, I don't use publicity blurbs in my column, and I don't intend to start with this program. But I can truthfully say I've seen Lux soap in homes of movie stars that I've visited. And I don't believe actresses keep Lux around for the same reason they keep emeralds.
Well, now that you're here, make the worst of it.
Don't worry, I will. Hollywood is a place where Kay Francis now keeps her diary in shorthand, where Gloria Swanson has 8 photographs in her bedroom of Gloria Swanson. It is a town where you need an umbrella to walk through a mist. It is a town where Hugh Herbert, leaving a party, said to the hostess, "I had a lovely evening, but this wasn't it." Where Francis X. Bushman, who was once the Clark Gable and Robert Taylor of his day, now owns a hamburger stand opposite the 20th Century Fox studio and is still serving his public. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Victor McLaughlin, playing a scene for his picture, The Magnificent Brute, was told to run up a flight of stairs and then fall when the villain fired the first shot from his gun. McLaughlin failed to do this, and when asked why by the director, Victor answered, "I'm McLaughlin. It takes more than one shot to get me." It is a town where Simone doesn't pull down the shades in her apartment, and rents have gone up in that neighborhood. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Douglas Fairbanks has his name written on the bands of the cigars he gives you. It's a town where you can drive into a drive-in stand and bring home a cake of ice wrapped in cellophane. Where the first thing Robert Taylor had to do to be a picture star was to pluck his eyebrows. Where at the preview of the picture Pigskin Parade, they had a scene showing girls going to Yale. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Ginger Rogers, for a wild evening, goes bowling with James Stewart on Wilshire Boulevard. Where John Barrymore gives a great performance, ordering a cup of coffee in the Brown Derby. It is a town where Director Van Dyke, making the flicker Eskimo, took artificial snow to the Arctic. Where Gene Harlow wears a mink coat, and with nothing underneath it but a pair of silk pajamas. Where Gene Fowler now signs his letters, Gene Fowler, author of Jack London's White Fang. But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Charlie Chaplin keeps a huge dictionary in his bathroom. Where Garbo and Rex O'Malley, doing a dance in Camille, fell to the floor. O'Malley helped Garbo up and, rather embarrassed, said to Greta, "Oh, dear, how could I have tripped over your tiny little feet?" It is a town where Joseph von Sternberg raised a beard, and when asked why, answered, "I'm tired of looking at my face, and I'm not the only one." But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood. Hollywood is a place where Carol Lombard can be seen reading a story in a fan magazine titled Clark Gable's Romantic Flight. It is a town where Irving Berlin, at a party, asked what song the feller at the piano was playing, only to be told it was Alexander's Ragtime Band. Where Ted Healy asked his stooge, Jimmy Brewster, who do you think will get in, Roosevelt or Landon? And Brewster answered, what's the matter with the guy we got in there now? But don't get me wrong, I love Hollywood, and all was well as long as it supplies such good copy. Good night, thank you.
Good night, Sid. We bring back the Virginian, Gary Cooper, and the schoolma'am, Helen Mack.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. The only thing I missed tonight was seeing Gary ride a horse as he does when he really gets out in the open.
Well, riding's nothing extra special, Helen. Back home in Montana, we learn to ride 'em most when we're kids. When most kids, rather, are pushing a kiddie car. I guess I cut my first teeth on saddle leather.
Is that why you picked Gary for the part of Wild Bill Hickok in The Plainsman, Mr. DeMille?
Partly, Helen. Actually, he's a perfect portrait of Hickok in look, size, and manner. Then there's a similarity between the Virginian and Wild Bill. The Virginian is the ideal American character in romance, short on speech and long on action. And Wild Bill Hickok is the ideal American character in fact. Hickok was not a bad man. He was a patriot.
Well, then how did he get such a reputation as a killer?
Well, he's supposed to have killed between 60 and 100 men, not counting Indians.
And nobody counted Indians in those days.
Oh, they were just used for practice.
Probably. The fact is, Hickok killed only in defense of law and order, and as he said himself back in the 1870s, there's no Sunday west of Junction City, no law west of Hayes City, and no God west of Carson City.
It was to change all this, to bring respect of law to the West, that Hickok devoted his life, finally losing it when shot by Jack McCall, who killed him for the strangest reason ever heard, because he admired him so much.
I guess it's because all this is true that I got such a kick out of making the picture. It was real.
Including the danger. In riding between two horses to escape an Indian ambush, I think you did something many stars would have avoided. However, that was in the script. What wasn't in the script was your stopping the 6 horses that stampeded across the prairie, running away with the stagecoach.
Well, after all, I had to stop them. The one they were running away with was me.
Well, while you were running away with the picture, I hope we'll soon have another picture for you to steal.
When Gary steals a picture or a broadcast, it's really grand larceny.
Oh, Helen.
As far as I'm concerned, I wish this program could go on for another 60 minutes.
Anything after your performance tonight, Helen, would be an anticlimax.
Then all I can add is that when it comes to radio programs and soap, give me Lux every time. They're both tops.
I'll vote the same ticket and include you, Helen.
Thanks, Gary. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, Helen. Good night, Plainsman. Of the thousands of stories that relate the adventures of a modern Robin Hood, none has won such enduring popularity as Alias Jimmy Valentine, which comes to us next Monday night with Pat O'Brien in the title role. With Pat are 3 other Hollywood stars, Madge Evans, Alan Jenkins, and William Frawley. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater stars Pat O'Brien in Alias Jimmy Valentine with Madge Evans and an all-star cast. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. A newborn baby is taken from a hospital nursery. There's no trace of the infant. There's no trace of the abductor. Your job, find him.
You'll be amazed when you compare Fatima with other long cigarettes.
Buy a pack of Fatimas.
You'll find they now cost the same.
Light a Fatima. Your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. You see, Fatima is the quality king-size cigarette because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended. And Fatima is extra mild with a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. Because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
Try comparing Fatima yourself. Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you...
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, January 28th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Steed. My name's Friday. It was 11:35 p.m. when we got to Mercy Hospital on Norwich Avenue, the main entrance.
Better check at the desk.
Yeah.
2B, right away, Eleanor. 2B, Wayne. Yes, sir?
Police officers, we received a call from the hospital here.
Oh, yes, sir. Right this way, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Walsh is waiting for you.
Is he the man in charge?
Oh, no. Dr. Walsh is the head of the hospital.
I see.
Please, Dr. Walsh.
Fine. Come in, please. Come in. Thank you, miss.
Yes.
Dr. Walsh.
How you do?
It's my partner, Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday.
Yes, I'm waiting for you. Will you have a seat, please? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen, I just got here a few moments ago myself. No doubt you know as much about this as I do.
We were notified that a 3-day-old baby's missing. Is that correct?
Yes, one of the Stryker twins. Found just Tuesday morning.
Mm-hmm. Where'd the baby disappear from, Doctor?
Nursery. Can't understand how it could happen. Never heard of such a thing.
Who was in charge of the nursery?
Nurse O'Connor. She's back with the superintendent of nurses. Quite upset. Would you like to talk to her?
Yes, sir, we would.
All right. This way, please.
Thank you.
Can't understand it. How could a baby disappear like that?
Have the parents been notified?
Father's on his way in now. We haven't told the mother yet.
Mm-hmm. When did they first notice the baby was gone?
I understand it was around 11 p.m.
Call came into our office about 11:20.
Go ahead, Sergeant. Nurse O'Connor?
Yes, Dr. Walsh.
These gentlemen are from the police department. Sergeant Romero, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, you
What do you do?
They want to know all about what happened tonight. You know, of course, it's a serious matter. Try to tell exactly how it happened.
I'll try, Doctor.
All right, officers.
Thank you. Well, we know that you're probably pretty upset, nurse. Now, you just relax and take your time.
Yes, sir.
When did you first notice that the Stryker baby was missing?
Must have happened somewhere between 11 o'clock and 10 minutes past 11. I'm sure of that.
How are you sure of that?
I came on duty a few minutes before 11. I took the night reports as usual, and then I started checking the orders and the formulas. I remember very well that both the Stryker twins were in their cribs at that time.
Mm-hmm. Go on, please.
I think it must have been about 5 minutes past 11 when I got this phone call from home. My mother's been sick lately. It was about her.
How far did you have to go to answer the phone?
About 10 feet down the hall from the nursery, just around the corner.
Could you see the entrance to the nursery from where you were talking on the phone?
No, sir, I couldn't. But I was only on the phone for a minute or two. As soon as I hung up, I came right back to the nursery.
Was the telephone call actually from your mother?
Yes, sir. My mother has a heart condition. She wanted me to be sure and have a prescription filled.
What time was it when you got back to the nursery, owner? Can you remember that?
It wasn't quite 10 minutes past 11. As I came back through the door into the nursery, I noticed right away one of the cribs was empty. One of the Stryker twins was gone.
Is there more than one entrance to the nursery, Miss O'Connor?
Yes, sir, there are 2 entrances, but at night one of them's kept locked.
Mm-hmm. Is it possible that somebody in the hospital, maybe a doctor, took the baby for examination or some kind of treatment?
No, sir. Just as soon as I noticed the baby was gone, I went to the head nurse, and the 2 of us contacted everybody in the hospital. No one knew anything about it.
Well, is it possible that the child's mother could have come down from the 2nd floor and taken the baby?
No, sir. Miss Stryker's been asleep since 10 o'clock. She's still asleep.
Were there any other nurses or attendants working near the nursery when the baby disappeared?
No. No reason for anyone besides myself to be around at that time. None of the cleaning people. They'd all gone home.
Dr. Walsh, I wonder if we could have a look at the nursery now.
Certainly, Sergeant. Want Nurse O'Connor to come along?
Yes, would you please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This way, gentlemen. Straight down the hall.
What are the hospital visiting hours, Doctor?
The usual. 2 until 4 in the afternoon, 7 to 9 in the evenings. Quite strict about that.
Do you know if all the visitors had left the hospital by 9 o'clock tonight?
Of course, I wasn't here, but the superintendent of nurses told me they'd all left by 9. She's compiling a list of every visitor we had this evening.
Good. They'll all have to be checked.
Nursery's right here, officers.
Mm-hmm. This empty crib just inside the window here.
Yes, sir. It's where the baby was. You can see it's right next to the door here.
I noticed that there's no blanket in the crib. Is that missing, too?
Yes, sir. Crib's just the way I found it when I came back from the telephone. I haven't touched it.
Are there any marks of identification on the blanket or the clothing?
Each one's stenciled Mercy Hospital. Each baby wears an ID bracelet.
Doctor, I wonder if we could have that crib brought out to have it checked for possible fingerprints.
Certainly, of course.
Is this the other door to the nursery you mentioned, Miss O'Connor?
That's right, Sergeant. I checked it. It's locked.
That large window on the other side of the nursery. Is that a stationary window?
Yes, sir, it is. It faces onto a small court.
Well, then whoever took the baby had to use this door.
It's the only way they could have gotten in. Oh, excuse me a minute. I want to attend to the baby in there.
Sure.
Listen to that, Jim.
Yeah. Doctor, are there any other entrances open at night besides the main one?
Not after 10 p.m., no. Just the main entrance on Norwich Avenue. There's a nurse on duty there at all times.
How about the parents? Is there anything unusual there?
No. Father's a working man. Mother's a housewife. Both the babies are perfectly normal. Nothing unusual at all.
3-day-old baby. They usually take a lot of careful handling, don't they?
Yes, definitely. First week's always critical. And this thing, taking a 3-day-old infant out in this weather, cold, rain. Afraid the odds are all against the child.
You're sure the main entrance was the only one open after 10 o'clock?
Yes. I can't understand it. How could anyone get that baby out of that hospital? How could they?
We're not sure they did. Midnight. A 3-day-old twin boy was missing from his crib in the hospital nursery. That's all we knew. We checked the list of possibilities. The baby could have been taken for ransom. Somebody wanted revenge on the Stryker family and decided on the baby as the best means. Maybe someone just wanted a child, someone mentally unsound, a maniac, a pervert. Maybe an accident had happened at the hospital. Somebody wanted to cover up. Possibly one of the parents or their families had a motive. Perhaps somebody just wanted the child dead. We called the office and got out an APB on the Stryker baby and a description of the blanket and the clothing. Details of officers were alerted at the bus depots, railroad terminals, the airports, all public transportation facilities. Steps were taken to notify doctors, hospitals, sanitariums, anybody in any place where a 3-day-old baby might be taken. The entire area around Mercy Hospital was canvassed. No information. The baby's crib was dusted for prints. No leads, no physical evidence. The investigation continued. When George Stryker, the father of the child, arrived, Ben and I met with him in the office of the hospital superintendent.
Can't we let people know about it? Newspapers and the radio?
We've already covered that. Stories and pictures have gone out to the papers. We've notified the radio stations. They're getting out broadcasts on it.
How am I going to tell my wife?
Well, sir, there's only one thing that we can promise you. We'll do everything we can to find your baby.
Well, isn't there something I can do? Isn't there some way I can help?
This is just a remote possibility, Mr. Stryker, but you ought to know about it.
What's that?
In case anybody contacts you regarding your baby, in case they make any demands on you for money or anything else, we want you to notify us immediately.
What could they expect to get from us? We own our home. That's about all.
We just want to cover all the possibilities, Mr. Stryker. In case any demand at all is made, don't try to deal with the people. All right?
Yes, sir, I understand.
Sergeant?
Yeah?
One of the men from homicide would like to see you outside. Sergeant will leave us.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
We'll have to go now, Mr. Stryker. We'll keep you informed.
All right, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I'll leave us.
I think we got something back here.
What's that?
Encinas and I were the night watchman out back, the side of the hospital that faces on Stacy Avenue.
Yeah.
2 doors back there, just off the street. One of them's open.
Together with Sergeant Olivas and Dr. Walsh, the head of the hospital, we went back and examined the side door which opened onto Stacy Avenue. The latch was obviously faulty. It took only slight pressure on the door to open it. The latch, both doorknobs, and the door itself were dusted for prints. The entranceway and the immediate area were rechecked. No leads, no physical evidence. We traced an imaginary path from the open door to the nursery. We came to the conclusion that it could have been possible for an abductor to enter the hospital, make his way to the nursery, take the child from its crib in the absence of the night nurse, and leave by the same side door without being seen. Storekeepers and residents along Stacy Avenue were re-questioned. We got nowhere. When the abduction story broke in the newspaper and over the radio the next morning, the calls started to come in. People in practically all sections of the city thought that they'd seen the missing baby. Each call was carefully checked out. None of them paid off. 10 a.m. We checked back in at the office.
I must be getting old, Joe. Can't seem to take these all-night sessions like I used to.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. Drank too much coffee again. I got a sour stomach.
Hi.
Hi, Olivas.
Right. The stats office come up with that run for us yet?
No, they're still working on it.
How about that San Bernardino call?
Yeah, they called back. They picked the woman up when she got off the bus, checked her and the baby out. Baby belongs to her.
Mm-hmm. Anything else come in?
All been checked out. Oh, the press called again. Want to know if there are any new leads.
Yeah.
Sergeant Friday in here?
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
They told me in the business office to come down and see you.
Surely. Come on in.
Thanks. My name's Wallace. I'm the desk clerk down at the hotel on 11th Street, Bluebird Hotel.
Yes, sir.
I got some information. I'd like to talk to you.
All right, sir. This is my partner, Sergeant Romero, and Sergeant Olivas.
How are you?
Wallace. What's the information about?
Well, I got hold of a paper this morning, read about that baby that's missing.
Yes, sir.
Imagine those people are pretty worried about the kid. Guess they'd like all the information they can get, huh? Looks like that hospital's in a jam, wouldn't you say?
Well, what information do you have, Wallace?
I guess those parents could sue the hospital if they wanted to, huh?
Well, sir, all we're interested in is finding the baby. Can you help us there?
Well, I don't know for sure.
What are you trying to tell us? Have you seen the baby?
Well, I may have. Do you happen to know if they're offering any reward for information?
Well, I don't know where it'd come from. The father's a working man.
Oh, don't get me wrong, Sergeant. I don't expect anything for any information I'd give, but, well, I don't make too much at the hotel. You know, if they wanted to show their gratitude in some way, just thought I'd mention it.
They'll thank you, Wallace. Don't worry about that. Now, what's the information?
Well, you know, I didn't mean anything by that. Anybody'd be glad to help out in a case like this. What I came in to tell you was a woman and a young baby checked in the hotel last night when I was on duty.
What time?
I think it was about 12 o'clock. Woman didn't have any baggage or anything, one little blanket around the kid. When I saw that story in the paper this morning, I got suspicious.
Is the woman still registered at the hotel?
She was when I left. That was about an hour ago.
What name did she register under, you remember?
No, I don't, but it's in the register. You can check it if you want.
Where is the hotel?
11th and Charleston, right on the corner. I'm sure it must be the kid you're looking for. Say, I hope you haven't got me wrong.
How do you mean?
About the reward, you know. I don't expect anything for this.
We haven't got you wrong. 5 a.m. It was still raining. Together with the desk clerk, Wallace, we drove to the Bluebird Hotel on 11th Street. We checked the cards at the desk and found that the woman had registered under the name of Mrs. Harold Parks. The clerk on duty told us as far as he knew she was still in the room with the baby.
The room's down this way, Sergeant.
Okay.
This is the 116. Mrs. Parks. Mrs. Parks.
You have a passkey with you, Wallace?
Here you go.
Thank you.
There's nobody here.
Wait a minute.
What have you got?
A small blanket. Check the lettering.
Mercy Hospital.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action. Oh, no.
Ah, that's different.
Yes, what a difference. There's a difference you can hear, there's a difference you can see, but the difference in Fatima is quality. Yes, friends, When you compare long cigarettes, you'll find that in Fatima, the difference is quality. Quality of tobaccos, the finest Turkish and domestic varieties, extra mild and superbly blended to give you a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette.
Quality of manufacture. Smooth, plump cigarettes rolled in the finest paper money can buy.
Quality even to the appearance of the bright, clean yellow package, carefully wrapped and sealed to bring you Fatima's rich, fresh, extra mild flavor.
Fatimas now cost the same as other long cigarettes, but your first puff will tell you,
Ah, that's different.
Yes, in Fatima, the difference is quality. Ask your dealer for Fatima, the quality king-size cigarette. Best of all, long cigarettes. Start enjoying Fatima tomorrow.
Friday, January 29th, 11 a.m. We were unable to locate the woman who had registered at the hotel under the name of Mrs. Parks. There was no sign of the baby. The blanket we found in the room was identified by hospital personnel as the same type used in the nursery. The room was checked for fingerprints and physical evidence. We found nothing. People in adjoining rooms were questioned, but they could give us no information. We got a description of the woman who used the name Mrs. Parks from the desk clerk, and we got out an all-points bulletin on her. Her hotel registration card was checked for handwriting and fingerprints. Captain Steed ordered an immediate canvass of all hotels, apartments, and rooming houses in the central area. The hotel clerks were shown mug shots of possible suspects. They failed to identify any of them. 3 p.m. Friday, the search for the Stryker baby went on.
Yeah, checked out all right. Okay, Gil, thanks.
Anything?
Gil and Zanis checked that Wilshire call. It's another phone.
Might have something, fellas.
Yeah?
Ruiz and I were making the rounds of hotels out along Pico. Stopped at a drugstore for a cup of coffee.
Mm-hmm.
We talked to druggists while we were there. Had a pretty good story for us. You got a light?
Yeah. Here you go.
Thanks. This drugstore is 2 blocks from the hotel where the woman stayed. It's open all night. And the druggist told us a woman answering this Mrs. Parks description came in about 1:30 a.m. Bought a whole raft of stuff.
Mm-hmm. How do you mean? What kind of stuff?
Well, everything for a baby. Bottles, nipples, dextrose, oil powder, you know, all that stuff.
Was he sure of the woman's description?
He gave it to us before we'd even mentioned what this Mrs. Parks looked like. Right down to the color of her coat.
Did she have the baby with her when she bought this stuff?
The druggist said no. She even asked him if she could buy canned milk there.
Where does it lead?
How do you mean?
Does he have any idea where the woman came from, where she went?
No, but he said if she came back in again, he'd call us right away. He's going to notify the other clerks, too. They'll keep us posted if anything turns up.
I got it. Homicide, Friday.
My name's Mrs. Lucy. I'm calling about that missing baby in the paper. Am I talking to the right department?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any information on the case?
Well, I certainly have. I know where that Stryker baby is right now.
Where's that, ma'am?
Right next door. The Salazars have him.
What makes you so sure?
It's perfectly obvious, that's all. It's not their baby.
Why do you say that?
That baby they have no more looks like Mr. Salazar, Mrs. Salazar, than mine do.
How do you mean, Mrs. Lucy?
It's very simple. Mr. Salazar is dark, quite dark. Dark hair, dark eyes, dark complexion. His wife's the same way.
Yes, ma'am.
Baby they have is a blonde.
Before I hung up, I got the woman's name and address and told her that we'd check out her neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Salazar. We weren't sure what it meant. It could be the real thing. It could be like 100 other calls that we'd had in the last 12 hours. Ben and I got in the car and drove out to the Salazar home on Wonderland Avenue. We noticed several cars parked in the driveway and in front of the house. We went up the front stairs and rang the doorbell.
Yes, sir? Come on in, please.
We'd like to speak to Mr. Salazar.
Yes, sir, that's me. Come on in.
Thank you.
Come inside. Let me fix you a drink. You're late, huh?
No, thank you. We're police officers, Mr. Salazar. I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh? What's the matter? We making too much noise for the neighbors?
No, it's not that, sir. Just like to ask you a few questions. Someplace we can talk.
Well, I have to take care of the guests, you know. We have this party here. My son was baptized today, my first son. That's why we're having a party.
Yes, sir. We're sorry to interrupt, but this is pretty important. It won't take very long.
Well, all right. I guess they can get along for a few minutes. Back here in the kitchen. It's probably the quietest place.
Fine.
Back this way, officer?
Right.
Over there. Pull up a couple of chairs.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Salazar, this is my partner, Sergeant Romero. My name's Friday. Homicide.
Yes, sir. What's the matter? What do you want to ask me?
We're investigating a case that involves a missing baby, sir.
Well, the one in the paper this morning. I read about that. It's a terrible thing, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it is. We've had a report that the missing baby was seen in this neighborhood. We don't know how true it is, but we have orders to check it out.
Well, sure, anything I can do. I don't know how much I can help, but I can understand how that mama and papa feel. My brand new son, I know how I feel.
How old is your son, Mr. Salazar?
He's just 1 week old this afternoon. Fine boy.
Was the baby born here in Los Angeles?
No, I sent my wife Roberta to Phoenix to have the baby. We thought it'd be a lot healthier for her down there. She has a good friend of hers in Phoenix.
Oh, I see. Your wife had the baby in Phoenix, and then she brought him back here.
Yes, that's right. Roberta came in early this morning. Big surprise for me. I didn't know she was coming. And right away, I called all our old friends. I called Father DeSoto for the baptism, and I got things ready for the party. Big baptism party.
Mm-hmm. You say your wife got back early this morning?
Yes, a few minutes after 3 o'clock. Roberta came in on the plane. She said it was late. You know, a big storm.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if we could talk to your wife, Mr. Salazar.
Well, Roberta's taking a little nap right now. She got in late, you know, all the excitement. Do we have to wake her up?
Well, no, sir, not right away. I just wonder if we could see the baby.
Well, baby's sleeping, too. Roberta said not to go in, but... Well, if you're real quiet...
Yes, sir, we'll be.
Okay, he's right back. Over here. Let me pull the blanket down. Yeah. There he is. Big fella, huh?
He's blonde.
Huh?
What do you think, Jim?
I think he's got a twin. 5 p.m. Harlan Stahl from Leighton Fingerprints arrived at the Salazar home. The footprint of the missing child taken at the time of birth was compared with a print from the child the Salazars had. The prints were identical. The missing baby had been found. 5:20 p.m. Ben and I talked with Mrs. Salazar in the kitchen of her home. The christening party went on.
I don't think I understand what this is all about, officer. What has my baby got to do with all this?
You know as well as we do, Miss Salazar. That baby in there, it doesn't belong to you. It's not yours.
What do you mean it's not mine? Of course it's my baby. My husband's and mine. I just brought him from Phoenix last night. That's where the baby was born. What are you trying to do to me?
That baby isn't yours, Mrs. Salazar. Now, you know that. It was taken from the hospital. How about the truth?
You don't know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about. It's my baby. He was baptized today. Juan Tomas Salazar. It's my baby.
This is a pretty serious matter, ma'am. The baby's footprint has been checked out. The child belongs to a Mrs. Stryker. We want to know how you happen to have him.
Because he's my baby. That's why I have him. You don't know what a mistake you're making. He's my baby. I brought him from Phoenix last night. You can ask my husband. He'll tell you.
A woman checked in at the Bluebird Hotel on 11th Street about midnight last night, Mrs. Salazar. She had a young baby with her. You fit her description.
I didn't go to a hotel last night. The plane landed here from Phoenix. I came right home.
The hotel clerk remembers you. He can identify you. So can the druggist when you bought the supplies from.
I bought nothing. The plane landed. I came home. It's my baby. It's my baby.
We found the baby's blanket in the hotel room you rented. We have your description from at least 3 people, even the color of the coat you wore last night.
You can't take him away. He belongs to me. Me and Frank, you can't take him away, please. You can't.
Miss Salazar, why don't you put yourself in the place of the real mother of that baby? How do you think she feels about her baby being taken away? How about it, Miss Salazar?
Have a drink, officers, please. For the party. Have a drink, I'll tell you.
Tell us what, ma'am?
I'm tired. Let me sit down.
Yeah.
Just for a few minutes. I tell you how it happened. I know you understand.
Yes, ma'am.
It'll be 11 years next month that Frank and I were married. I don't have to tell you we want a baby. Frank always wanted a baby, but no more than I did. It's what we live for. A baby of our own.
Yes, ma'am.
Boy or girl, we didn't care. But we didn't have one. For 11 years, we didn't have one. Then last April, that's when the doctor told me. He said I was going to have a baby.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Well, a month before the baby was born, we thought it would be better if I went to my friend's place in Phoenix, Arizona. For the winter, you know, it would be warmer there. And Frank thought it would be nicer for me and the baby.
Your husband was still in Los Angeles?
Yes, he tried to come to Phoenix, but he had to work, so I had my baby alone. It was a boy. My friend was with me. She'll tell you it was a boy.
Yes, ma'am.
I kept calling for him to bring my baby. It was a long time I kept calling. Then they finally came, and the doctor, too. And he's the one that told me.
Yes, ma'am.
He looked just like his father. I know that. But they told me he was dead. I don't remember much after that, Sergeant. I got out of the hospital, and I took the plane, and I came back here.
Mm-hmm.
It was dark, and it was raining. But I walked around. I walked up and down the streets, thinking, what could I tell Frank? Baby was dead, that's all I could tell him. Then I walked past the hospital.
That was Mercy Hospital, huh?
Yes, and it was raining. And I could see all those babies inside, warm and in their cribs. And I wanted just one of them. Just one for Frank and me. So I went in the side door and I found the nursery. And when the nurse was gone, I took him and left. My baby. I went to the hotel to keep him out of the rain, and when it cleared a little, I took him home. I took him home to Frank. I took my baby home. That's why you want my baby, isn't it? Because I took him? Because my baby died and I took him?
Everything will be all right, Miss Salazar. I think we can straighten it out.
Roberta, you talked to the officers?
Frank, what do you want me to say?
It'll be all right, officers. Won't everything be all right?
Yes, sir. I think we can work it out.
What could I tell you, Frank? What was there to say to you?
It's all right, honey. It's all right. I'll go out and tell the people now.
And what can you say? What can you tell them?
Party's over. It's just a mistake.
The story you've just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
In a moment, the results of the trial. Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you. Last week, I asked you to write me if your cigarette dealer was out of Fatima's. Well, you did, and we've done something about it. Now, if any more of you find a dealer fresh out of Fatima's, send me his name and address. We'll take care of that, too. Write me, Jack Webb, Post Office Box 951, Hollywood 28. And, Mr. Dealer, don't wait another day. Step up your Fatima order for Thanksgiving and the coming holidays. Get in on the increasing demand for Fatima, the quality long cigarette.
Roberta Salazar was examined by 6 psychiatrists and was ordered to be placed in a state mental institution for treatment. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases, portions transcribed from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Coming up, We the People, then Screen Directors Playhouse on NBC.
Calling all cars, a presentation of the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 67 regarding a murder. Madge Thurber, undercover woman for the narcotics squad, found dead this morning. That's all. Roll deeper.
Calling all cars news. Hot news about May West. William Powell and Greta Garbo. That's a fucking free. And in Rio Grande service station. They're calling all cars news. Extra! Extra! All about it.
Yes, sir? Let me have one of those calling all cars news of that May West story. It's free, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Here you are.
Thank you.
Come again.
Well, now that I'm here, you might as well give me some of the best gasoline you've got.
That's Rio Grande Crack. The gasoline that gives your car police car performance.
Oh, you fellas are getting a lot of that police car business, aren't you? I hear Rio Grande has the contracts to supply 6 big cities now.
I don't know exactly how many cities specify it now, but I do know that wherever it's sold, more police cars, ambulances, fire engines, and emergency equipment use Rio Grande Cracks than any other brand.
Where have I heard that before?
You've heard it for years, but today it's more true than ever. Yes, sir, you're using the same Rio Grande Cracked gasoline with tetraethyl that our city police cars use.
Once more, we present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis. Good evening, friends. In the police stories I have brought you from our confidential files in the past, you have become acquainted with the activities of the uniformed men and the detective force. There is another and very important group of operators whose identities remain anonymous, who carry no badges, but whose work is of great importance in the complex task of policing a great metropolitan community. I refer to the undercover agents. Tonight I am bringing you the story of one of them, a woman who worked for years with the personnel of our narcotics squad, motivated by a burning desire to curtail the spread of the drug traffic. The evils of which she knew all too well, Madge Thurber worked ceaselessly to send merchants of horror, the drug peddlers, to the penitentiary. What reward she earned for this tremendously important public service, you soon will learn. Yes?
Mr. Everett to see you, Captain.
Send her in. Hello, Madge.
Morning, Captain. You come to me?
Yeah, sit down. Have a cigarette?
No, thanks. Not too early in the morning.
Well, have you been keeping yourself, Madge?
Oh, I've been around. What's on your mind?
I got a tip.
Yeah? What is it?
I just received some information last night that a couple of Chileans are unloading a lot of morphine in town.
Yeah, I heard something about that. But I was going to check on it before I bothered you about it.
Well, I got a line on them. Their names are Ruben Romano and Alfred Lopez.
Yeah? What else?
They hang out at Freddy's down on Spring Street. You know the joint?
I know where it is, but I never gave it much of a play.
Well, we start hanging around down there. If this gets on the level, these two boys will soon get next to you.
What do you mean?
Oh, you know what I mean, Madge. You look like a hype.
Well, don't rub it in, Cap. I can't help it if they put me on the stuff while I was in the hospital that time.
Yeah, I know that, Madge. That's an indelible mark on you. That's what makes you so valuable to us, Madge. You're looked apart, but you are a user, and therefore you're reliable.
I'll do anything I can to stop the use of drugs. You know that. Even when you get them legally like I do to stop pain, the results are terrible. Thank heavens they finally cured me.
Yeah, if they hadn't, we'd be looking for you instead of working with you.
That's right.
Well, Madge, you start making for these joints. Get acquainted with these two Chileans. You got their names?
Ruben Romano and Alfred Lopez.
That's right. I'll make a buy off them. Establish yourself. And then when you make arrangements for a second buy, we'll send a couple of men along with you and knock them over.
Yes, sir.
And watch your step, Madge. These guys don't like undercover women.
Don't worry. I can take care of myself.
For several days, Madge hangs around Freddy's joint on Spring Street, casually observing the habitués, making covert inquiries until she discovers the identity of Romano and Lopez. With the subtle tricks known to experienced women, she insinuates her presence upon the two South Americans without so much as exchanging a word with them. Then, one day,
me tell her that feeling Kentucky, Bill.
Look, Alfeo. There's the seat. Oh, there's a woman who looks like a narcotic. The one who's always here alone. Where is she? In the boot of the bar. What do you say, amigo? Our work is done. Will we have a little pleasure? Bien sabe. We might build up some more business for our return. Why not? Her skin is very white. She's a little old, but her skin is white. Bueno. Come on. Buenos días, señorita.
Oh, hello, boy.
We saw you at lunch, señorita, and we wondered if you would honor us by drinking.
Sure, I don't mind if I do. Sit down.
Oh, muchas gracias, señorita. May I present myself? I am Alfredo Lopez. This is my friend, Rubino Romano.
Couple of Mexican boys, huh?
We are Chilenos, señorita.
Chileans. Well, what's the difference so long as you have the price of a drink?
And what will the lovely señorita drink?
Give me a shot of straight whiskey.
Straight whiskey? The señorita likes the, what you say, the kick, eh?
It's me, boys.
I'm sure we will be good friends. Waiter, 3 whiskey. Yes, sir, right away.
You boys are fluent, ain't you? I ain't seen you around before.
You haven't? We've been here every day. We've seen you for nearly a week now, every day. And every day we wanted to speak with you.
Oh, come on now, Kitty. Don't hand me that. This is one of my spots, and I don't remember seeing you around.
We are visiting your lovely city. Soon we go back to Chile.
Yeah, it's too bad. Figured we might get better acquainted.
Yeah, sir. 3 whiskey.
Well, here's one in your eyes, boys.
The señorita seems to like her whiskey.
Yeah, nothing like it. That is when you can't get something better.
Something better?
Yeah, you know what I mean.
I'm afraid I do not.
Oh, you wasn't born yesterday. I'm talking about snow.
No.
Just morphine. That's his tougher, a real joke.
The señorita is a user of narcotics?
Sure, can't you tell? Look at my eyes. Look at my skin. I've been on the stuff for years. And boys, here's the rub. I'm stressed out. You got my last talk this morning. You don't know I can get hold of some, do you?
Why, of course not. The señorita does not think of
Oh,
me.
come on now, Kitty. Don't get on your high horse. You look as if you've been around long enough to know the ropes. And seeing you're from Chile, I thought...
Chile? What has our native land got to do with it?
Well, aren't you the babe in arms? Don't you know some of the best Manchurian stuff is smuggled into this country from Chile?
Is that so?
Oh, they ship it to South America and then send it up here. Didn't you know that?
No.
How about it, boys? Haven't you got me on this?
Why do you upset?
Oh, come on. Don't call me. I know your racket.
Racket? You do not understand.
Listen, boys, I'm on to you, see? You guys are a couple of high-powered dope smugglers. I know all about you.
What are you trying to do? Who are you?
Don't get excited.
Who told you such a thing about us?
You know Hobo Pegler?
Hobo Pegler? See?
Well, the hobo and I are pals. He tells me you've been supplying him for a couple of months. Ask him if you don't think I'm on the level. Well, how about it, boys? I've got to have some stuff. I've got to. How much can you tell me?
You're sold out.
You're sold out? Now, ain't that just my luck? When will you have some more?
You must go back to Santiago and get some more.
Now, that'll take months.
2 months to be exact.
Well, listen, boys. You'll let me know when you come back, won't you?
Yes, señorita, we will.
You'll find me around here almost any day.
Bueno. We will look for you, señorita.
2 months later, just as gray dawn is breaking on a hazy July morning, a little passenger Italian freighter seeks the San Pedro light off Los Angeles Harbor. On the fantail above the turning wake stands a quiet figure peering across the gray water. A man approaches him carrying a package under his arm.
Have you seen him yet? Yes. I think that is his boat just running the breakwater. See, that is Miguel. Just an innocent gentleman. The package ready. See, the waterproofing is wrapped tightly around it. Look for yourself. Yeah, it looks all right. He doesn't have line attached to the buoy. See, 30 foot. Yeah, bueno. Let's drop it over him. Wait a minute. Take a look around. Go ahead. There is no one looking. No one but Miguel. He's watching us. Yeah, I hope so. It's very hard to confine 30 ounces of morphine to the bottom of the ocean. He's going to throw it over. There you are. The boy is bobbing around, just like another piece of driftwood. And before we are in dock, our friend Miguel will have the package placed aboard. He'll be on his way back to the harbor. Smuggling is such an easy business. See, until you are caught. Smart men like us are never caught, amigo.
Thus did the two Chileans manage to bring their narcotics into California under the very noses of the Coast Guard and the customs men. A few days later, at Freddy's joint on Spring Street, the Chileans run into their friend, Madge.
Well, if you guys don't fight for so long.
Buenos dias, senorita. It is good to see you again.
And believe me, it's good to see you. When did you get back?
A few days ago.
You came back from Tuscany?
Yes, that is...
That is what? What's the matter? What's the case?
If you have the money.
Don't worry about that. If I haven't got the dough, I got to hand you
My
home.
friend, we do not trust people, senorita.
You can trust this guy. Him and me have been pals for years, and he's got Jack. How much did you bring back?
We have only 2 ounces left.
I'll take them both.
They will cost you $80 an ounce.
Hey, what are you peddling? Powdered platinum?
We run risk, senorita. We must charge fast. But the stuff is going to be very bad.
Oh, I don't doubt that. Hobo Peddler says it's the best he ever had. But $80 an ounce?
Of course, if you are not interested, we can dispose of it
Oh,
elsewhere.
no, I'll take it. I'll get Charlie to fork over.
Charlie?
Yes, he's the boyfriend with the dough. You guys ought to meet Charlie. He'll be a good customer for you. Well, when can I get the stuff?
Anytime you get the money,
I'll see Charlie tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon?
that will be all right.
Where, here?
Oh, no, not here. We must be more careful. You come to our place on Mateo Street.
Okay, just write down the address. And I'll be there about 4 o'clock.
Madge immediately reports her progress to Captain Littlejohn, and he assigns Detective Lieutenant Warren to accompany her to the rendezvous with the dope smugglers. Warren disguises himself in rough clothes, and the next day he and Madge present themselves at the Mateo Street address precisely at 4 o'clock, while Detective Lieutenant Murphy parks nearby in a police car.
Now remember, you're Charlie, and you're an old pal of mine, see?
Yes, Lord, and don't worry about me. You just get out of the way if there's any shooting. Murphy and I'll handle that end of it.
Okay, let's get in here. Ring the bell. Hello, pal. Well, I've come for the stuff.
You have not come alone.
No, of course not. I told you Charlie's the boy who has the Jack. Charlie, this is Senor Lopez.
Hiya, senor. I like you, senorita.
Now, listen here, Lopey, old kid. You got nerves like an old lady. Charlie's okay, and he's got dough. We're both in a bad way, and we want what you got to sell. Come on, don't keep us standing out here in the cold.
Very well, if you say so. You have the money, senor? Sure. Take a look at this roll. Well, no. Come in, please. Rubín. He traído dinero para la fiesta. Tráigalo aquí.
Oh, no stranger, pal. This is my friend Charlie. He's got the dough.
Oh, sí. ¿Está bueno eso? Sí, me aseguro la mujer que está bueno. Y así me parece también. Bueno, let me sample it. Feels all right. Tastes better. Yeah, it's good stuff. How much dough do you want? There are 2 ounces here. $80 an ounce, senor. It'll be $160. 160. There you are, I got it. Muchas gracias, senor. Hey, when can I get some more of this? It looks okay to me. We will let you know. I will tell the senorita. Oh, fine. That's just in. Now you can stick him up. You're under arrest. Policía! Corre al frío, bando! Oh, no, you don't. Stop or shoot. Get out of the way, Madge. Now, you Lopez, come back here. You killed my parents. And you, señorita. You are policía too. No me devuelvas tanto. Si tuviera pistola, te mataría.
Detective Warren's bullet ends Romano's life as he attempts to escape. But Lopez is placed in custody and charged with violation of the State Poison Act. Facing deportation to Chile, he is held in the Los Angeles County Jail. And there he strikes up an acquaintance with a huge Negro. What you all in here for, Mexican? I'm not a Mexican. I come from Chile. Chile? Most likely you all blown the place. It ain't Chile, though. Oh? You don't understand. What you all in here for? What they arrest you for? Narcotics. Stoner? I'm in for the same thing. The full people did this for me. The woman. And they killed my friend. How was that, boy? A damn thing got you here? What's her name? You all remember? Madge. She called herself Madge. But that no-count tramp? What she look like? Old white face and yellow hair? Is that the one that got me sent up too? Said she wanted to buy some snow, and when I got some for her,
He put the coppers on me. If I could only get out of here, I would revenge myself. I would take her life. Just the way she made them take the life of my friend. Well, you ain't going up forever. This violating the State Poison Act, well, you only be wrapped for a few years. They won't send me to the penitentiary. They will send me back to Chile. I can never come back to this country. And I want that woman out of the way. Look here, boss. I'm still going to be here. What do you mean? They'll send me away for a few years, and then I'll be out again. I could arrange to bump off if you want me to. You would? Sure. Of course, it would cost you some money. Because it was money to revenge my friend. How much would it cost? Well, now, soon as how I got a grudge against that dame myself, I'll bump her off for you for only $25. $25. I'll pay it. I'll send it to you as soon as I get back to Chile. I may be sure you'll get her out of your way for good. Oh, don't worry, boss. When I bump them off, they stay bumped.
Lopez is deported to Chile. The Negro is sent to San Quentin. Several years pass. Evil years for the dope peddlers who crossed the path of Madge Serber, undercover woman. And then one day, a few months ago, Madge walked into the office of Captain Chitwood, the narcotics squad.
Hello, Madge. Hello, Eddie.
Well, you've been seeing yourself, Madge. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Oh, I've been around, keeping my eyes open.
Yeah, what's your job?
I got a line on some boys putting out coke in the blackjack.
Let's have the lowdown, and I'll send some men out there.
I'll work it, Eddie.
Central Avenue is a pretty dangerous place for a woman to work.
Listen, Eddie, I'm too old a hand at this game to let that worry me.
You'd better let me send a man along with you.
I'll be okay. I'll get fired in my way. Those coppers of yours still look like coppers, no matter how you dress them up.
Yeah, well, I still think you're dangerous.
Don't you worry, Eddie. Just stand by, and I'll tip you off when I'm ready to make the bar.
So Madge plays it her way. Frequents the beer gardens along Central Avenue, makes casual contact with men she suspects of being dope peddlers. And then one Saturday evening, accompanied by an escort, she is seated at a table in a black and tan resort when three Negroes enter the place and stroll toward the bar.
Boy, you all recite the slow eyes, Billy. Yeah, man. We thought you all never going to get out of the big house. Well, now, fellow, they ain't never going to put me back up there. I don't like it no how. Come on, Billy, what you like to drink? Give me a big glass of beer. Oh, them shots sure look good to me. Draw 3 of them 26-ounce buckets, Memphis, and don't make them all foam. Oh, is this alive? Yes, sir. 30 yellow gals, no Gillette, Common Divers, and beer. Man, while I was up there drinking water, you boys got beer back. Yeah, man. Here you are, Billy. Fold yourself around that. My first glass of beer. Here goes. Boy, does that taste good. Oh, boy. Hey, what's the matter, Benny? There she is. Yeah, who is? That white woman walking toward that door, that blonde. What about her? That's the preacher done send me up. She's a stool pigeon. No, no. I'm telling you, Doc. Send up a friend of mine, too, a white boy who's down in Chile. She's no good. I'm going to get her. Now, come on, Benny. Put that razor away. We just got out of the big house. You all don't want to go back there tonight. I'm going to get her now. Come along with me.
Captain?
Will you take a cab, mate?
Oh, I'm on an expense account.
Just a minute, you. Just a minute.
What do you want?
Don't remember me, eh? You hop-head pig. Get going, boy, or I'll call the police. Listen, Freddie.
Leave your dirty hands off of me.
Shut up. Oh, you don't remember Ben Watson, eh? Well, I just put in 3 years in the big house on the county.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't, eh? Well, maybe this will help you.
As the three Negroes disappear down an alley, Madge's escort and the cab driver assist her to her feet. She is badly beaten, her eyes blackened, her clothing torn. They take her home, and the next morning her friend returns to discover how she spent the night.
Madge. Oh, Madge. Are you the landlady?
I am. What's the trouble?
I was trying to rouse Miss Service.
Yes, I know. She told me last night that she'd had a bad fall, poor thing.
Bad fall. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. Have you the key to her room? I'm afraid maybe she's sick.
Why, no. She locked the only key I have when she came in last night. And she said she lost her pocketbook.
Oh, I see. Well, I'll have to try knocking again. Madge. Madge. It's Hobo, Madge. Look here, I'm worried. I think we'd better break the door in.
Wait, I don't want you busting my doors down.
I'll pay you, Fanny, damn it.
Well, if you pay, go ahead.
Max. Max.
There she is, lying on the couch.
Max. Max. Speak to me. Wake up, Max. What's the matter? Good heavens. He's dead.
Madge Sober is removed to the morgue, where during the routine autopsy she is found to have died of a basal fracture of the skull. The homicide squad is notified, and detectives Joe Silkus and Thad Brown are assigned to the case. They question Madge's friend in discovering the circumstances of her injury. They enlist the aid of Detectives Smensky and Smith of the narcotics squad and drive out Central Avenue to interrogate the proprietor of the beer garden where the disturbance had occurred.
You the boss here?
Yeah, sir. Joe am.
What do you know about a fight out front last night?
I don't know nothing about no fight.
Don't give us the runaround. A white woman was knocked down last night out in front of your place. This morning she was dead.
Hey?
Yeah. And you know what that means?
Yeah, but I didn't have nothing to do with it.
We're not saying you did, but you do know who did it.
Listen here, white man. I ain't fixing to caress no razor between my ribs. No, sir.
You better come clean with us, or you may find it tough to get a license to sell beer.
You all can't put me out of business.
I didn't say we could, but we might make it pretty tough for you. Now, look here. This thing is serious. If you know what's good for you, you'll come clean. Well?
Come on, spill. Give.
Or else.
Well, you might ask the Welcher about it.
Who's the Welcher?
Just the Welcher. And then the BW.
BW? What does that mean?
Well, it gives them initials.
Welcher and BW. All right, come on, talk.
I can't say nothing more. Only there's the Welcher pulling away from the curb with that gal on the front seat.
Come on, Ted. The detectives tail the Welcher to a house on the side street off Central Avenue. They see him leave the woman in the car and enter the house. Then they pull up behind the Negro's car, and Silkus casually saunters up to her.
Hello there, sister. Where's the Welcher?
Welcher? He just went in the house.
Oh, thanks. That's all I wanted to know. Oh, come on, Ted. Yes. Thank you. You and Smith go round to the back. And you, sister, keep your trap shut.
What you all want?
Is the Welcher here?
The Welcher? I don't know no Welcher.
Yeah. Well, we know better.
You all can't come in here.
We're police officers, and we're coming in. Let's go. There's something moving behind that curtain. Come out of there.
Pull the curtain. What y'all want? I ain't done nothing. Benny did it.
Where's Benny?
Benny, he skipped town. I don't know where he is.
Yeah? Well, you're coming along with us. Maybe a night in jail will refresh your memory.
The Welcher and his pal, Tommy Washington, picked up later, convinced the officers that although present at the time of the argument, they did not strike the fatal blow. Expressing their willingness to turn state's evidence and thus escape accusation of complicity in the case, they furnished police with a description of their friend, Benny Watson, actual murderer of Madge Sober. Watson's description and fingerprints are broadcast all over the country, but for several weeks, nothing is heard of him. Then in a magistrate's court in Louisville, Kentucky.
Excuse. Benny Gibson, Bergen. Picked up on suspicion of murder in a party, sir. Not the man we're looking for.
Dixie Day. Oh, Judge, Your Honor, that's a long, long time. I ain't done nothing. I was just walking down the street. I was on my way to Memphis, Judge.
Well, we aren't anxious to put our jails up with vigilance. You pay the cost, I'll give you a suspended sentence, providing you keep right on going to Memphis.
Yes, Judge, yes, I'll do that. What will the cost be, sir, Your Honor?
$4.60.
$4.60. But, Judge, I only got $2.
I'll have to go to jail.
But I got an overcoat. I could hawk that if Your Honor would let me. Or to get $2.60 for that.
Well, if you can raise the fine, you'll be released.
Thank you, old Judge. Thank you. And I promise I'll never come back to Louisville no more, nohow.
But the unfortunate Negro can raise only $2 on his overcoat. Lacking the required 60 cents for his fine, he wires for Lex to his sister in Jackson, Mississippi, requesting funds. Next day, the chief of detectives in Louisville received A routine report from the Federal Bureau of Identification in Washington.
Well, Ed, this is the break. Oh, what's that, Chief? Just a minute. Bring down that prisoner, folks. It's Benny Gibson. Oh, what do you want with that drag? He's in the bag. He's wanted for murder in Los Angeles. What? Yeah. They sent his mug and prints into Washington as a matter of routine. And here comes the answer that his real name is Benny Watson. He bumped off an undercover woman on the coast.
There's Gibson, sir.
Send him in.
Well, you done come, Chief. Here it is.
Here, what is?
That 60 cents I'm on the city of Louisville. My sister sent it to me in the afternoon mail. Here you are. Now, that makes it square. Well, I guess I'll be going down to Memphis now.
What's the fast, Watson?
What's that? What do you say?
I said Watson.
Oh, my name's Gibson.
Yeah? Well, let's call you Watson for fun. That same mail that brought you the 60 cents also brought me some good news.
Yeah? I'm so glad to hear that, Chief.
I'm not so sure that you will be. The news is that your real name is Benny Watson, and you're wanted in Los Angeles for murder.
Detective Pat Brown is sent from Los Angeles to Louisville to bring Watson back. For 2 days, the Negro refuses to discuss his case as the two sit cooped in a compartment on the transcontinental train. Then he breaks and admits his guilt. But to him, his misfortune is not completely clouded with bad luck. For he observes to Lieutenant Brown,
You know, Mr. Brown, it's a mighty lucky thing for me that they didn't catch me down there in the Mississippi Valley. Like as not, they'd have lynched me. You know, Mr. Brown, them white folks down there, they just ain't civilized.
Benny Watson was a fortnight ago found guilty of manslaughter and sentenced to serve from 1 to 10 years in San Quentin Penitentiary. But this all too lenient punishment can in no way make up for the loss sustained by the police department in the death of Baggett, attaché, Madge Serber, undercover woman.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call your special attention to the year's biggest bargain in motor oil. An oversized quart for a quarter. Every can of Sinclair Opaline motor oil is sealed at the refinery with 2 extra ounces in each quart can. And this is unusual motor oil. It has won international fame. On the reputation of Opaline oil, Sinclair has built the world's largest independent oil business. Sinclair Opaline is used by the Army, the Navy, by leading transcontinental railroad and airplane lines. Such tremendous sales permit Sinclair to give you a sealed can of oil that should sell for 30 cents. But you get an oversized quart for a quarter. It's a sensational value. And you can get Sinclair Opaline motor oil wherever you fill up with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And by the way, don't forget to ask your Rio Grande dealer for the new March issue of the free Calling All Cars News.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast 67 regarding a murder. Suspected case is now in custody. That's all. Go easy, please.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Around lonely campfires throughout the western United States, cowboys still tell of the deeds of the famous masked rider of justice. He fought crime wherever he found it, and did more than any other single man to bring law and order to the frontier. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto and his great horse Silver, the phantom rider of the plains faced countless dangers with unfailing courage. And now, adventure comes to life once more. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Danger threatens the wagon train. That's our boat right legs of yours. I'll sail there.
As the Lone Ranger flashed by on Silver, we heard him say that a wagon train was in trouble. The wagon train, led by old Peter Ridley, had been suffering increasing difficulties. Amos Carver, once Ridley's firm friend, quarreled with him until the two men scarcely spoke to one another. The entire party took sides, and dissatisfaction grew daily. But when they reached the point where the Oregon Trail and the Santa Fe Trail divided, the trouble reached a crisis. As our first act opens, the wagon train had made camp for the night. Amos Carver is talking to Sam Dougal, the scout.
There's Rabbit, Sam. I've stood for all I'm a-going to. I don't know where Pete gets off thinking he's the only fellow in this wagon train that knows anything.
Well, Mr. Carver, I'd say you ought to be the leader of this party instead of him.
Ain't no reason why I couldn't do just as well.
And you're a heap better liked by folks than he is.
And why not? You don't see me telling folks that everything they do is wrong.
Uh-huh. Like us hunting them buffalo today.
Blast it all, why shouldn't we hunt buffalo if we've a mind to? Ain't hurting him any, is it?
Of course it ain't.
That's just like Pete. If he don't think of something first, then it ain't right for anybody else to think of it. I tell you, Sam, I'm going to kill all the buffalo I want.
Shucks, a fellow's got to have some kind of sport.
To hear Pete tell it, you think it was a crime.
But he's the leader. I suppose you'd better do what he tells you. It's likely he'd make trouble for you if you was to cross him.
Just let him try it. Why, that addle-headed old buzzard ain't going to take...
likely folks would side again you.
Did he say that?
Now, look here, Mr. Carver. I ain't one to stir up hard feelings.
I'm asking you a question.
Well,
So he did, huh? Well, I'll show him who's got the most friends. Next time I see Pete, him and me is going to have a showdown.
I wouldn't want you to let on I said anything, Mr. Carver.
You ain't told me nothing I didn't know already. Tell me what to do, Willie. Thinks folks will side with him, does he? Well, I'll teach him to reckon with Amos Carver for a change.
I'd better be getting along, Mr. Carver. I got me some work that's waiting to be done.
You run across that old goat, you just tell him I got something up my sleeve he ain't expecting. And if he don't like it, he knows blame well what he can do.
Covered a lot of miles today, Ruby.
Hiya, Jim.
Say, what are them things they have stored in the back of my wagon?
Having trouble with your things?
Anybody seen Jim around? He borrowed my axe.
Just seen Jim a ways back.
Thanks.
Hello there, Mr. Ridley.
Howdy, Sam.
Fixing your wagon?
Yeah. Always something wrong with the blame thing. Say, what's this I hear about you and Amos hunting buffalo today?
It weren't my fault, Mr. Ridley.
Amos put you up to it, eh?
Well, I'm just working for you fellas. I gotta do what I'm told to, don't I?
I figured it was that idiot's idea. Killing buffalo just for the fun of it.
I told Mr. Carver we shouldn't.
Buffalo's for food. Everybody that lives in this country, redskins and whites both, depend on it for the living. It's a sin to kill them for sport.
That's right.
And that ain't all. Seems as if nothing suits Amos anymore. If I'm for something, then he's agin it. Sure as shooting.
Well, I guess he figures folks would rather have him for a leader than you, Mr. Ridley.
Oh, he does he?
I don't aim to talk when I shouldn't, but I heard him saying something about having a showdown with you.
Then that's just what we are going to have.
Of course, this ain't none of my affair, but it seems to me when one fellow's the leader, then the others ought to do as he says.
And that's just what Amos is going to do. I'll make that darned idiot sorry he ever crossed me.
Look, ain't that Amos coming this way?
Well, that's him, sure enough. We're going to have it out right now.
I hate to see trouble between you two, Mr. Ridley.
Ain't nothing you can do about it. Amos asked for it, and he's going to get it.
I want some words with you, Pete.
Say your say, Amos. And then I got things to tell you.
Now, fellas,
You keep still, Sam. I know you've been wanting to smooth things over, but there ain't no chance.
Amos, you're a darned idiot.
I am I? Well, listen to me, you old goat. You're going to hear some things you ain't hankering after.
Yeah?
I heard you've been hollering because me and Sam here shot some buffalo. Just who are you to tell me what I can do?
I'm the boss of this wagon train, that's who. And I'm giving you an order right now that's going to be obeyed.
And what's that?
There ain't going to be no more shooting of buffalo less than it's for food. Killing them off just for the fun of it's got to stop.
I hear you. But you ain't giving me orders no more.
And why not?
Because I've been talking to some of the other folks, and they're tired of the way you've been running things.
Yeah?
We decided we're getting out. The trail branches off just ahead. When morning comes, we're going one way, and you're going the other.
That suits me just fine.
One is the Oregon Trail, and the other's the Santa Fe. You can take your pick.
Don't matter none to me.
And we'll be choosing the Oregon Trail.
Good enough.
There's about half the folks that say they follow my lead. We'll pass the word along, and when we come to the fork, the folks can turn off one way or the other, just as they've a mind to.
Honest, I wish there was some way to fix it up between you fellas.
Well, there ain't. I've knowed Amos since he was knee-high to a grasshopper. And he's never had good sense.
Yeah, and you all has been the same stubborn galoot you are right now. Good night.
The next day we find Tonto, the faithful Indian companion of the Lone Ranger, in the hills, not far from the camp of the covered wagons. He's crept as close as possible to a group of outlaws who are posing as trappers. His powerful horse is concealed behind rocks. He hears Rick Logan speaking.
Sam ought to report pretty quick now.
Yeah, he oughta. He's been with the wagon train from Platte River up to now.
I counted on him having things fixed so the wagons would divide when they got here.
Hey, Rick, just a minute.
What's the matter, Buck?
I just been wondering. Let me see that shooting iron, will you?
Here. What ails you? You act downright queer.
Them bushes ain't moving from no breeze.
What the?
I got him. A redskin hid in them bushes. Come on, let's see what he looks like.
There goes his horse. Never mind the horse. What's this Indian doing around here?
I don't know. I seen them bushes move, and I figured some prowler might be around.
Oh, he ain't killed. Your bullet just grazed him.
Toss a rope around him for the time. We can decide later what to do with him.
All right, boss.
Say, Rick, there's Sam coming now.
He's right on time.
Move. Anyway.
Well, we've been waiting for you, Sam.
Couldn't get away before. Howdy, fellas.
Well, what's the news?
I got good news. Boys, this is the slickest stunt we ever pulled off.
You got everything set?
I worked it just like you said, boss. Them two galoots was just spoiling for a fight.
Oh.
Say, where'd the Indian come from?
Buck just now caught him outside camp. He creased the redskin scalp for him.
Now, where in thunder have I seen that Indian afore?
Never mind him. I want to hear about the way things set.
Well, boss, I played Carver and old Ridley again each other right from the start.
I figured it could be done that way.
And they were so blamed jealous of each other, they was ready to believe anything I told them. I wasn't with them 2 days before they was fighting about who was to ride at the head of the wagon train and who was to stay at the rear.
Pretty slick.
I made Carver think that Ridley didn't like what he was doing. Then when Carver started shooting off his mouth, I told Ridley that Carver was just trying to fix it so's he'd be boss.
Don't look like you missed any tricks, Sam.
I sure didn't. Before I was through, they was arguing about everything from the food to the way the wagons ought to line up.
You always was the smoothest talker I ever heard.
And all the time, I made them think I was trying to keep them friendly. If you told them it was me got them to fighting, they wouldn't believe you.
Well, what decided them to bust up?
That's the best yet.
Yeah?
I got them to arguing about buffaloes.
Oh, what's that?
It's a fact, so help me. Old Ridley was dead set against killing off the buffalo for the fun of it.
And then what?
So when I told Carver the way Ridley figured, why, there wasn't nothing to do but he'd shoot as many buffalo as he blamed pleased.
And now the wagon train is split up for sure?
You bet it is. One half's going to Texas and the other half's heading for California.
They carrying plenty of cash with them?
Uh-huh. They sold everything they had before they started moving farther west.
Well, they're just the sort of folks we want to meet up with then.
What's your plans?
Well, now that they've divided up, we can raid either one of them without taking chances.
Yeah.
First, we'll go after the bunch that's taking the Oregon Trail. You see, they most likely will get through Saddle Pass before they make camp for the night.
Yeah, Carter says they aim to get that far.
And once through the pass, there won't be no chance of their friends giving them any help.
How's that?
Shucks. That pass is so narrow, 2 fellas with extra guns can hold off a troop of soldiers if they wanted to. Then when we've finished, we can get the others.
Yeah, gonna get started pretty soon?
Oh, we'll wait an hour or so. Needn't start that early the way wagon trains travel. We can take our time.
Oh, how about the engine here?
We'll leave Buck behind to guard him. Maybe later on we can fix it some way to make it look like it was Injuns did the raiding.
Good enough.
And when that wagon train gets through the pass, we'll be there to make them folks feel right to home. Yes, sirree. They're going to get a red-hot welcome.
The Lone Ranger was camped only an hour's ride from the headquarters of the outlaws. At the sight of Whitefellow returning without his master Tonto, he was instantly aroused.
Whitefellow, what's happened? Where's Tonto? You know where he is, old fellow. Do you want me to follow you? Hey, Silver. If anything's happened to Tonto, we'll help him, Whitefellow. I wonder if Tonto could have found the outlaws we've been hunting, Silver. We're ready, Whitefellow. Lead the way and we'll follow. Come on, Silver.
The outlaws departed early, planning to make the trip to Saddle Pass without hurrying. They left Tonto still bound to the tree, apparently unconscious. The outlaw Buck remained behind to guard him.
There, Redskin. You come to yet? I sure run a nice furrow across your scalp with my shooting iron. You're darn lucky you wasn't killed.
Oh, you shooting me?
It was me, all right. And it ain't going to do you no good to look at me like it feel pleased to carve me up. You won't be getting loose from them ropes.
What you do with Whitefellow?
At the name of that white horse of yours? He got away. But I sure wanted to throw my rope on him. He was a swell piece of horseflesh.
Him good horse. Maybe him get him, you.
Are you loco, Injun? Now, just how'd that horse get me?
Maybe you see.
That's a good one, that is. Hey, what are you staring at?
Me not stare.
You sure was. You wouldn't be up to no tricks, would you?
Tonto not see anything.
Uh-huh. And maybe you did. I think I'll do a little investigating. I'll go...
Tonto, you all right? Tonto, all right. Tonto, see you come. Yes, I was afraid this man might guess that someone was behind him. Here, I'll cut these ropes. White feller, bring you? Yes, he led me here. You tie up that feller. I will. Then we ride past. Why? There's plenty trouble. Me tell you what Tonto hear. I want to hear your story, Kimosabe. Tonto tell you. Then maybe we save white people.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Sam Dougal, an outlaw, was hired by Peter Ridley, the leader of a wagon train. Sam brought about a quarrel between Ridley and Carver, which led to the party's division. Tonto, scouting near the camp of outlaws, was captured, but later freed by the Lone Ranger when the outlaws departed to attack a wagon train. The faithful Indian told the masked man of the outlaws' plans. It is late afternoon as our second act opens. Peter Ridley, riding at the head of the wagon train, slowly making its way down the Santa Fe Trail, is speaking to a companion.
I tell you, Jake, I've known Amos Carver, man and boy, for over 35 years. And I've yet to see the day you could get sense into his head without a sledgehammer.
He was mighty good friends once, Pete.
Well, we ain't no more.
It don't seem right somehow. Some of us are heading for Texas and some for California. Maybe we won't never see the other folks again.
Serves them right for following a muttonhead like Amos.
Yeah, we ain't so far along, but what we could join up.
Look here, Jake. What's done is done. There ain't no going back. That's the last word I got to say.
Well, Pa always did say there weren't no worse enemies than them that had been friends.
Ain't seen nothing of Sam Dougal, have you?
Nope, not since early morning.
Reckon he went with Amos?
Maybe.
Well, I'll be...
Well, look over yonder. That might be Sam now.
Huh?
See them two fellas riding this way?
Mm-hmm.
Gosh almighty, ain't they covering the ground, though?
Neither one of them's Sam.
How come you know that?
Well, they're riding white horses. Sam's horse was a bay. You want no match for either of those critters.
They sure are beauties.
Come on, Silver!
What was he hollering?
I don't know. I couldn't make it out.
Well, they sure ain't wasting time getting here.
Leaping catfish. One of them's masked.
The other's a redskin.
Peter Ridley!
That's me, stranger. Right over here. Pull up here, Jake.
Ain't a holdup, is it?
Two fellers hold up a wagon train? Jake, sometimes you ain't got a mite more sense than Amos.
Oh, Silver! Oh, boy, steady! Oh. You're Peter Ridley?
That's me. What's on your mind?
Ridley, you've been tricked.
Huh? What's that?
Outlaws divided your train to make it easier to attack.
Mister, what kind of a stunt is this? Sounds kind of funny for a fellow wearing a mask to talk of outlaws.
But I'm not an outlaw.
Then how about the mask?
I can explain that later. Now you must listen to me.
Pete, there's something about this fella I like. Maybe he ain't an outlaw.
You leave me to handle this, Jake.
Amos Carver and his party will be wiped out unless you hurry.
This ain't some trick, is it, stranger?
My friend was captured by the outlaws. You can see the bullet wound they gave him.
Yeah? And how come he's still living?
He pretended to be unconscious when the outlaws made their plans. They let him live because they didn't believe he'd heard them.
Go on.
They'll attack the other party somewhere beyond Saddle Pass.
Just a minute. Where'd you get the darn fool notion that outlaws split up my wagon train?
Sam Dougal is an outlaw. He brought about the quarrel. That was his purpose when he joined your party.
Stranger, Sam was the most peaceable fellow you ever seen. He was always trying to smooth things out.
You don't believe me?
No, sirree, mister. You ain't going to get me to swallow a story like that.
Pete, you're just as stubborn as Amos. I can't see the harm in checking up on what this fella says.
The outlaws are traveling slowly. But if you don't ride at once, it'll be too late.
Now, hold on. Maybe you're an outlaw. Maybe you're just planning to get the men folks away from here and
Hey,
then...
wait. There's Chuck.
Seems in as big a hurry as these fellers.
Looks like he's been over the back trail, the direction he's coming.
Whoa there, boy. Oh. Hey, Pete. Pete!
What's ailing you, Chuck?
There's something wrong with Carver's wagon train. Something powerful wrong.
Yeah?
I'm so darned out of breath, I can hardly talk.
Well, if you got something to tell it.
I just came from Saddle Pass way.
Now, what in tarnation was you doing over there?
Well, you see, Sarianne is with the other folks,
The
and...
blazes with Sarianne. Talk off.
I was almost to the pass when I heard some shooting.
Huh. Most likely Amos, gunning for Buffalo. There's a herd over his way.
Buffalo, nothing. Them shots was aimed at me. Somebody was trying to keep me out of that pass.
Pete, I bet the masked feller was right all the time. Amos sure wouldn't fire at Chuck.
The outlaws are there now.
You really figure it's outlaws?
Of course, but we may be able to save Carter's party if you bring your men at once. Can they hold off the outlaws for a time?
Them sidewinders won't get Amos without trouble.
Are you going to do something, Pete?
Am I? Amos ain't got much sense, but he's my friend. And I'll fill the fellow full of lead that tries to do him harm. Come on, stranger, let's get going.
The Lone Ranger organized led the men in Ridley's party to ride to the rescue of their friends. With the masked man in the lead, they raced toward Saddle Pass. As they charged down upon the narrow cut, they were met with a volley of shots.
See, they don't want us to get through that pass. The rest of the outlaws are surrounding the wagon.
Shall we try it anyhow, stranger?
We can't. They can easily shoot us from cover as we approach.
We gotta do something. We just gotta.
Let's stop before we get within their range.
We've got to ride through that pass. We can't just stand here while them polecats are shooting up our friends.
That's right, Pete.
And I got to save Sari Ann. If them coyotes harm her,
Wait. The wagon train is still holding out. Now, the outlaws wouldn't be blocking the pass.
How you figure that?
They'd have no reason to stay if their work were finished.
Yeah, that sounds like sense.
There may be another way to reach Carver.
There ain't no other way, stranger.
We can't ride up them cliffs.
That's right. Now, can we ride through the pass? Carver wouldn't be helped by our death.
To blazes with that. If our friends is killed, we might as well be, too.
And leave the women and children in your own party unprotected?
No, we can't do that. He's right. I guess we were so blamed mad we was forgetting. If only you and Amos hadn't broke up, Pete.
And all because of them blamed buffalo.
Buffalo? Huh? Didn't we pass under the main herd beyond that rise?
Why, yes, but
How far beyond the pass is Carver's party?
Well, must be near a mile. You can see the fighting going on through the cut.
And I have a plan I believe will work.
Something to save, Amos?
Yes.
Then tell us your scheme, stranger, and we'll do anything you say.
The Lone Ranger outlined his plan to the men, and they went into action. But in the meantime, the outlaws' attack was proceeding as their leader had ordered. The greater part of the gang, taking no risks, slowly wore down the resistance of Amos and his men. The remainder, including Rick Logan and Sam Dougal, held their positions at the pass. Rick is speaking.
We're doing all right, ain't we, Sam?
Yeah, like you said, Rick, the whole troop of cavalry couldn't get through this pass unless we let them.
But we ain't letting them.
How are the boys making out with the wagon train?
Taking it careful, like I told them. Ain't no use rushing the wagons. They can stand off and snipe them without getting shot themselves.
It'll take a long time that way, boss.
What about it? We ain't in no hurry. Nobody can get past us to give them a hand.
It'll be dark for long.
All the better. If they light fires, they can be shot at without no trouble. And if they don't, the boys can sneak up to the wagons without being seen.
Guess you're right, boss.
Ever seen the time Rick had things figured wrong?
You just bet I don't.
Did you see how that bunch that came with the big hombre and the white horse stopped real sudden? They didn't take to the taste of lead we gave them.
They sure pulled up without no hesitation.
I sort of hoped they'd keep on. It'd have been fun picking them fellers off.
Yeah. Wonder what they're up to now.
They done the only thing they could do.
What's that?
Turned around and rid back to where they come from.
Yeah, they must have.
The hurry they was in, they probably figured we was like to chase them.
That's funny.
What's funny?
What's that trembling in the ground?
Huh? My golly, I don't know.
Like there was a whole herd of cattle running wild.
There ain't no cattle in this country.
There ain't, and that's a fact. Now, I wonder...
Hey, boss, take a look.
Well, what do you mean?
Down the valley. See it?
Buffalo.
Why, the sloughs.
Yeah. What in thunder brought them this way? They was grazing out in the prairie the last I seen of them.
It's a stampede.
Look at them raise the dust.
Say, ain't there some fellows on horses chasing them?
I golly, there is.
And one of them was the same hombre we saw before. The fellow with the big white horse.
That's him.
The buffalo's heading right for the pass.
If they come busting through here, we ain't got a chance.
Stop Buffalo until they've gone loco.
Fire at them. Try to turn them.
Shots don't phase them.
Keep on shooting. They gotta be stopped.
They'll trample us and cut us to pieces. I'm getting out of here.
Stay where you are. If you move, I'll hit you with lead.
But, boss, listen,
If they get through, we're licked. Keep on shooting.
You can't stop them. You can't, I'm telling you.
Go on and shoot me. I ain't going to get trampled on.
They're in the pass. We can't stop them no more than a mountain slide.
Watch out, hey, watch out.
We gotta run.
Run for it, fellas. They're right on us. Run for your lives.
The maddened herd of buffalo, urged on by the Lone Ranger and Ridley's men, thundered through the pass, sweeping all before it. As they cleared the way, the masked man and his companions raced through the pass.
Come on, Silver, old fellow! Stretch out those great legs of yours! The wagon train must be saved! Cut them outlaws down, boys! Cut them down!
me. I give up, I tell you.
So, Sam, you was an outlaw like the masked feller said.
Ridley, this gang has made a practice of attacking small wagon trains.
Well, they ain't going to do it no more, thanks to you, stranger.
We left one of the band tied up at their camp. We can get him later.
Get along, you low-down sidewinder. Get along before I ventilate your hide.
Don't shoot. Watch out for that gun. I'm doing what you tell me, ain't I?
You'd better, if you know what's good for you.
Amos!
Pete, by the eternal.
How you hurt, Amos?
Nary a scratch.
And the others all right?
Shucks, none of them hurt so bad the time won't mend them. But you sure come along just in time.
Yeah, but it was the masked fella got us here. It was him that thought of stampeding the buffalo.
You were fortunate to survive this danger.
Aren't we, though?
But you'll meet many more dangers before your journey is over.
We've learned that, stranger.
If you travel separately, neither party will be strong enough to defend itself.
Oh, just what are you getting at, stranger?
Forget your quarrels and reunite. You owe it to the people you lead.
Well, I'm willing.
Oh, you old goat, you listen to me. I was bent for trouble, and I got it. And here's my hand to show I'm sorry.
You really mean you want to join up with me again, Amos?
Ain't that what I'm saying?
Shake. We're friends again, even if you are a stubborn old idiot.
There's another thing, Pete.
Yeah?
About them buffalo. They saved my life after I was dead set on killing them for sport.
They sure did.
And I got this to say. The first feller I see shooting them regardless has got me to deal with. And that goes as it stands.
Come on, Silver! The sheriff has a problem to solve. Hi-yo, Silver!
In a moment, we'll present the Texas Rangers. But first, here's a reminder that you can read all about your favorite NBC stars and find pictures of most of them in the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. Buy it at your newsstand today.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. From Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Case for tonight, Helping Hand.
It is 3:15 p.m. an afternoon in November 1950. A deluge of rain has swamped the deserted roads of West Texas, and a lone motorist sits disconsolately in a small sedan near the side of the road. His face brightens suddenly as a curtained Jeep pulls to a stop beside him. Painted on the Jeep's motor hood are the words, Joe's Garage.
Howdy.
Howdy. Having trouble?
Yeah, wires must have got soaked coming through that low spot in the wash back there. She chugged and sputtered a ways and then conked out on me.
Reckon we can fix that for you. Now get that kerosene squirt can, Rusty.
Okay, Joe. You want the canvas, too?
Yeah, raise his hood, then tint the canvas over so none of this rain beats in there.
Yeah.
You just sit there and relax, mister. We'll have it perking in a minute.
I'm sure grateful to you. What are you going to do?
Squirt a little kerosene on the ignition wires. Better release your hood.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, Rusty, lift her up.
Yeah.
You handle it all right?
Sure. You fellas sure know what you're doing.
What do you mean?
I can't see how you can get them wires dry by squirting them wetter.
That's a mechanic's trick. Squirt 'em with kerosene, the kerosene gets under the water, and the water runs off. Then a minute or two, the kerosene runs off, too. What's left evaporates.
Well, I reckon you'd know.
I know, all right. When it rains like this, I do more business along this road than I do back at the shop. Reckon we got a dozen stalled cars going today.
Wires all sprayed, Joe.
Okay, close her up.
Okay to dry her now?
No, wait a second. I got a couple of drops of water running down my neck. Only a mile up the road to Wally's Cafe. We'll stop for coffee after this fella gets moving.
I sure could use some myself. I've been sitting here for more than an hour. Only other car to come through barreled right past.
Where you bound for?
Long Ridge. Too bad this heap didn't hold out until I got there. Coming back, they'll have me a new car. Dealer called this morning and told me it was in.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this thing ought to be ready to limp along now, Joe. Yeah, you can try starting it now.
Oh, fine. Well, here's hoping. That was real quick. I'll be hanged. That trick of yours really worked.
Ain't never missed. I sure buck a little at first, but watch the puddles, you'll be okay.
Sure wish I knew how to thank you, fellas.
Well, that ain't hard, mister. Charge is $15.
$15?
Standing out in this rain ain't fun, mister. You were stuck, weren't you?
Yeah, I was stuck. $15 seems like the kind of steep price for 3 minutes work and a little kerosene.
Look, I got a nice warm garage where the prices are regular. Working out here is a little bit different. Charge is $15.
I don't think I got $15.
What are you, a wise guy? I reckon if you can buy a new car, you ain't exactly flat broke.
I didn't say I was. I got money. The smallest bill I got's $100.
Look, don't storm me. You could rot out here if we didn't happen along. Least you can do is pay up.
I tell you, I got nothing but large bills. Money I got from a bank this morning to put down on the new car. Want your money? I'll meet you at the coffee place you was talking about and get change.
Where would Wally get change for $100 in that chronic joint? Change ain't our problem, Joe. Our problem is whether or not this guy's really got $100 to begin with. Now, let's see it.
You ain't seeing nothing. Matter of fact, I ain't so sure you got a right to charge me no $15. Before I pay it, I'm going to stop at the sheriff's office in Long Ridge.
You think I'm standing in this rain for fun? Now get out of that car. Come on.
Let go of me. Hey, let go of my throat.
Never mind the conversation, Joe. You got hands and he's got pockets.
No. You crazy. Stop this.
Kick it, Rusty. Yeah, I'll stop it. Hey, Rusty, look. Yeah. $500, Joe. Uh-huh. I could do a lot with dough like that. What do you say, Joe? Why, he'd report it. Not if you got enough nerve. Well, I got as much nerve as you got. All right, then grab his feet. All right, move him in there off the road. Hey, he's coming, too. Not for long. All right, put him down. Now, get your heavy wrench. No, you're crazy. You back out on me? No, but I'm not chump enough to use my wrench on him. Look, be smart, Rusty. If we're going to do this, let's be smart and do it right. There's a big rock over there. Use that.
The body of the slain man was found early the following morning when highway patrolmen examined the area around the seemingly abandoned car. The sheriff was summoned from Long Ridge, and he in turn requested the help of a Texas Ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned.
Still mighty wet from that rain yesterday, Jace.
Yeah.
Well, here's the body. Wanted you to see it before we moved it into town.
You check his identification?
Mm-hmm. License description fits. Name's Arthur McShane. Comes from Hooper Springs. What are you looking at, Jace?
I'm just noticing these footprints around the body, Sheriff.
Puddled up too much to help. Rain washed the edges away.
Carried in here by 2 men.
Or walked in with 1 man?
No, he was carried. If he'd have walked, there'd be some mud on his shoes. His feet never touched the ground after he left the pavement.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Well, looks like it's been quite a few hours. Any sign of a weapon around? There must have been one with his head like that.
Big rock with a blood trace on the bottom of it was laying over there. Almost washed clean, so I didn't want to leave it. I had a deputy wrap it and take it in for your lab.
It won't help much. Might have held some blood, but prints wouldn't take. Now, let's get back to the car.
Right.
Anybody touch the car?
No, that's just like the highway patrol boys found it. Driver's door open, seat and steering wheel soaked with rain.
Must have got out to fix something.
Well, if he did, he must have got it fixed before he was killed, because the car works all right now. I checked it.
I want to take a look underneath.
You see something, Jace?
Yeah. Oily spots on the pavement. Thin film on a couple of small puddles.
Drip from the oil to crankcase, maybe?
Oh, it's too thin for that. Too light. It's more like a gasoline drip.
Oh, gasoline drip would be further back under the carburetor.
Yeah, lab man can check it. I won't want to fly down and go over the car anyhow. Where's the nearest phone?
Wally's Cafe, about a mile up the road.
Wally's Cafe was a dilapidated roadside stop. I called Austin for a lab crew to fly down to Long Ridge, and the sheriff called a medical examiner who authorized a pickup for Arthur McShane's body. The sheriff hadn't had any breakfast.
How about some ham and, Wally?
Settle for bacon?
Why, sure. How about you, Jace?
Just some coffee.
Right.
The lab man will want to bring that car to a garage, Sheriff. Where do you have your car serviced?
Joe's garage. That's what little work we have.
Hey, you fellas want your coffee now, or you want it with your egg, Sheriff?
We'll take it now.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to find much on the car, though. Anything on the outside would have been washed away by the rain.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough nut.
Well, here's your jabber. Say, I hear you say something about Joe's garage for, Sheriff.
Yeah, why?
You going to see him in town?
Well, I expect to.
Ask him to do me a favor, will you? Next time he stops by, I need a new fan belt from a pickup.
I'll tell him.
That's why I ain't got no ham. I couldn't make a trip into town for supplies today.
Well, I'll have to buy you a bicycle, Wally.
Be better than that pickup. That's for sure.
Well, why don't you make a flat deal with Joe? Pay him by the week and have him make one stop here every day. Be cheaper than Ann.
I'm surprised he didn't stop by yesterday. Saw his Jeep go barreling by late in the afternoon, headed for town. Oh, that darn rain. You know, I bet I didn't shove 3 blue plates across his counter all day yesterday. Didn't take in more than $4.
Well, that's more than you're liable to take in today if you burn my eggs.
Oh, yeah. Excuse me.
The lab man checked in on the plane from Austin and went out after McShane's car. I waited in the sheriff's office in town until the sheriff came in with a report from the medical examiner.
Here's your autopsy report, Jace. Cause of death, cerebral hemorrhage. Due to a severe beating about the head. Blood on the rock we found matched McShane.
Anything on the time of death?
About 3:30 yesterday afternoon.
3:30, huh?
Right. McShane's wife just got in town. Went over to the funeral home. You want to see her?
Yeah. Be another hour or so before the lab man gets to Joe's garage. Taking that long to check those oil spots and a few other things out at the road.
Funeral home's just up the street.
Let's go.
He was so happy, and I just look at him. Why, who could do a thing like this?
Take it easy, ma'am. How come you didn't drive up here with him? I mean, you said he was coming up to get a new car. I should think he'd have wanted you along.
Well, I didn't know about the car when he left. See, it was for our anniversary next week. A surprise. I didn't know till after he left yesterday.
Well, how'd you find out then?
From Abby Lawton. She's the banker's wife back home in Hooper Springs. When my husband took the money out of the bank yesterday, he told Bill Lawton why he was taking it. Well, Bill must have called Abby to tell her, and Abby called me. Abby's always doing things like that. Nobody ever gets surprised when she knows about anything.
Some people are like that, ma'am. You know how much money your husband was carrying?
Well, she said he drew out $500, all in $100 bills.
There's your motive, Sheriff.
Sure is, Jace. Robbery. $100 bills shouldn't be too hard to trace, oh?
It'll depend on where and how soon the killer tries to spend them. Better call the bank at Hooper Springs and see if you can get a list of serial numbers.
Do it pronto.
If they have any numbers, we'll put them on a statewide bulletin.
Right.
Your husband have anything besides money on him, ma'am? Any jewelry or anything else that might have been taken?
Well, no. He had a wristwatch, that's all.
It wasn't on him when he was found. You know what make it was?
No, I just know he had one, that's all. He wore it all the time. I never gave it no special notice.
Well, could you describe it?
Well, it was gold, leather strap. Well, I don't know. Men's watches all look the same to me.
Well, would you know it if you saw it again?
Well, no, I don't think so. Oh, I don't know.
Ma'am, you ought to have somebody with you. If you've got a son or a daughter someplace, we could contact them for you.
No, we ain't have no children. There was just him and me. Now I'm all alone.
The sheriff got a list of currency numbers from the bank, and we arranged for a bulletin to all banks and major stores in the state. We were leaving the telegraph office when we sighted the lab man coming down the main drag in McShane's car. We hailed him, and he pulled over to the curb.
Howdy, Jace.
Howdy, Sam.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Hiya. We'll ride into the garage with you if it won't disturb anything.
No, hop in. Been all over the upholstery and everything. Lots of prints on the dashboard, all the same. Probably the dead man's.
No sign of anybody else being in the car with him?
None I could find. Of course, he might have had riders.
Banker at Hooper Springs said McShane was alone when he left the bank. Saw him through the window when he got in his car.
And he wasn't alone when he got killed, that's a cinch. How about those oily spots on the road, Sam?
I mean, the ones under the car? They were kerosene spots, Jace. Kerosene was used to cut the grease on the ignition wires. Easy to tell, even with a field kit.
That means the ignition wires must have gotten wet. Car conked out on him, and he sprayed them.
Yeah, that's what happened, all right. But he didn't do the spraying himself.
Why?
No sign of kerosene in the car or any place. No can, nothing.
You checked the trunk?
Empty. Look, Sheriff, where is that garage?
Joe's? 3 more blocks, then turn left.
All right. I'll make one more check of the interior for blood trace, but I took a preliminary and it was blank. I'm afraid I'm not going to find anything. Say, you really don't have to come along unless you want to. I can drop you at the sheriff's office.
No, we'll ride. I want to see that garage man anyhow.
Oh, yeah, so do I. But Wally won't get his fan belt.
I want to see him about more than Wally's fan belt.
What?
Wally said the Jeep from Joe's garage passed his place yesterday afternoon on the way to town.
Hey, that's right. He must have passed the spot McShane was killed at. No place between there and Wally's that he could have been coming from.
No. And somebody stopped to help McShane get his car started. Let's find out who.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Now that fall is here and darkness comes upon us during the early afternoon hours, you as a driver must be ever alert for children in the streets and highways. Slow down at sundown. Follow the careful and courteous driving rules as set forth by the American Trucking Association. Remember that a rolling ball is always followed by a child. Keep alert. Drive as if a child's life depended upon your ability to see him before he sees you, and it does. Remember, the life you save may be a child's.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers, and tonight's case, Helping Hand, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
There were 2 men in the garage as we drove in. One of them was wearing a mechanic's coverall. The other was seated in a chair, tilted back against the wall, trying to toss greasy playing cards into a hat placed 10 feet away from him. The mechanic gave the car a strange look.
Howdy, Sheriff. There's something I can do for you?
Yeah, Joe. Fellow from the Ranger Lab wants a little space to go over this car.
Well, sure. Pull it right over to that corner.
All right, thanks.
You ever see that car before, Joe?
I can't say, Ranger. I work on a lot of cars.
Yesterday afternoon during the rain, this car was about a mile past Wally's place out on State 27. It was stalled with wet ignition wires. Somebody fixed him with a kerosene spray. Your Jeep was seen out that way.
Yeah. I guess maybe it is a car I fixed.
I guess you're going to be busy, Joe. I'll call you later.
Oh, sure, Rusty. Go ahead.
Just a second.
What?
How about this car, Joe?
Well, like I said, maybe I did work on it. Got a few cars started on the highway yesterday.
You keep saying maybe. How about making it yes or no?
A mile east of Wally's.
Well, yeah, I saw a car there. Yeah, just like that one. Ignition wires soaked.
You get him started?
Yeah.
Driver all right when you left him?
Yeah, sure. They was all okay. Why?
What do you mean by all? Wasn't the driver alone?
No. He had a couple of guys with him, hitchhikers.
How do you know they were hitchhikers?
Well, the driver said so. Guys were in an army uniform. They were sort of browned off about being stuck. Had to get back to base or something.
Army guys, huh?
Yeah, why? Was something happened to that driver?
Yeah, something unpleasant. I better put out a pickup for a couple of soldiers, eh, Sheriff?
I reckon you better, Jace.
You, still want me to wait, Ranger?
Oh, I almost forgot about you. No, I just thought maybe you were with Joe yesterday when he fixed that car.
No, I wasn't. I don't work here. No, he just stopped by.
Oh, I see. Well, thanks.
You're welcome. So long.
Oh, by the way,
Yeah?
what time you got?
Just 10 minutes after 1.
Thanks. You got a good-looking watch there. Keep pretty good time?
Oh, yeah. It's right on the dot.
Must have had it for a long time, huh?
Yeah.
I can see that. You ought to have the strap changed, though. It's getting too small for you.
Huh?
Mark on the leather band shows where you used to hook it through the 4th hole. You're wearing it hooked through the 2nd hole now. So long.
Oh, yeah. I'll be seeing you. See you later, Joe. Yeah, Rusty. Later.
I'd noticed the watch strap right away. That's why I'd kept talking to Joe after I stopped Rusty from leaving. The waiting made him nervous, and he tried to keep the watch hidden. Joe gave us a fumbling description of 2 soldiers, which I pretended to phone to Austin. While I was phoning, I managed to signal the sheriff to pick up the greasy cards Rusty'd been tossing into the hat. We left the garage and took the lab man with us.
Thanks, Joe. See you later.
Sure thing. Bye, Ranger.
So long, Joe. We'll see you again.
Say, Jace, what'd you pull me out for? I wasn't finished.
I know. I've got something else for you to check on.
Oh? What?
Some playing cards the sheriff has.
Yeah. I caught your signal, Jace. But what'd you want these for?
Step around the side of the building here. Those cards are pretty greasy, Sam. Think you can pull prints off of them?
Grease film on a glazed surface? Cinch. But why?
I've seen one of those garage boys before.
Joe?
No, the other one, Rusty. Something in my mind tells me I saw him in the pen at Huntsville. I want to check on his prints.
All right, I'll get right on it.
Joe's prints will probably be on those cards, too. Get a report on anything you find. But first, move that car out of there. Take it over to the sheriff's parking shed.
If you can lift any prints in an hour, you can get them on the afternoon plane to Austin. What was that business about asking Rusty the time, Jace?
It wasn't his watch, that's all. The man who owned that watch always wore it 2 notches tighter. Comparing their sizes, I figured that Arthur McShane's wrist would be just about 2 notches thinner than Rusty's. The lab man lifted plenty of prints from the playing cards with 2 sets repeated most frequently. We sent the batch through to Austin for a check. The answer came back late that night. Mugshots and records on 2 men.
Looks like you hit the jackpot, Jace.
Yeah, Joe and Rusty both got records. Both served time in Huntsville. Same cell block.
Can we pick them up?
We can. It wouldn't be any use. We haven't even got enough on them to get them indicted.
You know there were 2 men on the job.
Could be any 2 men, Sam. I just well filed charges against you and the sheriff, if that's all I got to go on.
Yeah. Besides, Joe claims he was alone when he fixed the car.
It'd help a lot if we could prove that he wasn't. How about Wally out at the cafe? He saw the garage Jeep. Maybe he saw who was in it.
It's almost 11, but he stays open late for the truckers.
See if we can get him on the phone, Sheriff.
Okay. Sheriff Walton speaking. Get me Wally's Cafe out on Route 27. Yeah. Want to talk to him yourself, Jace?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
No. She's ringing the number now. Here. Hold on till he answers. He'll be there.
Okay.
Wally's Cafe.
Now, Wally, this is Ranger Pearson. I was in your place this morning with the sheriff.
Oh, yeah, Ranger.
You said something about the Jeep from Joe's garage passing your place yesterday.
That's right. Yesterday afternoon.
You see who was in it?
Well, I guess Joe was in it.
Did you actually see him? Was he alone or with somebody?
Well, to tell you the truth, Ranger, all I saw was the Jeep going by. You know how them things are, the curtains down the side, and, well, the rain was streaming down my windows, too. I saw the Jeep go by, but I reckon I couldn't even swear I saw Joe in it.
Well, thanks anyhow.
Sorry, I wish I could help you.
You can. Just forget I called.
No good, huh?
No good, Sheriff. So far as he knows, the Jeep was driving itself.
Maybe that story about the hitchhiking soldiers was on the level.
Couldn't be on the level, Sheriff, because they wouldn't walk away from a murder scene. Once McShane's car was running, they'd have driven it a few miles at least.
Seems to me we could hold Joe on that.
We could, just long enough for some smart lawyer to get a writ. All he'd have to say is that the soldiers might have gotten another lift or cut cross country to the railroad.
Yeah.
We could only find the money. Serial numbers for proof. Even the watch is no good. Mrs. McShane couldn't make a positive identification. And we'd no way of tracing where or when McShane bought it.
Money's probably hidden away. They'll wait a mighty long time before they try to spend any of it.
Then we'll wait with them. I hate knowing a man's a murderer and not being able to prove it. Come on, Sam. Let's get over to the hotel and turn in for the night.
All right.
I'll walk out with you.
Hey, Sam.
Yeah?
You know you got a grease stain on your pants?
Oh, where?
Right by your pocket there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, got some grease on him this morning lifting the hood of McShane's car. Shackle bolt was off a little. Had to feel around to release it.
Hey.
What's the matter, Jace?
Joe had to lift that hood, too, to spray those wires. Him or Rusty. Grease film under there ought to hold fingerprints perfectly.
Joe admitted he touched the car. That don't help us.
No, but it'll help us if Rusty touched it, too. Because Rusty claims he wasn't there. Sam, did you...
Look under the hood for prints. No, Jace, I never thought of it.
That's the last place a man would think of. But we've thought of it now. Come on, let's check it.
Yeah. Good thing you moved it out of Joe's place.
If we find what we're looking for, Joe's out of business. Get anything, Sam?
Yeah. Photos of the prints I lifted are beginning to show. Some of them smeared, few of them clear. All right, we can take them out of the bath now.
Here's the Austin make on Rusty. See if you can match them under there. Just one print. One finger, Sam, and we're home.
Want the light on now?
Yeah, please. No, not this one. Too much radio loop. No, not this one. Hey, wait a minute.
What? Find something?
Give me that magnifying glass, will you, please?
Here. Now what do you see, Sam?
Right here, Jace. Look. The scar line. Small cut, see? I'll hold the Austin print right up next to it. Rusty's right forefinger.
That's it, Sam. Watch that car and don't let anybody near it. Let's go, Sheriff. We got a couple of arrests to make. Neither Joe nor Rusty were at home, and Joe's car was missing from his house garage. We combed the town, but there was no sign of them. We started to hit the roadhouses along the outlying districts.
Don't suppose they ran, do you, Jace?
No, a couple of suitcases in the rafters of Joe's house garage. If he'd left, he'd have packed.
He thought you swallowed that story about the hitchhiking soldiers. That'd make him feel safe.
Where else would they be liable to stop?
Well, I don't know. Just one more place out this way, then there's nothing for 4 miles until... Hey, Wally's place. I forgot to give Joe that message about Wally wanting the fan bell.
Wally didn't mention it when I called him from your office.
Might have called Joe on the phone direct to remind him. Joe hangs out at Wally's place sometimes. Nights, I mean. Drums up repair work with independent truckers that stop there.
Let's try it. We hit the jackpot. Joe's car was at Wally's place. Inside, one of the waitresses told us the 3 men were in the back shed putting a new fan belt on Wally's pickup. We slipped along behind a line of wash and waited for him to finish and come out. While we waited, Wally said something we couldn't hear as he bent down to the motor. Suddenly, Rusty jumped him.
When? When did the ranger call you?
A little before midnight. Why?
Well, why'd you wait until now to tell us?
I just happened to mention it. Ranger didn't want me to tell you at all.
What do you want to know?
Just if I'd seen a Jeep pass during the rain yesterday afternoon and who was in it.
Well, what'd you tell him?
Well, what could I tell him? I just about saw the Jeep. It was pouring, so... Hey, you guys in some kind of trouble?
No, of course not. We better get back to town, Rusty.
Hey, wait a minute. You ain't finished with his fan belt.
That's right, fellas. Fix the man's fan belt.
The Ranger. Include me in the party, too, Rusty.
Why,
Go ahead, Joe. Finish your work. Rusty can help you. It won't do any harm if he leaves a fingerprint under the motor hood either. Not under Wally's motor hood, because Wally's still alive.
Out of my way, Joe. Hold it.
The gun, Joe.
Don't me. I haven't got a gun.
Oh, holy mackerel. What's going on here? What'd they do? I ain't mixed up in
Just
it.
keep your hands up, Joe. Take a look at Rusty, Sheriff.
Don't take much looking. Right through the head.
He did it. It was Rusty. He forced me into it.
Sure, Joe. A dead man's always to blame. You can tell us all about it down at the jail.
You gonna leave Rusty here?
Fix your fan belt and bring him into town if you like. Come on, Joe, get moving. I want to hear more about those hitchhiking soldiers. Then I'll tell you about my dream. A liar who goes to Huntsville.
With Rusty Holman dead, Joe Falladera made a full confession of his part in the murder of Arthur McShane. On May 3rd, 1951, he was sentenced to Huntsville Penitentiary for 50 years.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Cattle Drive. The cast included Tony Barrett, Herb Vigran, Lou Krugman, Bill Conrad, Ken Christie, and Lillian Bayef. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. Next, it's The Big Show with Joan Davis, Herb Jeffries, George Sanders, Evelyn Knight, Groucho Marx, and your charming hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. Then enjoy 30 minutes of mirth and music with Phil Harris and Alice Faye. Later, Theater Guild on the Air presents A Foreign Affair, co-starring Marlena Dietrich and Richard Widmark. And for pictures of your favorite NBC stars, buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror Magazine. Next, it's The Big Show. All this and Tallulah, too, on NBC.
The Man Called X, tonight starring Van Heflin, who is taking over during Herbert Marshall's illness. The Man Called X is a regular Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Canon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Van Heflin in The Man Called X. Wherever there is mystery, intrigue, romance, in all the strange and dangerous places of the world, there you will find The Man Called X. When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we're not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You, who have received Anacin this way, know the effective, incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You will be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. A heavy fog lies over the British territorial waters off Hong Kong, east of Kowloon Peninsula, as a British gunboat feels its way slowly through the grayish-white blanket. On its quarterdeck, the commander and a man from British intelligence watch the swirling lines on the radar scope intently.
We've raised something all right, Commander.
A junk or sampan, judging by the size, Inspector.
Then the information supplied to us by the American Bureau was quite accurate.
Well, I would suggest we close in before leaping to conclusions, Inspector. Commander to number 1 battery. Unidentified target, 500 yards. Left, 270 degrees. 2 rounds gunfire. Over. Frankly, Inspector, I find it difficult to believe that we'll come up with anything.
Mr. Ken Thurston has worked with us very successfully before, Commander.
But from what you say, his colleague radioed from San Francisco. Now, do you believe that a man halfway around the world can possess information about these waters that we don't have?
I do.
Inspector, I'll give odds that all we'll stop is some illegal fishing, or an innocent houseboat, perhaps.
What were you saying, Commander?
So, my friend, you have received word from the British in Hong Kong.
Yes, Mr. Lee. They picked up a sampan full of illegal medical supplies. Serums, plasma, antibiotics. It's running from Hong Kong into Red China.
I still don't understand how you knew about it, Mr. Lee, and got in touch with Jim here in San Francisco.
As my friends Jim Kendall and Mr. Thurston know, Mr. Chief, the House of Lee owns the largest Chinese pharmaceutical business in the world. We have branches in every major Asiatic city, including Hong Kong.
That's right, Chief. And the black market stuff on that sampan came from the House of Lee.
Wait a minute, Jim. You mean it was hijacked from the Hong Kong branch? Stolen?
No. I fear my manager there is deliberately placing our stocks of precious, life-saving medicines into the hands of Red China.
Who is your manager there, Mr. Lee?
I think you know him very well, Mr. Kendall. His name is Sammy Lee.
Sammy Lee? A relative?
My son, Mr. Chief.
Oh, sorry.
I beg of you, my friends, help me to learn the truth.
Yeah. Well, it's hardly the Bureau's business, Mr. Lee. And Hong Kong is British territory. But, Jim?
If you made a crack like that to Ken Thurston, Chief, do you know what he'd say? I'll send you some jade from Hong Kong.
Trans-Pacific Airways, flight number 207 for Honolulu, Wake Island, Guam, Manila, and Hong Kong, now ready at gate 2. Trans-Pacific Airways, flight number 207.
But, Mr. Kendall, you simply got to take me along with you.
I'm sorry, Pagon.
But
sorry.
you don't know how invaluable I could be to you in Hong Kong place. I got cousins who got cousins there. I'll even pay for my own ticket.
That ain't the way I heard it.
Well, that is, if you could advance me just, a slight consideration first.
Okay. Yeah.
Huh? Well, thank you, Mr. Kendall. I'll go to the window and... Hey, this is only $10. I can't buy no ticket with this.
That's for helping me with my bags. So long, Pagon.
But, Mr. X, I mean Mr. Kendall, I mean... How do you like that? Turns me down flatter than a flatjack. I bet if Mr. X wasn't sick, I'd go along.
Your pardon for interrupting your most worthy thoughts, my friend?
Huh?
Perhaps, my dear Mr. Selschmidt, your transportation to Hong Kong might be arranged after all.
It could? Hey, who are you?
My name, sir, is Chen Wong, and I am in need of a capable assistant in my business. Inasmuch as you expressed a desire to visit Hong Kong, and my business happens to be located there?
Well, you understand, Mr. Wong, I'm a pretty busy financial type executive. Yeah, thousands of dollars invested. I couldn't work for peanuts.
Would this aid you in arriving at a decision?
That. Let me see. 10, 20. My stocks and bonds, of course. 50, 60, 75. A big merger coming up with that Las Vegas Street Cherries and Jackpot Company. 80, 90, 100. You know something, Mr. Wong?
Yes, Mr. Selschmidt?
I'm hired.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome to the House of Lee.
Well, thanks.
Is there something we could do for you, sir?
Yeah, I'd like to speak to the manager, please.
The manager?
Yes, Sammy Lee. Is he in?
May I ask who you are, sir?
My name's Jim Kendall.
Oh, I'm sorry, but Mr. Lee is not in at the moment. I am Marlis Tai Singh, his assistant. Could I not be of help to you?
Oh, I'm afraid not, Miss Tai Singh. I'll just hang around and wait until he gets back.
But you cannot do that, Mr. Kendall.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lee has left Hong Kong on a business trip.
Where'd he go?
I do not know.
I thought you said you were his assistant.
I am.
And he left without telling you where you could get in touch with him?
Yes, that is so.
Because his business concerns sampans operating off of Kowloon Peninsula, carrying illegal cargoes, huh?
Who are you?
I've already told you.
You know what I mean. Who are you? An answer, quickly.
Wow, so it's not very courteous, is it, Marlitz?
Answer me, Mr. Kendall, before I...
You better put that gun back in your sleeve unless you want a witness to your intended homicide, huh?
Oh, good afternoon, Marlis. Lovely day, is it not? Yes, positively lovely. Well, my dear, has my order arrived yet, eh? Has it?
Your order, Dr. Harvey?
Oh, come now, Marlis. Don't tell me you've forgotten it again. Aureomycin, streptomycin, chloromycetin. Should have a familiar ring by now, my dear.
You're interested in antibiotics, Doctor?
What man of medicine isn't these days, sir? Well, Marlis, the ship from Singapore docked yet?
Well, I'm afraid not, Doctor.
But it's 3 days overdue, my dear.
I know, Doctor. We'll notify you the moment it arrives.
I hope so. Frankly, I'm almost beginning to wonder if it shall arrive.
What do you mean?
Why, with all this talk about the fortunes being made running serums and antibiotics into Red China, if I didn't know Sammy, I'd almost suspect him of being in the black market.
Oh!
Hey, wait a minute.
They get her, sir.
Got her.
George. Fainted dead away. Now, what on earth could have caused that?
Well, I would say that it was your crack about Sammy Lee and the black markets.
Yes, of course. How stupid can I be? Should have known better. It was bound to upset her.
Why?
Oh, don't you know, old boy? Marla's is Sammy Lee's wife.
Are you Mr.
What?
Kendall?
Oh, no.
Hello, Mr. Kendall. Ha! Surprised to see me here, eh?
Hang on, how in the devil did you get here?
Oh, there are still some people in this world who depreciate me. Yeah, like Mr. Cheng Wong, for instance.
Chen Wong?
Yeah, my new business associate. Believe me, it's a wonderful job. I already got a paycheck.
Before or after you told him that I was working with a man called X?
Before, naturally. I'm no dope. I wouldn't have... Oops.
That's what I thought. Come on, Pagon.
Huh? Where are we going?
Have a little talk with your new boss, Chen Wong.
So, Mr. Kendall, you believe that I hired the estimable Pagan Schmidt merely to obtain information concerning you?
Any other explanation, Chen Wong?
No. You are quite correct in your surmise. It was rather expensive, but well worth it.
Why?
The activities of Mancore X and any of his associates are always of interest to one such as me, particularly when they may well be in direct conflict to my own.
Are they?
They will not be for long.
Well, that's nice.
Yes. You see, I am well acquainted with the fact that you are making inquiries concerning Sammy Lee and certain activities regarding pharmaceutical supplies. So your interest in these matters will cease within 12 hours.
What makes you think that?
Oh, it's quite simple, my dear sir. Within 12 hours, you shall either have left Hong Kong or you shall be dead.
Hello.
Mr. Kendall,
That's right.
this is Marlis Tai Singh. I have some news about Sammy Lee.
Good. What is it?
He wants you to meet him at our warehouse in the dock area within half an hour. He has some words for you.
Any idea what it's all about?
No, Mr. Kendall. He said only that it concerns disgrace. The disgrace that has tainted his father's house with red.
What's this all about anyways, Mr. Kendall? Why did we come chasing down here to the docks like this?
To learn what business your ex-boss is in.
Huh? The Chen Wong guy? What's he got to do with it?
There's the warehouse just ahead. Well, suppose you ask Sammy Lee about that.
I don't get it, Mr. Kendall. All I know, I got no job, no money, and now... Hey, that car. It's coming right up behind those crates. Fast! guy likes us.
You might have a point there, Pico. Come on.
You mean you're going into that warehouse after all that?
Why not?
But that car just pulled away from this joint. Maybe it was this Sammy Lee who tried to bump us out.
That's what I want to find out.
Ooh. There's nobody around. So what's that bell ringing like that?
Burglar alarm.
Huh?
Now, come on, let's try the back.
See? There's nobody here either. So why don't we give this joint a brush up and get back to that hotel before the rain gets any worse?
Rain? What in the devil are you talking about?
Oh, sure, the roof is leaking. I just got a couple of drops of that on the back of my hand. Look, here they...
Uh-huh.
Mr. Kendall, those drops, they're not rain.
You're right, Pigon. Look up there on the hook of that pulley.
On the hook of that foot?
Yeah. Sammy Lee.
We'll continue with The Man Called X in just a moment. Here's a word from RCA Victor. RCA Victor has done it again. Yes, now you can easily own America's all-time top favorite tunes on RCA Victor Red Seal and popular single records, 50 all-time greats. Your choice of any or all of the greatest selling titles of them all. A star-studded collection of such wonderful music you'll want to hear it over and over again and again. RCA Victor's 50 all-time greats brings you hits from past and present. The most memorable music from both the classical and the popular fields. Fats Waller sings I'm Going to Sit Right Down and Write Myself a Letter. Leopold Stokowski conducts his symphony orchestra in the Blue Danube Waltz. Iturbi plays Claire de Lune. And Vaughn Monroe sings There, I've Said It Again. Yes, these are just an inkling of the many titles contained in RCA Victor's 50 all-time greats, recorded on 78 and 45. Be sure to treat yourself to these wonderful favorites, beautifully performed for you by the greatest stars on RCA Victor's roster. See your nearest dealer tomorrow about RCA Victor's 50 all-time greats, recorded by RCA Victor. Now, Act Two of The Man Called X, tonight starring Van Heflin, with Leon Belasco as Pagon Zellschmidt. Acting for Mr. X, Jim Kendall is in Hong Kong, attempting to break up the illegal traffic in American medicinal supplies being smuggled into Red China. A Chinese pharmaceutical firm, the House of Lee, is apparently involved, and now, in a private office at the House of Lee, Jim Kendall is talking with Marlis Tai Sing, widow of the murdered Sammy Lee.
Yes, Mr. Kendall. It was Chen Wang who was responsible for all our sorrows. Chen Wang who tried to blackmail Sammy into giving our supplies to Red China.
What pressure did he use, Marlis?
The most effective pressure of all, Mr. Kendall. Threats against my life. Oh, I begged Sammy not to do it. I would have taken any risk rather than to give aid and comfort to the enemies of my people. But it was no use.
He agreed to work with Chen Wang.
Yes. And now he's dead.
Well, maybe you can carry on for him.
Carry on?
Yeah, we need proof against Chen Wang. Suppose you tell him that you need money badly now that Sammy's dead, and that you'll help him the same way Sammy did. That is, if he'll cut you in on the black market.
And you, Mr. Kendall? After all, you are Chen Wang's most important target now. What are you going to do?
Pay a visit to Dr. James Harvey.
Dr. Harvey? What could he possibly have to do with this affair?
That's what I was wondering. I found his card lying on the warehouse floor underneath Sammy's body.
Delighted to have you drop in, Kendall. Delighted, though I must say you don't look as though you required my services. A picture of health, my boy. Picture of health.
Did you say that about Sammy Lee, too, Doctor?
Sammy Lee, I don't quite get the connection.
Sammy's dead.
Oh, surely you must be joking. Why, I examined him not 3 weeks ago. Not a blessed thing wrong with him, I swear to that.
He was murdered, Doctor, a little over an hour ago.
Murdered? By George, that's difficult to believe. Most difficult.
Is it? Well, then maybe you can explain a few things about the bloodstains on this card of yours.
Card of it?
Yeah.
By George, it is my card, and those stains do look like blood for a fact. Where'd you get this?
It was lying on the floor underneath Sammy Lee's body.
Doesn't mean a thing. Of course, you realize that. No proof that I shot him. Matter of fact, it's not really proof of anything.
No, but it might be interesting to learn just how it got there. And how you knew he had been shot when all I said was that he had been murdered. You like to clear that up for me, Doctor?
Yes. I think it's high time that I did. I'm with British intelligence, Kendall, working on the same thing you are. The smuggling of illegal goods into Red China.
Now, that could be just a little too pat, Harvey.
True, but perhaps this will convince you. You work with a man called X with the Bureau. You wirelessed our office from San Francisco with certain information. It enabled us to pick up a sampan carrying contraband off Kowloon Peninsula. Does that convince you?
Well, it should, shouldn't it? By the way, were you anywhere near the warehouse tonight?
Why, no. Why?
On my way up there, I exchanged a few shots with somebody in a car. I thought you might have known something about that.
Why should I know anything about it?
It was just an idea. I saw your car parked outside here, a couple of bullet holes in the body. Good night, Doctor.
I'm afraid it was a bad mistake for me to see Chen Wang, Mr. Kendall. A very bad mistake.
He didn't go for your story, Molly.
Oh, he laughed at me and told me to inform you that your time has run out. He means to kill you.
Oh, that's bad.
He means to kill all of us.
Hey, that's bad. Let's get out of here quick.
Come on, now relax. I've got a call in for Dr. Harvey.
Oh, you believe that British intelligence will be able to help us then?
Well, if he'll cooperate with us, I think we'll have a chance, Morris.
That's Chen Wang. He's here.
Quiet, you idiot. That's only the phone. Hello. That's right. You're sure of that? I see. Okay, thank you.
Who was it, Mr. Kendall?
British intelligence.
Well, what did they say, Mr. X? I mean, what did they say?
It was short and to the point, Pagon. They don't know any Dr. James Harvey.
But why do we have to go back to that Lee warehouse like this? Don't you realize that you're taking my life in your hands?
I just want to check on a shipment of antibiotics.
And who?
What shipment are you talking about, Mr. Kendall?
One Dr. Harvey was so interested in. 3 days overdue from Singapore.
But it is still overdue, and we have received no word as to when it will arrive.
Maybe you didn't, Marlis, but somebody did. I saw that shipment in the warehouse this afternoon. All right, let's go in.
I still do not understand what you hope to learn here.
As long as we're still in Hong Kong and alive, Chen Wang's going to be worried.
He's worried.
So, if he wants those serums and antibiotics from Singapore, he'll have to work fast.
Ooh, that came from the back of the warehouse.
Now, come on, let's see what's going on there.
Mr. Kendall, look.
Yeah, Chen Wang and his men.
But what are they doing with all this crates?
That's the Singapore shipment. They're moving it out. We've got them.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a phone in the office. British intelligence will be out here in 5 minutes. Come on.
I would not advise trying it,
What?
Mr. Kendall.
Look.
Well.
She's got a... Ooh.
Our little game is over. Your time has run out. There is nothing further you can do to stop us from taking that shipment and the two of you into Red China. I trust you find the cabin of our little ship quite comfortable, gentlemen?
We might if you'd put that thing away there.
Merely a slight precaution. We will rendezvous with the gunboat in a few moments. The medicinal supplies will be transferred aboard. Then the commissar of the gunboat will decide what is to be done with you.
You mean there's a choice?
If he believes the People's Republic can make use of you, you will be taken to the mainland. If not, you will be disposed of at sea.
But that puts us right between the devil.
No, that's more of a break than Sammy Lee got, Pagon. You must have planned this for a long time, Marlis, making Sammy fall in love with you and then pulling that fake blackmail gag on him.
What was that?
We have reached our rendezvous, Zellschmidt. That rocket was fired to inform the gunboat of our presence. It will be alongside in a few moments.
Look, baby, before it gets here, couldn't we make a deal of some kind?
The People's Republic does not make deals, Zellschmidt. We take what we need, whether it is antibiotics, serums, or your lives. That sound. What is it?
Mr. Kendall.
Just the gunboat.
But they fired a shell at us.
Sure, a warning to stay put until they come alongside.
Warning? One of our gunboats would not fire a warning at us.
That's right.
Then what are they? British. It is a British gunboat.
With Dr. Harvey aboard, Marlis.
What?
Harvey?
He's the one who called me at the hotel to give me a go-ahead on our plan.
But you said it was British intelligence reporting that Harvey was not... Chen!
Not so
Chen!
fast, Marlis. Come on, I'll take that gun.
Oh!
It's better, huh?
Marlis, what's happening here?
Drop that gun, Chen.
No, Kendall!
Now the cabin door, Pagon. Fast!
Yeah, you bet.
All right, Marlis. Now, if you want something to do until Harvey gets here, we'll just fix up Chen's shoulder for him. Maybe that'll keep you out of trouble.
I see.
Boy, well, they cooked their geese all right. Don't have to worry about them trying to steal anything again.
No, I'm afraid you're wrong, Pagan.
Huh?
As long as Marlis and Chen, and those like him are still around, we've got plenty to worry about. You heard what she said. They'll try to take anything they want. Antibiotics, lives, even the world.
Our star for tonight, Van Heflin, will return in just a moment. But first, here is a word about dramatic values.
Listen.
Listen closely.
Don't miss this. It's important. Canon, the world's most popular towels, are waiting for you now, right now, in big, value-packed, money-saving Canon towel sales.
You'll need more towels with summer on the way. Here's a real opportunity to stock up at prices that will save you money.
There are big, beautiful buys in Canon towels of every size and type.
And a wide choice of lovely colors and designs.
Canons give you the most for your money in every way.
In real value.
In lovely color.
And in beautiful design.
Canon towels absorb more, wear longer, stay lovely longer.
Canons are big, fluffy, thirsty towels.
No wonder more people buy Canon towels than all other towels combined. Be sure you get the most for your money. Get Canons. See your newspaper for these special Canon towel sales. Get to your store now and get in on the big, big, big Canon values.
Now, here again is our star for tonight's program, Mr. Van Heflin.
As Herbert Marshall would say, thanks for being with us. And, by the way, my thanks to Will Wright, Viola Vaughn, Eric Snowden, Ben Wright, Tony Barrett, and Harry Bartell. Now, next week, our story takes us behind the Iron Curtain to a gloomy fortress called Stalinplatz 7, where an innocent American has confessed to being a spy and a saboteur. And I don't mean Leon Velasco, who will be along, of course, as Pagon Zellschmidt. So, please join us, won't you, when we next return with The Man Called X. Good night.
The Man Called X is the Friday night feature on NBC's 5-show festival of comedy, music, mystery, and drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Cannon Towels, famous for color, for design, for durability. Among towels, America's #1 bestseller. The Man Called X is a J. Richard Kennedy production with music by Milton Charles. Tonight's story was written by Sidney Marshall. Van Heflin is currently seen in the United Artists production of The Prowler. All characters and incidents on this program are fictitious, and any resemblance to actual characters or incidents is purely coincidental. Be sure to hear the magnificent Montague with Monty Woolley, formerly heard on Friday, now brought to you as a Saturday night feature of NBC's All-Star Festival. And until next week, same time and station, this is Jack Latham saying good night for The Man Called X. William Bendick stars in The Life of Riley. Enjoy it on NBC.
Subscribe for more videos.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In Hollywood this evening, our star is the young American actor who, within a single year, has become one of the most provocative of Hollywood's leading men, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly appears tonight as a gentleman named Art Kramer, a gentleman of most uncertain scruples, engaged with other gentlemen of similar disrespectability in distinctly unlawful practices. Our suspense play by Robert L. Richards is called Thieves Fall Out. And in it, in support of our star, you will hear Hans Conried as a racetrack devotee by name Kennelly, and William Johnstone as Sam Gross. And so with Thieves Fall Out and with the performance of Gene Kelly as Art Kramer, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
ABC Enterprises. No, he's not in. No, I don't know where you can locate him.
Hey, Rita.
Yes, I'll tell him you called. ABC Enterprises, ABC Enterprises. Why does he give all these guys his phone number if he wants to keep this business so quiet?
Yeah, you know. Wants to do favors for people he meets in bars, brags, how he can get things for them. You know.
Sure, I know. And the next day I have to give him the brush off.
He's going to brag to the wrong guy someday. Hi, Yachty.
Hello.
Hello, Arthur.
Hiya, babe.
Where you been the last couple of days?
Ducking all the guys I owe money to. What time is Sam getting the boys together?
In about half an hour, down at the warehouse. You better start down there pretty soon.
What's the difference? I won't get enough out of it to buy a round trip to Coney Island. Any calls?
Yeah, Kennelly called a little while ago.
That punk. Another guy who wants dough I haven't got. Did you stall him?
I tried, but he said he was coming up anyway.
Oh, what'd you let him do that for? You know I don't want to see that guy.
I couldn't help it. He knows the way here.
Okay. Anything else?
No. Arthur, if you're not going down right away, can I talk to you for a minute?
What about?
Oh, something. Joe, watch the switchboard for me, will you, while I talk to Arthur in the next room?
What's he got that I haven't got?
No cracks out of you. Please, Arthur?
All right, but make it snappy. Now what?
Oh, Arthur, what's the matter lately?
You know what's been the matter. Everything.
Me too?
Oh, don't start that again. Rita, it's no use. Look, you're a good kid, but it's no use.
You didn't used to say that.
All right. So now I owe nearly 10 grand around this town. And there's some plenty tough monkeys. If I don't get it up pretty soon, it's going to be too bad. Top of that, I had a loaded truck and a trailer hijacked last week, and there goes my take for the month and more. And you want to know what's the matter.
Arthur, honey, why don't you quit? Why don't you get out while you still can?
Why don't I quit? What are you talking about?
Oh, you used to have a decent business, Arthur.
Sure, and I didn't eat.
Well, what about now? It's making a wreck of you. It's dangerous. You know what's going to happen. This whole black market thing's going to crack pretty soon, and when it does,
don't be silly. Yeah?
Kennelly's outside to see Artie.
That punk. All right, let him come in. What's one more?
Okay.
Better let me talk to him alone, baby.
All right, but think about what I said, will you?
Sure.
Hi, Artie. I thought I might catch you.
Yeah, I'll bet. Close the door.
Sure. Hey, listen, Art. I need that dough.
Well, I haven't got it. I told you that.
No, look, I don't want there should be no trouble.
There's not going to be any trouble.
Take it easy. I didn't mean that. But I took them bets from you on my own. And now my boss is after me. If I don't get that dough by Monday, I'm going to be in trouble.
Well, I haven't got it, and I won't have it for another month.
Can't you get it from Sam?
No, I'm into him as far as I can be now.
What do you mean? Sam must have plenty sold it down in some safe deposit vault by now.
It isn't in a vault. It's up at his place in Connecticut. Anyway, he won't give me any more.
Connecticut, huh? I didn't know he had a place in Connecticut.
Yeah, near Riverside. It's a hideout, way away from everything.
Oh.
McPhail has one, too, about 5 miles away.
When's he go there?
He's hardly ever there. Nobody's there. What do you care? You're thinking of the days when you used to climb through second-story windows?
Oh, you should know to say that, Art. I don't even know where the joint is.
No, I was kidding. Anyway, listen, I'm sorry about the dough, but you'll have to wait.
Art, you don't know the spot I'm in.
You'll get it from me when I've got it. I'm leaving.
Art, listen.
You coming?
Where you going?
Down to the warehouse to watch my share of last month's take go down the drain.
Where is it?
Artie.
Okay. You late?
Yeah, I stopped in at the office. Hi, McPhail. Hi, Mo. You weren't waiting just for me to hand out the chips, were you?
You're right. We weren't. I just wanted you to know how it worked out. It was a good month out. Except for you.
I know.
Come on, Sam. Come on. Pass around the sugar. Let's get it over with. Well, here it is. In cash. Total take was 53 grand. 17 goes to you, McPhail. I got the figures all here if you want to see.
I know you wouldn't double-cross me, Sam.
I wouldn't double-cross anybody. And don't forget it. Here's your dough. Oh, yours is 6. You understand you didn't bring in as much business as McPhail.
I ain't complaining.
I get 21. Part of that is paying expenses. The rest is my percentage.
Don't I get anything?
What? Your cut would have been 9 grand. But there was that truck and trailer. Those things cost dough, you know. To say nothing of a whole load of prime meat.
You have to take it all out now?
I already have. I'll give you 500 to keep going on.
Oh, that's fine. 500. Listen, Sam, I need dough.
You always need dough and never have none.
Listen,
He's right, Art. You got to get yourself straightened out. If I give you any more, it'll just go to the bookies and gambling joints like the rest has.
Listen, Sam, I tell you, I gotta have it. There's guys after me.
I think he's jealous, Sam.
You keep your big mouth out of this.
Yeah?
I was a respectable businessman when you were running a lousy clip joint on Sand Street.
Yeah, and you're starved. And you're still starving. Because you haven't the guts to keep a couple of mugs from hijacking your stuff.
Why, you...
Cut it out now. Cut it out. There's not going to be any trouble in this organization. There's plenty for everybody. Now, listen, Art.
Yeah?
Why don't you go up to my place in Connecticut for a few days? Take it easy. And let me talk to these guys who are looking for you. I know who they are.
They don't want any more talk. Anyway, I go nuts up there in the country.
Go on. Pick up my car at the station.
No, thanks.
Well, I'm going. I'm going out to the country and tend them a victory garden.
Your victory garden?
Yeah. I see you about Tuesday.
Okay.
Hey, Mac.
Yeah?
Wait a minute.
So long, Art.
So long. Say, Mac, I'm sorry I made any cracks.
Yeah, forget it.
Mac, you going up to the country?
Yeah, bet your life. Going down and get on the 520 right now.
Say, I think I'll take Mac up. Mac, I kind of need a rest. I think...
Yeah, you'll need something.
Do you mind if I ride up on the train with you?
Why not? Why not? It's a public train.
Oh, You know, Mac, I was sorry about
Say,
that.
Artie.
Yeah?
Don't mind me. I talk a lot. And I don't mean it.
Ah, forget it, Mac. I know.
Say, you want to see my victory garden?
Are you kidding?
No, I got a garden. It's a beaut, too. Want to see it?
Sure I would. I always like gardens.
Well, in that case, you'll have to stop over at my place on your way to Sam's, huh?
It'll be a pleasure.
Come on in, Artie. I want to put this dough in the safe, and then I'll show you around.
Sure.
When the war's over and I'm legitimate, I'm going to build onto it. Have a lot of lawn, gardener, real country gentleman.
What's this, your office?
I do a little business here once in a while. Keep my dough in the safe there until I bank it. Know anything about safes?
No.
That's good. That's good. Not that I don't trust you, Artie. There she is.
Put 'em up, Mac.
What?
You heard me. And not a move either.
A stick-up, huh? Why, you yellow little rat. You don't think you can pull this on me and live, do you?
It's not a stick-up, Mac. I just want you to do me a little favor, and I want to be sure you do it.
Yeah?
Yeah, get on that phone.
This had better be a gag.
It won't be unless you do exactly what I tell you.
What?
Call Rita in town. Ask her what Sam has lined up for Tuesday. Say you called me over at Sam's house just now and talked to me, but I didn't know. Go on, get going.
Atwater 35562. Listen, Art. I'm no guy to kid around with. And I don't like this.
Talk.
Rita, this is Mac. What's Sam got lined up for Tuesday? I just talked to Artie over at Sam's place. Yeah, up here in the country. He said he didn't know and to call you. Oh, I see.
Cut it short.
No, never mind. Okay. All right. Now what's the gag?
You never were very smart, were you, Mac? That's my alibi. You just told Rita you talked to me at Sam's place. You get it?
Why, you...
Neatly done, Art Kramer. Virtually a perfect alibi. And $17,000 in cold cash. But there was someone else who thought he had a perfect setup, too. Kennelly, the little bookie, whose former occupations were even less savory. It wasn't hard for Kennelly to find where Sam's place was in Connecticut, in New York's underground of petty crime, and find out anything. And it wasn't hard to jimmy a window. Done that often enough. And then to find the money. There was a wad of money here at Sam's place somewhere. Art Kramer had said so. Probably in a safe. That wouldn't be any trouble either. Not in the living room, of course. Yes, maybe this room. An office, a desk and phone. And a safe there in the wall. And just as he'd thought, old-fashioned, easy to crack. First to drill a little hole, then the soup. There'd be a quick, neat little explosion, and the safe would fall apart in his hands. But wait, what's that? A car driving up, stopping. Who? Art Kramer had said nobody ever came up here. But it was leaving now, driving away. Probably just a mistake. No, steps outside. Somebody coming in. What to do? Escape cut off. Hide. Here in the office behind the door. Hide the bag of tools, quick. He's coming in here.
Well, operator. I want New York City. Atwater 35562. Yeah, that's right. Hello, Rita? Sam. Listen, Rita, get a hold of everybody. Artie, Mac, Moore, everybody you can. I've got a tip-off there's going to be a raid. Yeah, cops. Tell the boys to duck. Lay low until they hear from me. Find out where they're going to be and call me right back as soon as you contact everybody. Got it? Yeah? Oh, okay. I'll get hold of Mac myself as long as he's up here. Artie, too? Well, I'm calling from my place now. I don't see him anywhere. Well, he must have changed his mind. Well, I didn't look in the garage. He came by cab. He's probably around someplace, yeah. Well, I'll wait for your call then. Okay, Rita. And make it snappy now. Hey, Connelly, what are you doing
listen,
here?
Sam, I just...
The safe. Why are you dirty?
Sam. Hit him too hard. He's dead.
Dead. Yes, hit him too hard. Murder. That's a lot different from housebreaking. Murder. The phone. Somebody calling Sam. Fear, blind, unreasoning fear. Smash it. Rip it out of the wall. As though whoever was on the other end could actually hear, actually see what was in this room. Murder and a murderer. There. Why, oh, why had he done that? Foolish. Just nerves. Don't get hold of yourself. Think. What now? The money. Yes, have to have the money now. Make a getaway. Mexico, South America. Maybe Sam. Yes, the body. He'd even touch him. But turn him over. There, the wallet. Empty. That's funny. Other pockets. No, nothing. The safe, then. Finish the job quick. Then get out. Find the drill again. Hurry. Again, somebody coming. Who? Never mind. Not going to be caught this time. Can't be. A murderer. Close the door. Lock it quick. Pocket the key. Hide. Maybe whoever it is will go away. Then come back and get the money later. Here he is. Hide quickly. The kitchen. Get out the back window again if you have to. But wait. He's not following. Wonder who it is. Just have a look through the crack of the door. Careful. There. Art Kramer. The suitcase must be going to stay. But wait, why not? Art wouldn't know anything. Couldn't with the office door locked. Give him a plausible story. Stay overnight and get the money when he's asleep. A chance, but have to take it. Have to have the money now. Why not tell Art he'd come looking for Sam to borrow? Then, looking through the house for him, call him. Yes, make it look natural. He can't answer now. Call him.
Sam? Hello, anybody here?
Hello? Who is it?
Who is it yourself? I'm looking for Mr. Gross, Sam Gross.
Well, what are you doing here?
Hello, Arthur. I was looking for Sam.
I thought you didn't know where this place was.
Oh, I found out.
Yeah? What made you think Sam was going to be up here?
Why, I heard a tip in town there might be some trouble. I figured he might come up here to duck out.
What kind of trouble?
Cops.
Yeah? I didn't hear anything.
I don't know, but I'd do something. You know I need dough the worst way. I figured Sam might let me have a little. He paid off today, didn't he?
That's right.
Art, did you get any?
Me?
Well, if you did, I don't like to keep asking you, but I need it, Art.
Look, Kennelly.
Huh?
You know, I meant to get in touch with you about that. I wanted to talk to you this afternoon.
You mean you got something?
Come on inside, I'll tell you.
Oh, sure.
I got an idea.
An idea. It came like a flash to Art Kramer. Frame Kennelly for the murder of MacPhail. Plant some of MacPhail's money on him as evidence. And who would ever believe Kennelly's word, a man with a criminal record, against Art's? Why, Rita would swear that MacPhail himself had said Art was at Sam's place. Simply denied that he'd ever seen Kennelly. And Kennelly would be MacPhail's murderer, and Art Kramer would be safe forever.
Now, about that money.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I did get some. Not much, understand.
Well, even a little would help.
How much do I owe you altogether?
Nearly 4,000, huh?
Well, suppose I gave you 2. I shouldn't give you that much, the way I'm fixed.
Well, it ain't what I need, but it'd help.
Okay, here's $2,000 on account.
Oh.
You know, it doesn't leave me with much.
I appreciate it, Art, really.
Say, you're really on the spot, huh?
Yeah.
How much more do you need?
Oh, another 4 or 5, anyway.
Oh, well, you know, I just thought I know where you can get it if you work it right.
You do?
Yeah. You know MacPhail?
Oh, I know him. Not well.
Well, I do. He took in plenty this month.
What good does that do me?
I tell you, I know the guy. He's the softest touch in the world. He'd give the shirt off his back to anybody if they told him the right story.
Yeah? How come you don't put the bite on him?
He doesn't like me, but anyone else.
You mean, I just ask you?
Sure. You get anything you want. I'm not kidding. If you ask for 10, even 20, you'd get it if he had it.
No fooling.
Sure. He's up here in the country now, too. Right up this same back road, 4.5 miles.
Hey, how do I recognize the place?
It's a big place on the right. The only house for a mile. You can't miss it. Say, I'd run up there if I were you.
Maybe I will, huh? Maybe I will.
A break. The kind of break Kennelly had prayed for. Get the money from MacPhail. Yes, quicker and safer than trying to get back in that room with a dead body on the floor. Get it from MacPhail and have a good head start. Art won't find Sam's body in there for at least a day or two. The door's locked, and Kennelly has the key. He can be on a plane with MacPhail's money and be out of the country by tomorrow. A break, the perfect break.
Well, thanks for the tip, Art. You're sure MacPhail's up there, huh?
Sure, he's always there, every weekend. He's got a garden, a victory garden.
That's a laugh. Well, I guess I better get going, huh?
Yeah, look around the grounds for him first. If
Sure.
he isn't outside, just walk right in. The door's always open. He's a simple guy. Trusts anybody.
Okay. Thanks, Art.
Skip it. Maybe someday you can do the same for me.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe someday I can. Well, so long.
So long.
And now, Art has a job to finish. Phone the cops. From here? No, better not. They might trace it. The gas station at the crossroad. Plenty of time. Kennelly will be there 5 or 10 minutes before he finds what he'll find as the cops find him. How easy he fell for it. But never mind that now. The gas station. The phone.
Hello. I want the police. Hurry, please. Hello, Riverside Police? Listen, I was just driving down 9 Mile Road. I was going by the old MacPhail place. You know the place I mean? Yeah, that's the one. I was going slow and I heard something. It sounded like someone was being killed. Yes, a murder. There were shots and somebody screaming and more shots. A man's voice. Oh, it was terrible. You better get up there right away. Oh, never mind who I am. I don't want to get in any trouble. No, but get up there. Yes, murder.
Get your call all right, sir?
Yeah, thanks.
ABC Enterprises. Yes, did you locate him yet? Oh, we'll keep trying and call me back. Joe, I'm worried.
Don't worry about him. If you can't find Mo, neither can the cops.
I'm not thinking about him. I'm worried about Sam and Arthur.
Maybe they went out.
Sam said he'd wait for my call. It isn't that. The phone's dead. I've got to get in touch with him somehow.
Can it wait?
You know it can't. Not with the cops raiding the warehouse and arresting everyone in sight.
Well, how about a telegram?
Too slow. I hate to send anyone around to the house, but Sam will understand this time.
What are you going to do?
Get the telephone company to help. Hello? I want the Riverside, Connecticut traffic operator, please. Yes. You know, it's funny about that phone. It rang 2 or 3 times, and then suddenly it went dead. Hello, traffic operator? Have you a phone listed under the name of Gross? Samuel Gross. Well, there's something wrong with it, and it's very important that I get in touch with Mr. Gross right away. I'm his secretary. Will you send a man up right away? Thanks. And would you tell Mr. Gross that I've been trying to reach him? Thank you. See? When Sam finds out there's something wrong with his phone, he can phone me from outside.
You're a pretty smart girl sometimes, Rita.
Yeah.
Don't you believe me?
I just wish I was smart enough to get some sense across to that guy, Art Kramer, once in a while.
You kind of like him, don't you?
Cut it out.
Don't worry about Artie. He'll be all right.
Sure, I suppose. I suppose he'll be all right.
Mr. Gross, I'm from the telephone company.
Mr. Gross isn't here.
Oh. Well, we just got word from New York that his secretary's been trying to reach him, but his phone is out of order. I was sent up to look at it.
Sure, go right ahead. I'm a friend of Mr. Gross. I know he'd want you to fix it.
Okay. Where is it?
First door to your right. Well, looks like we've got more visitors.
Yeah, cops. Well, I better get after this phone here.
I'm sorry to trouble you. I wonder if we could use your phone.
It's out of order, I'm afraid. There's a man here fixing it now. What's the matter, officer? Trouble?
Yeah, a little killing up the road. We didn't want to handle the phone there. Might be fingerprints on it.
Murder?
That's right. Up at the old McPhail place. Caught the guy red-handed. Murder and robbery. We even found the dough on him.
Yeah? Who did it?
Says his name is Kennelly from New York. I wouldn't tell you all this except it's an open and shut case. Couldn't explain what he was doing there or how he got the money or anything. Well, you'll read about it in the papers tomorrow.
You, have him outside now?
Yep. Well, we better be going.
Say, mister, that door you got, it's locked. You got a key?
Why, no.
Oh, what's the matter? You lost a key someplace?
Well, I must have. The room with the phone in it.
Oh, maybe I can help you out. I got a little gimmick here that might open it.
Thanks.
Yeah, we got to have things like that in this line of business, you know. This the door?
Yeah, that's it.
There you are.
Oh, thanks.
You don't need me in there for anything, do you?
No, sir.
Well, good night.
Good night.
Hey, say, officer.
Yeah?
You better come in here a minute.
Wait a second, will you, Jim?
Sure.
What's the matter?
Hey, mister. You been here all day?
That's right. Why?
Nobody else been here all afternoon?
No, sir. Oh, what's this? You find something wrong in there?
You said it, mister. Put up your hands.
Hey, what's the idea?
You don't know, huh? Jim, take a look at what we got here.
Yeah. Well.
Cover him, Jim.
Okay.
Oh, what is... Hey, let me see that.
Sure.
Sam. No.
Robbery, too. Been through his wallet and started on the safe. Just like the other guy. Let's frisk him.
No, I didn't do this, I tell you. I didn't do it, I tell you.
Here's the dough, all right. A roll big enough to choke a horse.
Look, you guys. I tell you, I didn't do this.
Yeah, kind of interrupted you, didn't we? Come on.
Look, I didn't do this, I tell you. I didn't. I didn't do this. I did. I didn't.
And the story ends with a newspaper clipping. I'll read it to you. Bridgeport, Connecticut. Arthur Kramer and George Kennelly were executed here today within 10 minutes of each other to bring to a fitting conclusion one of the strangest series of coincidences in the criminal records of this state. Both men committed the same crime, murder and robbery, within a few miles of each other on the same day and at almost the same time. Both victims were operators in the New York black market. Kramer was convicted of the murder of Samuel Gross. Kennelly killed Edward McPhail. Both killers were caught on the scene of the crime, were arrested by the same officers, taken together in the same police car to the same jail. Both proclaimed their innocence, yet pleaded guilty in the face of the overwhelming evidence against them. A curious factor in the case was that though both men denied knowing the other, they tried repeatedly to attack each other in the prison yard until guards were forced to keep them out of sight of each other at all times. Police have always believed there was some connection between the two crimes, but have never been able to find out what it was. And so closes Thieves Fall Out, starring Gene Kelly. Tonight's tale of suspense. Appearing with Gene Kelly, who is to be seen currently in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor musical Thousands Cheer, were Hans Conried as Kennelly and William Johnstone as Sam Gross. This is the Man in Black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be Mr. Vincent Price. Mr. Price will be heard in a suspense play by E. Jack Newman, dealing with the Gestapo and called The Strange Death of Charles Umberstein. The producer and director of suspense is William Spear, who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Marlowick, conductor and composer, and Robert L. Richards, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Don't miss Suspense when this series moves to a new day and time. The day, Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd. The time, 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime and 7 p.m. Central Wartime. In the Mountain and Pacific time zones, listeners will hear Suspense on Mondays, beginning December the 6th at 9 p.m. Pacific Wartime. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the sounds of suspense. Have you ever noticed the similarity between night driving and making your way through life? Driving at night, you can only see as far as your headlights show you the road. You never know what's over the next hill or around the next curve. And even on a straight road, your vision only extends as far as your lights. Life is very much the same. None of us really knows what lies ahead.
You look exactly like my husband. A dead ringer. Here, take a look at this picture.
Hey, that's scary. I didn't know two guys could look this much alike.
How would you like to be my husband?
No way. I like being who I am, Al Grissom.
But don't you see how easy it would be to take his place?
Yeah, you bet. But it's easier to stay away from murder.
Well, who said anything about murder?
You did, my lovely. And my answer is no way.
Our mystery drama, Dead Ringer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Leon Janney. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act One. You're on a blacktop country road about 18 miles east of the little town of Eudalia. It's raining hard. You're driving a Citroen Maserati, and it handles. But you have your problems. You're going to be late for dinner, and you have a husband who doesn't appreciate lateness. The night seems to be getting blacker, and the rain shows no sign of easing.
Darn this rain. While I'm at it, darn the weatherman who promised clear and cool weather.
Your name is Gloria Winters. And then the headlights pick up something in the road. Whatever it is, it's a problem because it doesn't seem to move.
Come on, stupid, move. Get out of my way. It's a man. What happened?
A car hit me and drove off. Thanks for stopping.
That's okay.
Well, a lot of people didn't.
Do you think you can make it to my car?
Yeah, with a little help.
Okay. There we go. That's it. Steady now.
Yeah, I guess I better.
Just here. Just slip into the seat.
Yeah.
There you go. I'll close the door and come around the other side.
Watch yourself. There's some crazy guys driving this road. You're soaked.
And you are hurt. I'll take you to the Hermitage.
What's that?
The hospital.
Oh, no. No hospital.
You're bleeding.
Now, looks worse than it is. It's sure playing hell with your car, huh?
Well, you must go to a hospital.
Oh, no way.
But why?
Because hospitals are for dying.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's what everyone tells me.
Well, I don't care what
Look, I can't ever thank you enough for picking me up, but I have this thing about hospitals.
But you
I promise you, I'm not going to die.
Okay, but where to?
The Three Coyotes. Fieldy's Motel. It's just out.
I know where it is. No, come on. Just put your head on the pillow and don't be a baby.
You're some dynamite kind of good Samaritan.
Well, I have a right to see what you look like under all that dirt and blood, haven't I?
No argument.
This may hurt. There. Well, now you're beginning to look like you have it perfectly.
It's that bad, huh?
Oh, no. It's nothing. I just thought of something.
Like what?
You look exactly like my husband. But I mean exactly. You could be identical to him. You don't believe me?
No, I believe you.
Well, that's why I got such a shock when I cleaned you up and got a good look at your face in the light. You're a dead ringer for Leo.
Oh. Why does that shake you up?
Leo and I are having our problems.
Isn't everybody?
I suppose. I'm just wondering...
Yeah?
Well, I'm wondering what you were doing walking down Route 38 in the rain at 6:15.
I missed the bus.
There's no bus on Route 38.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I did.
Okay, I suppose you've got a right to know the story. I live in Chicago. I'm a market analyst.
Come again?
I advise my customers about what to do or what not to do in the stock market, sort of a securities specialist.
Are you, married?
Oh, no. But that's part of the story. Years ago, I fell in love. She was from Chicago, too, but it didn't work out. You've heard the story 100 million times. You met someone. We said a sentimental goodbye. She cried. I felt sick, and we made the usual commitments. If she ever needs me, you know.
Romantic.
Mm-hmm. Romantic. Well, the day before yesterday, I got a call from her. She was living near Eudalia. She was in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Well, it was private. And there'll be no names.
Okay.
So I came. Naturally, she didn't want her husband to know. She didn't want my car to be seen by the neighbors. Well, you know how small towns are.
Yes, I know.
So I let her call the shots. She picked me up, drove me somewhere close to her house. She was supposed to drive me back, but her husband had called and said he was coming home early.
Well, where was he supposed to be?
He was on a business call that would have kept him from getting home before 9. So our appointment was cut short. She panicked, and I walked, trying to thumb a ride. This widow came along, and pow. And you found me.
What a difference. What a difference. You look like Leo, but you're completely different. Leo wouldn't cross the street to help a blind, crippled kid find his crutch. While you...
And you stopped and picked up a stranger lying in the road.
Well, I told you that Leo and I don't get along.
But you married him.
I didn't know what it would be like. Anyway, what are you going to do now?
Oh, I'm going to change motels and lie low until I can go back to Chicago without having to explain the way I look.
What about the girl you came to help?
No, that was a bad scene. No, nothing I can really do for her. She has a decision to make.
So have I. Will you help me to make it?
If I can.
Oh, you can now. You can. In a very big way.
I don't like it, Gloria. I don't like it at all.
You have been saying that for a whole week, Leo.
When's he going back to Chicago?
When the scars heal and nobody will ask questions.
How about the name of the girl he came to help?
He won't tell me.
I don't like it.
Oh, Leo, trust me.
Why?
Because I'm a woman.
If you could give me one good reason.
I've given you 1,000,000 reasons. $1 million. Al is the man who can do it for us.
You really believe he's leveling about the securities market in his background? Maybe he's conning you.
Why?
Take a look in the mirror.
All right. Suppose he is playing me for a sucker.
And
We're still all right, maybe even better. Just trust me.
Do I have a choice?
You always have a choice. Don't ever forget that. You made one the day you married me. I do love you, Al.
Me too.
No. We have some serious
Come
things.
here.
Come on, I'll be serious.
We can't go on like this.
What?
Isn't that what you were going to be so serious about, Tony, that we can't go on like this?
Well, yes. How did you know?
Oh, because people are more predictable than the stock market. And, darling, I've studied the market, and I know its moves.
Okay. Then continue.
With what?
What else I had to say?
Oh, it was going to go something like this. I told you I was fed up with Leo, and until you came along, I just didn't see any way out, but now...
You're doing super. Go on.
But now, if we love each other, I can divorce Leo, and we'll get married and live happily ever after. Right?
Not exactly.
Where'd I go wrong?
On the divorce.
You don't want to divorce Leo?
I know Leo. He'd never give me a divorce.
Does that matter?
Well, a woman wants a little security.
Hey, with your looks, you don't have to worry about that.
Looks don't last forever.
Well, nothing does.
Some things do.
Okay, name one.
Death?
You know, I never met anyone like you.
Not even that girl you came out here to help?
Not even her.
And you have no parents, no relatives. Nobody except yourself.
Just me and my shadow.
We've talked a lot about Leo. You've never seen him.
And I don't want to.
I'd like you to look at this picture of him.
Hey, that's scary. I didn't know two guys could look this much alike.
I told you.
Yeah, but...
You thought I was laying it on for your benefit.
I guess.
And now?
I believe you couldn't tell us apart.
I guess this was in the back of my mind ever since I first saw your face.
What was?
How would you like to be Mr. Leo Winters?
Oh, no way. I like being Al Grissom.
Don't you see how easy it would be to take his place?
Yeah, fine, but what happens to him?
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the problem.
I thought maybe you could think of a way out.
Yeah, I can, but I don't like it.
Try it on me.
No, I think you've already tried it on, and you like it.
Maybe.
Not maybe, positively. That's what you wanted to lay on me when you said you wanted to talk.
You're not only sexy, but you're smart.
Yeah, you bet. Smart enough to stay away from murder.
Well, who said anything about murder?
I did, my lovely, I did. I said murder. And I also said no way.
But that's stupid. You don't even know Leo.
You're really serious about trying to get rid of him.
Oh, think of what it would be like. Mr. and Mrs. Leo Winters, you and me, happily married for the rest of our lives.
Now, you jumped about 3 tracks in a couple of miles. You're too far down the road.
Why?
How did you get Leo to let you come and see me? Did you tell him we were playing backgammon or chess?
Well, you know how greedy he is. He thinks that you're going to make him a lot of money with your connections in the Chicago markets.
But we've still got a little problem to solve about his departure.
Ah, then you're interested.
Lady, if I hadn't been interested, either you or I would have been long gone from this room. You must have been thinking about this for some time.
I have.
And you must have come up with some ideas.
I have.
Well, I'd like to hear them before I commit myself.
You will. But I promised Leo I'd be back at 3:30 sharp. That doesn't give us enough time to discuss it now.
No, but it does give us enough time to...
Seal the bargain?
Once you agree to discuss the idea of murdering someone, you've taken the first step along a road that is full of hairpin turns, some of which don't even have warning signs. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. It's me again, and we're talking about murder. That is, we're not talking about it, but Gloria Winters and Al Grissom are trying to arrange a murder. It isn't a simple task, as you will hear.
No, hiring a killer is just setting yourself up for big trouble.
Well, do you have any better ideas?
No, not yet.
You'd better come up with one, because Leo's getting suspicious.
Oh,
You don't have a gun.
now we've been through that.
Well, you could buy one.
And it can be traced.
Not if we get rid of it afterwards.
Gloria, I know the way the police operate. When a husband gets knocked off, the first one they check out is his wife. And statistics show they have a better than even chance of being right.
But I'm going to say it was a prowler.
Now, what makes you think they'll believe you?
Hey. I've got it. Why didn't I think of this before? The same thing that happened to you before, only this time it'll be fatal.
Hit and run?
Of course.
You know, the more we talk, the more I'm beginning to think we ought to forget about the whole thing.
No.
All right? What car are we going to use?
Well, we'll rent one under a false name.
Mm-hmm. And who's going to rent it?
Well...
Now, you see, the guy who rents either one of us a car will remember us. And even if we give a false
But
name...
why should they be worried if they get the car back?
Because the hit and run will be discovered. They'll start asking questions.
Well, I'll be home with a friend as a witness.
No. Hit and run is a crime. They'll go looking for the driver of the car, and that has to be me. No, I don't like anything we've come up with. And we've got to stop thinking about murder. Now, the cops are going to be looking for somebody and continue to think of more than an accident.
Hit
and run isn't natural. Nobody's going to dig much into what looks like a natural death. If we could get a doctor to sign a death certificate, we'd have it made.
I know a doctor.
Oh? Well, he can't be in on it. He's got to think it's death from some kind of natural cause.
I said I know a doctor.
Who?
His name is Carmody, Hugh Carmody. He's about 85 years old. He's our family doctor. He was my mother's doctor when I was born.
Is he still practicing?
Well, not really. But he refuses to give up the families he's treated for years. So he still looks after me and Leo, sort of inherited him when we got married.
Mm-hmm.
An idea?
Just a glimmer. Would this doctor believe you?
Oh, of course. Come on, let me in on it.
Okay. What do you know about poisons?
Practically nothing.
Yeah, well, that makes us even. Now, what we need is some kind of poison that looks like he died of a stroke or a heart attack or maybe some kind of food poisoning.
Mushrooms.
What?
Toadstools, mushrooms. They're poisonous.
Yeah, but he's not going to eat them.
He will if I cook them.
You know, that might... No. He'll get suspicious if you give them to him and you don't eat them.
Well, we need to know more about poison mushrooms. The library. I'll go there.
Your mind? You'll go asking for a book about mushrooms and then call in this doctor to look at Leo who's just eaten some bad mushrooms.
All right. I understand. But I've still got it. I'll see you later.
Where are you going?
To find out what I want. And nobody will ever know.
Where have you been?
To see Dr. Carmody.
Of all the dumb places.
Relax, darling, and give me a kiss. I think I really have something.
What did you do?
Toadstool. A fleshy fungus that is poisonous or inedible as distinguished from an edible mushroom.
Oh, great. We knew that before you left.
But we didn't know that aconite, which was formerly much used as a cardiac and respiratory sedative, is the poison that comes from toadstool, or monkshood, and can be deadly.
You didn't ask?
Of course not. I know that Dr. Carmody always visits his few patients between 3 and 4, so I went to his office, told the nurse I wasn't feeling well. She knows me and let me in to wait in his office. And he has a lot of books. So I read.
Yeah, and what did you tell Carmody when he came back?
Oh, he's such an old love. I made up a story about being tired and not feeling well, and he gave me a tonic, which I'm going to get.
You know, maybe we're getting somewhere.
Oh, we're there, darling. We are there.
All right, slow up. Now, first, where can we get the
aconite?
Aconite. Yeah, that's it.
Suppose I told you we don't have to get it.
Well, I'd like to hear why.
Okay. My dad had a bad heart.
Oh, how long ago was that?
About 7 years.
And you're telling me that this Dr. Carmody prescribed aconite?
Right.
Well, how do you know the stuff's still good?
I don't.
Well, it doesn't seem to be.
Well, this is the only way we can handle it. If it doesn't work, we won't get into any trouble. And if it does, we won't get into any trouble either. So what have we got to lose?
You know, when you put it that way...
Do you know any other way?
No.
Then let's try it.
Okay, let's work it out.
Okay. Day after tomorrow, Thursday. That's Eileen's night out.
Right.
I'll buy the mushrooms tomorrow. Then I'll cook a great steak dinner with all the trimmings. And Leo and I will eat it.
And you too?
Of course, I'll have to. I won't eat too much, though. But enough to make me a little sick.
Yeah.
Then when Leo begins to feel sick, I'll suggest we call the doctor.
Carmody?
Of course, Carmody. He'll come and ask about what we ate, and I'll say steak and mushrooms, and he'll say, mushrooms? And right away, diagnose mushroom poisoning and give us something.
Yeah, I'm with you so far. And then?
And then after he leaves, I'll tuck dear old Leo into bed, tell him I have to go to the drugstore to get something. I'll go down and let you in.
Wait a minute. What do you need me for?
We're in this together, my love. And I want you there.
Yeah, I damn well better disappear after Leo dies.
That will be just fine. And we'll set up a very, very romantic meeting place.
That's real good coffee, Gloria.
Thank you, darling.
You really should have made that pie. I gotta watch my figure.
I know how much you love it. You want to go into the den?
Oh, not particularly. Look.
What?
You feel all right?
I feel fine.
Are you sure those mushrooms were good?
Of course.
I don't know. I feel kind of funny.
Even if they weren't, it's too soon for them to act up.
How do you know?
Oh, I've known about mushrooms since I was a kid.
Well, all the same, I've got pains in my stomach. Call Dr. Carmody. You really think it's the mushrooms, Doctor?
I know it's the mushrooms. It has to be. Both of you ate them, and you tell me, Leo, that you ate more than Gloria.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I get for being a pig.
Well, you're going to be all right. Just stay in bed, and Gloria, you get this prescription filled.
What about the pain?
I'm giving you a sedative also. Yeah, what I can't understand is how you cooked those mushrooms in the first place, Gloria. Your mother told you about those things when you were a child.
Well, I know, and I feel just awful. I can't explain how it happened. But I'm sorry. I have no excuse.
Yeah, no use crying over spilt milk. Yeah, I better get home to bed. You get that prescription filled, young lady.
Oh, I will. Let me take you to your car.
Hello?
Are you ready to come over and sit with a sick friend?
It worked?
Like a charm.
How was Dr. Carmody?
Just as we planned. He diagnosed mushroom poisoning. Bawled me out gently. But we're lucky. That visit to his office paid off.
How will I get into your house?
Well, you know where the house is?
Yeah, I do.
Park 3 blocks away on Green Tree Lane.
Mm-hmm.
You know that little place I told you about off the road?
Yeah, I remember.
Don't walk the streets. Just cut across the fields.
Mm-hmm.
Head straight north. You better take a flashlight. Ours will be the first house you come to. The back door will be open.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Make it fast as you can. I think Leo heard me come back. He'll be yelling for his medicine. Shut the door.
Okay.
Did you lock it?
No, that's a good idea.
Here, let me. I'm waiting for the kettle to boil.
Why?
You don't think I can give him this stuff straight, do you?
Well, why not? He's expecting medicine, isn't he?
He won't taste it in his tea. He likes it sweet. And I am going to make it very sweet. There. Hand me the cup.
No. You know, I could do with a cup of tea myself.
How about something stronger?
Oh, you got something?
Oh, we're completely equipped.
Oh, don't forget to wash out the glass and put it away.
Don't worry.
All right. Hey. That's plenty. Have to be able to walk straight.
Drink as much as you want. I'll finish what you leave.
Gloria!
Yes, dear?
What happened to the medicine?
I better get upstairs. I'll be right back. Save me a drink?
Yeah, how long will it take?
Oh, don't ask me, Al, darling. It's the first time for me, too.
This liquor tastes funny. You know, I'm imagining things. I better finish before she gets back. Hey, I feel funny. I better sit down.
Al, what happened?
I'm sorry. I made so much noise. I don't feel too good. Don't worry about the noise, Al. It's all right with me. What?
Well, I guess the aconite wasn't too old, Al.
Stupid. This was a setup all the way.
All the way. I must admit, you did make it tough.
Not as tough as you made it for me. You know, you're a hell of a dame. You're right, Al. No, not dame. I was going to say a hell of a liar.
It wasn't all lies, Al. I'm expensive. And there is $1 million life insurance policy. And when I saw your face, I realized that this was just too good an opportunity to lose.
You know, there's a little something Help me get him upstairs and into my bed.
Yes, dear.
No time to get hysterical.
No, I'm not. It's just funny to me that Al's going to wind up just where he wanted. In your bed.
A murder has been accomplished. The happy couple, Leo and Gloria Winters, still have a way to go before they achieve their goal. But murder sometimes makes for strange and uneasy bits.
You really think it's the mushrooms, Doctor?
With Act 3. The Scottish poet Robert Burns' oft-quoted line, "The best laid schemes of mice and men oft gang aglee," doesn't seem to apply here. Leo and Gloria Winters have successfully killed Al Grissom, the man who looked enough like Leo Winters to have been his twin. They've carried him up to Leo's bed, and now at 4 o'clock in the morning, a frantic Gloria has summoned her sleepy and bewildered family doctor, for whom she plays the distraught and bereaved wife.
I don't understand.
Well, neither do I, Doctor. I gave him the medicine you prescribed, and he seemed to feel better. And he dropped off to sleep, and he...
Well, I think you'd do well to take that sedative yourself. You can't go on this
It's all my
way.
fault if I hadn't given
No, it's no one's fault, Gloria. If there's any blame attached to this tragedy, it's mine. But certainly his symptoms earlier didn't seem to warrant more action than I took.
Leo's gone. I killed him. Oh, God.
Gloria?
I'm sorry, Doctor.
It's all right. It's perfectly understandable in this situation. Now, I want you to take this sedative and go downstairs and lie down. I'll attend to everything.
All right, I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, Gloria. Have I ever told you how clever you are?
Not more than 1 million times in the last week.
That's an exaggeration.
So?
So I love you.
You should. Without me, would we be here on the Riviera in France, living the way we've always wanted, with $1 million, and the whole world waiting to see that we enjoy ourselves?
Do you think we can ever go back to the States?
Well, I don't want to. Do you, Leo?
Much to Leo.
I'm sorry. I've been pretty good, though, lately, haven't I, Al?
You've been great. You must have really been good with old Doc Carmody, too.
Oh, he was so upset and so confused. I threw the most beautiful fit of hysterics you ever saw.
Wish I could have seen it.
Oh, so broken up. So he insisted on handling everything, even the insurance people. He never gave him a chance to question anything. He signed the death certificate and had the body out of the house and into the crematorium before they ever got there.
What about returning to the U.S.?
Oh, I don't think we should for a while. Maybe in a couple of years, But never to Udalia. Maybe San Francisco. New York.
We'll see. How about a dip?
Al Grissom. A pleasure to see you again, Al. How you doing? Now, that's a silly question. I can see you're doing great. No one stays at a class hotel like this unless he's doing great. But I always said you had class, Al. Yes, and style. Oh, you want to introduce me to the girl who's hanging on to you?
I'm afraid you've got the wrong man.
Don't you mean you're afraid I got the right one, Al?
Look, I don't know you. I've never seen you before in my life.
Now, you're not being smart, Al, and you were always very smart. That is, until 3 months ago, when you made your first mistake.
Hey, come on, darling. Let's get away from this.
You forget it. You're finished with that getting away stuff.
Well, how can I prove to you that you've made a mistake? My name isn't Al Grissom.
You're registered under a false name? Come on, Al. I'd recognize you anywhere. But I still can't figure why you didn't try some kind of face job. But like I said, you haven't played this very smart from the beginning.
Look, mister...
Oh, the name is Grafton. Lou Grafton. And I'll meet you at the Promenade Cafe in an hour. 1 hour, Al. And you be there.
Who is this guy?
Don't ask me.
And who should I ask?
Maybe Al.
Very funny. Didn't Al ever mention this Lou Grafton? Must have said something.
Nothing.
Well, I don't believe you.
But why would I lie?
I don't know. But you certainly were cozy enough with Al
I
to know...
found out what I had to. What we had talked about. He had no family, no relatives, nothing, nobody to trace.
I'd better meet this guy and find out what he's talking about.
I'll go with you.
I don't think that's smart.
We're in it together, Al. Who knows? I may even be able to help.
Glad you could make it, Al. Sit down.
This is Gloria.
Nice meeting you again, Gloria. Tell her you'll meet her in a little while, Al.
She's in on this.
On the whole deal?
Yes.
You certainly changed, Al. You never put a dame on the spot before.
On the spot? Oh, well, look. All I meant is that she's with me. You've made a mistake, and I don't even know what you're talking about.
Darling, why don't we listen to what he has to say?
Smart. Al, this is the only time I'm going to go soft. The only time. Well, because we've known each other so long, and... well, because we didn't pull it off the first time. Now, I've talked to John. I got him to agree that if you give us the whole take, we'll forget about what happened.
The whole take?
The whole $2 million, Al. All of it. Well?
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
What's there to think about? What's your alternative? You going to try to run again? You know we'll get you. You've seen it happen 100 times to other guys who tried to cross us. Now, you just tell us where and when we can pick up the cash. And just thank God that I could make the deal for you.
It isn't all that easy.
What's your problem?
It's no use. You wouldn't believe
If you got a problem, you know we can help, but don't give me any fairy tale.
I need time.
For what?
To think.
There's nothing to think about.
Well, from what you say.
How much time?
another day.
Oh, no deal.
Look, if you want to do business with me, you'll just have
Tonight. You'll be in your room at 10. That's plenty of time to think. And while you're at it, think about doing it our way. Or this time, you'll really end up very dead.
$2 million.
That's a lot of dollars.
Yeah, you're a big help.
Well, I might be if you'd stop repeating the figures over and over again.
There's no way we can get $2 million. I've got to prove to them that I'm not Al Grissom. Then they'll leave us alone.
And how do you do that?
Of course. Fingerprints. I'll have absolute proof. Even those guys will leave fingerprints.
And who's going to tell them? You?
No. I've got to arrange somehow for the police to send my prints to Washington or somewhere.
And the police will get word back that these aren't the fingerprints of Al Grissom, but really the prints of a man named Leo Winters, who supposedly died 1 month ago and whose widow collected $1 million in life insurance.
You're right. That's the only way to go. How do we convince them I'm not Grissom?
I don't know. We went to a lot of trouble to prove to the world that you were.
Who was this Grissom? He must have been awfully big to get into a deal like this.
I think he must be calling you.
Me?
Who else?
Well, I don't want to answer it.
Oh, that's not smart. They know we're here.
Now, don't start talking like Grafton. Hello?
Al, it's me.
What do you want?
Al, I was wondering whether you'd made up your mind.
Not yet.
It's 9 o'clock.
You said 10.
I did, but John's not happy.
What do I care about John?
You should, Al. After all, he's got a real legitimate beef. You worked for him for years. You were always clean. You took the hot stocks and you cashed, and you made money, and so did we. But I guess the $2 million got to you.
Look, I've got some more thinking to do, and I'll see you at 10.
Well?
I know who and what Grissom was. He took hot stocks and bonds and cashed them, and then turned the cash over to...
The boys?
I suppose you could call them that.
Does that help any?
A little, maybe.
How?
At least we know what they're after. If there was some way we could trap the... some way to fool them.
Well, suppose there were, then what?
I don't know yet. And play along with me when Grafton comes up at 10. Yes?
Grafton.
You finished thinking? All finished. And? I'll go along with you.
Now, why couldn't you have told me that this morning? You had to get John's blood pressure up.
Forget John. I told you I had problems.
And I told you it would help.
I don't have the $2 million with me.
Well, we never figured you did. Where is it, Chicago?
I'll pick it up.
When?
As soon as I can.
Will you stop playing games? When?
It's back in the States.
Okay. Now, you'll get the next plane.
Not so fast. It's somewhere in Udalia, and I can't go back there.
Why not?
A little something. The cops might want to talk to me.
About what?
About a girl I visited there, and an old friend.
What's wrong with visiting an old friend?
Nothing. If you don't get caught by her husband and get into a fight, beat him up, and he calls the cops.
That's not much of a rap.
That's right. But you don't want to see me in jail.
Yeah, you got a point. We'll pick up the dough.
No way.
Why not? We're going to get it anyway.
You're going to get it. But I want some assurance that I'm going to be okay.
You have my word.
You know, I'd like a little more than that.
Like what?
Well, that's what I've been trying to figure out. Some way I'll be sure that...
Look, if you haven't figured it out by now, you're not going to. Well, I get the plane tickets.
You sure don't give me much time.
We gave you time before, Al. Too much time.
Will you stop pacing up and down like an animal?
Gloria, I think I may have an idea.
I hope.
On the plane, I'll tell them I figured it out. Since I can't go back to Udalia, I'll insist that I want someone representing me when they pick up the money.
But there is no money.
They don't know that. I'll insist that you go along.
Hold it.
You'll be all right.
What happens when they find out there isn't any money and I'm there and you're not?
Put in a call to Carmody. Tell him you can't get over what's happened, that you need help, and that you've gotten into some kind of trouble. He should have the police there. Then you take them to the doctor's house, and with the cops there, you'll be in the clear.
And you?
I'll be gone. I'd rather be alive and running than the other way.
I don't like it.
Then think of something better, because that's the way I'm going to play it. Now, Al, I know you won't get any crazy ideas at this stage of the game, but just in case you do, these two young fellas here are in our party. And they'll be on the plane with us all the way to Chicago. Thanks.
Flight 396 to New York, now loading at gate 3. Flight 396
that's up.
now loading at gate 3.
Excuse me. One moment, please.
What do you want?
Lieutenant Fourneau, Interpol. I believe you are Mr. Leo Winters.
I'm afraid you're mistaken. I've known this man for years. His name is Al.
Mr. Winters.
You heard him. You've got the wrong man.
Please, don't make a fuss, Mr. Winters. I'm instructed to hold you for the murder of an Alvin Grissom in New Delhi.
Hold me. What about her? She's my wife, and she was in on this from the beginning. The whole thing.
We know all about Mrs. Winters. In fact, she was the one who informed us about the murder. In return for some small promises.
She told? She...
You asked me, remember? You said, think of something better. And I did.
Come along, Mr. Winters. Gentlemen, you will excuse us.
I'm coming, Lieutenant. I'm coming without any trouble. You see, Grafton, you didn't believe me. If you'd only have believed me, maybe we could have worked out a deal after all.
The Winters had a good plan, and it all would have worked, except for one thing they couldn't have foreseen: the bend in the road ahead, and what lay around it. I'll return shortly. If Gloria and Leo Winters could have known what lay ahead of them, they would never have gone through with their plan. That is, if they could have seen into the future and around the bend. Yet actually being able to see into the future, to know what's going to happen next week, next month, next year, is a gift that most of us wouldn't want. Because who knows what terrors may lie ahead. Our cast included Leon Janney, Joan Lovejoy, Larry Haynes, Paul Hecht, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Am I dead?
Not quite. You're in a hospital with a bullet in your brain. As the saying goes, as good as dead.
And Sherry and Herb got away with it. Oh, it isn't fair. If I only had it to do all over again.
Suppose you had. Could you do better?
Of course. Of course, if I knew what I know now.
Naturally. That would have to be a precondition if you're asking for yesterday to live over again.
Oh, please. Please, give me the chance. Can you?
Well, why not? I'm a bit of a gambler myself. Let's see how you can remake yesterday.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal, and by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Community service is the key to great radio. This is Great Radio, WTAX 1240 on your dial in Springfield, Illinois.
Subscribe for more videos.
Secret Agent K7 returns.
America's #1 adventurer, K7, former United States secret agent who operated in 22 countries, on land, on sea, and in the air, brings you a story of today. We take you to Secret Agent K7's headquarters.
This is K7 speaking. Send in Special Agent M for assignment.
At once, K7.
Special Agent M, reporting for duty.
Agent M, Marie Vigneault, a famous spy, is active again. She was little more than a child during the World War. However, she was dangerous even then. After the war, she married a French officer, a Captain Boulard, and dropped from sight. Last year, her husband died. Coded messages from her have been found on 2 spies captured recently on the continent. We know nothing more except that she is somewhere in London. I want you and your assistant, Miss Durrell, to fly there tonight. Locate her and, if possible, make an arrest. Keep me informed.
Marie Vigneault is active and in London. Agent M knew the job of locating her in the great city would be difficult unless a lead could be found in Paris. Wisely, he decided to spend that afternoon interviewing some of her dead husband's brother officers.
Dear Madame, it was good to hear from you again, and to know that your business is prospering. As you requested, I have written to Colonel Hargreaves and asked him to get in touch with you. Yes? Can I help you, monsieur?
I'm looking for Captain Faraji. Does he live here?
But yes, I am Captain Faraji. Come in, monsieur.
Thank you. Captain, my credentials. I'm looking for the wife of an officer who died last year, Madame Boulard. Do you know her?
Oh, but of course, I am writing her a letter now. She is in London. You are a special agent. Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, Captain. We'd like to have Madame Boulard do a favor for us. We want her address.
I understand, of course, monsieur. It is here. Wait, I will write it out for you. Madame has a little bookshop near the Strand. Many of her husband's friends keep in touch with her. We place orders. You understand it is difficult for a widow. Yes. Here is the address.
Thank you, Captain. Oh,
You said you were writing to her. Now, the matter I wish to see her on is confidential. I would prefer that you not mention my visit here. When I see her, I will explain.
It will be as you asked, Monsieur le Special Agent. I understand the nature of your work. It is important to my country and to Madame's. I will not say that you called.
The next morning, Agent M and his assistant Ivan arrived in London. While Agent M waited in a car outside, Ivan visited the small bookshop owned by the woman who'd been a famous spy. She arrived as the woman talked in low tones with a man who stood idly turning the pages of a book.
You're sure you can get this information we need?
Have I ever failed? My plan is a simple one. I am a widow. My former husband's friends visit me. They are my friends. Is it not natural for the former wife of an officer to be interested in military affairs? I need only to show my interest. And I am told many things.
You're a clever woman, Mademoiselle Vigneault.
Please, you must never use that name.
I'm sorry.
Many in the intelligence department remember Marie Vigneault. My name is now Madame Boulard. You will call me by that name.
Oh, but certainly, as you wish. Now tell me, how soon can you get the information we need?
If you will come back tonight, it will be here. I'm expecting an old colonel to visit me this afternoon. He likes to sit and talk. He will know, and it won't be hard to persuade him to tell me.
Good. I'll send one of my men before you close the shop. You have a customer.
Oui. If your friend will come in and ask for a copy of Nana, I'm sure the book will please you.
Thank you. I'll wait until you get through with this girl.
Oui, mademoiselle. Can I help you?
Well, I'm looking for a book for a friend. You don't mind if I look around?
Oh, of course not. I suggested to look at these.
Thank you.
She will be gone in a minute.
I know that girl. She is the assistant of Special Agent M. I saw them together in Switzerland. Now, don't do anything until I return.
Are you sure of what you have just said?
Oh, of course, I'm positive. Now, she doesn't know me. I'm going outside. When she leaves, I'll follow her. Until you hear from me again, don't attempt to get the information I ask for. Now, I'll leave you.
Goodbye. Thank you so much for calling.
Thank you. Goodbye, madame.
Outside, Agent M sat in his car and waited. As he watched the shop, he saw the spy who'd been in the shop as he stepped into the street. M immediately guessed that Ivan had been recognized. Without waiting, he drove away. A minute later, Ivan came out. Finding M's car gone, she knew something was wrong and went immediately to her rooms. 2 hours later, M joined her.
M, what happened? When I came out of the shop, you were gone.
You were followed, Ivan. Did you see the man in the shop when you went in?
Yes. He was talking with a woman who must be Marie Vigneault. They were in the back of the store.
That man was Alex Kroll, a dangerous spy. He must have recognized you, Ivan. He left the shop as soon as you came in. But he waited for you outside and followed you when you came out.
Oh. Well, then they must know we're here.
Yes, they probably suspect. Kroll didn't see me. I drove away as soon as he came out. Then I circled the block and followed him. You led him here. He made several inquiries about you and then went to his room.
You followed him?
Yes. Then I reported to K7. He'll be followed wherever he goes from now on.
Well, if they know we're here, it will make it harder.
Perhaps not. Marie Vigneault may attempt to finish whatever she's doing and leave the country. And if she does, we'll trap her. Did you overhear anything in the shop?
Not much. They stopped talking when I entered. But I did hear her tell the man you call Kroll to send someone for the book Nana late this afternoon.
Someone was to ask for a copy of Nana.
Yes. Her exact words were, if your friend will come in and ask for a copy of Nana, I'm sure the book will please you.
Ivan, that information may be the key to our problem. Marie Vigneault has never seen me.
You're going back to the shop?
Yes, Ivan. I'm going for a copy of Nana.
few minutes later, Agent M entered the small bookshop. It was almost closing time.
Yes, monsieur.
I would like a copy of Nana, please.
Oh, you come at an inopportune time, monsieur. I have no copies of the book left.
But I don't understand. Madame, are you sure? Monsieur Kroll instructed me to ask you for the book. He said that you would understand.
Monsieur Kroll sent you?
Why, yes, of course.
Oh, I didn't know. If monsieur will follow me, I have the book ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands over your head.
Fool. Did you think I would fall into your trap?
Quite a surprise, Polly. Did you arrange this, Kroll? Get his gun.
Here it is.
Now, this isn't going to be any party for you, Agent M. This time you're going to pay for your interference. I wouldn't be too sure.
We'll have time to talk later. Get him out the back way.
Who's that?
Don't move. Either of you.
K7.
All right, K7, I got my gun again. I was sure that as a result of my call to you, someone must have followed Kroll here.
There was no one available, so I took the assignment myself, Agent M.
You can't arrest me. I've done nothing.
We have 2 coded messages that were signed by you, Marie. Vigneault. I think this book here that you've just wrapped to send out of the country will also prove interesting. I'll open it, K7. Yes. Here's the answer, K7. A small pinprick has been made under words on each page. The words with punctures under them make up the message. These books were sent out as merchandise, but each one contained a secret message.
A clever plan, mademoiselle, but it didn't work. I arrest you and Kroll as spies.
I have completed the examination of the papers found in the bookshop. Names and addresses of 4 spies were found. They're under arrest. I also found certain important military information, which has been turned over to the proper authorities. The case is closed.
Spies have used marked books to send messages in many ways. Some spell out messages by making small pinpricks under words. Others mark letters. The pinpricks are so small as to be unnoticeable except under a magnifying glass. Other tricks used by spies will be exposed in future broadcasts. Listen for my next story. This is K7 speaking.
City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
A stranger named Joe Beaudry killed a man in Dodge and then got on his horse and rode 90 miles northwest. He made it across the Smoky Hill River before his horse played out and fell behind a small knoll. Beaudry put a knife in him and settled on to wait. Half hour later, he shot my horse out from under me and crippled Chester's with a slug in the shoulder. And then he gave up. He just threw down his guns and walked toward us across the prairie, his hands in the air.
You think it's a trick, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester, but if he makes a move, I'll kill him.
Yes, sir.
That's far enough, Beaudry. Now turn around.
I ain't armed, Marshal.
No. You know, I'm curious, Beaudry. Why didn't you shoot it out?
I don't want to kill anybody, Marshal.
You killed a man in Dodge.
He went for his gun. I had to.
Some of the witnesses say he didn't.
Oh, sure. Friends of his. I heard him. That's why I lit out.
Man looks guilty when he runs. You should have stayed and faced it.
Now, what
there.
kind of shake could I get in a strange town, Marshal? Everybody be against me.
The law will protect you if you're innocent. You'll have to stand trial now anyway.
Well, maybe I made a mistake, but I'm still alive.
Yeah, and a long way from Dodge.
Say, by gracious, that's right. How are we going to get back, Mr. Dillon?
Well, we crossed the Overland Express route about 5 miles back. We'll just walk to the road and wait for a stage, I guess.
Yeah, but the stage don't go up to Dodge from here, sir.
Well, we'll take it into Fort Donner. Maybe the Army will lend us some horses there, and we can turn them back at Fort Dodge.
Marshal.
Yeah.
Well, I know you don't owe me no favors, Marshal, but I never been arrested before. I'd be kind of ashamed in front of everybody at the stage.
Well, that's tough, Beaudry. What do you expect me to do?
Only a little thing, Marshal. Won't make any difference to you. Just don't let them know that you're taking me in, is all.
All right, Beaudry. I guess it doesn't matter.
Thanks.
I'm not wearing a badge anyway. But you make one move, and I'll hog-tie you, and you'll ride on the roof. Or you'll be dead.
Well, it's a deal, Marshal.
You'll get a fair trial, Beaudry. If you're innocent, you'll go free.
Well, if it is a fair trial, I'm going back to California. I don't know why I ever left it.
You come from California?
Yeah. Hey, Marshal, look, is it all right if I lug my saddle back with me?
Yeah, sure. We're not leaving ours. Chester, I'll go with Beaudry and get his guns.
Yes, Mr. Dillon. I sure do wish you'd stop closer to the stage road, though, Beaudry. 5 miles is a long way packing a saddle.
Go take care of your horse, Chester. Let's get out of here.
Yes, sir. It's a doggone shame, though. That was a mighty good horse.
Come on, Beaudry.
I sure hope the stage hasn't gone by already, Mr. Dillon.
Why don't you get off your back and look down the road, Chester?
Well, I declare. Looky yonder, it's a-comin'. And it's painted bright red, too, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, what if they don't stop for us, Marshal?
Road agents don't usually carry their saddles. The driver will notice that if he's awake.
Driving a 6-horse hitch ought to keep him awake.
Yeah, but not sober.
That's a shotgun the messenger's holding.
He doesn't need it. We want to ride, that's all.
Where's your horses?
Marshal, please, you remember what you said.
We lost them.
You don't look like greenhorns to me.
It can happen to anyone.
That's cool. The one in the middle ain't even armed. Pick 'em up, Hank.
All right, Berryman, it's your treasure box.
How far you going?
Fort Downer.
It's about 60 miles to Fort Downer. You're crowding us. That'll be 15 cents a mile.
15 cents. How much is that, Mr. Dillon?
About $9, Chester.
$9 apiece, that is, and payable right here.
All right. It's high, but I can't argue with you now. Here you are. 20, 5, 6, 7.
All right, mister. Get in. I don't know how the passengers are going to like this, though.
You got room for a couple more in here?
Anybody can't keep his horse ought to walk home.
There's room for 2, maybe, but not 3.
Oh?
Take a look for yourself, mister.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Chester?
Oh, now, sir, I can't...
I don't want Beaudry on top. You'll have to get up there, Chester.
Well, I guess you're right, sir. But I think you fellas ought to charge us less if I can't ride inside.
The Overland stage guarantees a ride, mister. Comfort's the passenger's problem.
Get in, Beaudry.
Yeah. Now get fixed somehow. You've held us up long enough.
Give me a hand now, there.
You don't look like a judge, mister.
I'm not a judge.
Well, you must be important somehow. We order these men around, and that fellow on top there calls you sir.
Dillon? Well, let's just say that I'm sort of the boss of this outfit, mister.
What'd you say your name was?
I didn't say. It happens to be Dillon.
Well, I'm Zimmer. Old man here called himself Gant.
My name is Gant. I ain't ashamed of it. I don't give a long hoot what any of you call yourselves.
Gant's kind of crusty, but he's sober. That's more than I can say for the other 2 here. They only wake up long enough to pull on that jug they got and get drunk enough to go back to sleep.
Well, that's not a bad way to travel if your stomach can stand it, I guess.
No, it ain't. Do it myself if I was younger.
What business you in, Dillon?
You ask too many questions, Zimmer. You ain't got no manners.
Nobody's asking you, old man.
Good. Then I don't have to listen to your gobbling.
Now, listen here, Gant. Any more out of you, and I'll tear you apart.
You can't spook me. I'm too old. 85, mister. Would you believe it?
No, sir, I wouldn't. That's mighty old. You sure don't look it.
I knew Meriwether Lewis, mister. Met him in St. Louis when he and Clark come back from the Pacific.
Now who's doing all the talking?
Leave him be, Zimmer. There's no harm in passing the time.
Look, mister, you may be the boss of these other fellas, but you don't run me.
Nobody's trying to run you. Just take it easy.
Don't pay him no mind, Dillon. He's just nervous about something.
What are you driving at, old man?
We'll be at Monument Station in about an hour, Dillon. Spend the night there. Hope the chow's improved. Last time I was there, all they had was fat pork. One passenger says, I never eat fat pork. So the cook told him, well, then just help yourself to the mustard.
Monument Station was a long, low hut made of sun-dried, mud-colored bricks, with a flat roof thatched and then sodded. The one building served as an eating room in the daytime and a bunkhouse at night. There wasn't much air inside, and after dinner, fat pork and mustard, Chester, Beaudry, and I went out to the corral for a smoke.
My gracious alive, I hate to think of sleeping in there. All those men, why, a fella could suffocate. And I'll bet that stock tender hasn't washed himself since he left home.
He said he washed his blankets anyways, just this morning.
Yeah, sure. You know how? He spreads it on an anthill for a couple of hours.
Oh, well, that settles it. I'm sleeping outside.
All right, Chester. We just don't get too cozy. Half the night you're standing guard over Beaudry here. I'll watch him the other half.
Well, I'm not going to run away, Marshal.
You ran once, Beaudry.
All right, I'll tell you something, and maybe you'll trust me a little then.
Tell me what?
Would you like to know who Zimmer is?
Zimmer? He that real testy fella? I don't like him at all. He's always on the prod about something or other.
Wait a
just
minute,
a
Chester.
Bit ago,
Wait a minute. What about Zimmer, Beaudry?
His real name is Chess Rhine.
So?
Well, at least that's the name was under his picture.
Well, where was his picture, Beaudry?
Well, in California, tacked onto a pole.
Go on.
Well, I think the reward was $500. Of course, I ain't certain.
You sure it was his picture?
Yeah, Marshal, I'm sure. Heard a lot of talk about him in Sacramento just before I left.
What kind of talk?
Well, like one time he rode in a stagecoach as a passenger, and he was peaceful enough until some fellows on horses, they stopped that stage in a canyon somewheres, and then this here Chess Ryan, he pulled a gun on the other passengers, and he disarmed them, whilst the boys outside unloaded the treasure box. They had an extra saddle horse along, and Ryan, he rode off with them. That's the way I heard it.
Seems to me he went into a lot of trouble.
Sometimes the passengers give road agents as much fight as the driver and messenger, Chester. They feel safe because they're inside.
Yeah, and that's what Chess Ryan figured. What, are you going to arrest him, Marshal?
I can't arrest a man without cause, Baudry. You may be telling the truth, but I don't know that for sure. I can check on Zimmer when we get to Fort Donner, but all I can do to Lynn's keep an eye on him.
Well, this stage will be robbed long before it gets to Fort Donner, Marshal.
Yeah, maybe, but not without a fight. Thanks for telling me, Baudry, and for your sake, I hope it's the truth. If it isn't, you're going to be in more trouble than you are now. All right, keep an eye on him, Chester. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yes, sir.
Berryman?
Yeah?
Out here a minute, will you?
What's up, mister?
I want to talk to you, that's all. Alone. Come on outside, huh?
Be right back, Hank. Save some of that whiskey for me.
Right, Barry.
What's on your mind, mister?
How long you been an express messenger, Berryman?
2 years? Not that it's any business of yours.
Did you run into any trouble in that time?
Some. Why?
I just want to know if you can handle yourself, that's all.
You want to find out?
Look, Berryman, you know my name. It's Dillon. I'm Matt Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge.
Dillon. Yeah, I think I remember seeing you there.
Good. Now tell me this. You carrying much in that treasure box of yours?
The messenger who brought it as far as Pond Creek said it was $50,000, unsigned currency mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Something up, Marshal?
Well, maybe. Tell me, what's the best place for a holdup between here and Fort Donner?
Well, Willow Bend, I expect. Man on a horse could keep hidden there till we were right on top of him.
All right, tell the driver to whip those horses through Willow Bend as fast as they'll go. Chester will be on the roof to help you, and I'll sort of organize the passengers inside.
Well, now, if there's going to be a holdup, Marshal, you
Well,
should...
I don't know, but we'll play it safe. And, by the way, Berryman, don't let on inside there about this, huh? Or, who I am. All right?
Okay, Marshal.
Thank you. Good night, Berryman.
Night, Marshal. Oh, Marshal.
Yeah?
We got a jug of station whiskey inside if you want a drink.
I don't think it'd do much good. I've heard of that stuff freezing solid on a cold night.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, backing up the great CBS Radio News Team election night will be Univac, the new electric brain operating for the first time to bring you faster, more accurate, more complete election night totals. November 4th, starting at 8 p.m. New York time, CBS Radio reports the election returns from coast to coast. Make CBS Radio your election headquarters to hear the trends, the color, and the mounting tide of results, reported by Edward R. Murrow, Lowell Thomas, and the rest of the same great CBS radio team that made convention reporting history earlier this year. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Next morning, just after sunup, the stage left Monument Station. It was 10 miles to Willow Bend and 12 miles to the next change of horses at a small swing station run by a lone stock tender. Zimmer, or Chess Ryan, if that's who he was, seemed nervous. Too nervous for an experienced road agent, but maybe he had figured me for what I was, and that gave him the jumps. Anyway, I sat next to him so I could handle him faster if and when the time came. We drove at an easy pace until we neared the bend. Then the driver popped his whip over the teams and they began to run hard. But suddenly he was pulling them in and braking at the same time. One move by Zimmer at that point and I'd have killed or crippled him.
What are we stopping here for? Hey, driver, what's up?
Wheel's been dragging. Couldn't you feel it pull?
All right, everybody out.
Well, what's that here? Driver, what's wrong?
The wheel's stuck. Can't pull it off with you in there. Come on, hurry it up.
Beaudry, get over there by Chester.
Oh, don't you worry about me. You keep an eye on Reeve.
Go on now.
Come on.
What do you think, Dillon?
Well, they'd have jumped us by now, Berryman, while everybody was still inside. But keep your head up anyway. You watch the other side of the coach. I'll stay here.
Okay.
What do you mean it wasn't greased? Why not?
It's sizzling hot. Have to cool before we can take it off. That drunken fool at Monument didn't grease this one, that's all. Take a bullwhip to him when I get back there.
Well, you can grease it now, can't you?
I could, mister, if I had any grease.
Well, you mean you haven't got any?
Not unless I render you down and make some. Now get out of my way.
Well, any more of that and I'll... All right, forget it. What are we going to do?
How about grass, driver?
Hey, that's an idea.
Wrap it around the spindle and go till it wears out. It won't last long, but we can keep putting it on till we get to the next station.
We'll be all day stopping every half mile. Why don't you greenhorns ask a real man how to fix it?
All right, Pop. How are we going to fix it?
Cheese?
Cheese?
Yes, cheese. It works fine, too.
Yeah, it might at that.
I suppose you brought some cheese along just in case, Pop, huh?
I brought it along to eat. You get it? Well, I'll let you have it. It's in my carpet bag.
Old Gant's cheese worked fine, and we left Willow Bend without more trouble. I began to figure Beaudry for a liar, but he just sat there, staring out at the prairie. He said nothing. A few miles further on, as we approached the swing station, I heard a shout from the messenger, and then Beaudry pointed ahead. And I leaned out to take a look. The station was a small one-room adobe hut with the usual corral at the rear, but there wasn't a horse in sight. And out of the two windows facing us poured thin streams of white smoke. As the stage pulled to a stop, I saw two arrows embedded in the half-open door.
Look at them there.
Wait a minute. Let me take a look in there.
Let's all take a look, Zimmer.
Where's the stock tender? They kill him?
They tried to fire the place, but it's just smoldering.
Who are those two men?
I don't know. But this one's still alive.
Well, that's the stock tender. But who are those two?
Never mind them. They're dead.
Scalp. Indian sure must have surprised him. Sneaked right up.
All right, Berryman, let's get the stock tender out of this smoke. Take his head there.
Yeah. They scalped him, too. And he ain't even dead.
Never mind that. Just pick him up easy. It's all right, fella. Stage is here.
Indians, Comanches, they scalped me. Never even heard them.
Ask him who those other men were. What were they doing here?
Leave him be. The man's dying.
Water. Give me a drink.
Chester, get the water bag.
Yes, sir.
Can't you let the man alone, Dillon?
Scalped 3 men and stole horses. That's Comanches for you.
Here's the water, sir.
Oh, thanks. Here, fella. Here now. Take a drink. There we go.
Road agents, those two, they held me up. They said they'd hide till the horses were unhitched, and then hold up the stage. Had a partner on the stage to keep the passengers out of it.
What was his name? Their partner, I mean.
Put my head down, mister. It's bubbling over.
Carpenter's eyes clouded up and went blank as I lay his head back. And then there was a scuffle behind me, and before anybody could move, Zimmer grabbed Gant, and using him as a shield, he walked backward toward the stage. The old man stopped struggling when he felt Zimmer's gun in his back, and the rest of us just stood there watching, helpless.
First man draws a gun, Gant'll die.
You gave yourself away, Chess Ryan.
Take it easy, man. Take it easy. This fool's nervous.
Shut up. You, driver. Lead those teams down the road a piece, and then come back here. Jan and I'll take the stage alone. Come on.
You better do what he says, driver. He's scared enough to shoot.
Guess I better.
Come on. Come on. What are you stopping for? Take him 50 yards down there.
Can't do it. That wheel's froze up again. He ain't going anywhere at that stage.
Might as well give up right now, young fool.
I never did like you, Gant.
Ryan, listen to me. You've made your play and you've lost. If you give up now, the charges will be attempted robbery. If you don't, they'll probably turn into murder.
Who are you anyway, mister?
I'm a U.S. Marshal.
Well, you're not arresting nobody. Not unless you want Gant dead. You make a move and his blood will be on your hands, Marshal.
You can't hold him there forever, Ryan. The stage going west passes through sometime today. What'll you do then?
He's right. That stage passes this station about noon. I drive it myself half the time.
I'll think of something. First, I want all you men to unload your weapons. Line up and throw them in a pile there. One at a time. Would you even start to try anything, and I'll blow a hole in the old man.
You think you would, Mr. Dillon?
He's so nervous now, it's a wonder he doesn't do it by accident, Chester.
I get going. Don't stand there. One at a time now. And use 2 fingers to do it.
All right, man, you better do as he says.
Now. Go ahead. Easy. All right. Next man.
Beaudry.
Yeah?
You're the only man who might
There's
stop
mine.
this.
How?
Pretend to join him.
You trust me that much?
I have to.
Okay,
All right, easy now. 2 fingers. All right. Next man.
Ryan.
Hold it right there, Beaudry.
Well, I'm not armed, Ryan. Look. But you know why?
Too yellow, maybe.
Oh, the marshal's got my gun. I'm under arrest.
He's taking you in, is that it?
He was, till I woke up just now. I killed a man in Dodge, Ryan. They want to hang me for it.
Now, Beaudry, we told you you'd get a fair trial,
Chester,
and what's more...
shut up.
Yes, sir.
Well, look, you haven't got much chance alone, Ryan. But you and me, we can disarm these men, throw away their guns, and ride off on those horses without the coach.
You do that, Beaudry, and I'll quit my job and run you down if I have to chase you all the way to Oregon. I couldn't show up in Dodge after this anyway.
Well, I'll be watching for you, Marshal. It beats hanging. Well, how about it, Ryan?
Make a fool out of Dillon, huh? I like that. All right, pick up a gun, Beaudry, and get over here.
I'm warning you, Beaudry.
Sorry. I figure I'll live longer this way, Marshal.
Yeah, you hold the old man, Beaudry. I want a free hand.
Yeah. I'll kill Gant quicker than Ryan would. If any of you men try anything.
You heard him. Now, let's get this over with. Fast.
Ryan, I want to tell you something.
That's far enough, Marshal. All that...
That gun in your hand, Ryan, you better keep it on me. You even glance at Beaudry, and I'll draw and kill you.
What are you talking about?
You shoot me, and Beaudry will kill you from behind.
What? That's right, Ryan. Gant, you walk back over towards the hut so he can see I'll let you go.
He'd trick you, too. But I can still kill you, Marshal.
Yeah, that's right, Ryan. You can still kill me. But I'm paid to die. I settled that in my mind when I took this job. It's only a matter of time. But what about you, Ryan? You ready to die?
You can't do this.
I'm doing it, Ryan. I'm doing it now. I'm going to walk right up to you, and you're going to give me that gun.
Stop, Marshal. Don't.
Here's fine if you shoot right.
Let me have the gun, Ryan.
Easy, Ryan. Now!
Did he hit you, Mr. Dillon?
No, he waited a second too long.
Worked, Marshal. By golly, you worked.
Yeah, you did fine, Baudry. I'm going to remember it.
Yeah.
Now, give me back that gun.
What? You still gonna take me in?
Of course.
No, that don't seem fair, Dillon.
I'm only a marshal, Baudry, not a judge.
Oh. I'm not sure I wouldn't rather die right here.
Wait, Baudry. Now, I'll testify at your trial, and I promise you it'll be a fair one, but that's all. Now, give me the gun.
You don't make it easy, Marshal.
My job's to bring you in. Any way I can get you there.
Dead or alive?
That's right.
Here's the gun.
Thank you. The next day, I turned Chess Ryan over to the Army at Fort Donner. The colonel wanted credit for sending him back to California, and I wanted to be rid of him. Took us 3 days to ride back to Dodge. On the way, we got to be real good friends with Joe Baudry. I wouldn't let him have his gun back. But even so, he managed to supply us with antelope steaks every morning. I made him borrow Chester's gun.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin and Lou Krugman, with Vic Perrin, Junius Matthews, Jim Nusser, and Ralph Moody. Parley Bayer is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. Thousands of acres of timber are afire in the Midwest, New England, far west, and southern areas. This is a word of warning to all who may be in or near woodlands. Take every precaution to avoid setting fires with cigarettes, matches, campfires. Timber is vital to America's defense. Human lives and property are at stake, too. Hunters especially are urged to exercise caution. Any further damage may result in suspension of the hunting season indefinitely. Clancy Cassell speaking, and remember Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
do something for you, sir?
I'll repeat the offer while I think of something.
I beg your pardon?
That's not the way I heard it first.
Did you want to see...
Mr. George Victor.
May I have your name?
Well, let's trade. Mine's Diamond, Richard Diamond.
Oh, of course. Mr. Victor's expecting you.
Well, it's too much to hope that you...
He's waiting for you, Mr. Diamond.
Thanks. Any door?
Huh? Oh, straight ahead. Go right in.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Mr. Victor?
Yes. Oh, you're Diamond.
Uh-huh.
Come in and sit down.
Thank you.
You said you'd come immediately, and that was over an hour ago when I phoned you.
Well, I didn't want to come in my bare feet.
What?
I was washing out a pair of socks.
You're sure you're Richard Diamond?
Reasonably sure, yes. My credentials.
Oh, all right. You were recommended to me by Lieutenant Levinson of the police department. I want to hire you.
My fee is $100 a day in expenses. Unless we settle that first, I couldn't solve the case if it was tagged 100 proof.
Here are 2 checks. One for 100, the other for 5.
Oh.
You get the 100 if you take the job, and the other one if you do the job satisfactorily.
Tell me all about it.
You may have heard that I bought the controlling interest in one of the biggest newspapers in the city.
That I heard.
All right. I'm going to expose the numbers racket.
That's been tried before.
I know, but this time it's different. I have all the evidence I need to expose one of the biggest operators, Aaron Ziegler.
Oh, well, you do pick 'em big.
You know him?
We did some spitting at each other when I was on the force.
Well, then you know what he is.
Yeah. But you said you had all the evidence. Where do I come in?
Ziegler's my affair. Yours will be my daughter. Here's her picture.
Well, you can have Ziegler. I'm happy with this arrangement.
This is no joke, Mr. Diamond. My daughter works for Ziegler.
Oh? You got $1 million for every Mongolian in Asia and your daughter works? Hobby, perhaps?
She became infatuated with a man named Doug Saxon.
And went to work to support
Will
him.
you listen to me?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Victor.
Saxon has some connection with Ziegler. I objected to her seeing Saxon, and there was an argument.
And being 21, she walked out.
Yes. Ziegler gave her a job singing in the Nocturne Club.
I know the place.
Now, what I want you to do is...
I think I know, Mr. Victor. You got evidence on Ziegler. That makes him an unhappy boy, and being unhappy, he wants to smile again. So he sets glamour lad Saxon loose. Your daughter falls for him, and the frame has begun, right?
Ziegler told me he was going to stop me from printing the expose of his racket. I know he'll use my daughter, Kathy.
What does she have to say about it?
She won't see me.
And you've got no idea what the frame will be?
No, that's your job. Find my daughter, stay with her until the paper goes to press.
And when will that be?
10 tonight.
Oh, all right, Mr. Victor. You've hired yourself a boy. I'll pick up that $500 check after I pick up the late edition. Good day, sir. Oh,
Yes?
If you will excuse the expression, the retainer, $100.
Oh, here you are.
Oh, well, thank you. I'd bow from the waist, but my empty money belt might choke me. I'll keep in touch. A couple of phone calls to old acquaintances who still kept in touch with the shady side of our city, and I had Saxon's address. A half hour after I left George Victor, I was punching the buzzer to Saxon's apartment. Good afternoon, Mr. Saxton.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm Mother Hubbard, and I've come to look in your cupboard. Ask me in.
What's the idea? Who...
This won't take long, Mr. Saxton.
Listen, you...
I was just going to ask you to listen. But since you asked first, go ahead and give me something to listen to.
Did Ziegler send you?
Well, maybe. Maybe not. It's a nice place here. All the scenery. Phonograph, big overstuffed chair.
I'm glad you like it, but don't make yourself comfortable.
What's in the other room?
Look here, I don't know who you are or what you want, but...
Maybe Ziegler did send me.
Did he?
No.
You a cop?
Used to be. Always enjoyed my work. And I never enjoyed it more than when I was up against a character like you.
Get out of here.
Oh, now somehow getting tough doesn't look well on you. You're not the type, Saxon. From a quick but thorough study, I'd say you were more used to soft lights, sweet music, and setting up pigeons to be knocked over by your boss.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Kathy Victor. Know her?
What if I do?
You know her. And, Saxon, keep away from her.
Oh, now you're scaring me.
Sure.
Hey, what do you want from me? Why are you doing this?
I'm hired to do it. The name's Diamond, Richard Diamond, occupation private detective.
Private detective?
Yeah.
You're going to make a phone call now.
I won't.
You're calling Ziegler to tell him you quit.
I can't do that.
Unless you want this floor lamp on your head.
Diamond, please don't.
Now, that's better. Now, go ahead.
What'll I tell him?
Your health is bad. You're going to take a boat trip.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Well, then you think of something, but think.
But Hello, this is Saxon. I'd like to talk to Aaron. Oh. Well, I'll call back.
It's important.
Oh, it's important. I've got to talk to him. All right.
Get him?
They're putting me through in. Hello, Aaron. Listen, I can't go through with the deal. Something came up.
I mentioned my name.
A man named Diamond. Richard. Yeah, that's right. I don't know, Aaron, but please, don't blame me. I did. Hello, Aaron. Aaron. He hung up.
Good. You do the same.
You don't know what he'll do, Diamond. You don't know him.
Oh, but I do. Well, happy landings, Glamour Boy.
You can't leave me like this.
You know, after a long look at you, I don't think I'd like to stay. Bye, Saxon. 20 feet of the East River will look good on you. Okay, so it was a bluff. I knew Ziegler wouldn't be scared off that easily, but when you go hunting ducks, you put out a decoy. I did. The decoy was me. It was an hour later that I got back to my office building and walked into the lobby. The elevator door there was open, but the jockey was missing. I was about to take the hard way up the stairs when...
Diamond.
Oh, hello. Where'd you come from?
I'm under a cabbage leaf. Don't believe it. Get in the elevator.
I'll walk.
Hey, Mac. Mr. Diamond don't want to get in the elevator.
Maybe he gets car sick. Get in, Diamond.
What's the big idea?
Close the door, Mac.
Sure.
You know how to run this thing, Diamond?
No.
Start it up. Go on.
Okay. Floors, please.
I'll tell you when. This is far enough. Stop it. And keep your hands away from that door.
What are you going to do? Eat your way out?
He's a card, ain't he?
Oh, now, come on. Fun's fun, but I got business.
So have we.
We told you to take your hands off those doors.
Oh, you did, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, he won't go down.
Sure he will. He's just stubborn. Give me that sap. You see?
Yeah. Think he's still tuned in?
Let's see. Diamond. Hey, Diamond. Oh, he should know better than that. It ain't polite not to listen. Kick him in the ribs. Now, how about it, Diamond? You want to listen?
He's shaking his head. He says yes.
Okay. Now, stay away from the dame you're supposed to take care of. Go back to Victor and tell him you don't want the job. Tell him it's too rough, and if he don't understand, show him your bruises. Hey, give him a bruise where it shows. Look at that. I don't think he likes you kicking him in the chops.
What does he want? Bedroom slippers?
Okay, open the doors and let's get out of here.
Hey, think I ought to give him another boot, just to make sure?
Ain't you ever satisfied? Go ahead.
Okay, let's go.
You know something? You got an awful disposition.
You don't come out of a beating like that right away. A professional working over is like spending a weekend in a taffy machine. I reached out and tried to touch things, but it was like trying to paint the inside of a balloon with a hammer. I was numb, and when the little jabs of feeling started pinching my cheeks, I found out that I was warm and sticky. Finally, I pulled myself up, stood there for a minute, decided my legs weren't macaroni, and went to the washroom to clean up. Then I headed for the Nocturne Club. It was too early for customers, but there was a bartender and a girl with blonde hair playing the piano.
We ain't open yet, Mac.
Oh, you ain't? Well, give me a bib. I may cry all over the place.
You look awful. Truck hit you or something?
I was blowing a tuba in a high wind.
Yeah?
Yeah. Screwed me 8 feet into the ground.
Ain't that terrible?
Yeah, ain't it? Hey, who's the dame with the fingers?
Oh, entertains here. Name's Victor, Kathy Victor. Got a swell set of pipes. If you're looking for a job, we don't need no tuba players.
Look, Here's for a drink, and here's something for you because you ain't open yet. Fix me something that'll turn me all one color.
Sure. Will it be black or blue?
Anything that goes with my tie. Bring it to the piano.
I thought you wanted it.
Oh, I'll laugh later.
I thought it was pretty good.
Hey, know the words to that?
Yeah.
Time in my hands.
From your looks, I'd say you needed time.
Oh, don't let the bruises fool you, honey. When the swelling goes down, my face is fairly normal.
Hey, blue and yellow make green, don't they?
Yeah, why?
I wasn't sure, but here's a drink anyway. Who knows? Maybe you'll turn plaid.
Sure. Here, put this in your pocket and go back in the bottle.
Sure, thanks. Yell when you want another one.
Hey. What's the matter? Why'd you stop?
I need a drink, too.
You get the jumps early, huh?
I work late. Catches up with me.
Oh, try out running them for a day. It does wonders.
Oh, I know you. You're a spy from Alcoholics Anonymous.
Go ahead, play some more.
All right.
Kathy. Your father sent me.
What?
Remember him?
Why don't you leave now?
Before we're really acquainted?
I don't know who you are or what you want, but if my father sent you, I'm not buying.
Okay, so you're having a good time now, but there's always the next morning. Thought of that?
I don't need anyone to take care of me.
Miss Victor, I'm not trying to take care of you. I'm doing a job. Maybe you don't know this, but you're being measured for a patsy. And your father's going to fit the same frame Saxon and Ziegler are working up for you.
You're crazy. But I like you, so I'll forgive you.
Now, cut it out.
I thought you wanted me to play.
Look, you're spoiled. You had a mouthful of silver spoons and a handful of gold pieces for building blocks when you were a kid. But you're not a kid anymore. You're playing with bad boys.
Maybe that's the way I like them.
What do I have to say to make you realize, young lady?
What, Diamond?
Doug.
Oh, well, Mr. Saxon. I thought you weren't going to be around here anymore.
I changed my mind. You're changed, too, since I last saw you.
Well, only my looks. They'll heal. But tomorrow, you'll still be a greasy little gigolo.
You can't talk that way to me.
Oh, shut up.
Never mind. Mr. Ziegler would like to see you. He saw you come in.
And where is Mr. Ziegler?
In his office, right back that way.
Okay. I haven't seen Ziegler for a long time. Maybe he wants me to set his broken arm.
His arm's all right.
Well, stick around. You may find out you're a chronic liar. Keep playing, baby. I'll be right back. Like I said, I knew my bluff with Saxon wouldn't work, but I had what I wanted. A look in on Ziegler. And maybe a hint on what the frame was going to be. I walked to and into his office.
Well, Diamond.
Hello, Ziegler.
Oh, what happened to your face?
Oh, got it caught in an elevator.
Oh.
What do you want with me?
Diamond, here's $1,000. Go out and have fun tonight, huh? All night.
Oh, that money won't do me any good.
Why not? That ain't counterfeit.
Well, it's yours. That makes it so lousy it's liable to crawl right out of my pocket.
Well, then get rid of it in a hurry.
You get rid of it.
No, it's better waking up with a headache than not being able to find your head at all.
Oh, look, Ziegler, you don't scare me. Now, let's level. You know why I'm here. Let Kathy Victor alone.
You want to see me, boss?
Well, look who's here.
Oh, you know Tony Diamond?
We met, yes. He stubbed his toe on my chin.
I don't know what you're talking about.
When was this, Diamond?
You know what it was, about an hour ago.
You're crazy.
Yes, Diamond. Tony was right here with me all morning.
Okay.
Are you leaving, Diamond?
Yeah. Got any other ideas?
Yes. I think you should consider my proposition.
I'll let you know.
About what?
Things in general.
Oh, no.
All of a sudden, you're happy.
You make me that way, Diamond. You're working the dark, aren't you?
I'll feel my way around.
Believe me, Diamond, there ain't a thing wrong. Why, we love Miss Victor here. Just because her old man gets excited and hires you to bend an eye over her, don't mean anything is wrong, does it?
Since you asked me, I'll tell you. The answer's yes.
You think so?
Yeah. Otherwise, why beat me up? Why offer me $1,000 to look the other way?
I don't know nothing about the beating. And as for the $1,000, I like you.
Oh, yeah. Well, okay, Ziegler. I think I'll go now. And just to make you happier, I'll probably stick with the case.
So long, Diamond.
Oh, by the way, Ziegler.
What now?
Did you say this gentleman's name was Tony?
That's his name.
Okay, Tony.
What?
I wouldn't do this for everyone, but your shoelace is untied. You're allowed to trip over it.
What are you talking about?
Bombs away.
Oh, that ain't nice, Diamond. When you do that to a man, you're liable to bust all his teeth.
So what? You probably had your eye on the Goldmans anyway. Be good, Ziegler.
Well, hi there. You looking for another drink? Now, I got one here that I just fixed. You kind of got me started on that color business.
Where'd the girl go?
Huh? What girl?
You know, Ann Saxon. Where's he?
Never heard of him.
Have you ever been to Hamilton?
Huh?
Has his picture on all $10 bills. This one's suitable for framing. In your pocket.
Can't do it, mister.
2 pictures of Hamilton?
Well, they sure would look nice on me, but, I work here, mister. I got a wife and kids, see?
Yeah, I see. Okay, fella, forget it. Well, I fell for the oldest gag in the world. Kept busy someplace else while Saxon walked out with the girl. Now I had to find her. But where? I had until 10 that night to stop a frame-up I didn't know anything about. But I played a hunch and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and Lieutenant Walt Levinson. I walked in on him.
Diamond, oh, no.
Hiya, Walt.
No, please go home. Nothing good can come of this.
Why, Walt, I'm surprised at you.
Well, I'm not. You've got some horrible joke up your sleeve. I don't want any part of it.
I can only stay a few minutes. I want to know about a guy named Saxon.
Douglas Saxon?
That's it.
What's the matter? Can't you find things out for yourself?
Right now, Lieutenant, I'm a citizen asking about a guy. Now, what have you got on Saxon, Walt?
Not a thing. He was clean when we picked him up a couple of times.
Why was he picked up?
Why are you so interested in him?
Oh, it goes with my business.
Oh. And if I tell you?
Well, I'll tell you something sometime. Now, come on, Walt, give.
Okay. He was picked up on suspicion of handling narcotics. But that's a job for the Vice Squad. Why is he so dear to you?
He's working for Aaron Ziegler.
This, Mr. Diamond, is not news.
He'd be just the boy to work a frame for Aaron, wouldn't he?
If it involved a gal, yeah.
This does.
How?
Don't know. Yet. But, if she was picked up with narcotics on her, it'd be a nice frame, wouldn't it?
What makes you think it would be a frame?
This gal looks too healthy.
Yeah, but you could be wrong.
Why?
Because for some stupid reason I like you, and I don't want to see you make a fool of yourself.
Oh, why would I do that?
For this dame.
What dame?
The one that Saxon's going to frame.
Is he going to frame her?
Of course he is.
I better get her out of it.
Certainly, that's just what I was saying.
Bye, Walt.
Rick.
Yeah?
Thanks.
What for?
For not dragging out that who's on first routine. I don't think my stomach could have stood it today.
Oh, Walt, you're an idiot.
Yeah. Be a good boy.
When you pound a police beat in New York, you make a lot of unusual friends. And if you ever get in plain clothes, those friends come in handy sometimes. I grabbed a cab in front of the precinct station and headed for Chinatown. Walt and I had known an old Chinese named Wu Li who had been around a long time. He knew everyone and everything that went on in Chinatown. And if anyone knew where we could find Saxon, he did.
Saxon. Is possible I do not know him.
Oh, I think you do.
Just so. He said this man Saxon deals in sweet dreams. However, is rumor not proved.
Does he ever come to Chinatown?
You like perhaps a cup of tea?
I ask this as a favor, Wu Li.
Enemies are made to do evil. Friends to ask favors. Sometimes is no difference.
Will you tell me, Wu Li?
You ask in name of friendship?
I do.
Very well. In Chinatown is establishment owned by a man named Fu Shen. Perhaps, I say perhaps, this man Saxon is there.
He's been there before, hmm?
My eyes are old, perhaps mistaken.
Not your eyes.
I shall give you address, then make call to Fu Shen. You will be allowed to enter his establishment.
May you live 10,000 years.
And may you live to mourn at my funeral.
The old boy gave the address, and I left his shop. 5 minutes later, I walked through the back door of the old frame building, and Fu Shen bowed from the waist and led me upstairs to a private room that fronted a long hall. I noticed there were 3 other closed doors in the floor, aside from the big room downstairs. If Kathy Victor was in the building, she had to be in one of those rooms. I walked into my room, closed the door behind me. There was a bed in one corner and a chair near it. A low table was near the bed, and a dim light threw diagonal shadows like fingers across the walls. I waited until the proprietor had time to get downstairs, then I opened the door and looked out in the hall. It was empty, so I started throwing open doors. I had to be quick before I had a dozen hopped-up thugs on my back. The first was a cold turkey.
Beat it! This room's in use. Diamond.
Well, Mr. Saxon, I presume.
Look, Diamond, lay off me, will you?
Where's the kid?
I don't know who you mean.
You will.
No! Diamond, my arm! You're hurting.
So here's another twist for size.
Ow.
Now sing, Saxon, and loud.
Look, you got it wrong.
How wrong can I be?
Okay, but it wasn't my idea.
I can believe that. Ziegler thought it up. You pulled it off for a couple of grand.
Listen, if I tell you will you let me go, the girl's all you want. Let me go, will you?
Where is she?
In the next room.
Walk ahead of me. And in case you get any ideas... Now walk ahead of me. Open the door.
You got my arm.
You got another one, but not for long if you try anything. Open it.
There she is.
Oh, out cold.
She's all right,
Just knocked out, huh?
Let me go now, Diamond.
Sure. So this was the game, huh? Bring her here, knock her out, plant narcotics on her, and then push her into the street to get picked up.
Look, I showed you where she is. Now give me a break.
You know, I was just thinking of that. How would you like it, in the arm or in the jaw? Crumb. Now, come on, Mr. Victor. Let's wake up now. Come on.
Mr. Diamond, you got bad habits.
Yeah, Tony, and one of them is running into you.
Okay, Diamond, keep your hands where I can see them.
Right on the ends of my arms.
Oh, what a sense of humor. All right, Diamond.
All right, what?
I think you're going to get a hole in the face.
Just a minute, Tony. You hear anything?
Yeah?
Those are police cars, Tony, coming here.
You're crazy.
Yeah? You don't think I'd come here alone, do you?
Get over there by the door.
Look, Tony, you got yourself all dirtied up for Ziegler. Is he here? No, he let you and Saxon walk around in the mud. Those cars are almost here, Tony.
Shut up, I got orders.
To rub me out, I know, but what if you do? How are you going to get out? Got an answer for that?
They ain't coming here.
They didn't go past, Tony. Now listen, I got nothing against you. Make a break for it. Out the back door. All I want is the girl. Go on, fast, before it's too late.
Yeah, I ain't going to take the rap for nobody.
Diamond! Rick! Diamond, you in here? Diamond!
Up here, Walt. Come on.
You all right?
Sure, but I sent a package, special delivery out the back door.
We've got that covered. Otis will sign for him.
Okay, wonderful. And now... Hey, wait a minute. Huh? What are you doing here? Why'd you come?
Why? My ulcers told me you were up to some stupid business. I knew when you left me you had some dizzy idea in your thick skull. I'm a cop, you know. I checked with Wu Lee, too. Hey, that the girl?
Yeah. She'll be all right. Coming around okay.
Uh-huh. Oh, and Saxon.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what did you hit him with?
Still out?
Limp.
Yeah, Walt, listen. If the papers get word of this kid's father will be ruined.
If she's in the clear, you've got my word no one will hear about
it. Well, I know she's in the clear, but I can't leave her here. I got a job to do. I was hired.
Oh, you want to take her, huh?
Yeah, I think she'd like to go home.
Okay, I'll take your word she's all right. Now, beat it fast before the narcotics boys get here.
Thanks, Walt. Come on, baby. Snap out of it. Come on.
Get her out of here before we're all booked for obstructing justice.
I'm going. Hey, Walt.
Yeah?
How are you going to explain knocking over this joint before the vice squad?
Why, didn't you know I got a reported homicide here? I'll let you know what happens. Where'll you be?
Oh, silly boy. Where else but Helen's? Now, come on, Cassie, baby. On your feet. On your feet. Walt.
Now what?
I love you.
I'll marry you later. Now take off. Oh, my stomach.
Oh. Hello, Rick. You're late.
Hey, get a load of those silk slacks.
They're lounging pajamas, darling.
I've been in a lot of lounges, dear. Never saw anything like those.
You like them?
Yeah, they're all right. It's the stuffing that gets me.
Rick.
Be proud of what you got, baby. I knew a guy who had 16 toes on each foot.
What good did that do him?
He used to tell everybody he was a duck, made a fortune selling his hair for pillow stuffing.
You look awful.
Could have been worse.
Oh? Was she pretty, Rick?
Who?
The girl in the case.
What case?
Why were you late getting here?
Oh, well, I I had to take a girl home and introduce her to a man, her father.
I see. How long did that take?
How'd you know about the girl?
Lieutenant Levinson phoned, asking for you.
Oh.
I took the message. He said, she's all right. And a man named Saxon did a lot of talking.
Oh, wonderful.
Who's she? Who's Saxon?
Oh, read all about it in the papers, dear.
Is she blonde or brunette?
Both. Blonde with a brunette disposition. Got the piano too. Huh?
Is she as pretty as I am?
Oh, honey, nobody is. Oh, well, nothing to do until the office opens again tomorrow. Time on my hands. You in my arms. Nothing but love in view. And then if you fall once and for all, I'll see my dreams come true. Moments to spare for someone you care for. One love affair, just the two. With time on my hands and you in my arms and love in my heart, all for you.
How long did it take you to take her home?
Oh, let's forget her, Helen.
I'm willing. But are you?
Mm-hmm. Look.
Oh, what nice big checks.
Yeah, another day, another $600.
Are we going out for dinner?
With what?
Well, you've got a handful of checks.
Baby, I got news for you. The banks are closed.
Oh, come on. I know the bartender at the Nocturne Club.
Oh, no.
You have just heard Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell, with Virginia Gregg as Helen and Ed Begley as Lieutenant Walt Levinson. Also in the cast were Wilms Herbert, Larry Dobkin, Gene Bates, Stanley Waxman, Paul DeBob, and Hy Averback. Music was under the direction of Frank Worth. Richard Diamond is written by Blake Edwards and directed by Russell Hughes. Dick Powell currently may be seen in the motion picture version of the best-selling novel, Mrs. Mike. This is Eddie King inviting you to be with us next Sunday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective. What's on NBC today? Great shows for Sunday on NBC include The Adventures of Sam Spade and Theater Guild on the Air. Helen Hayes and Walter Abel co-star on Theater Guild today. And for his caper, Sam Spade turns to television for help. You'll enjoy both these stellar shows, Sam Spade, then Theater Guild, today on NBC. Now stay tuned for James Melton and Harvest of Stars on NBC.
In the hearts of men. The shadow knows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Shadow will be with you in a moment. But first, have you heard the big news about the non-skid tire sensation that protects you against the danger of skidding as never before? This new Goodrich Silvertown was turned over to the nation's largest independent testing laboratory, the Pittsburgh Testing Laboratory. Test this new kind of tire against the regular and premium-priced tires of America's 6 largest tire manufacturers were the orders. And here's what the impartial engineers found. The new Goodrich Silvertown gave greater skid resistance than any other tire tested, even those priced at from 40% to 70% more. Furthermore, this new Silvertown averaged 19.1% more non-skid mileage than the other tires tested in its own price range, which means you get every 6th mile free. And remember, the Goodrich Silvertown offers you both Lifesaver Tread skid protection and Golden Ply blowout protection at no extra cost. The Shadow, Lamont Cranston, a man of wealth, a student of science, and a master of other people's minds, devotes his life to righting wrongs, protecting the innocent, and punishing the guilty. Using advanced methods that may ultimately become available to all law enforcement agencies, Cranston is known to the underworld as the Shadow. Never seen, only heard, as haunting to superstitious minds as a ghost, as inevitable as a guilty conscience. The Shadow's true identity is known only to his constant friend and aide, Margot Lane. Today's story, The Message from the Hill.
Hand me that map, Jake.
Okay, boss. Spread it out on the table, Jordan.
Okay. Now, let's check the whole thing once more.
All right. Now, here's the bloomin' desert island we're camped on right now.
Yeah? It ain't so much bigger than that dot at that. Oh, shut up, Jake. And here's Swaneo Island.
Righto. There's Mount Raleigh and that blessed diamond mine right smack in the middle. See, Jake? 3 weeks from the coast and Government House by trail. Isolated, you might say.
All right, Limey. Is our plane in good shape?
Top hole.
You're sure you can find that mountain?
Well, I've flown up there often enough.
Limey, we don't want to get tangled up with the mining company's plane.
We won't. The plane goes up from the coast on Friday, comes back on Saturday. We pays our little visit to the diamond mine in between.
You're sure they ship the diamonds out every 3 months?
Listen, Jordan. I've worked for those fat-headed birds for over a year. I know.
Well, looks foolproof to me.
And there's enough diamonds in one of them shipments to keep us all like aristocrats.
Are the rest of the native boys in good shape, Jake?
Yeah, boss. The cream of the South Seas.
They can fight?
They may have to. That blasted Major White said, what's the chief? He's a tough old bird, he is.
Oh, we'll take care of him.
Wonder what he'll say when he sees me again.
Well, why worry? He won't talk long.
What do you mean, boss?
I mean that when we get through and ready to leave, we'll wipe out every one of the white men.
That's the ticket, Jordan. Don't leave no witnesses. They'll all be corpses.
Here we are, Miss Lane, at the Mount Raleigh Diamond Mine.
Nice landing, Rick, here.
Thanks awfully, Mr. Cranston.
Oh, here comes a nice-looking boy to greet us.
It's Ned Fenton, the assistant superintendent of the Diamond Mine. Hi, Ned. Visitors for you.
Well, this is jolly.
Miss Lane, may I present Ned Fenton?
How do you do?
How do you do?
And Mr. Lamont Cranston, Mr. Fenton.
How do you do?
Very glad to be here.
It's lovely here on your mountaintop.
Glad you like it. Let me help you down, Miss Lane.
Oh, thanks.
Here you are.
I suppose this is one of the few really secluded places left on the Earth's surface.
I imagine it is. By the way, Ned, where are the others?
Well, Major Whiteside's off in the hills with the 3 junior engineers. See them all at mess tonight. Leave the mail sack there, Ricky. Tenga will haul it in.
By the way, how is Tenga? Still down in the mouth?
Oh, frightful. Poor old chap.
Who is Tenga?
And what's the matter with him?
Oh, Tenga's our houseman, butler, cook, and so on. He's mourning for his son who lives on a small island about 1,000 miles from here.
Poor fellow. When did he hear?
Months ago. Same night he thinks the boy died.
But I thought you had no wireless station here.
No, we haven't.
Then
Tenga's wife told him by telepathy.
Told him? You mean he believes his son dead because of a mental message sent by telepathy?
Yes, ridiculous, isn't it?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, come now, Mr. Cranston. You don't believe such rot.
Well, frankly, I don't think it is all rot. I believe when two minds are in tune, sometimes they can communicate.
Across 1,000 miles of ocean.
From the ends of the earth.
Oh, after
don't
all,
laugh too loudly, Mr. Fenton. Your disbelief might get a rude shock if you stay in the Orient long. You can never tell what strange things may happen today, tonight.
Tenga! Tenga! Oh, confound the fellow. No good lately.
We heard about his mourning for his son.
Yes, to be sure. You know, I've told Tenga there can't be any truth to his notion, but that doesn't alter his belief.
Excuse me, sir. Here comes the old man now.
Yes, Master Whiteside. You call?
We'll have our coffee now, Tenga.
Yes, Master. I bring it.
A fine old type. A chieftain, I imagine, his own island.
Well, I can't say, Mr. Cranston. Tenga's a good houseman. That's all I know about him.
Major, Ricky tells us that on his flight next week he takes out your quarterly shipment of diamonds.
Yes. Sending off a sizable packet of the stones. They accumulate in 3 months.
Isn't it risky letting them accumulate? I should think crooks might be tempted to lie in wait and pounce.
Oh, nonsense, Cranston. Takes 3 months to reach us by trail.
Couldn't they take a hint from you and use a plane?
Can't see how. There's no plane but ours the whole island. None nearer than Australia, I should fancy.
Major...
Now, if you'll forgive me, I'll take a squint at my mail from the office.
No, of course. And you other boys must want to read yours, too.
Oh, thanks awfully, Miss Lane. There is one from home I'm aching to get.
Well, by Joe.
Anything wrong, Major?
No, nothing wrong. Just deuced odd, that's all.
I bring coffee now, Master Whiteside.
Oh, yes. Tenga.
Yes, Master.
I have a letter from the office. Message for you in it. The fact of the matter is, your wild guess was right. Your son did die a month ago.
Oh, no.
Yes, Master, I know. Tinga's wife tell him boy dead.
I say, Tenga, we're awfully sorry.
Thank you, Master Ned.
Well, that'll be all, Tenga. We'll help ourselves. You may go.
Yes, Master. Tinga, go.
Oh, fancy that now.
I said that in the East the unbelievable always happens. Now, will you excuse me? I think I must speak to Tenga, sir.
Well, whatever for?
I'd like to give the old man a few words of consolation.
Oh, I say, that won't do. We never have personal dealings with the natives, Cranston. Bad for discipline, you know. I'm afraid I must ask you to refrain.
Why, naturally, Major, if you wish. Margot, supposing you and I go out and look at the moon.
Why, of course, Lamont. Lovely tonight.
I'll open the screen door for you.
Well, what do you think of the Major, Lamont?
Fine example of a ruler in the empire on which the sun just doesn't set.
Not very nice of him forbidding you to speak to Tenga.
Oh, I don't mind. At least he can't forbid the shadow doing so.
You mean you'll go to Tenga as the shadow?
Yes, Margot. Yes.
But, Lamont, you'll scare the poor old man silly. Lamont, where are you? Speak to me.
It's all right, Margot. I'm on my way to talk to Tenga as the shadow. Do not be afraid, Tenga.
Why should Tenga fear?
Many fear the shadow because they cannot see him.
The shadow is strange magic. Tenga not understand. But an old man whose son has gone down in the land of dead fears nothing anymore.
The shadow weeps for you.
The tears of friend are balm to the heart.
Is not your sorrow greater tonight because the letter has come making your son's death certain?
No. Tenga need not white man's foolish letter.
The white major does not understand how you could communicate with your wife across the waters.
White men do not know wisdom and magic.
Some white men know.
That may be. I do not know.
You do not question the shadow. You do not ask where I come from.
No. The young and foolish question. The old take what comes.
Soon I shall be gone. Far away toward the sea. But Tenga, though I am far off, I will still be your friend.
Then our souls will speak to each other again when we are troubled.
Yes. For when two spirits are in tune, the waters of the earth, the many miles of forest, do not part them. They can still meet and speak.
then Roger backed down and paid for every one of the cows.
Oh, how interesting, Governor.
Yes, must tell that yarn to Cranston.
Yes, indeed. Why, that's funny. I thought he was dancing with Lady Brainford.
No, I saw him going to the garden a moment ago. Your friend's a very restless chap, isn't he?
Not ordinarily, Governor, but I must confess that he certainly has been jumpy this evening.
Perhaps the flight back from the hills upset him.
Oh, I don't think so, Governor. Well, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go and try to find him.
I certainly, Miss Lane.
Lamont Cranston.
Oh? Yes? What is it?
It's I, Margot Lane.
Oh, you, Margot.
Yes, what are you doing down here on the beach by yourself?
Margot, shh. Listen.
Listen? I can't hear anything.
Nothing at all?
What are the waves lapping on the shore? There's nothing else to hear.
But there is, Margot. You've just interrupted a very interesting conversation.
Interrupted? But Lamont, there's no one here for you to talk to. Who was it?
Tenga.
Tenga? You mean that old native up at the mine?
Yes, Margot.
But it doesn't seem possible. He's 100 miles away.
In the Orient, Margot, many strange things happen. All evening I've been restless. I had the feeling someone was trying to speak to me. I came out here to put myself in a receptive mood.
Well, what did Tenga say, Lamont?
Your coming disturbed me, and the contact was broken.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes. And just as you called out, Tenga spoke of danger.
Danger?
Yes, something to do with the Mount Raleigh diamond mine. Let's establish contact with him quickly. Sit down here beside me.
Yes, Lamont.
Now, clear your mind, Margot. Think of Tenga. Think of the hills about the mining camp. Listen.
Shadow.
Ah. There. Can you hear him now?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
Master Shadow. Master Shadow. Tenga calls you, Master.
I can hear you, Tenga.
I can hear too.
Tenga, speak. Tell Shadow. There is danger?
Yes, Shadow. White men come to mine. Make war.
White men? Strangers?
Yes, Shadow. Bad white men. Come rob. Come kill.
Where did the strangers come from?
Bad white man come in big skybird.
An airplane?
Yes. They come with gun. Money gun. They want rob stones from mine.
Yes, Tenga?
Master White Stone fix skybird.
Fix the plane? How, Tenga?
Fix so no cannot fly. Bad white man shoot master for this. Kill him.
How horrible.
Tenga, how many bad white men are there?
Many as fingers on one hand, and 3 more.
8.
They say, kill Master Ned, kill Tenga, kill everyone. Native boy fear, run to hills. Bad man lock masters in house. Tenga call, Shadow, bring help.
Yes, Tenga, yes. The Shadow will bring help.
Hurry, Master Shadow. Come quick. Hurry. Hurry.
He's gone. Come, Margot, quickly.
What can you do?
Those bandits are stuck up in the mountains. Major Whiteside wrecked their plane. They can't escape. But they killed Whiteside. We must hurry before they kill all the others.
Ladies and gentlemen, there's danger ahead for the Shadow, and he's ready for the consequences. But who knows what danger lurks in your path as you roll along over a wet, glistening highway?
The Shadow knows today's high-speed, slippery, oil-filmed roads, and quick-acting brakes all spell SKID. Is a treacherous car-spinning skid just around the corner for you, or are you going to play safe?
To fight this dangerous hazard that killed and injured thousands of motorists last year, to protect you in the hazard zone of motoring, where a slippery film of water may make complete command of your car almost impossible, Goodrich has developed the new Safety Silvertown with the special skid protection of the Lifesaver Tread. This new development in tread actually dries wet roads. Its never-ending spiral bars act like a battery of windshield wipers. Sweep the water right and left. Force it out through deep grooves. Make a dry track for the rubber to grip. And remember, motorists, you needn't take anybody's word for how fast this tire will stop you. One free demonstration ride will prove to you that the new Silvertown will stop you quicker, safer than you've ever stopped before, no matter how wet the going is. Many of your friends right here in town have already discovered what it means to be saved by a Silvertown stop. They'll all tell you that Silvertowns below mean greater safety above. Don't take chances. Protect your family, your car, and your friends. Ride on the new Goodrich Safety Silvertown tires.
Governor, you've got to listen to me. I tell you, I know.
Ridiculous, Mr. Cranston.
Governor, your friends, those men in the hills, they may be killed.
My dear Miss Lane, it's impossible for you to know anything about what's going on up there. Impossible.
I told you, Governor. Tenga spoke to us.
Please, Mr. Cranston, you can't ask me to believe that.
Yes, it's true.
I heard Tenga, too, Governor.
Pure imagination, my dear.
Give me a plane and some armed men, then we'll find out if it's imagination.
The plane, Mr. Cranston, is for official business only. Not for any silly joyride.
But it isn't silly. Tenga called us through mental telepathy, the oldest wireless in the world.
Now, Cranston, I think I've listened to this cock and bull story long enough. I'll get back to my guest.
Just lend me the plane first.
No, I won't lend it to you. And I'll put a guard around it in case you have any crazy schemes about grabbing it.
But, Governor, these bandits...
The bandits, my dear, are creatures of Mr. Cranston's imagination, nothing more. Please excuse me. I must give my orders to the guard.
You may regret this, Governor.
I doubt it, Mr. Cranston. If you ask me, you'd better consult the doctor. Touch of the sun, no doubt.
Oh, Lamont, what can we do?
Do, Margot? We're going up to that mine.
But how?
We're flying, taking the plane.
But you heard the governor. He's putting guards around the plane.
Guards, Margot, have never yet managed to stop the shadow.
Say, Corporal.
What is it?
Sitting in this hangar guarding the plane. Ain't it kind of silly?
It ain't for you to question the governor's orders.
No, sir. But... Well, who's going to meddle with the plane?
Never mind that. Orders is orders.
Oh, yes. Hey, someone's opening the small door.
Who's there?
Don't see anyone.
Tain't no one, I guess.
Maybe the wind blew the door open and shut.
Wind, there's no sign of it, Breeze.
Oh, maybe whoever it was saw us and stayed outside.
Just keep your eyes on that plane.
Yes. Hey, Corporal, look at the hangar door.
It's sliding back.
Yeah, nobody's near it.
Who's there? Answer, I said I'll shoot.
I'm afraid you can't hit anything, soldier.
Who's
Corporal? It's spooks.
Yes, my friend, something like that.
I'm getting out of here.
Blimey, this ain't regulations, you know.
Leave before it's too late.
Yes, sir, I'm leaving.
Right.
Lamont!
Come on, Margot. Coast is clear. Hurry.
Oh, those poor soldiers. They're still running.
Get in, Margot, before they come back.
Yes, I'm with you.
I'll run her right through the open door and take off.
All right.
Shut the door.
Yes.
Thank heaven this plane's got an automatic starter.
Hurry.
Strap your belt. Here we go.
Oh, I hope we're in time, Shadow.
Here come some men now. They heard the plane landing.
They're strangers and they have guns.
No doubt they're the robbers. The plane's a surprise to them.
Yes.
There'll be another surprise later. They'll be hardly expecting the shadow.
No.
Now remember, Margot, you're alone. No one on the coast suspects what's happening here.
I'll remember. Be careful, Shadow.
Here they come.
Don't move.
Come on, now drag that pilot out of here, Jake.
What's the matter?
Hey, boss. It's a woman.
Well, what is this? What's the matter? I don't know you.
Hey, let me in there. Why, a girl. Alone.
Yeah, look.
Hey, what are you doing here, sister?
Well, please put down that gun.
Answer my question.
Well, I borrowed the plane and flew up to see a friend, Ned Fenton.
Well, your friend ain't receiving, sister. But thanks very much for the plane. Bring her out, Jake.
Sure. Come on, babe, and keep those pretty paws up.
Very well.
There she is.
Now, come on, miss. Jump down here.
This is a hold-up, isn't it?
You catch on quick.
Limey, can you fly this crate?
Sure, easy.
But I used up all the gas.
There's gas over in that shack, Limey. Fill her up. We'll bump off the rest of these mining guys and get out of here.
I'll get the gas right away.
All right, Jake. Bring the dame. I want to talk to her.
Okay, boss. Come on, you.
I'm coming. Let go of my arm.
Come on, get over here.
So the plane was welcome, was it? I doubt if its invisible passenger will be. No, you killers. You will not like the shadow.
Hey, you. Bozo, what's your name?
Tenga.
Yeah? Well, Tenga, the boss says to get him a couple of drinks. And fast, you hear me?
Tenga here.
Scram. Pep it up.
Pigs.
Tenga?
Who calls? The Shadow?
Yes, Tenga. I am here.
Shadow come to save Master Ned and White Master.
Yes, Tenga. The Shadow promised when he spoke across the mountains. He is here to help.
Yes, Shadow.
Tell me, where have the bandits put Master Ned and our other friends?
They locked in room main bungalow. Chief of robbers in room outside with gun.
Take him the drinks he orders, Tenga. The Shadow will follow you into the room.
Yes, Shadow. Drinks ready. Shadow come?
Yes, Tenga. But do not speak to me with others near.
No. Tenga knows. Shadow stay hidden.
Lead the way, Tenga.
They are in here, Shadow.
Hey, Tenga. What are you whispering about out there?
Nothing, Master.
Who are you talking to?
No one, Master. See, no one here.
Yeah? Well, come on in here with that bottle.
Don't grab the poor old man like that.
You keep quiet, sister.
Hey, boss. The old guy must have money in the bank. He was talking to himself.
Tenga, go now.
Okay, beat it. Now, don't hang around outside.
If we catch you trying to help those English guys, I'll slit your throat.
Tenga, go.
How long do you expect to keep me here?
Just as long as we want, sister. Maybe we'll take you along when we leave, as hostage.
I'd rather stay here.
There won't be nothing left here, lady, but stiffs.
Hey, look, sister. You see that little package on the table?
Yes.
Well, that's got enough diamonds in it to make us all rich.
Jordan.
Hey, well, what is it, Lammy?
I got bad news.
Did you fill up the plane with gas?
That's just it. While I went for the gas, somebody monkeyed with the works. All three motors.
Hey, what goes in?
Say, you, sister. Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?
Don't be ridiculous. I haven't been near those motors since I landed.
That's right, boss. Who could have fixed them motors?
I don't know, but we got to find those missing parts if we're going to get out of here.
Well, how about taking parts from our plane?
There's nothing left to take. Old Major Whiteside went to work on our motors with an axe.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll bet one of them guys in the next room got out and did it.
Oh, how could they? With two guards outside the window? Jake, you go with Limey and try to find that stuff. And leave the machine gun on the table.
Okay, boss. Come on, Jake.
Yeah, right.
Now, listen to me, sister.
Yes?
Was there someone hiding here beside you in the plane? Someone hiding?
I was not hiding, Jordan, but you could not see me.
Who said that?
I am the Shadow.
Shadow? Well, where are you anyway?
Here, Jordan. Here in the shadows. But you cannot see me. Your plan to steal the diamonds has failed.
The devil it has.
Look. Look on the table.
The diamonds. They're gone.
I've taken them, Jordan, just as I took the parts from the motors in the plane. You cannot escape.
Shadow, my friends are locked in this room.
Get away from that door, doll, before I throttle you.
No, my friend. Let the girl go.
Help! He's drowning.
Oh.
Oh, Shadow, you...
I knocked him out, Margot. Now I must leave things in your hands. I cannot reveal my presence here as the Shadow to our friends. But I will be here watching in the shadows. Now, unlock the door and let our friends out. The key is in the lock.
Yes. Hurry, men. Come on out.
Lane, how in the world?
Never mind that. Hurry. Take the machine gun over there. You must arm yourself.
There's plenty of guns in the closet there.
Jordan, the leader's lying there unconscious, but the others are still free and dangerous.
Right. Let's have that Tommy gun, Miss Lane.
Here it is.
We'll give them a reception. Miss Lane, you'd better go in the next room. There'll be bullets flying in here.
All right.
Yes.
Hey, boss! Hey, boss! We can't find him. Hey, Jake.
Throw up your hands.
What is this?
Hands up, I say.
Not me, you... Hey, Letty's got a pistol.
Yes, that's for Major Whiteside. Now, come on, fellows. Let's get the other.
All right, right you are. Come on.
Shadow, are you still here?
Yes, Tenga, I'm here.
Then you see Master Ned kill Badman?
Yes, Ned had no alternative. They tried to fight. Look through the window, Tenga. Another bad man die. Others fly towards jungle.
They go also to their death. Listen.
Native drums. Ah, Tenga. I understand.
Yes, Master. Boys in jungle know these white men bad. They glad to kill them.
Their leader, Jordan, there, will live only a little longer. Then he will die at the hands of the authorities. He planned well, but he forgot one thing.
Yes, Shadow. He forgot Shadow and Tinga speak together no matter where he is, no matter where I am.
Yes, Tenga. And he forgot crime always brings its own penalty. No matter whether justice is brought about by means of mental telepathy, recognized detective forces, or the shadow.
You have been listening to a dramatized version of one of the many copyrighted stories which appear in the Shadow magazine.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The shadow knows.
All the characters and all the places named are fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
Hello? Yes, this is the Falcon speaking. Oh, Betty. Well, I'm glad you called. You'll have to give me a rain check tonight, Angel. Some girl just dropped by with an interesting proposition, and I can't afford to pass it by. Yet I'll be hanged if I touch it.
This is Ed Hurley, friends, inviting you on behalf of the Kraft Foods Company to listen to The Adventures of the Falcon, starring Les Damon. You met the Falcon first in his best-selling novels. Then you saw him in his thrilling motion picture series. Now join him on the air when the Falcon solves the case of the Dutch doll. Before we join the Falcon in a new and exciting adventure, here's something else that's new and exciting. Kraft Salad Oil, the wonderful new salad oil just put on the market for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft products.
Kraft salad oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied oil designed to mix smoothly and perfectly with all the other ingredients you use in your homemade salad dressings, your delicious chiffon cakes, in fact, in every recipe you have that calls for liquid shortening. The reason Kraft salad oil is a lighter-bodied oil is that it's made by a special process created by Kraft called superfining. The first time you try this wonderful new lighter-bodied superfine salad oil, you'll know you've discovered something really new, really wonderful. So don't wait. Get Kraft salad oil tomorrow. Look for the bottle with the beautiful label. And now, the case of the Dutch doll. It is late Sunday evening in New York. The kind of night where only Noah would feel at home. But Harry Roberts, the stocky gentleman in a wet overcoat, is no biblical character. Harry is Dutch Stevens' chief lieutenant, and right now he's on a mission for his boss. He tries the door of a nearby telegraph office. Finding it locked, begins banging on the glass.
Hey, you. Open up. Come on, open up. What's the matter, you deaf?
Just a second.
Well, about time. I could float away out there. Boy. I want to send a couple of wires.
Oh, sorry, mister. We're closed for the night.
Well, open up again. Now, one
Oh,
telegram...
you don't
goes-
understand. It's a company rule.
Well, change it.
Hey, who do you think you are?
Just a guy with a gun.
Oh.
Now, do we send those telegrams?
Oh, sure. Sure.
That's a good boy. Now, the same wire goes to 3 guys. Write down their names. George Hendricks, Hotel Fortunata, Chicago. Bill Rhinebeck, Daffodil Club, Reno, Nevada. And Christopher Londos, that's Londos. Hemsley Building, Los Angeles. Got that?
Yeah.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
Must see you June 29th at my place.
New York.
New York. Anything else?
No, that's all. Just sign it, Dutch Stevens.
Dutch Stevens.
Now, can you add a P.S. to the one going to Londos?
You mean you want to continue the message to him?
Yeah, bright. Make it read, "This is it," and sign it Harry.
Just those 3 words.
Don't worry, Buster. Mr. Londos is a smart boy. He'll catch on. Now, start pounding that out.
Mr. Christopher Londos. Hemsley Building.
Well, now, if you gentlemen will give me your attention for a moment, I'd like to explain the purpose of this meeting. You're probably wondering why I called it.
Now that you mention it, we are.
Well, I've been doing a little thinking lately, Londos. And I've come to the conclusion it's pretty ridiculous for you, Hendricks, Rhinebeck, and myself to be constantly at each other's throats.
Well,
So what I propose is a combine.
what's wrong with the agreement we've got now, Dutch?
Nothing, except nobody's abided by it. You, Londos, have been running joints in my territory.
Now, look here, Stevens.
Don't bother denying it, Chris. I caught 4 of your hoods in New York last week. And don't tell me they came to see the Empire State Building.
What's the matter? Didn't you try to open a club in Los Angeles?
Sure I did. And what did it cost you to close it?
Enough.
That's exactly my point. Why spend time and money fighting each other? With one organization, we could cut down on overhead. I'm willing to bet now you'll increase your take at least 50%.
And who is going to be head of this organization?
I am.
That's what I figure. And what's going to prevent you from, say, someday deciding you don't need Londos and freeze him out?
Now, don't talk like a kid, Londos.
No, I think I've got a very important point
You
there.
don't know what you're saying. No, I think the rest of these boys are willing to go along. Am I right, gentlemen? Well, make up your mind, Londos.
I think maybe I'd try it alone for a while.
You're making a serious mistake.
Could be. But you've got to prove it to me first.
All right, Londos. And I don't imagine that'll be quite as difficult as you think.
There he comes now, Jerry. Open the door. Hello, Harry.
Hi, Alanis. Get away from here fast.
All right, Jerry. Suppose you drive around the park.
No. Tell him to head out toward Brooklyn.
Relax, Harry. Everything's going to be okay. Not too sure, Landis. Dutch is plenty sore.
My. He make any plans for me?
Yeah. Sending 8 men out to the coast tomorrow.
You know their names?
Yeah, I got them all written down. Here.
Steve Donahue, Albert Saber. Now, this is fine stuff, Harry. How they go?
They fly. Taking the 5 o'clock plane.
I see they get nice reception.
Tell him to watch out for Donahue. He's one of Dutch's best.
Jerry, when we get back to hotel, remind me to make a couple of calls.
Listen, Landis, before you start the rough stuff, I still think you can make a deal with Dutch.
No use, Harry. We already tried.
Well, let me try once more. If I can work on him the right way...
Okay, Harry. You work on him. But just the same, I think I'm gonna make those calls.
Is that you, Harry?
Yeah, you busy, Dutch?
No, come on in. What's on your mind?
Well, look, Dutch, I don't know how to say this.
You don't know how to say what?
Well, I've been with you for a long time.
15 years, isn't it?
Yeah. Never once did I open my yap and give advice when it wasn't asked for.
But obviously now you'd like to break a precedent, huh?
I think you're making a big mistake in the way you're handling Landis.
Well, what would you suggest I do?
Give him a separate deal.
Well, why is he entitled to more than the others?
Because he's a lot smarter. You're going to have trouble with him, Dutch.
I doubt it.
Look, boss, I happen to know he'd take 10% extra.
Well, how do you happen to know that?
Well, one of his boys approached me.
I thought I told you to stay away from them.
I couldn't help myself, Dutch. They dropped in at the Hawk Club last night.
Well, make sure it doesn't happen again. Yeah. See who that is.
Okay. All right, hold your horses. I'm coming.
Hello, Harry.
Kinsella.
Yeah, it's me, pal.
Well, when did you get out?
This morning. Where's Dutch?
Who is it, Harry?
Only me, Dutch.
Well, what are you doing here, Kinsella?
I want to thank you.
For what?
Didn't you spring me?
No.
Oh, quit kidding, Dutch. Who else would go to bat for me with the parole board?
I wish I knew.
That's funny. I thought for sure you... Well, what difference does it make? It's good to see you, Dutch. It's been a long time.
Not long enough. I don't know what ideas you had.
Well, when I went to stir, you were supposed to look after things.
And I did, Kinsella. Very capably, too, if I say so myself. And if you think you're coming back to get on my gravy train, you got another guess coming.
So that's the way the wind blows.
That's the way it blows.
You got anything to say, Harry?
He's the boss, Kinsella.
I can see that. Mr. Big Shot in person. And I think we two are probably the only ones left who remember how he got his nickname.
Never mind the reminiscing.
Yeah, I guess it's a sign of old age. Okay, Dutch, take care of yourself. So long, Harry.
So long.
What's the matter, Harry? You look worried.
I am. You don't think it's an accident that Kinsella showed up at this time?
Don't you?
No. I tell you, Dutch, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
What you like, Harry, isn't too important.
You could avoid all the trouble if you only made a deal with Landis.
I told you I didn't want to discuss it further.
Now, for Pete's sake, don't be so pig-headed. You know it's possible for you to be wrong watching... Okay.
Sorry I lost my temper, Harry.
That's all right, boss. Forget it. After all, a big man like you is entitled to lose his head once in a while.
Hello?
Western Union calling. Is this the home of Mr. Dutch Stevens?
Yes.
I have a cable for Mr. Stevens. Is he there?
This is Mr. Stevens speaking.
Oh, it's from London, Mr. Stevens. The message reads, Dear Father, can't wait to see you. Taking Clipper tomorrow morning. Arriving New York Friday. Love, Beatrice.
Did you say Friday?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Harry. Harry.
Yeah? You want me?
Yes. Beatrice is coming home.
What?
She'll be here day after tomorrow.
You can't let her do that.
What's the matter with you, Harry? You don't seem to realize I haven't seen my daughter in 10 years.
Well, then it won't hurt to wait another one. All we need now is a dame around here to complicate things. If you ask me...
Well, go on.
Wait a minute. You see what I did?
Where?
Window.
Well, you're imagining things, Harry.
No. Get down, boy! Don't! Dutch. Dutch.
They told me I could find Michael Waring here.
I don't know who the they are, but they told you right.
Are you the one they call the Falcon?
When they can't think of anything worse. What's your name?
Beatrice Stevens.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Sit down.
If you don't mind, I'd rather stand.
All right, suit yourself. Now, what can I do for you, Miss Stevens?
Well, I don't know if you can do anything.
Well, I certainly can't if I don't know the problem.
Well, to begin with, Dutch Stevens was my father. And what is that supposed to mean?
Just?
So you believe those stories, too?
What do you mean by those stories?
That he was a common gangster.
Well, wasn't he?
No, it's a lie.
You mean there was nothing common about him?
My father was a great man, Mr. Waring. Those stories were spread by his enemies. But Daddy never harmed a soul in his life.
Oh, it's too bad Capone isn't around to hear that. He would have enjoyed it.
I won't have you talk that way about my father.
Look, Miss Stevens, I know the Bible says honor thy parents, but believe me, they never had a guy like Dutch Stevens in mind.
You're lying.
Well, why do you think he was killed?
I don't know. But it must be part of some gigantic conspiracy.
Hey, wait a minute. You actually believe that, don't you?
Of course.
You never read about Dutch Stevens' exploits?
No.
Where have you been all these years?
In England, at Bedford School.
Oh, pretty fancy.
You know it?
Only by reputation. When was the last time you saw your father?
10 years ago.
You know anybody in town?
No.
Then how did you get my name?
I asked a police officer to recommend a good private detective.
Oh. And just what do you expect this detective to do for you?
Find my father's murderer.
Well, that's a job for the police.
You've got to help me, Mr. Waring. I don't know how I'm going to reimburse you, but I'll manage somehow.
Are you kidding?
I'll get a job.
The daughter of Dutch Stevens working? What happened to all his money?
What money?
Look, your old man was loaded, Beatrice. Rumor has it that in the last 2 years alone he managed to put away a couple of million. Now, where is it?
I have no idea.
Well, as his only child, you're entitled to it. Aren't you interested?
No.
Well, it interests me.
Then you'll find out who killed my father.
Let's put it this way, Angel. I'll try and find out what happened to his money. And if, incidentally, I can turn up his murderer, that's so much velvet.
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
It's Kraft Salad Oil, the first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of those wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. The first time you use Kraft Salad Oil in one of your own homemade salad dressings, or in one of those big, beautiful chiffon cakes you make, or in any recipe that calls for liquid shortening, you'll know you've found a treasure. For Kraft Salad Oil is more than just a new salad oil. It's a new kind of salad oil. A lighter-bodied salad oil that blends perfectly with other ingredients. That's because Kraft Salad Oil is superfined salad oil. Yes, superfined by a special process created by Kraft. Because it's superfined, it's lighter-bodied. Because it's lighter-bodied, it blends new magic into your salad dressing, baking, and cooking masterpieces. So don't wait to try this new Kraft Salad Oil. Remember,
It's lighter bodied. It's super fine.
get Kraft Salad Oil tomorrow at your grocer's. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. 24 hours have passed since Mike Waring was hired by Dutch Stevens' daughter, Beatrice, to discover her father's killer. And now we find the Falcon making the grand tour. And his first port of call is a small bar on 86th Street.
Well, well, if it isn't Jack Kinsella.
Waring.
When did you get out?
A couple of days ago. You know, by rights, I ought to talk to you, Waring. Why did you refuse to help me when they framed me on that smuggling rap?
Well, in the first place, I wasn't asked.
Didn't Dutch Stevens try to hire you?
Was he supposed to?
Why, that dirty, rotten liar. That no good...
Now, don't stop on my account, Kinsella. I'm over 21. So friend Dutch gave you a double cross, huh?
What do you think?
I think if he did, he paid for it.
Meaning you believe I gunned him, huh?
Well, the cops will decide that.
You're barking up the wrong tree, man.
Well, look, Kinsella, you don't have to explain to me. I'm just interested in one thing. Would you know where I could locate Harry Roberts?
Why?
Because I'm working for Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Beatrice?
Yeah, you know her?
I heard Dutch mention her once or twice.
Well, she's a young lady of property, Kinsella, only we can't seem to locate the property.
What's that got to do with Harry?
Oh, I thought that being Dutch's closest friend, he might be the custodian.
I wouldn't know. Any more questions?
Yeah, just one. How did you get out?
What do you mean?
Well, as I recall it, your sentence was 10 to 20. You didn't serve anywhere near that.
I got friends.
Well, lucky you. Who was it, Harry Roberts?
What makes you think it was Harry?
Just a hunch. Suppose Harry planned on having Dutch knocked off for his dough. He might want you on the scene to take the rap.
You're crazy as they come, Mike.
Well, who got you parole?
I told you. I got friends.
Okay, Kinsella. A boy like you couldn't possibly have more than one, so it shouldn't be any great problem to run him down.
Homicide, Sergeant Corbett.
Hello, Corbett. This is Mike Waring.
Hi, Mike. Understand you're on the Stevens case.
Yeah, that's right. And look, Corbett, I'm trying to find out if it was Harry Roberts who put up the bail for Jack Kinsella.
Well, why don't you ask me?
Okay, I'm asking.
Kinsella apparently didn't know anything about it. From what I understand, it was put up by a fellow who's here from the coast, a guy named Christopher Londas.
Yeah?
Mr. Londos?
That's right.
My name is Mike Waring.
Waring?
I'm a private detective.
Oh, the Falcon. Come in.
I've appointed myself a committee of one to welcome you to New York and to thank you for all you've done for us here by giving us back Jack Kinsella.
You're a very funny boy, Waring.
Well, I don't think Bob Hope has anything to worry about.
What's on your mind?
There's had a little trouble with Dutch Stevens.
Who didn't?
Well, after I learned you secured the parole for Kinsella, I got to wondering what your motive might be.
And you decided?
That you knew Dutch Stevens double-crossed him, and you hoped he'd make Dutch regret it.
You talk very interesting, Mr. Waring. Let me hear more. Now, you said I figure Kinsella is going to take care of Dutch Stevens for me.
Did I say that?
Yeah. And he's only one trouble. How do I know that Dutch double-crossed Kinsella?
Well, that's the simplest thing in the world. Harry Roberts told you.
What did you say?
Oh, careful, friend. It's a new suit.
Listen, Waring. What are you looking for?
Harry Roberts.
Why?
I think you may know what happened to Dutch Stevens' money. I'm working for Dutch's daughter.
That's not a good enough reason, Waring. Take my advice. Stop looking.
You've made absolutely no progress at all, Mr. Waring.
What do you call progress, Beatrice?
And you haven't discovered who killed my father.
Well, I told you, Angel, I wasn't looking for his murderer. That's a job for the police.
But what have they accomplished?
I'll give them time. They do all right. All I want to do is look after your interests. That means getting you a bundle of cash.
I told you I wasn't interested in money.
Well, you'll find it's a mighty comforting thing to have around in your old age. Now, as I see it, your old man was the kind who always tied up his dough in cash. And he must have socked it away someplace.
That should be comparatively simple to check, shouldn't it?
No, just the opposite. The only party who probably knows the complete details is Harry Roberts.
Uncle Harry.
Oh, you remember him?
Oh, very well. As a matter of fact, I heard from him about an hour ago.
What?
Yes.
Well, in heaven's name, why didn't you mention that before?
You didn't ask me.
Oh, well, I guess that's a good enough reason. Where did he say he was?
Is there such a place as the Kendrake?
There's a Mandrake Hotel on Madison Avenue.
Yes, that's the one.
All right, what are we waiting for? Come on, I'll call a cab.
Don't bother, Waring. I got a car.
Mr. Waring.
All right. Nothing to be frightened of, Beatrice. This is Jack Kinsella. He's a former fraternity brother of your father's.
You're a very comical fella.
Didn't your new boss warn you?
My new boss?
Yeah, Chris Londos.
What makes you think I'm working for him?
Well, aren't you?
No, and oh, sister, where do you think you're going?
Well, I thought I'd...
Sure, but wait till Mr. Waring and I leave.
Oh, I'm not leaving, Kinsella. I like it here.
I don't blame you, but just...
I guess you want me to catch it right through the middle, huh?
That's the general idea.
Well, in that case...
Why, you no
Look
good...
out, Mr. Waring!
No! So you want to play rough, huh? No!
Take it easy, Mike.
Who are you?
Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, naturally. What am I doing in a hospital? Never mind. I remember now.
You're a lucky boy.
Well, if your head felt like mine does, you wouldn't think so.
At that, you shouldn't complain. If it hadn't been for Miss Stevens screaming, Kinsella might have killed you.
Did you pick him up?
Yeah, it was no trouble at all.
Look, you want to hold on to him, Sergeant. I think you've got Dutch Stevens' killer there.
Why?
But what other reason would he have for coming after me?
He claims he thought you were trying to pin it on him.
I'm not trying to pin it on anybody. All I want is to find Harry Roberts.
Oh, I can tell you that.
You can? Well, where is Harry?
In the morgue.
What?
In the morgue, Mike. And with 3 slugs in his brain, I don't think he's in the mood to do much talking.
Don't tell me.
Yeah, I'm back again, Londos. Only this time I brought along my gang. This is Sergeant Corbett.
Glad to know you, Corbett.
How fat?
You've been listening to Waring. You can't believe everything he tells you.
I don't know. He's a pretty convincing talker.
Yeah, he would make a good salesman.
Well, wait till you hear the idea I've sold him.
I'm waiting.
Mike thinks you killed Harry Roberts.
Why should I?
To cover up the murder of Dutch Stevens.
You've got it all figured out, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. You were working with Harry all along. Then when you felt we were getting warm, you decided to get rid of him.
I'm afraid you're going to have to start all over again, because I got A1 alibi.
What do you call A1?
At 1:45, I was having a little interview with the district attorney.
How did you know when Harry died?
Been on the radio. Right, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Corbett, there's some sort of a swindle going on here. I'll bet if you check with the DA...
That won't take a minute.
Your call, please.
Get me the district attorney's office.
Suppose you make that call downstairs.
What are you worried about, Landis? I'll give you time.
Listen, Sergeant.
How can I if you keep talking?
DA's office, Clayton speaking.
Hello, Clayton. Sergeant Corbett.
Oh, what's on your mind, Sergeant?
Did the DA have Chris Landis on the carpet today at 1:45?
No, the DA hasn't been in all day.
You're sure about that, Clayton?
Positive. So if Landis claims he spoke to him at 1:45, he's lying. He was here talking to me.
Tomorrow at your grocer's, remember to pick up a pint or quart bottle of wonderful new Kraft salad oil. The first salad oil ever offered for your home use by the makers of all those other wonderful Kraft salad dressing products. Try this new salad oil in your homemade salad dressings, your baking, your cooking. It's lighter bodied because it's super fine. Look for the bottles with the beautiful labels. Get Kraft salad oil. Now, back to the adventures of the Falcon. An hour has passed since Mike discovered that Chris Londos had a perfect alibi for the time of Harry Roberts' murder. And now, as we find Mike, he is about to break the unhappy news to his client.
Just a second.
Hello, Beatrice.
Mr. Waring. I thought you were in the hospital.
Well, I didn't like the service. Did you hear about Harry Roberts?
Yes. Who did it?
I voted for Londos.
Well?
Well, they tossed out my ballot. He's got what the pulp writers call an ironclad alibi.
Couldn't one of his men have done it?
Well, I never thought of that. Still, I didn't see anyone in this suite in the hotel.
They might be staying somewhere else.
Yes, you're right, Angel. But there's a more immediate problem.
What?
Oh, I think that's for me. Hello? Yes, this is Waring. What? Okay, thanks.
What were you saying, Mr. Waring?
Oh, I was wondering what I was going to do about you. I've let you down pretty badly.
Not at all.
Yes, I have. First of all, with Harry dead, we're never going to find out what happened to Dutch's bankroll.
That's not your fault.
Well, I should have known Harry was living on borrowed time.
How could you possibly?
Because the same party who killed Dutch had to kill Harry, too.
You mean for his own protection?
No, I mean for her own protection.
I think that calls for an explanation, don't you?
I don't see why, Beatrice. I was under the impression the statement was perfectly clear. Since there's only one woman in this case, naturally, it could only mean you.
Where do you want me to drop you, Mike?
Oh, anywhere along here will be all right.
I don't have to tell you how surprised I was when I got your call to pick up Dutch's daughter.
Well, I got another surprise for you. She wasn't his real daughter.
What?
Sure. That's what put me on the right track.
I don't get it.
Well, I had two prime suspects in this case. One, Harry Roberts. And when Harry was murdered, obviously that ruled him out.
Oh, that must have made him feel good.
Number 2 was Chris Londos.
And he had a perfect alibi.
That's right, so I had to start looking again. And all of a sudden it occurred to me there was one wrong note in this opera.
Beatrice?
Yeah, she came to me with a story that she didn't know how she was going to pay me for my services because she thought her father was broke. Didn't make sense.
Why not?
Well, according to her own story, she spent the last 10 years in a fancy boarding school in England. The money for her tuition had to come from somewhere. She overplayed her hand. Once I hit on that, the rest was easy. So, I checked Scotland Yard.
Uh-huh. And there you learned the real Beatrice Stevens was still in London.
Yeah, this gal was just trying to pick up a fast million by posing as Dutch Stevens' daughter.
Hey, how about that?
How about what?
All that filthy lucre being buried somewhere. Think it'll ever turn up?
I doubt it.
You know, a man could do a lot with that kind of money. Why don't you try to find it, Mike?
Oh, I'm the practical type, Corbett. If I'm going to spend my time looking, I'd sooner hunt for something more interesting.
What's more interesting than money?
Women. So let me off at the next block, and I'll start my search there. Ever find yourself at a loss when you need a hot main dish in a hurry? Well, don't let that happen to you. Always keep a package or two of Kraft Dinner on your pantry shelf. Because with Kraft Dinner, you can make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. Tender, fluffy macaroni with perfect cheese flavor all through it. You see, every package of Kraft Dinner gives you a special quick-cooking macaroni and just the right amount of Kraft grated to sprinkle in for wonderful cheese flavor. And Kraft Dinner can be your answer to today's high prices because every package makes 4 servings at a cost of just a few pennies each. Tomorrow, get a package or two of handy, delicious Kraft Dinner. The Case of the Curious Cop. The Case of the Curious Cop. That's the title of next week's Adventure of the Falcon, when Mike Waring learns that for some special problems, a policeman has a Colt Special answer. So be sure to listen at this same time next week to another exciting Adventure of the Falcon, brought to you by the Kraft Foods Company. The Adventures of the Falcon are based on the famous character created by Drexel Drake, produced by Bernard L. Schubert, written today by Eugene Wang, and directed by Richard Lewis. Music was by Arlo. Les Damon was starred as the Falcon, with Ken Lynch as Sergeant Corbin. Be sure to hear the Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. In next Wednesday's broadcast, Gildy comes face to face with a hilarious problem and solves it in a way that will keep you laughing for days. Remember the show, the time, and the place. The Great Gildersleeve next Wednesday evening over most of these stations. Check your local newspaper for time of broadcast. This is Ed Hurley, he's speaking for the Kraft Foods Company.
Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas both star on Theater Guild tonight on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is cup. C-U-P.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present the best of Groucho. Yes, friends, it's a Groucho summertime. By popular demand from your letters, from rating histories, and the acclaim of critics, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers bring you selected shows from You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho Marx is on vacation, friends, and will return in the fall. Until then, it's fun and laughs each week this summer as we proudly present some of the best of Groucho's past shows. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $3,500 for one of our couples. Okay, George, who's first to try for the $3,500?
Well, we invited some students of economics and some men from the Internal Revenue Office to the program tonight. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Francis Blevins and Mr. Raymond Sorensen. Come on in here, folks, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. And I wish it was you. You're Francis Blevins, huh? You're a student?
Yes, I am.
Where are you from, Francis?
Huntington Park, California.
Oh. And you're with the income tax office, huh?
That's right.
Where are you from?
Moorhead, Iowa.
Cornhusker, eh?
Yes, it's kind of a small town back there.
That's all right. Some of the nicest towns in the small ones. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Why not? Did you get a $500 exemption, you know? Don't you think a wife is worth $500?
Well, $500 is an awful lot of money to me.
How about you, Francis? Would you say a wife is worth $500?
Why, yes, I would.
Your husband is a lucky man to have a wife like you. What does he do for a living?
I'm not married.
You're not married?
No, sir.
Well, things are picking up all over, huh? And your husband is luckier than I thought he was. That doesn't follow anything, but it makes a nice observation. Would you like to get married, Francis?
Well, yes, I would.
Mm-hmm. Why?
Well, I think it's every woman's ambition to get married. Besides, why do you go to college? Get a husband.
You go to college to get a husband?
Well, yes.
You can get one of those in a butcher shop. You don't have to. Where are you studying economics, Francis?
The University of Southern California.
Well, just what is economics?
Well, it's a study of the principles that regulate the purposes and activities of human beings.
No. That's certainly a long-winded way of saying you want to get married. Now, Raymond, do you believe with this, do you agree with this thesis here?
Well, yes, I do.
Well, tell me what she said. Such a wise guy.
Well, she said it's a study...
Income tax department.
It's a study of human beings and their natures.
Said what?
It's a study of human beings and their nature, and...
You've got biology on the brain. Is there any value to the study of economics aside from the fact that you need it to graduate?
Oh, yes.
Hook a sucker?
Oh, yes, I definitely think so.
Hook a sucker sounds like a summer resort, doesn't it? Where'd you go last year? I went to Hook a Sucker for 2 weeks. And don't think they don't when they get there. Now, what's your job at the income tax office?
Well, I'm
bound to you.
I'm a floater with account section.
You're a floater? They've even got you inflated, eh? What is a floater? Something with 2 scoops of ice cream?
No, that's the one that works with in the credit department.
Well, do you have any specific job? That's a kind of a nebulous description you just gave.
Well, it's key punch.
You what?
Key punch.
I keep punching, but I'm not getting anywhere. Right? You say you're a key puncher?
That's right.
Well, what is that? What do you do?
Well, that's a machine that punches the holes in the card on your information.
Key punching sounds like a summer resort, too, doesn't it? Where'd you go last year? I went to key punching for 2 weeks. I didn't like it. I went back to Hook a Sucker. How many of these miracle machines do you have?
Well, we have one big one and 12 little ones.
Now, I'm a little old to believe that. I don't care how big the machine is, it would still take 2 of them. Would you mind explaining just what this machine does?
Well,
say there's one big one and it makes 12 little ones.
No, you see it multiplies and adds, subtracts on your card. Takes care of your card within a second.
Within a second? Well, that's a remarkable machine. Now, in other words, your machine can figure out exactly how much tax I owe in less than a second. Is that it?
That's right.
Well, its tubes are going to be old and gray before it figures out how to collect it. Well, I learned a lot about taxes and economics tonight, and if I was smart, I'd go hide in a cave until around April 1st. Now, let's see how well you work together as a team. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at $3,500. But first, I want you to pay close attention to something important.
Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer invites you to take the 5-mile trial in a new DeSoto. He wants you to see it in action, through stop-and-go traffic and out on the open highway. From behind the wheel of the mighty Fire Dome 8, find out the tremendous power the new DeSoto 160 horsepower V8 engine gives you, and on regular gasoline, too. Discover what that extra DeSoto power means to you in acceleration on hills, in straightaway passing ability. See how it increases your driving pleasure and safety. Also judge the amazing convenience of DeSoto full power steering that takes the work out of turning the steering wheel and makes parking a cinch. Find out about DeSoto's super safe power brakes and a host of other great DeSoto features. Tomorrow, stop at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask to take the 5-mile trial in either the 160 horsepower Fire Dome 8 or the DeSoto Power Master 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
Well, let's see if you'll get the chance at the $3,500. George? I used to call him Fenneman. George, we're getting very chummy now. George, tell him the rules.
All right. Each of our three couples has $20. And they bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $3,500 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the duties of the cabinet members.
Yes.
Here's your first question. How much of the 20 are you going to risk?
$10.
$10. What member of the cabinet is in charge of the legal matters of our nation?
The Attorney General.
They have $30 now.
You have $30. All right. Remember, you're going for $3,500. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to risk this time?
$20.
$20. What member of the cabinet is in charge of domestic trade? Take a stab at it, kids.
Department of Interior. Secretary of Interior.
No, I'm sorry. It's the Secretary of Commerce.
They've dropped to $10 now.
Well, that's too bad. Here's your third question. How much of the 10 are you going to bet?
$5.
$5. What cabinet member is in charge of the farm credit of our country?
Department of Agriculture.
Well, you're starting to get it back. You have $15 now.
All right. Now you've got $15. Mm-hmm. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 15 you going to risk?
15.
15. What member of the cabinet is in charge of the safeguarding of national security?
Secretary of Defense.
The Secretary of Defense is right.
And you'll wind up with $30 from the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America.
Don't go away, Francis.
Groucho. Groucho, the secret word is Still Cup.
Still Cup, eh? I used to know a man named Still Cup. He ran a pool hall in Savannah. No relation, though, I suppose.
None.
Who's next, Mr. Fenneman?
Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a public stenographer. Her name is Miss Lou Laurie. Her partner is a married man from the studio audience, Mr. Earl Brown. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You say the secret word and you divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A public stenographer and a husband, eh? Lou Laurie, you're the steno?
Yes.
Where are you from, Lou? It's a man's name, isn't it, Lou?
It's not a man's name for me.
Well, I shouldn't think so.
I'm from Evanston, Illinois.
You couldn't fool me by pretending you're a man. Because...
People call up and ask for Mr. Lou all the time, though.
Well, if I call up, I'll ask for Mrs. Lou. I won't ask. You're from where?
Evanston, Illinois.
Evanston, oh, well, that's where Northwestern University
right.
is. Huh? And Earl Brown, eh?
That's right, sir.
What's your hometown?
Well, I was born right near Cubs Park in Chicago.
Oh, on the infield or the outfield?
Just a few blocks away.
Uh-huh. Who do you work for, Earl?
I work for Oshkosh B'gosh.
Now, this is no time for facetiousness, Earl. I asked you a civil question. I expect a civil answer. Who do you work? These are serious days. These are grave times we're living in. And we just don't subscribe to those kind of answers, no. Who do you work for?
Oshkosh Bagosh Overall Company, I should say. Out of Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Bagosh?
That's right. That's the name of the firm.
What do you do for them? Are you the Bagosh or the Oshkosh?
I'm a salesman.
Salesman?
Traveling on the road.
Uh-huh. Now, you're a public stenographer, is that right?
That's right.
Lou? What are your duties as a public stenographer?
Oh, I take dictation and transcribe notes and type and do mimeographing, and I'm a notary public.
Oh. Suppose I came into your office. Would you take a letter from me?
I sure would.
Okay, let's see how good you are. Take a letter.
Oh, well, I don't have any pencil or paper or anything.
Oh, you don't, huh? George. Mr. Fenneman. Have you got a piece of... Oh. How did you anticipate this?
Oh, this is my scorecard here.
Oh, I see. Are you ready to take dictation, Lou?
Yes.
Oh, would you rather sit down and take it?
Yes, I would.
Well, so would I. Come here, babe.
I think I can take it standing up, thank you. I can take it standing up.
What's the matter? You're a secretary, aren't you?
Yes.
Now sit on my lap and let's get to work. All ready?
Yes.
Okay, throw the pencil away. I'll tell you what you do. You sit down and I'll stand up and dictate. Now, let's go. I want this letter to go to Sam Gribelovich in St. Paul, Minnesota. How long is it going to take?
Oh, it'll take about 2 days.
2 days? In that case, you better get back on my lap again. I'll take a letter to Sam Gribelovich. Minneapolis, Minnesota. Got that?
You said St. Paul.
He moved. It was too cold in Minneapolis. Have you got that down?
Yes. How do you spell the man's name?
Sam Gribelovich. Sam is S-A-M. Let's forget the whole thing. If you can't spell it, I'll call him on the phone. Besides, he can't read anyway. Well, I've learned a lot about public stenographers tonight, but not the things I wanted to learn. Now, let's see if you can run your $20 into more than our other couples and get a chance at the $3,500 question. That's the DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, George is off stage to remind our listeners how much the first couple won.
The student of economics and the Internal Revenue man won $30.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You select the Dictionary Digest. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
Yeah, 15.
All right, now you're going to give me a synonym. If you were inebriated, what would you be?
Drunk.
Drunk is right.
Well, you're on your way. You folks have $35.
$35. Remember, you're going for $3,500 tonight. Now, how much of the 35 you're going to try now?
All but 5.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, if you were corpulent, what would you be?
Fat.
Fat is right. Fat is right.
And you'll have $65.
That's a very... Here's your third question. You have $65. How much will you bet?
60.
60. Now, if you were loquacious, what would you be?
Talkative.
Talkative is right.
You now have climbed to $125.
You wouldn't call, you'd say Gabby Hayes. You wouldn't call him Talkative Hayes or Loquacious Hayes. Nobody'd know what you were talking about. You have $125. Here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 125 are you going to venture?
120.
120. If you were indolent, what would you be? I-N-D-O-L-E-N-T.
Lazy?
Lazy, I guess.
Lazy is right.
And you'll wind up
with... give her a big kiss after that.
Well, I'd love to.
Mrs. Brown, what are you doing there?
You folks have wound up with $245 from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, and thank you very much.
Who's next, Mr. Fenneman?
We asked if there were any young single people present tonight who'd like to get married someday if they found the right partner. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Marilia de Locio y Silva.
What's your language, Fetterman?
And Mr. Bernard Johnson. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. You say the secret word, you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A bachelor and an old maid, eh? Well, you're hardly an old maid. A bachelor and a young maid, I would say. Wouldn't you?
It depends.
I beg your pardon. You'll have to talk Spanish if you want me to understand. Marilia de Locio y Silva, is that right?
Almost.
Well, that's close for me, eh? And Bernard Johnson, that's much easier for me to handle.
That's right, Groucho.
How old are you, Marilia?
21.
21, eh?
Mm-hmm.
And Bernard?
26.
26, eh? Well, you two have a lot in common already. You're a boy and she's a girl. How shrewd can you get? What sort of work do you do?
I'm a stock and bond broker with Bateman Eichler and Company here in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm. You're one of the fellows who wiped me out in 1929. I mean, your forefathers.
It might have been my father. I don't...
And Miss Silva, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a student.
You're a student?
Mm-hmm.
Where?
UCLA.
Oh, UCLA, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you from?
Brazil.
Oh. And you're one of our good neighbors, huh?
Oh, yes.
Are you a friendly neighbor?
Oh, yes.
Real friendly?
Yes.
Would you like to do a favor for a neighbor like a good neighbor should?
Oh, sure.
How about lending me half a pound of coffee? Where in Brazil are you from?
São Paulo.
Well, how long have you been at UCLA?
1 year and a half.
Why did you choose UCLA in preference to any other university? Did you hear about it in Brazil?
No, it's because they have the field that I'm interested in.
Well, you're interested in any field. You'd even be interested in a cornfield. Or a wheat field. Let's not confine this to any particular field.
You are almost right, because it's about that I'm interested in.
You're interested in a cornfield?
Yes.
Well, you see, I'm a pretty accurate prophet. That's all. Now, how long have you been up here?
In the United States or in California?
Yes, in the United States. Well, I'll thank you not to differentiate like that. How long have you been in the United States?
3 years.
3 years. And what made you choose UCLA? Couldn't have been their football team.
No, because they have the major that I'm interested in.
They have a major there that you find interesting?
No.
Wouldn't you settle for a captain or a sergeant? What's his name?
Agriculture.
Major agriculture? You're taking up agriculture?
Yes.
Isn't that a kind of a curious study for a young, attractive girl?
Yes.
Do you propose to do anything with this knowledge, or
Oh, yeah.
you just have to the major? Which is it?
No, I plan to go back and work with agriculture in Brazil.
Oh. Well, isn't that unusual?
It is.
You couldn't use an old cowhand down there. By the way, I've often wondered how Latin Americans feel when they hear us calling ourselves Americans. What do you call us? Remember, we're on the air.
Yankees.
Yankees?
Mm-hmm.
Yankees, huh? Some people in the South call us Yankees, too, you know. Only they put another word in front of it. It's a secret word, something that beavers build across dams. Now, what language do you speak in Brazil?
Portuguese.
Could you say something in Portuguese? Tell Bernard over here what you think of him so far. Now, go ahead.
Você é rapaz muito alinhado.
Well, that's probably true, but he'll lose it as he gets older. Now, you look intelligent and alert. What did she say about you, Bernard?
I haven't any idea.
A lovely girl, young, single, and Latin, and you haven't any ideas at all? You're not as alert as I thought you were, Bernard. Well, you make a charming and attractive and clever couple, and I hope you'll be very happy together. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you'll get a chance at the $3,500 DeSoto Plymouth question. I can't tell you how much our other couples won, but George, Mr. Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The public stenographer and the married man are leading with $245.
Well, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous painters as your category. Here's your first question. How much are you going to bet?
How much shall we bet? 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 10.
Okay. What famous artist painted The Last Supper?
Leonardo da Vinci.
Leonardo da Vinci is right.
When you're on your way, you have $30.
To be or not to be, whether 'tis noble in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune.
27. 27.
Fine, I'm reciting Shakespeare, and they're haggling over $2 here. Remember, you're going in for $3,500. How much are you going to bet? How much?
$27.
$27. Okay. Who painted The Age of Innocence?
Reynolds.
Reynolds is right.
And you climbed to $57.
You going to kiss me after the show for remembering that? How much you going to bet of the 57? 56.
No.
You have $57.
Okay, 55.
Hines and every pickle he's got is listening to this one in Cincinnati.
55? 55, yes.
$55. What is the name of the surrealist painter who does pictures of limp watches?
Dali.
Dali is right.
Now you climb to $112.
I remember him very well. He used to be one of the Dali sisters. You have $112. It's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much is the 125? 112.
111. Compromise.
111. Now, why did you say 111? I'm curious about this.
I can buy her that Coke with the 50 cents I might win.
Oh, you can get her a Coke and 2 pair of pants. Who painted the famous portrait of the artist's mother?
Whistler.
Whistler is right.
And you two wind up with $223. And that means the stenographer and the married man with $245 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
George, I'll ask them the big question in just 1 minute, but first I want them to hear about something real important.
Friends, in this hot weather, it's especially important to keep your car in good running order by taking it regularly for service to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, more than ever, the cooling system should be checked. Oil filters and air cleaners should be examined to protect the engine. Then, too, faulty ignition creates excess heat and wastes gas and oil. These things are easily corrected, and even major repairs are a cinch for the master technicians at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. These men are thoroughly experienced and trained in factory methods. They use the most modern tools and equipment. And if a new part is required, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer can supply you immediately with the right factory-tested and approved part. So be sure your car is fully protected these hot days. Take it where you see the famous sign of better service, the friendly sign of a DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
And here's the stenographer and the married man all set for the DeSoto Plymouth $3,500 question.
All right, you want to get back on my lap for this, or... Here we go for $3,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully, and please no help in the audience. Here it is. According to historians, What is the oldest city in the world that is still inhabited? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Egypt.
Oh, I'm sorry. The answer is Damascus. Well, you lost the big money, but you won how much?
$245 in the quiz.
Well, congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Best of Groucho from the You Bet Your Life series. Don't miss the Best of Groucho on television, too. Also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see the DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Cross town or cross country. Slow down for blind intersections and be prepared to stop. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Wild Bill Hickok! Hiya, folks. Hold on to your hats and pass those Kellogg's Corn Pops. 'Cause here comes Guy Madison as Wild Bill and his pal Jingles, which is me, Andy Devine. We got another rootin' tootin' Wild Bill Hickok adventure story for you from that great new cereal with the sweetening already on it, Kellogg's Corn Pops!
Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you transcribed Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison as Wild Bill and Andy Devine as his pal Jingles. The stagecoach road to Flat Rock winds through country that's wild and uncivilized, but at the moment all is peaceful. Only the rattle of the stage as it moves along the road, the creak of the leather as its team of horses pull against their harness, the crack of the whip and an occasional shout from the driver. The passengers inside are half dozing, looking forward to the end of their journey in the town of Flat Rock. Suddenly, as the stage rounds a curve, 4 masked riders appear. Meanwhile, unobserved, a pair of strangers to Flat Rock rein up at the crest of the hill just above.
Well, doggone it, Bill, you're right. Those were shots.
We've ridden onto a hold-up party, Jingles.
Hey, wouldn't I know we'd hit trouble even before we're in town?
That's our business. Come on, up, boy.
Hey, they've seen us, Bill. Let's let them have it.
Hold your fire, Jingles. You might hit one of the passengers in the coach. Will they break for it?
Hey, there they go. They're getting away, heading for the rocks.
Rein up, Jingles. Let me have your rifle.
Oh.
Best we can do from here is mark one of them for the future.
Hey, You winged him, Bill.
That's what I wanted to do. Come on, up, boy. Ho, ho!
Hey, you mean if they try to get help for him?
Right. They'll give us a lead.
Well, here's a stagecoach, Bill.
Everybody all right, driver?
Ah, sure. Fine. Our payroll shipment's safe, too. Hey, haven't I seen you someplace?
Doggone it, Bill. Why doesn't anybody ever ask me that?
Any idea who they were, driver?
Well, I'm sure they belong to the Shadow Hills gang. Same masks and everything. They might double back. You gonna follow us into town?
Sure. Climb on up there.
Good.
Oh, trouble, trouble, trouble. Now we ride along and back so the Shadow Hill gang can take a pot shot at us. And there must be some other way I could make a living. Something easy. Yeah, like raising polecats.
Get up there. Hey, hit it. I want to thank you again, Bill and Jingles.
Oh, it was nothing at all.
Are you sure there's nothing more I can do for you?
No, we just wanted to know where the school was.
Well, that's it over yonder. What you aiming to do, Bill? Send Jingles to school?
Now, listen here.
You say the school teacher's name is Miss Sanders?
Mm-hmm. Miss Julie Sanders.
She's the one, all right.
Well,
Come on,
so long.
Jingles.
Good luck to you with your schoolwork, Jingles.
Oh, now cut that out.
Mr. Hickok, I have to go in soon. It's time for school.
Just a few questions, Miss Sanders, about the Shadow Hill gang.
The Shadow Hills gang?
Reed Bradford's bunch.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you were kind of sweet on Reed Bradford once, huh?
Never mind, Jingles.
Oh, it's all right. It's true. Reed and I were... Well, I did go with him. But not after I learned he was mixed up in all those robberies. And then when he went to jail...
The sheriff here in Flat Rock says you've heard from him since he went to jail.
Well, I'm not sure. You see, Mr. Hickok, I received 2 envelopes, each containing large sums of money. As I told the sheriff, Well, I'm sure the money's from Reed.
Probably part of what he got in that last big bank robbery, huh, ma'am?
That's what we're looking for. I haven't touched the money since it was delivered to me.
You expect another payment soon?
If Reed sends the money on schedule, I mean like the last 2 payments, well, there should be another visit tonight.
Well, that's all right, ma'am. Don't worry. We'll take care of things. All right, Jingles, tonight when the mysterious stranger arrives, you and I will be in that schoolhouse waiting for him.
Oh, you just leave it to me, Bill. Don't be no trouble at all for me to catch that hombre. You know, I was always catching things in school. A rap on the knuckles, wad of paper behind the ear. Why, once I even caught the measles.
Wild Bill and Jingles sure don't fool around when it comes to getting after the lawbreakers. And your old pal, Panhandle Jim, don't fool around when it comes to eating McKellogg's corn pops either. Take it from me, partners, you're missing some real eating if you're missing out on corn pops. They're golden hearts of corn, all popped up, fat and happy. They're crisp and crunchy. And listen to this, they're already sweetened for you. Eat 'em right out of the box, or for some real fun at breakfast, in a bowl with milk. No sugar needed, mind you. The sweetening's already there. Yes, sir, you've never tasted a cereal as downright good as Kellogg's Corn Pops. Now, tomorrow, sure, you'll want to saddle up and ride for the store. Load up on Kellogg's Corn Pops so you'll have plenty around for breakfast and snacks. Now, here's what you'll read on every box of Kellogg's Corn Pops. Kids love Pops, moms love Pops, and Pops love Pops. You can bet your boots they do. Now, let's get back to the show.
Back to Bill and Jingles. Several hours later now, and they wait, hidden in the shadows of the darkened schoolhouse.
Hey, you think he's going to show up, Bill?
Shh. Listen. Get back.
Well, I'm doing my best, but there's more of me.
Quiet. That's funny.
What? Oh, hey, look, Bill. He's stopping out in front. Hey, now he's putting something in the school mailbox. I know, the money from Reed Bradford, you reckon?
I think so.
Let's get him. Hold it, you! Climb down from that critter! Why?
Hold it, Jingles.
Hey, Bill, you spoiled my shot. Are you letting everybody get away?
Let's have a look in that mailbox.
Oh, there it is, all right.
Money. A lot of money.
Yeah, and a lot more hidden where we never will find it. I don't see why you didn't let me stop him, Bill.
If you'd killed him, he couldn't have led us anywhere, Jingles. You got a couple of matches?
Sure. Why?
Strike a couple. I want to search the road out here.
Oh, search the road. Oh, well.
Hold them down closer. Over here now. Come on. Over here.
What?
I thought that horse dropped a shoe when it was coming up the road.
Huh? Dropped a shoe?
It was so quiet, and his hoofbeat suddenly sounded different to me.
Hey, come to think of it, why...
Here's the shoe, Jingles. Now, we'll just see if that blacksmith in town gets a little visit soon.
Any sign of Trigg yet, Chris?
Yeah. How's Shorty?
That bullet he stopped this afternoon ain't doing him any good, that's for sure.
It ain't doing any of us any good. If he hadn't gotten himself plugged, we'd be miles away by now.
Hold it, Chris. Somebody coming.
It's Trigg.
Oh, hold it.
Yeah, about time you got back. Well, where's the doc?
He's out of town, over to Willow Creek. Won't be back till morning.
All right, that settles that. We ain't waiting. We're moving on.
Shorty ain't in no condition.
I don't care if he is or not. It's too risky staying here.
Well, okay. Only Reed wouldn't have...
I don't care what Reed would do or wouldn't. I'm running this outfit now.
Sure, Chris. I only meant that your brother...
My brother's in jail, and he's going to stay there a long time. Now, forget him. Come on, let's start moving.
Maybe you won't be so anxious to move on after I tell you who I saw in town a little while ago.
Yeah? Who'd you see?
Our old friend, Pop Willis.
Pop Willis? Say, we ain't seen him since he left the gang back at Abilene, right after the law caught up with Reed.
So Pop Willis is in Flat Rock, eh? Well, that's mighty interesting.
Him and Reed always was pretty close, Chris. Reed trusted Pop when he didn't trust us.
Yeah. Hey, you know, Trigger, I always had a hunch Reed told Pop where he'd hidden that money.
I figured the same all along. Well, do we move on or don't we?
We move, but not too far from Flat Rock. I know just the place, an old hideout of Reed's. The caves behind the waterfall in Dutch Canyon.
Let's go.
Hold it, Trigg. Shorty, Dave, and me are going to the cave. You're riding back to Flat Rock. Keep your eye on Pop Willis. I want to know every move he makes.
I'm coming. Did you bring the...
Did we bring what, Pop?
I was just going to have my meal in the room here.
We had a little talk with the blacksmith in town. He told us you were staying here at the hotel. Can we come in?
You're a marshal, ain't you? U.S. Marshal? 2 U.S. Marshals.
And you're Pop Willis, Reed Bradford's best friend. Go on in, Jingles.
After you, Mr. Hickok.
Hickok? You've come to... Look, I'm not with the Shadow Hills gang anymore. I left him as soon as Reed went to jail.
Oh, sure.
I believe him, Jingles.
Sure. They like to get their hands on me, too.
So you could lead them to the money you and Bradford hid?
I don't know about any money.
We were watching you at the school last night, Pop.
Oh.
We talked to the blacksmith about the shoe your horse dropped. Here it is.
All right. Reed Bradford wanted that teacher there to be well cared for.
You going to take us to the place you hid the rest of that money?
Well, might as well, or tell you where it is. You see the...
Oh, hey, Bill, some polecat shot him.
Pop.
No use. No use, son.
He's gone. The shot came from the window, Jingles. Let's get out there.
Ho, ho.
No use, Jingles. Our killer had too big a start.
Yeah, trail gets away from us just down the river there.
Right. We'll ride up the canyon just on the chances he swung off at the waterfall.
Well, he's around here somewhere.
Sure. I'll bet the whole gang is. Somewhere.
Oh.
Come on. Up, boy. Up.
Hickok, he trailed you out here?
Yeah, him and that sidekick of his. But I give him the slip. It's too bad they don't know about this cave behind the waterfall, huh?
What happened in town?
Well, just like you asked me to, I kept my eye on Pop. I seen Hickok and his partner grab him at the hotel. They was trying to make him talk.
About the money?
Yeah. And Pop knew where it was, all right, just like we figured. You know what Reed's been doing all this time with our money, Chris? He's been sending nice big chunks of it to that schoolmarm.
What?
Yeah, every month. Pop's been delivering it to her.
Well, what do you know? Reed was always crazy about that Julie Sanders, but I never thought he... wait a minute. Pop didn't tell Hickok where the money was, did he?
He didn't get the chance.
What do you mean?
I shut him up with this. I got him with my first bullet.
What? You killed him? What, you crazy fool, you...
Now, wait, Chris.
With Pop dead, how are we going to ever find that money?
I got an idea. It's about the schoolmarm. A way we can make Reed tell us where he hid that money. Now, let go of me, will you, boss?
All right. Now spill it, but it better be good.
Doggone it, Bill, that hombre's given us the slip. No sign of him anywhere.
Afraid you're right, Jingles. We'll forget him for now. We got more important things to do back in Flat Rock, like paying a visit to Miss Julie.
What for?
We don't know how long the killer was standing at the window of that hotel. He might have heard a lot.
You mean about Bradford sending all that money to the schoolmarm?
Yeah.
Reed sure must have been plumb loco about that little filly to do that.
And it stands to reason he wouldn't want anything to happen to her.
That's right, but... Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm thinking if that gang could get their hands on Julie Sanders, it'd be a way of forcing Reed Bradford to tell him where the money is.
Why, them low-down ornery polecats. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Ho-ho!
Thank you, ma'am. Good night.
Well, Bill, did you talk to the schoolmarm?
Nope. That was her mother. Miss Julie's gone.
Gone?
Left about a half an hour ago, right after she got my message.
Your message? You didn't.
Of course I didn't. Mr. Sanders said a man came by, told Miss Julie I'd sent him, that I wanted to see her right away.
Doggone, did Miss Julie's mother say what the critter looked like?
Yeah, kind of tall and skinny.
Trigger.
Yeah. Come on, Jingles. Let's ride.
Say, Bill, where are we heading in such a hurry?
Got a long ride ahead of us, Jingles. We're going to Abilene.
Abilene? Why?
Bradford's in jail there, isn't he?
Sure, but what about the schoolmarm?
Quickest way to find her is to go to Abilene. We could spend days up there in the hills looking for the gang hideout. Might find her too late.
But, Bill...
No harm will come to her, Jingles. Leastways, not until after one of the gangs had time to talk to Bradford. You know, I got a hunch he's going to get a visitor by morning, and I want to be there when that hombre shows up. Morning, Sheriff.
Yeah, well, doggone, Wild Bill Hickok. I thought you was over in Flat Rock. Howdy, Jingles.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Well, what are you two doing over here in Abilene?
Got a little business to take care of, Sheriff. Reed Bradford had any visitors this morning?
Yeah, Bradford? No, nobody's been around. Why?
When that visitor shows, let me know right away, will you?
Yeah, why, sure, Bill.
Bill.
Yeah, say, that looks like...
Chris Bradford, Reed's brother. A visitor I've been expecting, Sheriff. Say, any place we can get out of sight? Don't want him to see us.
Sure. Room back there. Help yourself.
Okay. Don't close the door all the way, Jingles. Leave it open a crack.
Here he comes, Bill.
Morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Mr. Bradford.
I'd like to see my brother, if you don't mind.
Reckon I don't. All right, just hang your guns on that peg.
There you are, Sheriff. Wasn't aiming to break Reed out.
Yeah, well, I didn't say you was. Come on. He's in his cell back here.
Hey, what do we do now, Bill?
Nothing. We just wait, that's all. Just wait.
Hey, I'd sure like to know what the Bradford brothers are going to be talking about. I sure would.
They'll talk about the hidden money, mostly.
But if Reed hasn't told so far...
I got a hunch he'll talk now. If only to save Miss Julie from harm.
Oh, I get you, Bill.
So we wait. Then we trail him.
Yeah.
Ease up, Jingles. We don't want to get too close to him.
Hey, look, he's stopping, Bill. Reckon the money's close by?
Yeah.
He's getting off his horse. Heading for that big cottonwood just off the trail.
Come on. We'll go the rest of the way on foot. Easy. We don't want him to hear us. Hold it.
I think he heard us. He's looking this way.
No, I don't think so.
Look. He's reaching under the tree. He's after the money, all right.
Yeah. Stuffing something in his saddlebags.
Do we get him, Bill?
No, we'll just stay on his trail. We've still got to find Miss Julie, and I'm hoping he'll lead us to her.
Yeah, but if he don't lead us into an ambush first...
That you, Chris?
Yeah. Ease up on your guns, Trig.
You get the money?
There it is.
I told you Reed'd see it our way.
The pretty little lady here give you any trouble?
Had to put a gag on her this afternoon. She heard someone out front start to holler for help. There's only Dave coming back from town. I got him up on lookout now.
Yeah, I talked to him on the way in. I ain't sure, but I got a hunch I was being followed. If that's so, Dave will be ready for whoever it is. Well, what's the matter, lady? That gag uncomfortable, huh? Sure. We'll take it off when we're good and ready.
Chris!
Dave, I wonder if... Yeah, what is it?
Got a couple of visitors, Chris. Caught these two hombres sneaking around outside the waterfall.
Howdy, Bradford.
Well. Wild Bill Hickok and his partner.
Nice place you got here. But for a boy of my size, well, it's a little snug.
Keep 'em covered, Dave. Look who's come to pay us a visit, Miss Sanders. The great Wild Bill himself. I got plans for you, Mr. Hickok. For you and your friend. Yeah, I got plans. And I don't think you're gonna like those plans at all.
Man, what a show. But let's settle back for a second and cool off, huh? I want to do a little chinning about something extra good. I mean the cereal that's already sweetened for you. Now, you know that vitamins and minerals in the food you eat are mighty good for you, help make you real healthy. Well, Kellogg's Corn Pops, delicious as they are, contain B vitamins, vitamin D, with important minerals and food energy, too. That means you can eat all you want. And the reason you'll just keep on eating them is because those golden hearts of corn are puffed up big and smiling with flavor. And they're already sweetened for you. Eat them out of the box or out of a bowl with milk. But don't use any sugar, because the sweetening's already there, and plenty of it. And that silver-like bag inside the box is really something. It's pure aluminum. Keeps Corn Pops fresh up to 10 times longer. And your mom can use it to store things in the refrigerator or for wrapping sandwiches. Yeah, partners, best of all, and already sweetened for you, are Kellogg's Corn Pops. You know who loves Pops. Kids love Pops. Moms love Pops. And Pops love Pops. Right, partners. Now let's sashay on back to Wild Bill and Jingles.
Back to Wild Bill Hickok. It's a few moments later now. Bill and his friend Jingles, at the point of a gun held by a member of the Shadow Hills gang, have been led into the cave hideout to face Chris Bradford.
Yeah, Mr. Hickok. I'd say you'd come to the end of your trail, you and your partner. Dave.
Yeah?
Ain't you a little careless, getting a draw on Hickok and leaving his guns in his holster?
There wasn't much you could do about that, Bradford. Besides, I need my guns. Right now.
Dave!
Reach, gents.
Dave, you gone plumb loco? With a drop on him, you just stand there and let Hickok draw his guns.
What else could I do? My gun's empty.
What?
That's right. I emptied it before we came in. Sorry, fellas, it was just a little trick. So's we could come in here peaceful-like without any shooting. We didn't want to take the chance of the lady getting hurt.
You're not getting away with it.
Don't move, Trigger, or you'll get the same. All right, Jingles, get their guns.
Got 'em, Bill.
Well, guess that about winds up the Shadow Hills robbery.
Yeah, well, we got the money and the rest of the gang, and there's only one little detail we ain't taken care of, Bill.
Oh, Miss Julie. Take the gag off, Jingles.
Oh, not me. That's one job that's yours.
What do you mean?
Ain't nobody ever going to say I helped make it possible for any woman to talk more than she usually does.
And now, here are the stars of Wild Bill Hickok, Guy Madison, and Andy Devine.
Well, folks, we'll be around again next week with another adventure. So, hope to see you then. Right, Andy?
Yeah, that is, if I don't start raising polecats in the meantime.
Andy and I also hope you'll remember to get Kellogg's Corn Pops.
Right. It's the great new cereal with the sweetening already on it.
You bet it is. Andy and I think Corn Pops are great. So long.
See you next week.
Yes, sir, be sure to listen next week at this same time on this same station when Kellogg's Corn Pops brings you another exciting story of Wild Bill Hickok, starring Guy Madison and Andy Devine in person. Today's cast included Gene Bates, Joe Duvall, Fred Howard, Jess Kirkpatrick, Clayton Post, and Jack Moyles. Our director is Paul Pierce, music by Dick Orant. This is a David Heyer production. This is Charlie Lyon reminding you, kids love Pops, moms love Pops, Pops love Pops. Kellogg's Corn Pops.
My gun was handcrafted to my specifications. I rarely draw it, unless I mean to use it.
Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel, headquarters of a man called Paladin.
Oh, Mr. Paladin.
Yes?
About that imported silk shawl you ordered as a gift for a lady.
Oh, yes. Very pretty.
But you didn't say about the color. Is it for a blonde or a brunette?
Why, I'm not sure yet. Perhaps you'd better leave one of each. Just tell the clerk at the desk to charge them to my bill.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Paladin.
Ah, there you are, hey boy.
Oh, yes, Mr. Paladin. I have two messages for you. One from San Francisco City Jail. Mr. Holgate say he get your card and want you to come see him.
Oh, yes, he's the murderer who's afraid he'll be lynched when they take him back to stand trial in some little town in Wyoming.
Oh, and he say you better hurry. Sheriff come here and take him away on 9 o'clock train tonight.
And the other message?
Ah, pretty lady wait for you.
Huh?
Over there.
Oh, it's too bad.
What I tell her, Mr. Paladin?
Give her my sincere regrets, hey boy. Tell her later. I have a train to catch.
Even if you've had embarrassing dandruff for years, you can get rid of it now in 3 minutes. That's all it takes with Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo. Yes, unsightly dandruff's gone in 3 minutes with Fitch, quickest, easiest of all leading shampoos. What's more, using Fitch regularly is guaranteed to keep embarrassing dandruff away. Just apply in the unique Fitch manner. Before you wet hair, rub in 1 minute. This way, Fitch shampoo penetrates right down to the scalp. Next, add water. Lather 1 minute to wash every trace of dandruff out of your hair. Then rinse 1 minute. All that loosened dandruff goes down the drain. In 3 minutes, with Fitch, 1 rubbing, 1 lathering, 1 rinsing, dandruff's gone. At the same time, gentle Fitch can leave your hair up to 35% brighter. To get rid of dandruff problems forever, brighten hair too, use Fitch regularly. Get Fitch Dandruff Remover Shampoo today, only 59 cents.
You just made it, mister. Hey, give you a hand with that bag?
No, thanks. I can manage.
You carry it like it was eggs. Most room up in the front.
Say, what's going on in there?
Why, I don't know. It's that murderer. He's loose. Look out.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Get out of the way.
You seem to have gotten tangled up in an iron clothesline.
Get out of my way, you crazy fool.
Stop,
Holgate. Stop right there. I'll blow you in half with this shotgun. Oh, you clumsy fool.
Well, Sheriff, why didn't you just pull the trigger and end it right here? You might as well have.
You just get back to your seat real careful like. Take them leg irons off to make you more comfortable. You pay me back by kicking me in the head. You just catch me trying to be decent to you again. All right, now sit down. Take your leg out. And to you, mister, thank you.
Glad to be of help to an officer of the law.
You're only helping a man get lynched, that's all.
Shut up, Holgate.
If you don't mind, Sheriff, I'd like to talk to your prisoner.
Oh, sure. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Holgate, you got my card. I got your message.
You're Paladin? I figured you to be on my side.
Who'd you say you was, mister?
The name is Paladin. And your name?
Sheriff Swink.
Oh, what is this, a cozy chat? Listen, Paladin, I hired your gun to turn me loose.
You're hired to turn him loose?
Mr. Holgate has his facts slightly confused. Would you mind pointing that some other way, please, Sheriff? Thank you. Now, Mr. Holgate, what makes you think you'll be lynched?
Easy. The town's named Bender, after Max Bender. It was his son caught my bullet.
How did you come to shoot him?
Oh, just an argument in a saloon, a few drinks. You know how it is.
You got a gun?
Well, he had one.
Oh, sure. It was home on his dresser.
Well, how'd I know that? I didn't notice.
I see. Well, Mr. Holgate, tell you what I'll do. For $200, I'll see that you're delivered alive to stand trial.
You call that a bargain?
Man has a chance with a fair trial, but there's no debating a lynching bee.
All right. You'll get the money when I step into the courtroom.
Just to be sure, I'll choose somebody to hold the fee. When's the trial, Sheriff?
Circuit judge is due at the end of the week. We'll beat him there by, a day, maybe.
And what are the chances of my employer here being lynched?
I reckon somebody's going to try.
Will you stop it?
Well, that'd be a hard decision to make.
But I can assume we're on the same side. Aren't we, Sheriff?
I reckon.
That puts two of us on the side of the right.
Well, don't crow, mister. Them ain't good odds with the whole town on the other side.
never did like this town.
Don't worry, you won't be here long.
At least there's not a mob to meet us.
No. Just the Benders over there.
Who are they?
Max Bender, his daughter Amy. The town's named after the old man. Howdy, Max. Miss Amy.
Hello, Sheriff.
How'd you know we'd come in on this train?
We waited on every train. I wanted to see the man who killed my son.
He's going to have a trial, Max.
Yeah.
My brother didn't have a trial.
Now, Amy.
Or a smart lawyer who might trick him to freedom or get him off with a prison sentence.
But the man who killed him will have a trial.
Who are you?
Paladin's my name. Mr. Holgate hired me to see that he isn't lynched.
So the gunfighters are all for law and order now, if the pay is right.
No, Miss Bender, you don't buy law and order. You fight for it.
Yes. Once you have it, you don't throw it away.
Your father knows how hard law is to come by.
There will be no trial. Your neighbors will come for him, Sheriff. I know you'll do what's right.
I think he will, miss. And so will you.
7 nights a week on CBS Radio, most of these same stations present The World Tonight. On The World Tonight, ace CBS newsmen broadcast direct from where the news is developing, along with well-detailed eyewitness reports on current events. The World Tonight brings you lively interviews with people in the news. When big things are happening in London, Paris, Moscow, Tokyo, or Rome, they're all within speaking distance on The World Tonight. For a penetrating look beneath the surface of the news, CBS Radio invites you to hear Eric Severide's news analysis. Wise in the ways of the news, Eric Severide explores a particular and important aspect each weekday evening. Invariably, he comes up with new keys to understanding. Always interesting, always illuminating, Eric Severide's perceptive news analysis makes an exciting companion piece to The World Tonight. Listen for both of these fine news features regularly.
Oh, you can relax, Holgate. You're safe in there. Temporarily, anyways.
Yeah, but they'll be swarming around soon enough. You remember you got a job, Paladin.
To keep you from getting lynched, I'll remember.
Greetings, gentlemen. Just passing by and saw the light. Figured you were back.
Howdy, Mr. Coombs.
Holgate.
You didn't waste no time, Coombs.
My client and I must start preparing our defense. Oh, who are you?
He's all right. I've hired his gun. Name's Paladin.
Oh? Well, now, if we can have some privacy.
Oh, sure. Prisoner's got a right to have counsel with his lawyer. Just rap on the bars when you're through.
Oh, that's right.
We still have some business details to arrange, Holgate. You tell your lawyer to turn the fee over to the person I name.
I'll tell him.
Sheriff, you mind if I bed down on one of these cots in your office?
Oh, that's all right. Then I'll be using the other.
I thought it was settled. We're on the same side.
I'd just like to be sure.
Any place I can lock this up?
Roll top desk has got a key.
Good, it'll do.
Hey, well, what's in that bag anyways?
Just some of the tools of my trade.
What kind of tools is that?
The kind that might help quiet a lynch mob.
We give 'em Holgate. That'll quiet 'em.
I thought we were on the same side.
We are.
I'd just like to be sure. Which one is the Bender store, Mr. Coombs?
That one, up there.
Yeah, there's a noose hanging out in front.
Yes, that's Amy's doing.
And she's stirring the pot until it boils over?
I never suspected she had such a mean streak in her. She was always such a nice, quiet girl.
I guess it's frustrating for a woman. She can't strap on a gun and settle an affair like this with her own hands.
Oh, I hope this won't take too long. I have more important things to do.
Like figuring a way to save your client?
Something like that, yes. Shall we go in?
Well, what do you want here?
I want you to hold some money for me, Mr. Coombs.
Here it is. $200.
You're not to give it to me until Holgate steps into the courtroom for trial. If he dies before then, return it to Coombs.
You think I'll hold your blood money?
Blood money for keeping a man alive?
I'll hold that for you.
Dad.
Give it to me.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Give him the money, Mr. Coombs.
Very well. There you are, Max.
Dad, if you won't help us, at least stay out of it.
How can I do that, Amy? I live in this town, too. Good day, Mr. Paladin.
Good day, sir. Amy, your father is a very wise man.
Excuse me. I guess you don't need me anymore. I'll be in my office, Paladin. Miss Amy?
Look, Mr. Paladin, I just want Holgate to pay for my brother's murder. I don't want anybody else to get hurt.
So far, no argument.
Now, Sheriff Swink's not going to shoot at his friends, so no one will harm him.
Go on.
That leaves just you. But you're liable to kill somebody and be killed in turn, and there's no telling where it'll stop.
It would seem so.
You're doing it for money. What if I gave you more money to leave town now?
That's a definite offer, I take it?
Cash. I'll get it right
Now,
away.
wait. I'm afraid not. Switching sides is most unethical.
Unethical? Why,
Did you ever see a lynching, Miss Bender?
No.
Your imagination would fall far short of the truth. No matter what he's done, Holgate won't be handed over to feed the animal instincts of the mob.
I told you, I don't want anybody hurt but him.
Amy.
Yes, Clint.
You need any help?
No.
The trouble with a lynching, Miss Bender, you can't have it ordered up all dainty, neat, like a yard of lace. It's something that cowards get whiskied up for and mumble over and wind up screaming in the gutters of a dark night.
Go on, get out of here. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Isn't there?
Listen, mister. You take her advice. Get out of town. A double blast from this shotgun ought to cut a man in half.
That man won't be any deader than a man with a .45 bullet between his eyes.
There's room enough out there in front, gunfighter, for another noose.
So there is. And earth enough to bury every man who comes to me with a rope.
Men, think how thrilled your wife would be if you made her a bedside table that swings on hinges like a gate and brings everything within easy reach. Or a beautiful built-in dispenser for paper towels, aluminum foil, wax paper, and plastic wrap. Or narrow folding doors to replace that wide closet door that blocks the hallway. These are just a few of the exciting ideas for living better on less money in the new Popular Science magazine, now on sale at your newsstand. It's crammed with new ideas, new products, new tips and techniques for lovers of cars, boats, woodworking, metalworking, photography, hi-fi. 282 pages, 380 pictures. There's even a special money-saving 20-page booklet on how to fix electric motors. It's bound right into the magazine. And this month, to win new friends for Popular Science, the magazine is now on sale at your newsstand for 10 cents off the regular price, only 25 cents. Get the new February Popular Science today. Look for the bright blue band on the cover. Popular Science magazine.
What's going on out there? I didn't hear him.
They're gathering down in front of the Bender store. Getting steamed up. They'll be moving before long.
Yeah. Well, you fellas don't be napping.
We won't.
What you looking at me like that for? What are you thinking?
Just wondering what you're thinking. You're mighty cheerful for a man about to face a lynch mob.
Well, I got confidence in you and the sheriff. I figure you'll give him what's for.
Coming. Well, see you in court.
You better. So you don't get paid.
What is it?
Oh, here, have a look.
What?
Funny thing. See them two riders just leaving Coombs' place, heading down the side street, trailing a third horse?
Yeah, they look like two cowboys.
Yeah, and Willie and McKeith, Holgate's friends. Now, what would they be doing at his lawyer's?
I got a better question to chew on. Who do they figure to ride that extra horse?
Yeah. Oh, I reckon that question's going to have to wait. They're getting about ready to move. There's another shotgun in the closet, Paladin.
No, thanks. Incidentally, Miss Bender says you won't use that shotgun against your friends out there.
Miss Bender's mistaken.
Sheriff, I'll buy you a drink after this is over.
Maybe.
Well, looks like everybody's here. I'd say we're all ready. What's the matter, Amy?
Nothing. Nothing's the matter. You'll bring him here.
Yeah, so you can put the rope around his neck. You just wait here, and we'll bring him to you.
Dad, what you doing with that gun?
Well, Max, you change your mind?
I'm going to the jail. Stand beside the sheriff and that fellow Paladin against his mom.
Now, hold on, Max. You're getting turned around.
From the beginning, we had decency and law in this town. Now you're going to wipe it all out in one night.
We're doing this for your son.
No, don't use my boy as an excuse. Get out of my way.
You better stay here and take it easy, Max. Now, give me that rifle.
Clint!
Never mind. The sheriff will give me another.
I said stay here.
Get your hands off me.
Dad, don't. Clint, don't.
All right, now. Come on. Let's go. Let's do it.
Dad. Oh, Dad.
I'm all right. But, Amy, what have you done?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be like this.
Here they are. And Paladin, you better get that shotgun.
I've got something better in the desk.
I'll get back. I'm warning you.
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff.
Hey, Paladin, what are you doing?
Opening the door.
No, wait.
All right. Hold it. No need breaking down doors when you can open them with dynamite. All right, now. Here. Who wants it? You, big fella.
No.
Well, if nobody wants it, here. Just putting out the fuse. It was a long, slow-burning one.
That crowd is still running. I don't blame them.
Well, they won't collect again. Mob courage is a momentary thing. Once it's gone for good.
The street's clean deserted of them. Except over there. Yeah, there's Clint. Let's go after him, Paladin.
You go ahead. I got a client who thinks he doesn't have to go to court.
Well, nail Clint, we can tie this thing up.
Go ahead. I'm going back and check Holgate.
Willie, what's happened? I can't hear nothing. The crowd's gone. Something's wrong. Well, we better go ahead anyway. Now, whip your horses and pull out the bars. That's fine. You did it.
You hold it right there, Holgate.
Paladin, don't shoot!
All right, out there. You stay where you are.
No, I got no gun, Paladin!
All right. Just stay put.
You killed Willie and McKee. You're good. Awful good.
That's why you hired me.
Yes, but there's no call you get mixed up in this. You just collect your money and forget about it.
I couldn't do that. I can't collect until you walk into the courtroom.
Listen, Paladin, I'll make it 1,000 if you'll just walk away.
You don't understand. You hired me to get you into that courtroom. And that's where you're going, to be tried for murder.
Mr. Paladin. Mr. Paladin.
Oh, hello, Amy. Mr. Bender.
Here's your money, Paladin. $200.
Thank you.
Now that Holgate's in court, there's a lot of people in this town that are grateful to you today. But it's not in their nature to come out and admit it.
Well, I'm admitting it.
And with such a long face.
I'm so ashamed and confused. Why did you want me to hold your pay?
Because it's an honest face, too.
Oh, come back to Bender again, Mr. Paladin.
I'd be delighted. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, Mr. Paladin, welcome back to San Francisco. You have a good trip?
More excitement than money, hey boy. But it's good to be home.
I take you back.
No, I'll manage.
Oh, you have something valuable in it?
No, just the tools of the trade.
Oh, big secret. Something to upset apple cart?
You might say so, yes. Oh, by the way, hey boy, that pretty young lady who was...
Oh, yes, she's still here and look plenty lonesome.
Oh. Now, let's see, was she blonde or brunette?
Huh?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Eat on, hey boy, and forget the papers tonight.
Have Gun, Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced by Norman MacDonald and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Sam Rolfe and adapted for radio by John Dunkel. Featured in the cast were Jack Edwards, Jack Crucian, Virginia Christine, Olin Soleil, Roy Woods, and Vic Perrin. Hugh Douglas speaking. Join us again next week for Have Gun, Will Travel.
Thank you all for tuning into Golden Age Radio today. We hope you enjoyed the classic tunes and captivating stories from the past.
Absolutely. It's been a delightful journey through time, and we truly appreciate each and every one of you for joining us.
We have a fantastic lineup prepared for tomorrow's broadcast, filled with even more nostalgic melodies and thrilling dramas from the golden era of radio.
So mark your calendars and set your alarms because you won't want to miss it. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for another unforgettable session of Golden Age Radio.
Invite your friends and family to come along too. Let's make it a delightful gathering filled with timeless entertainment and warm memories.
Once again, thank you for being part of our wonderful audience today. We look forward to having you with us again tomorrow as we dive into the enchanting world of the past.
Until then, take care and have a fantastic day ahead. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Attention all business owners and aspiring database wizards. If you want to take your data management to the next level, G3PL.com is your ultimate destination for expert Microsoft Access support and training.
That's right. G3PL.com believes that every successful database journey starts with a dedicated individual guiding you to success. That's why we're proud to introduce G3PL.com, a Microsoft Access expert.
Whether you're just starting or looking to enhance your access skills, G3PL.com's personalized training will set you on the path to mastery. G3PL will be with you every step of the way, providing hands-on guidance and real-world examples.
But don't just take our word for it. Hear what a satisfied client has to say.
Thanks to G3PL.com, I've become a Microsoft Access Pro. The personalized training was exactly what I needed. I learned to create and optimize databases, run powerful queries, and automate tasks with VBA. Now, I'm confidently handling complex projects with ease.
It doesn't stop there. G3PL.com is your go-to for top-notch support and solutions.
Exactly. If you're struggling with your existing database, G3PL will troubleshoot, optimize, and fine-tune it to perfection.
G3PL.com designed a custom database that transformed our business operations. We needed a streamlined system to manage our services and customer data. Their expertise delivered a tailor-made solution that exceeded our expectations. I can't thank them enough.
G3PL.com understands that every project is unique, and we're here to offer individualized attention to your specific needs.
So, why wait? Take the leap into the world of Microsoft Access Excellence with G3PL.com.
Contact G3PL today and embark on your database journey with an Access expert.
Send an email to db@g3pl.net or call 615-420-2040 and ask for Mark to learn more and get started.